The dorm number should be 2407. Jiang Che hadn't gone to verify it yet, but he felt certain he hadn't remembered it wrong. After spending half a night and an entire morning, he was now practically certain. He was back. More accurately, he had been reborn. The situation was simply too incredible, leaving his thoughts inevitably tangled and dazed, like holding a scratch-off lottery ticket, afraid to reveal the whole thing at once. It was an 8-person dorm with bunk beds and several old desks pushed together in the middle. Of the 7 roommates, 5 were present. 4 were playing blackjack in a card game, slapping their cards down with loud snaps. The 5th stood nearby, holding a white enamel cup, watching and occasionally offering commentary. Jiang Che, awake? Time to get up and eat lunch, roommate Zheng Xinfeng called out, his face covered in paper strips. He blew on them, making them flutter, then shouted. On the top bunk to the right of the door, Jiang Che was still wrapped in his quilt, lying on his side facing the wall. The wall behind him, plaster peeling and patchy, was covered with stickers of actress Minjiang. Scrawled across it in various colors were words some left by seniors, others written by Jiang Che himself over the past 2.5 years. Already searched carefully twice, but still couldn't find those 4 characters. Young Sir, well I, Young Sure what AI, forever lost my love. It was the title of a novel by Wang Shaw, published in 1989, which would later be adapted into a film by Feng Xiaojiang. On the evening of January 19th, 1992, 18-year-old Jiang Che would cry tears of teenage melodrama and write those 4 characters on the wall. Back then, the naive young Jiang Che genuinely believed that the breakup declared that day marked the end of his one true love. Later, he realized how ignorant and foolish that thought was. Unfortunately, it was too late. That incident influenced a decision he made, a decision that altered the entire direction of his life. Life is like this. The origins of many pivotal events are often insignificant at the time, and the idea that character determines destiny really lies in the stage of character development. Many of us make overly important decisions before our characters have matured. Since the characters weren't written yet, then the classmate named Yi Qiangjin should still be his girlfriend of 2 years. Should he pull a fast one? Maybe plant something, and by the time it's discovered, it won't be his problem anymore? Thinking about scheming, Jiang Che's mind suddenly became active. He sat up, preparing to ask his roommate for the specific date and time. Looking up, he noticed a thick, page-tear-off calendar hanging on the back of the dorm door. January 17th, 1992, Friday. Only 2 days left. Jiang Che thought. Looks like I need to hurry. One roommate walked over. CHH tore off 2 pages, crumpled them, and tossed them into the trash, muttering forgot to tear for 2 days. At first glance, it scared me, thought I'd missed half class. January 19th, 1992, Sunday. Jiang Che froze, murmuring, damn it, it's today. Just got reborn and immediately got dumped. Yes, he would be dumped today because his classmate Yi had secured a position to stay at the school, while Jiang Che had not. What's wrong? You've been silent all morning, and now that Luke didn't tell me you're sick? Zheng Xinfeng, still holding a hand of cards, appeared beside the bunk, his face covered in paper strips. He looked up, blew on the strips, and spoke. Jiang Che reached out and pulled all the paper strips off his face. The familiar, youthful face, carrying the essence of the 1990s, came into view. Everything suddenly felt real. No, it's fine. It's the weekend, just getting up now. Jiang Che smiled and began getting dressed, first a white shirt, then a black sweater with 2 twisted cable patterns, and pants. He remembered they should be his first pair of jeans, bought after saving money for months, a faded blue color. Glad you're okay. Zheng Xinfeng turned and said, you all saw it, I didn't take the strips off myself. Whatever, just take them all off. After this hand, it's time to eat. Pair of 3s, I'm telling you, this hand has several bombs. Jiang Che climbed down, put on his Fayuel white canvas shoes, poured the last bit of water from the chipped tin thermos, and drank it. No hot water left. He didn't bother bringing his wash basin, just hung his towel over his shoulder, picked up his tooth cup, and headed straight to the washroom. It was lunchtime, but the washroom was empty except for him. Cupping cold tap water, he splashed it on his face repeatedly. The chill seeped into his skin, making him alert and calm. Jiang Che, his face dripping, walked to a mirror taped to the wall with clear tape, looked up and glanced. The mirror was old and worn, scratched in many places, with a diagonal crack splitting his entire face in 2. But Jiang Che still clearly saw his 18-year-old face. Water droplets slid over Iclian, pure, with a high-nose bridge and fair skin. His eyes were transparent and bright, long lashes adorned with water droplets. Nice to see you again. Jiang Che smiled at the face in the mirror, his teeth white, his smile radiant. Now, it's early 1992. Know what that means? It means you hold nothing but royal flushes. More than 20 years later, a man surnamed Lei would say, "As long as you stand at the Funko windfall, even a pig can fly." He'd also ask you, "Are you okay?" Now it's the early 1990s, a time of rising tides and transformation, full of Funko opportunities. As long as you step onto one, you can fly. Indeed, many seemingly impossible people mysteriously soared during this era. Of course, you'd better not be too much of a pig, because this era buried many people as well, including many who seemed destined for success. Many who lived through this era, looking back years later, can't help but lament how they didn't understand at the time and missed too many opportunities. Yet, those living through it then were equally unaware of the kind of era they were in. It's difficult, perhaps even impossible, to define an era as good or bad because they often coexist, just as most people in reality can't be simply defined as good or bad. Some later like to regard these few years of the early 1990s as the final stretch of a once pure era. Some later nostalgically said, "Back then, you liked someone not because he had a house or a car, but because that afternoon the sun was nice and he wore a white shirt." Yet Wang Xiaobo said, "Everything is irreversibly moving towards vulgarity." This was the era, split and divided into two sides of pure and the chaotic, different groups standing on opposite sides. One side was the world of traditional workers, farmers, and petty urbanites holding fast. The other side was the Jianghu, a world of outlaws and adventurers of the emerging class, where wanderers, fraudsters, elites, heroes, warlords, and scoundrels roamed. The 18-year-old Jiang Che of that time was naive and pure. But the Jiang Che who had returned now, though possessing the same youthful face, had long been shaped by the passage of time and the trials of life, no longer simple. Jiang Che from 407. Is Jiang Che here? In this era, shouting was the primary means of communication. Jiang Che suddenly heard her voice. Yi Qiangjin stood below, tall and graceful, wearing a white jacket, her hair in a ponytail, looking up towards the building. Jiang Che glanced through the washroom window. At this moment, from her calm and natural demeanor and gestures, it was truly impossible to tell she was here to break up with him, and with such a direct reason. They were secondary vocational school students, a normal school, so they had only half a year left until graduation. Many later people don't understand that in this country, there was a period when secondary vocational school students were incredibly prestigious, especially in rural areas and small to medium-sized cities. For ordinary families, the difficulty, honor, and joy of getting into a secondary vocational school far exceeded that of getting into a key high school. Jiang Che's cohort, graduating in 1992, was probably right at the tail end of this phenomenon. And the situation suddenly changed, taking a sharp downturn. This once proud secondary vocational diploma would later bring immense difficulties to their work and lives. This life, I can't afford to make the same mistake again, spending my life with just a secondary vocational diploma. Also, I should at least experience university, right? The shouts from below continued. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. He quickly thought through the issue of going to university, finding no immediate solution. Then only on his way back to the dorm to put things away, leaned over the corridor railing and smiled in response. Be right there. Chapter 2. A glitch plot. As Jiang Che was placing items on the shelf, Zheng Xinfeng, holding an enamel bowl and tapping it with a metal spoon, stood at the doorway and said, "It seems your significant other is calling for you downstairs. Did you hear her?" The phrase "your significant other" was quite amusing to him. As one of Jiang Che's closest friends at Linzhou Normal School, Zheng Xinfeng did not particularly approve of his friend's girlfriend. The reason was that the ambitious Yi Qiangjin looked down upon individuals like Zheng Xinfeng, who were somewhat lethargic and irresponsible. And she disapproved of Jiang Che spending time with him. Consequently, Zheng Xinfeng found her rather tiresome. Jiang Che nodded and replied, "I heard her. I won't wait for you to have dinner." "Wait," Zheng Xinfeng said, turning back as he was about to step outside. "Give me a portion too. I'll join you in the cafeteria shortly." After saying this, he raised his hand, hesitating over a row of chipped white enamel bowls on the shelf. He asked, "By the way, which bowl is mine? Are you daft? You can't even recognize your own bowl," Zheng Xinfeng retorted, grabbing another set of bowls and spoons. "What? Not dining with your significant other?" he added, noting the mealtime. "She wants to discuss something with me," Jiang Che thought to himself, reflecting on how a bowl had been part of his life for over 20 years and yet seemed so unfamiliar to Zheng Xinfeng. The two made their way downstairs. With Zheng Xinfeng heading straight to the cafeteria, Jiang Che cast a glance at the old campus, which he had not seen in over 20 years, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled that by early 2002, It had been demolished to make way for a residential complex, with second-hand prices exceeding 60,000. Yi Qiangjin approached, her face still radiant and her smile enchanting. "Shall we take a stroll? I have something to discuss with you." This was the same opening line she had used last time, but at that moment, Jiang Che was unaware that the ensuing narrative would eventually become rather kitsch. He nodded, and they maintained a distance slightly greater than during their previous romantic encounters as they walked through the dormitory area and the cafeteria. In retrospect, the intentional distance Yi Qiangjin had created spoke volumes about their relationship, a fact Jiang Che had failed to recognize previously. Along the way, several gazes swept over them, with classmates greeting them and joking, "Are you two off to dine out again?" During such moments, Jiang Che would strive to recall the names of these classmates, while Yi Qiangjin would pretend not to hear, remaining silent. In this era, where some schools enforced strict regulations while others maintained a facade of discipline, their relationship was well known among classmates and some teachers as a model couple. The pairing of talent and beauty was equally valid in reverse. In the past month or two, rumors about the two had circulated. Firstly, it was highly likely that both would remain at the school. Secondly, they had both applied for teaching positions in rural areas. These announcements sparked considerable discussion. Would they stay together at the school or venture into remote mountains to teach? How touching. It even positioned them as representatives of an era that romanticized enduring love. This school primarily trained vocational normal students, meaning graduates were generally required to return to their hometown education bureaus for assignments in rural schools, completing a designated service period. Otherwise, they would be left without work. Jiang Che and Yi Qiangjin were not from the same hometown. Rather, their origins lay in two small county towns situated at opposite ends of Zhejiang province, a considerable distance apart. To evade the impending separation upon graduation, there were two methods of directed allocation. Either they could collectively respond to the national call and spend 2 years teaching in underdeveloped provinces or remote mountainous areas, returning later to await a more favorable reassignment, or they could remain at their university. Both of them had commendable academic performance and prospects of staying on at the university, which, although not the most desirable option in these times, was undeniably superior to returning to their rural origins. With this understanding, they both enrolled in the mountain teaching program. Jiang Che's name was registered with the assistance of Yi Qiangjin, who was always a decisive young woman, while Jiang Che, lacking ambition, found himself being gently propelled forward by her influence, accustomed to following her lead. It wasn't until the day the honor roll for the teaching program was posted that Jiang Che became aware of this development and dared not mention it to his family. Yi Qiangjin explained that signing up for the teaching program was, in fact, a strategic move to enhance their chances of securing a position at the university later on. Jiang Che distinctly recalled the details of this episode, knowing he would never forget, as it later altered many aspects of his life. It marked the first time he experienced profound heartbreak over what he believed to be love. Casting a glance at Yi Qiangjin's lovely profile at 18, he was already aware of the forthcoming events. This time, however, he would not be disheartened. Instead, he was suddenly filled with a different contemplation, if given another chance. Should he alter this course of events? Yet, apart from a lingering resentment, he felt no attachment to the past. And then what? Perhaps sensing Jiang Che's gaze, Yi Qiangjin turned to him and inquired with a calm demeanor, unburdened by excessive indecision. As she had always been a woman with a clear vision and a rational approach to life. "It's nothing," Jiang Che replied, gesturing toward the small grove and the grass nearby. "If there's something to discuss, we might as well do it here. We still have a meal to get to." Yi Qiangjin smiled and pointed ahead, suggesting, "Let us head to the artificial lake. It's just a turn away." After some contemplation, Jiang Che finally nodded in agreement. Little did Jiang Che know that after turning that corner, the narrative would be irrevocably altered. This time, the one unaware would be Yi Qiangjin. The artificial lake appeared relatively pristine, devoid of mosquitoes in the winter, with scattered fallen leaves that occasionally danced to the ground in the breeze, creating a beautiful scene that Jiang Che had lacked the emotional capacity to appreciate in his previous life. Seated on a long bench by the lake were Yi Qiangjin's parents. Her father donned a gray suit adorned with lint, clutching a black briefcase under his arm and slightly overweight, while her mother wore a striking red coat. Her medium-length hair elegantly styled, maintaining a figure that exuded charm and sophistication. "Dad, Mom, this is Jiang Che. Jiang Che, these are my parents." Yi Qiangjin naturally introduced him as she moved to stand beside her family. In that moment of her past life, Jiang Che surely felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He mused, smiling as he greeted them. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." Ye's father and mother nodded slightly. It was their first meeting. Yet Jiang Che had previously conversed with them over the phone regarding the matter of staying at school. At that time, Ye's parents seemed quite supportive of their daughter's feelings and encouraged both of them to strive earnestly. It was serendipitous that they met, and Ye's father, without much preamble, spoke with a stiff expression, stating, "We are actually here concerning Zhen'er's situation at school. We met with your principal yesterday. It has been decided. I have seen the list of students who are to remain, and Zhen'er's name is on it, but not yours. Is that so?" Jiang Che's calm demeanor clearly surprised the trio before him. All three were momentarily taken aback. As young people, do not lose heart. It is all the same wherever one goes. We are all contributing to the four modernizations, Ye's mother interjected, somewhat awkwardly, as if reciting a rehearsed line. "I think so too," Jiang Che replied with a radiant smile. This time, things did not unfold as anticipated. He disrupted the Yi family's initial preparations. The three exchanged glances for a moment before Ye's father took the lead, stating directly, "What we mean is, as far as you and Zhen'er are concerned, let it be. You will still be classmates, and let us not speak of anything beyond that. At this juncture, as a man, you should contemplate how to avoid causing her any negative impact. That is what is right." Jiang Che raised his gaze to meet Yi Qiongzhen's eyes and calmly asked, "What do you think?" Yi Qiongzhen was momentarily taken aback, not out of hesitation, but because Jiang Che suddenly felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, including his reactions, his gaze, his tone, and his smile. Everything was distant. Finally, she uttered three words, uncertain whether she was referring to distance or the disparity of their future circumstances. Ye's father added, "This is the truth. When you graduate and return to the countryside, whether in 10 years or 20, you will not be able to transfer to Linzhou, understand? This is the provincial capital. Isn't everyone now advocating for a pragmatic approach and respecting reality? The reality is that you both will not only be in different places, but also at different levels. A rural primary school teacher versus a secondary vocational school teacher. What significance is there in pursuing this further with our Zhen'er? It is utterly meaningless. To be frank, we have opposed this matter from the very beginning." After 3 consecutive statements, Jiang Che chose to disregard them. He looked at Yi Qiongzhen, contemplated for a moment, and asked, "Shall we not wait a little longer? After all, there is still a semester left. Perhaps many things will change, including myself." This time, Yi Qiongzhen shook her head, eager and resolute. 2 female teachers in the Student Affairs Office are pregnant and will not be able to work next semester. Therefore, the leadership has already spoken with me. I will begin participating in some work next semester and start transitioning to a different role. Some matters, they said, might have adverse effects. Moreover, Jiang Che, prolonging this is truly meaningless. Do you understand? Let us approach this rationally. Yi Qiongzhen attempted to take control of the situation, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable as she could not perceive Jiang Che's reluctance. Indeed, I understand. I agree, Jiang Che thought, relieved that this finality had been reached. He could finally let go of this matter completely. In this moment, Yi Qiongzhen found Jiang Che's extraordinary composure to be rather peculiar. After some contemplation, she slowly replied, "Then I shall not accompany you back. I am truly sorry, Jiang Che. I must remain here. I cannot go to the countryside, and I have no time to squander. You have always known my reluctance to resign myself to this life as it is. I still yearn for the opportunity to pursue a governmental scholarship abroad." It dawned on her that this was indeed the peak of the overseas study craze. Although her qualifications were insufficient, she had been diligently working towards this goal. Thus, it was understandable, yet the narrative itself felt so kitsch. Future television and film adaptations were bound to become tiresome. Jiang Che nodded, turned, and began to walk away. In his past life, departing from this very spot marked a turning point that altered the course of his existence. This time, it would likely serve as an entirely new beginning. Chapter 3. Fate is a mudslide. Footsteps echoed from behind Jiang Che shortly after he had ventured a distance. A slight unease gripped him. This twist was absent in his previous life. Had she truly changed her mind? What should he do? Jiang Che, called Yi Qiongzhen, halting behind him. "Yes, is there something else?" Jiang Che did not turn around. "Remember to find a way to withdraw your application for the teaching position next semester, even if it means causing a ruckus or offering gifts. The school has quotas for teaching placements, and this year, not many have applied. If you don't take action or rely on connections, you might truly end up going. With his back turned, Jiang Che nodded, acknowledging her words. Don't just acknowledge me. Take it to heart. Yi Qiongzhen seemed to finally express some emotion. Do you know? Your position at the school was taken by someone using connections. Many matters hinge on your background. If you do not remain vigilant and strive for what you want, they can be decided by mere words from others. Jiang Che recalled that he had heard of this situation in his past life, albeit much later, but was unable to effect any change back then. Nor did he possess the inclination. At that time, Yi Qiongzhen had not been as forthcoming with the truth as she was now, for logically, she too could have been the one pushed aside. Thus, it could be inferred that she must have known about this earlier, but chose not to inform Jiang Che. Surprisingly, after coming to this realization, Jiang Che felt none of the anger he had anticipated. It was enough that she had come to him with these heartfelt words. As for past grievances, they could be set aside. Having been granted a second chance at life, he did not wish to dwell on past matters. He contemplated expressing his gratitude to conclude the discussion. Why was she saying this to him? Did he possess the capability to intervene? Ye's father and mother had approached, perhaps concerned that their daughter's feelings might waver. Before Jiang Che could speak, her father interjected sharply. Why do you care? Others can retain their positions with a word, but you can only take her to a remote area for teaching. How poetic. Was this an added twist? This was not part of his previous experience. Jiang Che managed a wry smile, thinking that it was indeed Yi's daughter who had signed him up. He intended to say no more. Yet a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, by the way, Yi Qiongzhen, have you ever considered what would happen if the roles were reversed? With me remaining at the school and you on the teaching list? He asked with a smile, but to Ye's parents, it sounded like sarcasm. They feared their daughter might be affected and immediately grew anxious, becoming somewhat hysterical. What is the point of such hypotheticals? Jenner, you mustn't listen to this. It's utterly impossible. It's not that I look down on you, but you simply lack the capability. We shall see in the future what you can achieve. This is unnecessary, isn't it? Let's just wish each other well. Jiang Che maintained a calm smile. In truth, he already knew that if the roles were reversed, she would undoubtedly accompany him to teach in remote areas. Yi Qiongzhen lingered on the previous topic, her tone shifting slightly. You are exceptional, quite intelligent, and I acknowledge that. However, you lack ambition and cunning. Do you understand? If you had a background, wealth, and a smooth life, that would suffice. But shouldn't we be striving and advancing now? That makes sense, Jiang Che replied sincerely. Do not take it so lightly. Yi Qiongzhen suddenly erupted. Do you know? I would much rather see you. Based solely on your good looks, pursue the daughter of a wealthy and powerful family and find a way to study abroad. In that case, I would hold you in even higher regard and believe in your potential for success. Suddenly flattering, aren't we? But is this not a rather opportunistic statement? There was indeed such a female classmate back then. If I had acted on that sooner, would I not have been resented and faced sabotage? Let us put aside such matters for now. What happened to the innocent arrow we promised? Perhaps it exists in others. Having never heard Yi Qiongzhen express such heartfelt sentiments in a previous life, he now found her thoughts remarkably advanced and progressive, albeit fixated on the notion of studying abroad. What a pity, having attended a vocational school, she had seemingly lost her way. Well, you have a point, but I think perhaps it is not necessary. Maybe I can manage on my own. Jiang Che did not return to the early 90s to find a girl with the mindset of 2017. Having chosen to let go of resentment, he did not intend to entangle himself further with this classmate. One last question, Jiang Che said earnestly, knowing they would share the same space for another 6 months. What if you regret this decision? I will not, Yi Qiongzhen replied firmly, her gaze resolute. As if to instill confidence in herself, I absolutely will not. That's good to hear. Jiang Che departed, appearing calm and at ease. Yi Qiongzhen stood there, watching his retreating figure, feeling a sense of inexplicable emotion, as if she had never truly known Jiang Che, her boyfriend. Would she regret it? The thought suddenly crossed her mind. No, she would not. Rushing back to the dining hall, she was relieved to find the food still warm, though the conditions were rather poor. I must find a way to eat well, Jiang Che pondered. After lunch, there were no leisure activities. He was dragged to the dormitory to play mahjong for the afternoon. Having grown accustomed to the mahjong rules of southern Guangxi province, he successfully bluffed twice. After all, he had spent 7 years there in his previous life. Indeed, in the later stages of his past life, due to the predetermined list and the unavoidable realities, accompanied by despondency, evasion, and a touch of childish ignorance, one that suggested a misguided notion of satisfaction, Jiang Che truly embarked on a teaching mission. In the remote mountainous village of Chalu in Shaoan Township, Silan City, Nangwan Province, he arrived after a long journey by train, automobile, tractor, and finally on foot for over an hour. That year, the village had just gained access to electricity through a poverty alleviation project. His initial instinct was to flee. Yet he chose to remain, gradually adapting and forming connections. It was during the waning days of his first semester as a teacher that a torrential downpour unleashed a catastrophic mudslide upon the village. This disaster left 9 children orphaned from 5 households, alongside several other casualties. On that fateful rainy night, Jiang Che found himself trapped beneath debris. However, a group of villagers, undeterred by the risk of further landslides, bravely returned to dig him out by hand and carried him to safety. Thus, he found it impossible to part ways with the village. After completing his 2-year service, he extended his stay by another 5 years, returning home only twice a year. For brief visits, he scrimped on his modest salary, sending what little he could to his parents, who insisted on returning it to him. It was only when those 9 orphans graduated to junior high and left the village that Jiang Che finally departed. He left at 29 and returned at 36, having gained nothing but memories. Upon returning to his hometown in the prosperous coastal province of Yidian, in Shuichang City, he realized that over the span of 7 years, he had not only missed the opportunity for reallocation of resources, but also the pivotal period of rapid societal change at the turn of the century. Upon his return, Jiang Che felt somewhat detached from the present. While he was aware of many developments, he lacked the experiential understanding and contemporary mindset, thus dedicating considerable effort to learning and adapting. In the subsequent decade, equipped with a reasonably sharp intellect and the resilience honed over 7 years, he managed to navigate life adequately, albeit with a perpetual sense of haste and a lingering feeling of missed opportunities, given the prolonged absence. During those years of toil and solitude, he occasionally pondered, had he not missed those 7 years, what would his life have been like? Would it have been drastically different? Perhaps even idyllic? It seemed as though fate intended to compensate him for all he had endured. So, in this lifetime, would he return? At the very least, he felt compelled to prevent that disaster, even if it meant finding another way to repay the village, its people, and the bonds he had formed. And what of the university entrance exams? Truthfully, even if he were to attempt them now, he felt ill-prepared, having forgotten much of what he once knew. Striving to catch up in the next semester seemed insufficient. He would need to dedicate a full year to intense study. Should he then commit to a year? Balancing his responsibilities while quietly focusing on his academic pursuits. If he truly decided on a year, he must ensure that he does not squander time or miss opportunities, which meant he had to seize the moment and act decisively from this point forward. The next 6 months would be invaluable and critical. What should he undertake? Several roommates, who had been working on the Great Wall together, could no longer contain their frustration. "Hey, Jiang Che, are you actually going to play that south wind card you're holding?" one of them exclaimed. "It's not like the rules from Nangwan Province dictate that you must hold the south wind for 10 minutes before playing, right? This guy is just bluffing, acting as if he has ever been to Nangwan Province." Abruptly interrupted, Jiang Che tapped his forehead with a card and chuckled. "All right, south wind. I will play it." Chapter 4. I must first approach the card table that evening. After dinner, the roommates suddenly began to meticulously prepare themselves. With the showers unavailable and the hot water running low, they braved the cold to wash their hair, while some, with a steely resolve, even took a cold shower. Gritting their teeth and closing their eyes, they poured a basin of cold water over themselves, hastily lathered with soap, and then rinsed off the foam with 2 more basins of water, returning to their dormitory with tingling scalps and cries of discomfort. On ordinary days, they might appear disheveled. Yet, within their messy boxes, there would undoubtedly be a complete set of freshly laundered clothes, imbued with the fragrance of soap and sunlight. From socks and underwear to shirts, sweaters, and jackets, everything was neatly folded and set aside for an entire week in anticipation of this day. Typically, they would also have a pair of leather shoes ready. For those without leather shoes, at the very least, there would be a clean, odor-free pair. Once dressed, they took turns picking up the 2 circular mirrors with plastic casings from the table. The outer shell was usually a vibrant red or green, with a poster of a celebrity gracing the back. After positioning the mirror, they pressed a comb against their scalps and swept it in a straight line upwards, then parted their hair into 2 sections to reveal their hairstyles. Most favored a 3/7 or 4/6 part, with the occasional middle part, which could be difficult to pull off. If one's face shape and demeanor did not match, it could easily evoke a sense of treachery. Jiang Che sat quietly with his arms crossed, observing the flurry of activity around him, as if they were all preparing for a collective matchmaking event. What's wrong? Aren't you going? One roommate, holding his hair in place with both hands, turned to Jiang Che and inquired. Going where? Jiang Che asked, perplexed. To the dance at the medical school next door tonight. Didn't you remember? His roommate looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Che suddenly recalled. Indeed, in this era, universities and vocational schools typically hosted dances on weekends. Boys, girls, and even teachers would gather to learn social dances, with some schools even holding competitions. Compared to the later university life dominated by computers and smartphones, this might be regarded as one of the rare aspects worthy of envy, where there was no need for elaborate schemes to strike up conversations, and no awkwardness in initiating contact. There were natural channels for flirtation, whether through words or gestures. Countless campus romances and subtle attractions blossomed amid the lively rhythms and gentle exchanges of the dance. Next to Linzhou Normal School was a medical school that also held dances, albeit lacking in male attendees. It was easy to imagine how delightful this situation was. Some roommates had already secured familiar dance partners, while others were still on the lookout. Treating it as a top priority, they eagerly anticipated each week. Jiang Che recalled that Zheng Xinfeng seemed to dance exceptionally well, gaining considerable fame among several nearby schools. In an era where a boy's prowess in dance could wield significant influence, particularly in a school predominantly populated by girls, such desirability was a rarity that subsequent boys would find hard to encounter. Moreover, if one were adept in breakdancing, donning a red headband, and, with a touch of extravagance, sporting a pair of fingerless leather gloves, one could easily ascend to the status of a campus celebrity. The weekend dance parties epitomized the collective activities of that time. However, as communication technologies advanced, interpersonal interactions diminished, leading to a pervasive sense of solitude. The thought of attending a weekend dance party crossed Jiang Che's mind, yet he hesitated, deciding to postpone it for a while. Memories of dance steps and familiar faces felt distant, and he feared revealing his lack of familiarity. Thus, he casually concocted an excuse to decline the invitation. Once his roommates departed, Jiang Che found himself alone in the dormitory. He rummaged through Zheng Xinfeng's belongings and discovered a box of double-leaf cigarettes. Lighting one, he leaned against the window and gazed outside. The city was still devoid of elaborate decorations, with the campus streetlights casting a dim, hazy glow. The smoke filled his lungs, offering a fleeting coolness as he exhaled, creating a thin veil of mist before his eyes. It was early 1992. He muttered a few words to himself, succumbing to nostalgia, or perhaps, earnestly sifting through his memories. The 7 years Jiang Che missed in his previous life were not devoid of recollections. In fact, having missed them, he later approached those years with the diligence of a student, meticulously organizing and understanding the events that transpired. At the very least, his fondness for the show I Love My Family allowed him to remember quite a bit. The missile makers are not as lucrative as those selling tea eggs. This saying, passed down since the 1980s, succinctly encapsulated the situation. During this period, in many small to mid-sized cities, purchasing a house cost around 20 to 30,000 yuan. From an income perspective, excluding Shenzhen and high-paying positions, small business owners generally earn the most, followed by migrant workers whose earnings sometimes surpassed those of certain public sector employees, such as teachers. At that time, a university lecturer's salary hovered around 200 yuan, comparable to that of a factory worker and possibly even lower. Following them were civil servants, whose salaries often languished in the range of tens to a little over 100 yuan. In summary, many professions that would later be envied were not particularly sought after during this stage. Simultaneously, the cost of a mobile phone was around 20,000 yuan, while a decent color television or air conditioner would also run close to 10,000. This did not indicate that most people were affluent. Rather, it underscored the low productivity and the emergence of nouveau riche, heralding the initial onset of materialism and ostentation. In the ensuing years, whether in terms of salary or basic necessities such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation, changes would occur at a staggering pace each year, with even the same year's beginning, middle, and end feeling entirely distinct. Jiang Che extinguished his cigarette, concluding that stability was the last thing to consider. Even those within the system were likely seeking to venture outward, commonly referred to as going to sea. In 1992, a staggering 120 000 civil servants resigned to venture into the private sector, while over 10 million opted for unpaid leave. Among these individuals, a select group emerged as prominent figures in the renowned entrepreneurial factions of the post-reform era, particularly the 92 faction, with the Wantong faction being the most distinguished. Including luminaries such as Feng Luan, Wang Gongquan, Pan Shi, and Yi Xiaodi. That year marked the inception of their rise to prominence. However, the game they played is one I cannot engage in now. After all, Feng Luan had already mingled with the Central Party school years ago and had connections with Mao Zedong. His adoptive father had achieved a senior rank even at the dawn of the nation, so what could I possibly do? As I continued to ponder this line of thought, the threads of clarity began to weave together. Jiang Che decisively turned to find paper and pen, contemplating while recording. From a security perspective, the most ideal and suitable development trajectory for me should be speculation and investment, becoming an invisible tycoon. First, I would rely on speculation to reap substantial profits and build a financial snowball, subsequently investing in industries and enterprises I comprehend, both domestically and internationally, thereby establishing a relatively stable foundation of wealth for life. Engaging in real estate-related ventures, such as urban renewal, or entering the realm of new manufacturing industries. Monopolizing state-owned enterprises and exploiting the dual pricing system. These are currently the most lucrative endeavors. However, at this moment, they remain beyond my reach. Lacking connections and funds. Even if I had wealth, I would still lack the requisite capability and acumen to navigate the turbulent waters without being engulfed. Particularly with the latter two options. It is best not to tread lightly into those waters. One must cherish the opportunities bestowed upon them by fate, while being cautious not to become a mere cog in the machine. This is indeed the phase of most rapid transformation. Thus, time is of the essence. To seize the pivotal opportunities of the coming years, I must accumulate substantial wealth within the next 2 to 3 years. During the year of volunteer teaching, I must have a continuously lucrative industry at my disposal. One that I can control. My parents? They are not suitable. Considering this, the next 6 months are undeniably crucial. I require quick profits, substantial ones. Upon completing this passage, Jiang Che took a moment to reflect, reviewing his thoughts in their entirety. The scene unfolded before him. The game was about to commence, and the table was set with several decks of cards. Jiang Che understood that as long as he took his seat, he would grasp a hand filled with aces. The pressing issue was that he must first transition from having nothing to holding sufficient chips to enter the game. The more, the better, ensuring he would not miss out on those winning hands. Ultimately, what I urgently need is a windfall. After writing this sentence, Jiang Che stood, lit a cigarette, and tore off the page, igniting it until it turned to ash. The future may be fraught with uncertainties, but for now, he could clearly see the path ahead. Ready to take this crucial first step, Zheng Xinfeng and the other roommates returned early from the evening ball, concerned for Jiang Che. Yi Qiongzhen had also attended the ball, mingling with some young teachers from the Student Affairs Office. She had begun to delineate her identity and seemed intentionally to clarify her current relationship with Jiang Che. At least Zheng Xinfeng and the others quickly overheard discussions at the dance floor that Yi Qiongzhen and Jiang Che were no longer involved. Consequently, they hurried back. What was happening? Silence enveloped the room. It appeared as if he were asleep. Could it be that he had taken his own life? There was still a breath. Upon reflection, has there been any weeping? Has there been any indulgence in alcohol? None. He has slept soundly. What a carefree lad he is. Chapter 5. The 1992 Wealth Certificate. In the early morning, while his roommates remained in slumber, Jiang Che clutched an antiquated radio, stationed in the open space beneath their dormitory. Tirelessly adjusting the frequencies, he sought information pertaining to the stock market. In his previous life, Jiang Che, like most individuals, had heard much about stocks but had participated little, especially during the nascent days of the stock market, when the majority had missed the opportunity. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from later learning of several significant fluctuations and a few miraculous stocks. The stock market of 1992 could be regarded as the nation's inaugural wave of mass wealth creation. This notion, recalled by Jiang Che the previous night, may not be entirely precise, yet it is not far from the truth. What does it mean to be a millionaire in this era? In the early 90s, the concept of a 10,000 yuan household had lost much of its value compared to the 1980s. Terms such as 100,000 and millionaire had emerged. However, the term itself still existed, symbolizing affluence for the common populace. A professor from Beijing Normal University had once published a scholarly report asserting that when considering various factors, including inflation and social status, a 10,000 yuan household in 1986 was roughly equivalent to possessing 2.55 million in 2016. Now, in January 1992, Jiang Che pondered this, concluding that while it might not be as extravagant, a sum of 300,000 to 400,000 still held substantial value. Thus, the millionaires of this time, the super-rich, were experiencing unparalleled profits. Jiang Che had only heard tales of how stocks during this period were a surefire path to wealth. Yet he remained unaware of the specific mechanisms involved or the requisite capital. Hence, he resolved to delve deeper into this matter. As the static crackled through the airwaves, he listened intently, intermittently catching snippets. Shanghai Stock Subscription Certificate, available for purchase on January 19th for 30 yuan, lottery subscription for newly issued stocks. Suddenly, a term reverberated in his mind. 1992 Wealth Certificate. This must be it. Regardless of the operational intricacies of the stock market, this subscription certificate was undoubtedly a sound investment. It would commence sales on January 19th, but when would it conclude? Likely not long after. What date is it today? January 20th. Jiang Che now realized that the day he was cast aside in his previous life coincided with a far more momentous event, the issuance of the 1992 Wealth Certificate. He finally comprehended what he had missed during that period of simulating the melancholic male lead in Xiangyao dramas. Consumed by sorrow and longing, he had overlooked the opportunities presented by the era. A unique opportunity, rare even amid an age brimming with prospects, had slipped through his fingers, a chance for swift ascension. With minimal investment, short cycles, rapid results, and high returns, this opportunity was exceptionally suited for someone seeking to build from nothing. Therefore, this time, he could not afford to let it escape him. At 30 yuan each. It seemed inexpensive, though, upon reflection, it was quite costly, especially considering the wages of the time. Moreover, those who truly amassed wealth were certainly not relying solely on one or two subscription certificates. Through the mechanism of lottery subscriptions for new stocks, one can easily profit by transferring shares from the primary to the secondary market, free from concerns about market fluctuations. Thus, it is advisable to acquire as many subscription certificates as possible. However, where does one procure the necessary funds? Jiang Che pondered his pocket, finding only 62.7 yuan, a modest sum from a student's perspective, yet woefully insufficient. Should he borrow? His roommates and friends were generally as financially constrained as he was. As for those he met in his previous life, perhaps one or two had managed to find success, but approaching them for a loan seemed impractical. Even if he could locate them, the likelihood of being rebuffed was high. His only option appeared to be turning to his parents. In this era, Jiang Che's family could not be classified as impoverished. Although they resided in a small county, his mother had long been employed at a collective factory, and his father had previously engaged in a modest business venture, accumulating savings of 6,000 yuan. Jiang Che recalled that in a single year, his parents had invested their entire savings into a cousin-in-law's furniture factory endeavor, which tragically turned out to be a gamble, resulting in total loss overnight. How could he obtain that 6,000 yuan? In many reincarnation novels, 4- or 5-year-old children can persuade their parents to invest their life savings based on their whims, while 12- or 13-year-olds engage confidently with government officials, offering counsel and strategies. Jiang Che, however, was not so naive. He understood that in this age, the prevailing attitude favored prudence and hard work. His diligent parents, like the vast majority of their contemporaries, did not hold stock market myths in high regard and were wary of speculative behavior. Their limited access to information fostered fear and a reluctance to engage with new concepts. Ironically, this widespread apprehension among the populace paved the way for the wealth myths of a select few, those audacious enough to embrace novelty and venture where others would not. It was no small feat to consider taking the entirety of his parents' painstakingly amassed savings. Despite having always been obedient and excelling academically, Jiang Che doubted his ability to persuade them to invest their hard-earned money in his ventures. Even with an 80% chance of success, he hesitated to be forthright. A rejection would seal his fate, leaving him unable to fabricate further excuses in time. He needed a method by which they would undoubtedly entrust him with their money, a straightforward deception. This task was both challenging and manageable, for Jiang Che knew his parents intimately. Their love for him was boundless. Regrettably, for the sake of a brighter future, he resolved to proceed with his plan. With determination, He rushed back to his dormitory, rousing Zheng Xinfeng from slumber while hastily stuffing various items into his backpack. "How many exams do we have left, and when are they?" he inquired. Zheng Xinfeng, still groggy, replied, "What's the matter with you? Don't you remember? There's just one left, mathematics, the day after tomorrow." Mathematics? Even if he were to sit for the exam now, passing seemed improbable, and waiting until the day after tomorrow posed further complications. He needed to rush to Shanghai and was uncertain of the chaos that awaited him. "There's no time," Jiang Che decisively stated. "When the time comes, please inform the teacher that I'm ill, seriously ill, and request a make-up exam for next semester." "Oh, where are you going?" "Alas, you have left. Whom shall I copy during the examination?" Zheng Xinfeng finally regained his senses, watching Jiang Che dash out of the dormitory without a backward glance. He called out, but to no avail. After a moment of stunned silence, he sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation, and shook his head helplessly, remarking that beneath the facade of indifference lay profound wounds. "Yi Qiongzhen, this matter between us is far from over." At this moment, the bus stop was devoid of a shelter. Only two concrete pillars stood, with a small platform extending above, resembling a makeshift umbrella. The crowd was sparse. Seizing the opportunity before the bus arrived, Jiang Che scrutinized the signpost, confirming that the route to the train station matched his recollections. As he turned, he was jostled by someone, stumbling several steps backward until he steadied himself by grasping the signpost with considerable effort. Standing at least 6 feet tall, even under winter attire, the bulk of the individual was apparent. When Jiang Che glanced at him, he noticed several onlookers exchanging furtive glances, signaling him to avoid confrontation with that person. In truth, Jiang Che had no intention of provoking Tang Lianzhao. This notorious figure was far too well known. Zheng Xinfeng had nearly faced a beating at his hands. Hence, Jiang Che's recollection of him remained vivid. Tang Lianzhao was the leader of a fierce group of about 40 youthful delinquents in the vicinity during Jiang Che's vocational school years. They were dubbed delinquents not solely for their penchant for violence and aimless loitering, but rather because, unlike those truly entrenched in the underworld, they lacked any financial ambition or clear objectives. In this era, many individuals deemed unruly found their fortunes in contracting, entertainment, and even the sale of pirated videos. Some ultimately ascended to wealth and power. However, Tang Lianzhao was not among them. He thrived merely on intimidation. It seemed to Jiang Che that only one sister could rein him in, as local residents, including students from several schools, would seek her out to report grievances. In turn, she would chastise him, often amidst tears, striking him while he merely bowed his head in apology, too intimidated to retort. Jiang Che was confident in his memories. For Tang Lianzhao's sister was even more renowned, the factory flower of the city textile second factory, Tang Yu. Recalling his first year at vocational school, before he began dating Yi Qiongzhen, he reminisced about sitting on the stone wall outside the factory with a group of seniors and juniors, waiting for the female workers to finish their shifts. In that era, the ordinary workers of state-owned enterprises, including textile laborers, held a respectable social status, rivaling that of students like Jiang Che. Many vocational and even university graduates aspired to join such enterprises. As dusk fell upon the present road, with golden rays illuminating the surroundings, hundreds of female textile workers clad in deep blue polyester uniforms emerged from the factory, adorned with various bags, their faces beaming with pride. They walked in groups, their heads held high, parading through the streets as if in a grand procession, transforming the thoroughfare into a vast stage. The young men were often dazzled, yet the moment Tang Yu appeared, tall and with cascading hair reaching her waist, she effortlessly captivated the attention of everyone around, igniting hushed whispers and a few daring whistles. Subsequently, she would lower her head, seeking refuge among her friends, hastening her pace. This situation persisted until a few audacious individuals, attempting to engage her in conversation, found themselves on the receiving end of Tang Lian's wrath, which prompted a change. In memory, she indeed seemed remarkably beautiful, exuding a fresh and gentle aura. As for her specific features, Jiang Che could not recall them clearly. He only remembered a moment years later when he stumbled upon a youthful photograph of Zuoshao, which astonished him. This actor bore a striking resemblance to the factory beauty he had encountered during his vocational school days. Chapter 6. I Caused Trouble at School. A large, bus-like vehicle resembling a rugged desert off-roader rumbled into the station with a clattering sound. A deep blue, graceful figure appeared in the distance. and Jiang Che no longer needed to strain his memory. It was the grand event, a melodious voice that could only belong to Tang Lian, a nickname that had endured from the days of arcades to the present digital age. Wait, big shot. Stop. Just listen to me. The voice became urgent, even frantic. As Tang Yu ran, her braided hair bouncing behind her. As she drew closer, Jiang Che observed her attire, a simple collared shirt with 5 buttons, dual chest pockets, and 2 slanted side pockets, complemented by a jacket that tapered at the hem. The deep blue work uniform from the textile factory was not particularly fashionable, yet it was clean and well-fitting. The pants were somewhat loose by contemporary standards, and the shoes did not quite match, but none of it mattered. For everything resonated in harmony, from her aura to her demeanor. Jiang Che was certain that in all his lifetimes, he had never encountered another who could wear such an ordinary work uniform with the same grace that Tang Yu embodied. She carried the unpretentious charm of a bygone era, radiating freshness and beauty. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity to admire her further as he hurriedly boarded the bus and settled into his seat by the window. The ticket collector approached and tore his ticket. Tang Lian also boarded, and the ticket collector dared not approach him, pretending not to notice. The driver continued to glance back, checking for latecomers. With a clang, Tang Lian struck the iron pole beside the bus door, producing a resonant sound. Did this lad conceal a knife in his sleeve? What was he up to? Drive, hurry. Before Tang Lian could shout his next command, the driver hastily started the vehicle, causing the entire bus to jolt forward. Big shot. Get down. I beg you. The blue figure chased after the bus. Suddenly, she fell, collapsing by the roadside. Tang Lian's expression immediately shifted. A loud clang echoed again. Stop. I said stop. Didn't you see my sister fall? The driver obediently halted the bus. In a flash, Tang Lian leaped from the vehicle and helped Tang Yu to her feet, his voice tinged with concern. Sister, are you all right? Jiang Che, peering through the window, saw Tang Yu rising, her bloodied hands gripping her brother's sleeve tightly, as she wept and murmured, Come on, big shot, let us go home. I shall not. I must confront him. My sister is not the only one facing unemployment. This is in response to national policy. Moreover, the situation has yet to be finalized. It is merely a matter that has been mentioned, instructing us to cease work and await further news. Nonsense. You were never even on that list. You were among the first. I have inquired, and that old scoundrel is deliberately using this to pressure you. He dares to set his sights on you. I shall not rest until I make him pay. But if you eliminate him, you'll end up in prison, perhaps even executed, leaving our family with just my sister. What shall I do then? Can you truly be at ease? I will obey, return with my sister, though our employment is lost. There will always be other avenues to pursue. At worst, we can borrow some money, and my sister can follow suit, opening a tailor shop. She possesses the skill. We shall not starve. Jiang Che sat by the window, intermittently listening to the conversation between the siblings. It seemed they were to be laid off, a first wave in '92, pioneers of sorts, and understandably more anxious and resistant to accept this fate. Yet, in this era, such occurrences are far from uncommon. What we witness now is merely a ripple, with the tides ahead growing ever more tumultuous. '92 is merely a starting point. The entire decade that follows will witness countless tears, upheaval, and the agonies and predicaments of numerous families, all inevitably caught in the relentless march of history. Those who have not lived through this era often struggle to comprehend the profound despair and helplessness wrought by the wave of layoffs in these years. Suddenly, the iron rice bowl is shattered, the source of livelihood vanishes, as the government that once oversaw every aspect of one's life abruptly withdraws its support. In this era, workers who once basked in glory and a sense of contentment found themselves utterly bewildered and unable to accept this sudden reality. Relatively speaking, conditions in the South were somewhat better, while in the northern and southwestern industrial provinces, it felt as though the sky had caved in. Consequently, when Huang Hong cheerfully declared during the Spring Festival Gala in '99, the people must think for the nation. If I do not resign, who will? Countless families felt stifled and despondent, unable to partake in the New Year's feast. Jiang Che suddenly recalled that his mother was also on the brink of being laid off from the only collective factory in the county, likely next year. He remembered that she had wept at home for several days over this prospect. Why are you staring? Get lost, all of you, and stay away. If you keep watching, I swear I will take you down. The abrupt shout interrupted Jiang Che's thoughts as Tang Lian supported his sister, turning to yell at the onlookers, who hurriedly dispersed. And you, driving the car. I've already gotten out. Why are you still parked here, spectating? Who else watching? I'm just concerned you might still want to get in. The driver muttered under his breath, restarting the engine. Tang Yu tugged at her brother's sleeve with some force. Her expression one of embarrassment as she turned to the passengers on the bus, offering a quiet nod of apology. Though the words were inaudible, the gesture was clear. Thus, through the window of the vehicle, her visage slowly glided past Jiang Che's line of sight. It was a face that could instantly transport any man back to an era of innocence, exquisite, pure, imbued with a serenity that is seldom encountered thereafter. Tears still lingered on her cheeks, her eyes clear and revealing a sense of unease, as they brimmed with tears that rendered her expression all the more vivid and heart-wrenching. At this moment, Jiang Che truly comprehended the essence of two idioms he once thought he understood, one being pear blossoms drenched in rain, and the other pitifully delicate. If a third were to be added, it would perhaps be clear and enchanting. Thank you, innocent era. His mood inexplicably lifted, Jiang Che murmured to himself, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The gazes of the two individuals met across the car window for merely an instant. Tang Yu glanced over, then hurriedly turned her head away. The vehicle drove further away. As Jiang Che admired the once familiar sights of this city, its chaotic streets, towering buildings, and clusters of tiled houses alongside gray, antiquated villas, he noticed, in the distance, the faint outlines of farmland and wasteland. In the coming decades, everything would transform. This place would evolve into a modern metropolis, home to millions. The visage of Tang Yu, imbued with the spirit of the times, resurfaced in his mind. Jiang Che suddenly recalled vague rumors he had heard about the factory flower siblings, who seemed to have encountered some misfortune, once the topic of much street-side gossip. However, he had not fully grasped the details at the time, and after 20 years, he found himself unable to remember clearly. It was 1992, yet another spring. This was a line that would later become widely recognized in song lyrics. In Jiang Che's understanding, compared to 1978, 1992 marked a more pivotal year in the process of reform and opening up, as it was the year when the status of the market economy was firmly established. From that point onward, each subsequent year would witness a rapid and profound transformation in work, life, money, material wealth, and even in people's thoughts and beliefs. Yet, in this year, the green trains had not yet gained speed and continued to be habitually delayed. After nearly an hour of waiting, Jiang Che finally embarked on his journey home. The high-speed rail would later connect Linzhou City and Shuichang City in a mere 2 hours, but this was 1992. Jiang Che jostled for 6 full hours in a crowded, noisy train car that emitted various unpleasant odors before arriving at the prefecture-level city of Shuichang. From there, he still needed to transfer and take a 3-hour bus ride to return to his hometown of Quan County. The bus arrived at 9 in the evening, the surroundings dimly lit. At this time, the station was not yet on the outskirts of the city. While Jiang Che's home lay in that very area, a modest 2.5-story building that would later appreciate significantly in value. During this era, there were hardly any taxis in small county towns, but fortunately, it was not large, and Jiang Che retraced his steps on foot, memories flooding back. Dad, Mom. Standing at the doorstep, as he called out, his eyes brimmed with emotion, yet he could not help but smile, overwhelmed with joy. Before him stood his parents, rejuvenated, truly looking youthful, with their glossy black hair, straightened postures, and firm grips. Jiang's mother grasped Jiang Che's arm, pulling him aside as she craned her neck to look into the distance. Still smiling, she exclaimed, "Why not call Aunt Zhang's shop first? Where's the girl?" "What girl? Hey, you mentioned last time you would bring one back for us to see. You even spoke of a surprise, claiming we would be satisfied. Have you forgotten? Or did the girl break up with you? Did I ever mention that?" Jiang Che endeavored to recollect the circumstances. Indeed, there had been a purpose behind mentioning it, primarily to lay the groundwork for a potential teaching position abroad. After all, if he were to accompany his wife for 2 years, there would be a semblance of reason that might ease his parents' concerns. Little did he know that events would take such an unexpected turn. Reflecting on his past life's caprices and obstinacy, and recalling the 7 years spent away from his parents, despite Jiang Che's relentless efforts to fulfill his filial duties thereafter, he had ultimately caused them considerable worry, prolonged solitude, and a multitude of regrets. He resolved to use this lifetime to make amends, but for the moment, he would have to temporarily burden his parents once more, he thought with resignation. Seated at the dining table, savoring a steaming bowl of egg noodles, Jiang Che found himself under the watchful gaze of his youthful parents, and he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. Perhaps he had added too much chili. He discreetly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and spoke up to mask his emotions. "School isn't on break yet, is it?" Jiang's father inquired calmly. Jiang Che nodded in affirmation. "Is something wrong?" His father glanced at the redness in his son's eyes, the struggle against tears evident on his face. "Do not be afraid. If something has happened, tell your father, and I will find a way to help you." Jiang Che hesitated. It was indeed a troubling situation, yet now seemed the perfect moment to assert that he could not let this opportunity slip away. It could be approached differently, gradually accumulating his first fortune, which was certainly feasible, but it would require a significantly greater investment of time, at least 3 to 5 times more, given that he was virtually starting from scratch. Having pondered this, Jiang Che lowered his head and mumbled, "I've gotten into trouble at school. They're demanding 6,000 yuan. Or else things could escalate, and I might be expelled." Chapter 7. The misunderstanding of his parents. Jiang's father and mother epitomized the archetypal honest and diligent individuals of their generation, relentlessly frugal to the last penny. Therefore, for Jiang Che to extract their entire savings could only stem from a circumstance that jeopardized his future. Otherwise, he would never muster the courage to take his father to Shanghai. "What on earth is going on, Che? How did it become so serious? Did you hurt someone at school?" Jiang's mother's face was etched with worry and confusion. To her, her son had always been exceptionally sensible. Jiang Che felt a pang of guilt and quickly rose to comfort his mother, shaking his head. "Mom, please don't worry. I didn't get into a fight." "Then what exactly happened?" It's hard to explain." He had yet to concoct a proper story, and witnessing his mother's concern nearly bring her to tears left him at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to be straightforward, even if he believed there was a mere 1% chance of success. Just as Jiang Che resolved to be candid, his father suddenly stood up, grasping Jiang's mother by the arm. "Come, let us go to our room to discuss this." "What is going on?" Jiang Che was left bewildered, sitting alone in the kitchen, abandoning his meal. Inside the room, Jiang's mother gazed at Jiang's father with astonishment. "What you said, is it true? And what else could it possibly be?" Jiang's father sighed. "Che mentioned wanting to bring a girl home, yet he hasn't tea, correct? Moreover, when you asked him just now, his expression was rather unsettling." Jiang Ma reflected for a moment, nodding slightly, as if recalling a distant memory. Then she stated that it was indeed their son who had caused the trouble, while the other party had yet to escalate the matter, seeking monetary compensation, correct? It was not as though anyone had been injured, and she could hardly articulate that at his age. He had been in a relationship with that young lady for nearly 2 years. Could there be any other possibility? Jiang Ba, removing the keys from his waist, opened the drawer while remarking, "There's no escape for this rascal. He must have gotten the girl pregnant, and now her family is found out." Jiang Ma scolded their son with a sharp remark, then suddenly grasped Jiang Ba's sleeve, exclaiming, "What shall we do now? What can we do?" Jiang Ba replied with resignation, "Tomorrow morning, I will withdraw all the money from the savings account to give to him. We must provide the funds. Firstly, we are at fault and must take responsibility. Secondly, could we refuse? Would the young lady's parents let him off the hook? If this matter escalates, Che's future would be utterly ruined." Jiang Ma responded, "I understand that, but my point is, if we accept this and pay up, can we ensure our grandson's safety? Should we perhaps inquire about the young lady's family? Find a matchmaker and formally propose?" Jiang Ba looked at Jiang Ma in astonishment. His previously dejected expression suddenly broke into a bittersweet smile as he shook his head in disbelief, saying, "Che's mother, what are you thinking? Even if you are eager to become a grandmother, the young lady still has half a year of studies left, and she is only 18, soon to secure a stable job in the public sector. Do you think they would agree?" Jiang Ma pondered for a moment, then nodded helplessly, letting out a sigh as she sank down onto the edge of the bed, lamenting, "Oh, my dear grandson." Perhaps neither of them realized that their hearts were generous and sincere, for throughout this ordeal, they never considered whether 6,000 was too much or if they could negotiate. Acknowledging their own shortcomings, even in their distress, they never contemplated resorting to dishonesty, nor did they consider whether the other party might be too intimidated to pursue the matter. Thus, they never pondered the coincidence that the other side demanded 6,000, and they just happened to have precisely that amount. As for doubting that Jiang Che might be deceiving them, that thought was even more unfathomable. They had watched their child grow from infancy, and they were confident of his character. That evening, Jiang Che received no response. During that time, Jiang Ba visited once, hesitating several times to speak, ultimately choosing silence, and directly sent Jiang Che back to his room to sleep. In this era, it remains quite difficult for parents to discuss matters of romance with their children. That night, with a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, Jiang Che struggled to fall asleep. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered that his parents were already in his room. The 6,000 yuan, your mother has sewn it into the pocket of this jacket. It was only at the moment Jiang Ba handed the jacket, laden with money, to Jiang Che that he truly felt the weight of sorrow, so profound that his hands trembled slightly. 6,000 yuan. The amount spent on building their home in previous years was scarcely more. In an instant, their entire savings had been depleted. Jiang Ma's monthly salary from her factory job was merely a little over 100 yuan, and Jiang Ba was now doing odd jobs, earning money with great difficulty. The effort it took to save that sum over the years is all too apparent, yet now it had vanished in an instant. You truly are thoughtless, you little rascal. Father Jiang raised his hand, yet ultimately did not bring it down. In truth, Jiang Che often faced punishment during his childhood, but since he turned 16, his father had refrained from using physical discipline. He declared that a boy, upon reaching the age of 16, becomes a man, and a man should not grow accustomed to bowing his head to endure blows. Mother Jiang, however, harbored no such reservations. With tear-filled eyes, she approached and fiercely pinched Jiang Che's arm, exclaiming, "You are driving me to despair." Though she was deeply pained by the financial burden, her heart ached even more for her eldest grandson. Jiang Che remained silent, not daring to dodge her ire. Eventually, the atmosphere softened, and Mother Jiang ceased her tears. Father Jiang took a moment to compose himself before speaking. "I shall not accompany you on this journey. It would only lead to embarrassment. However, remember this, the thread in your inner pocket can only be removed upon meeting the people there. Furthermore, no matter how hot it gets on the road, do not remove your clothing. Also, as you wear it, you will naturally feel the money at your chest. Do not constantly check it, nor foolishly press against it. Do you understand? Especially while traveling, pretend as if nothing is amiss. Otherwise, you may attract thieves." This was sage advice from the father, and Jiang Che nodded earnestly. "How long will you be gone?" Father Jiang inquired. "Surely you will return for the new year?" Mother Jiang added, for all her concerns about money, her deepest worry remained her son. Jiang Che pondered for a moment, while he was uncertain about the specifics. He surmised that the purchase certificate could not simply be sold immediately. He would likely need to stay there for a while, observing the situation. "I will find a way to call. Do not worry," he reassured them. Upon hearing this, Father and Mother Jiang exchanged glances, both thinking that their daughter-in-law might be confined after giving birth. In such circumstances, if the other family agreed, Jiang Che ought to stay nearby and tend to her, given that it was his fault for causing her such distress. If they were in the position of having a daughter, Father Jiang mused, he would certainly want to punish that scoundrel. Driven by this simple yet profound sentiment, they begrudgingly accepted the 6,000. "Take care of yourself out there. Do not be reckless, and call if anything arises," Father Jiang advised. After uttering these words, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a bundle of cash, all in small denominations, 2, 5, and 10 yuan bills. "Here are 267 yuan. Keep it with you." When Father Jiang offered the money, Jiang Che found himself lacking the courage to accept it. "Take it. Surely you won't starve yourself? Moreover, you will need it for the journey," Father Jiang insisted, pressing the money against the bedside. "Do not keep it all in one pocket. Distribute it among your pockets, inside and out, so that if you lose some, you will not lose it all at once." This was a humble father imparting his limited life experiences through careful reminders to his son about to embark on a journey. Jiang Che had heard such advice countless times throughout his life. "I only need this much," he said, taking half of the stack, around 100 yuan. Since even 2 yuan notes had been drawn forth, he could imagine the family's circumstances. Yet it was precisely for this reason that he felt compelled to go. This society is pragmatic, and it will only become more so. Money is indeed of utmost importance. This time, he had the opportunity to lay the eternal foundation of wealth for the family, ensuring a lifetime of prosperity and stability. Father Jiang shot a stern glance at his son and said, "Take it. It's yours. When has the family ever needed you to calculate expenses during the new year? Do you think your father can't even earn money for the celebrations? Truly unnecessary worry. I still have over 200 yuan in unpaid wages outside, rest assured. Now, hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast. We mustn't miss the bus." With that, Father Jiang pushed himself up from his knees, tugged at Mother Jiang's sleeve, and the couple left the room together. However, just before stepping out the door, Father Jiang paused, turned, and looked into Jiang Che's eyes, saying, "Everyone makes mistakes. But we learn from our experiences. Che, you are 18 now. It's time to be sensible." After saying this, he turned away. Jiang Che gazed at his father's broad shoulders, a sturdy backbone like a mountain. Chapter 8. The unexpected oversupply. Will the wages be settled before the new year? Otherwise, we might not even afford oil for cooking this year. The factory can't provide any benefits. After distancing herself from Jiang Che, Mother Jiang helplessly asked Father Jiang, "Currently, we have less than 20 yuan left. I'll ask again later. Don't worry, if all else fails, I'll find some odd jobs before the new year. Perhaps hauling bricks at the brick factory for a few days. I will ensure we celebrate the new year." Father Jiang comforted his wife with a man's unwavering resolve. Or, Mother Jiang suggested, "If we can't find any work, I could join you for a few days of odd jobs." Father Jiang was taken aback. "Is the factory not operational?" Mother Jiang frowned and replied, "It has been ages since there was any proper work available. The factory just issued a notice stating that everyone will take turns working. If you're not working, you won't receive any wages. I checked the schedule, and it will take about a week before it's our turn again. At this rate, the factory will go under and will starve." Disaster struck amidst calamity, yet Father Jiang masked his worries with a smile, saying, "Then you should rest at home for a few days. I will find a way to bring in some money." Mother Jiang smiled faintly, but seemed to suddenly recall something, her expression turning anxious. "By the way, what about the money we promised to invest in my niece's furniture factory? It's 6,000 yuan. Oh dear, 6,000. It pains me so." 6,000 yuan was a burden Father Jiang could not even attempt to bear. "What can we do? Let's be straightforward. We should just say we currently lack the funds to invest, so we won't be participating. They shouldn't be short on this 6,000, right?" Father Jiang said helplessly. "They certainly aren't lacking in funds. They initially said they wanted to help our family because of our kinship." Mother Jiang continued, "But I had promised before. And now to suddenly say we have no money to invest will surely provoke my two sisters' tempers. They are soft-hearted yet sharp-tongued, and if they find out, it won't be pleasant." Mother Jiang muttered a few words and cursed under her breath, yet her frustration remained unresolved. Her sister's children, having ventured into trade earlier, were now well off, thus maintaining a condescending attitude towards Mother Jiang's family. In this regard, Mother Jiang had her own understanding under the veil of familial ties. Yet both Father Jiang and Jiang Che were acutely aware of the dynamics. With their characteristic sense of superiority, the situation at hand was met with an air of ignorance among relatives, a futile endeavor akin to trying to lift mud from a wall, destined for misfortune. Jiang's father offered a wry smile and remarked, "As long as it doesn't affect their business, it is what it is. We can only allow them their idle chatter." Jiang's mother, somewhat reluctant, inquired, "So you will still have to take on odd jobs?" Jiang's father replied breezily, "What of it? It's been years already. Perhaps I should speak to them. You could assist them for the time being," she suggested, but Jiang's father promptly refused, for he possessed a strong sense of pride. "Yet, your skills with that fabric sofa are quite valuable. It would be a shame to waste them." "There is no shame in having multiple skills," he countered. "When I learned to use an abacus, I never imagined I would become the village accountant. Similarly, when I learned to drive a tractor at the brick factory, I never foresaw it would lead to earning money through labor. Skills acquired remain with you. They will always prove useful." He spoke with a calm demeanor. But Jiang's mother understood that Jiang Che would be aware of his father's current disappointment. He had long hoped to initiate change, yet he concealed his aspirations, diligently toiling away. This was a man who had quietly taught himself the art of abacus since his youth, a man eager to learn anything he could. And now he had even taken the initiative to learn furniture craftsmanship. In his previous life, the 6,000 yuan he lost felt like a betrayal, a significant blow to a man now in his 40s, contemplating one last effort. This time, for the future of his son. He had no choice but to bear the burden in silence. With a heavy heart, Jiang Che set out, feeling the weight of his parents' guilt as they sent him off. He contemplated leaving a note for them, revealing the truth and his intentions, but given his current circumstances, such honesty would only serve to incite further worry. They might even believe he had fallen prey to deceit, racing out to find him in desperation. Thus, the note would have to be a message of comfort and reassurance, urging them to remain calm and take care of themselves. Surely, it was better than being swindled by his cousin's husband into gambling. Moreover, This was merely a temporary departure from home, a thought Jiang Che clung to for solace. Upon reaching the end of the alley, Jiang Che was taken aback to find his ailing grandfather waiting at the entrance. "I saw your father leave to withdraw money this morning and had a feeling something was amiss," the old man said. "This isn't much, but take it." With an insistence that brooked no refusal, the elder pressed a handful of crumpled bills, totaling over 100 yuan, into Jiang Che's hands. Without allowing him time to respond, he turned and walked away, puffing on his bamboo pipe. Jiang Che recalled how, years later, he had rushed back to see his grandfather, who had clung to life until the very last moment, casting one final glance at him before closing his eyes. The early 1990s in Shanghai still retained echoes of the Republic era. Compared to the later prosperity and modernity, this state of the bustling marketplace held a unique charm. At 4 o'clock on January 22, 1992, a weary Jiang Che arrived at Shanghai railway station. With a mere 6,242 yuan and 70 cents remaining to his name. This implies that the total amount he could spend is 242 yuan and 70 cents, likely including the return fare, should the subscription certificate take a long time to yield returns. At this moment, before dawn, Jiang Che simply nestled his backpack at the train station and dozed for a while. When morning broke, he freshened up, enjoyed a bowl of soy milk, and consumed 2 steamed buns. After breakfast, he sought out the owner for a large bottle of water and purchased 4 more buns to stow away in his backpack. Recalling the vivid yet indistinct memories of the frenzied stock market scenes from the early 1990s, with almost desperate lines, Jiang Che steeled himself for a relentless pursuit. He inquired about taxis but found them too costly. Thus, he opted to carry his bag, walking and observing while seeking information. Uncle, auntie, elder brother, elder sister, little sister. "Oh dear, I'm nearly 40, and you call me little sister? Are you trying to be cheeky?" My apologies, comrade sister." At that time, the term beauty had not yet become commonplace, so perhaps miss would suffice. Jiang Che was uncertain whether miss had already begun to imply a certain connotation. He cautiously and politely asked, "Excuse me, where can I purchase the stock subscription certificate? Is there a sales point nearby?" The responses were somewhat unexpected. Most individuals he queried shook their heads in confusion, retorting, "What is that? Never heard of it." Among those who had heard of it, the majority, speaking in their heavily accented Mandarin, kindly cautioned him. "Oh, that thing is a scam. You're young and don't understand. Don't waste your family's money, all right? Why? It costs 30 yuan apiece. It's highway robbery. Moreover, after buying, you must enter a lottery. Isn't that just a gamble? This year, only about 10 stocks are issued. Do you think many will win the lottery? If you don't win, that's 30 yuan spent on a worthless piece of paper." Understand? He did understand. Jiang Che truly grasped why this 1992 stock subscription certificate would later evoke such lamentations and regrets among countless individuals for having missed the opportunity to acquire it. The reason lay precisely in the words of these people. It was this widespread consensus, enveloping over 90% of the populace's fear and resistance, that propelled the certificate to prominence. The number of buyers would be few, and the odds of winning the lottery would be unimaginably high. Jiang Che arrived at a conclusion. However, without the support of memories from a past life, or even if that past self had indeed come to Shanghai, Jiang Che pondered that he would likely have a significant chance of hesitating. Even if he did not falter, he would not dare to stake too much. This encapsulates the essence of nearly all wealth stories spanning the 14 years preceding the reform and opening up. The vast majority of individuals, owing to entrenched thought patterns and habitual lifestyles, remain skeptical and apprehensive when confronted with new phenomena, unable to embrace them for an extended period. Thus, during this phase, those in the ordinary strata who could truly amass wealth could likely be classified into 2 types. 1, exceptionally intelligent, rational, and clear-headed. The other, blindly impulsive, with a gambler's disposition. Finally, a man around 40 pointed Jiang Che towards the lobby of an industrial and commercial bank, stating, "You can buy it there. I just purchased 2. Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Che swiftly advanced. "Hey, young man," someone called out from behind him. Jiang Che turned around. "These are $30 each, you know? Buying 1 or 2 for luck is fine, but don't waste your parents' money," the person kindly reminded him. At that moment, Jiang Che pondered whether he should advise the man to purchase more. Hesitating briefly, he ultimately abandoned the thought, nodded, and stepped into the somewhat vacant bank hall. With ample time, he opted to observe for a while. In nearly half an hour, 7 individuals had come to purchase subscription certificates. Some bought 1, others 2, and the most ambitious among them purchased 4. This was sufficient evidence to indicate that the pricey and unreliable 92 prosperity certificates were struggling to sell. Chapter 9. The Fate of Lives Before the Wheels of History. Another half hour passed, and Jiang Che finally encountered the first substantial buyer in the bank hall. A man, seemingly in his 30s and clad in factory work attire, hurriedly entered, declaring his intention to purchase 30 subscription certificates for $900, an amount equivalent to nearly half a year's salary, which is not easily saved. Sir, allow me to assist you with the registration. Do you have your ID? A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, approached briskly, greeting him warmly. Jiang Che had initially thought this man, who had been standing idly in the corner opposite him, was merely observing the sales of the subscription certificates, much like himself. However, upon hearing his introduction, Jiang Che learned that he was Manager Xie Xing, a salesman dispatched by the international Huangpu. From Manager Xie's earlier indifference and his now animated demeanor, Jiang Che deduced 2 things. First, the sales of the subscription certificates were indeed dismal and disheartening. Second, the salesman earned commissions. Next up, it was my turn. Observing the situation, I surmised that not possessing a local Shanghai ID should not pose a significant issue. Jiang Che had just discovered that the 92 prosperity certificates were exclusively intended for the residents of Shanghai, requiring a local ID for purchase. With no limit on the number of certificates one could buy per ID. How biased the state is. Unfortunately, it appeared that the people of Shanghai did not seem to appreciate this privilege. Just moments ago, Jiang Che had fretted over this predicament, fearing it would be troublesome. Now, it seemed there was no need for further hesitation. With a slight thrill, he waited quietly. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his arm as someone yanked him from behind. We're not buying. We're not buying. The sound is louder than the person. Jiang Che stumbled a couple of steps before regaining his balance and turning around. A woman clutching a child rushed past him, directly grabbing the worker's clothing and shouting loudly, "Dad, Mom, hurry up. This spendthrift man has secretly withdrawn money to buy that fraudulent certificate." Her voice was filled with urgency and emotion, tinged with a hint of tears. The child in her arms seemed startled, bursting into tears. Moments later, an elderly couple rushed in from the entrance. Without uttering a word, they immediately took action. The woman rifled through the man's pockets while the man struck him on the head, exclaiming, "You spendthrift, where's the money?" The worker, enduring a harsh reprimand, clutched his pocket tightly, his face contorted in anguish as he murmured, "Mom, Dad, you don't understand. Please don't meddle with my wife's affairs. I've calculated this investment. It will surely yield profits, and our family's future will improve." What nonsense! Our current circumstances are hardly a burden for you, are they? I have already taken on your responsibilities. You just need to work diligently at the factory, collect your salary and benefits, and you'll never have to worry in your life. The father, growing agitated, gasped slightly before muttering, "You? Have you really done the math? Do you think I'm unaware of your academic performance? You can't even count your own eggs. Indeed, my child, do not assume we are oblivious. Everyone is saying this is gambling. You cannot be foolish enough to risk our family's stability. We rely on your income to save and survive." The mother, tears welling in her eyes, implored him sincerely, "Please, trust me just this once, Mom and Dad. You don't know how many people have struck it rich. In our factory alone, several have earned enough to resign and venture into business. Think of the stock market. You've heard of Yang Million and Shaoshandong. Haven to you? And Shenzhen is too far, but you must have seen the new district in Pudong." The man gritted his teeth, pleading and defending his stance. "Business? That's simply reselling. In the past, the police would have arrested them for that. Do you think it's a respectable way to make a living? Who respects such individuals anymore? Pudong is merely a remote, impoverished corner. It's only for those who can't make ends meet. Didn't we once say we would prefer a bed in Puxi over a room in Pudong? And regarding that Yang Million, inquiries have been made. And he didn't buy any shares this time. I assure you, someone in our dormitory knows a distant relative of his. Please, don't make things difficult for us. I am content with our current life. We do not need you to become wealthy." The father, mother, and wife each voiced their concerns, while the child continued to wail. The scene before them, a family in tears, earnestly urging one another, felt unbearably heavy. This encapsulates the inertia of a small-town family's adherence to their past way of life. It's hard to determine right from wrong. They remain unaware that a monumental change is on the horizon, one that will irrevocably shatter all they have known. Regardless of their acceptance, can this worker persist? In this moment, no one understands better than Jiang Che that the man's forthcoming decision will significantly influence the family's future. Will they soon become a destitute family of laid-off workers? Or will he amass a fortune, thereby evolving his mindset and embarking on a new path? The man, who possesses considerable ambition and a willingness to strive, finds himself burdened by the weight of his family's expectations. Surrounded by 4 pairs of watchful eyes, he ultimately falters, sighing deeply and slowly releasing his grip on his pocket. No regrets, no regrets. The woman wiped her tears, allowing a smile to break through her sorrow. Quickly retrieving money from her husband's pocket and turning to hand it to her parents, saying, "Here, Mom and Dad, keep this safe. All right, rest assured. I will promptly deposit it for a fixed term to earn interest." Upon receiving the money, the woman took hold of her husband while the father entertained the child, leading them home together. The man, visibly dejected and reluctant, was dragged to the door, yet he could not resist glancing back, only to be pulled away forcefully. The woman's family approached the stock subscription certificate with the same wariness one would reserve for venomous snakes. That gentleman had indeed wished to make a purchase. Why did manager Xie not advocate for him earlier? Jiang Che approached and inquired with Xie. It was rather surprising that, as a salesman, he had remained silent in such circumstances. Are you afraid of reprimand? Perhaps even physical retaliation? Do you believe that? Xie glanced at Jiang Che, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, "The higher-ups impose tasks so relentlessly that none among us can accomplish them. Only I, with audacity, sought to peddle to an old classmate, only to be scolded and driven out by his wife. Such misfortune, to be cast out despite being a harbinger of wealth." As Jiang Che pondered this, a robust young man burst through the door. With a resounding clap, he slammed a hefty stack of subscription certificates onto the counter, exclaiming in fury, "Which scoundrel sold this worthless certificate to my mother? She came to deposit money, and you deceived her with this nonsense? 6,000. 6,000 yuan for this heap of scrap paper? Speak, who is responsible?" The clerks at the counter turned their gazes towards Xie. Although he was not the one responsible, he was the head of the promotion. "Is it you?" The young man approached, pointing at the 200 certificates and then at Xie, his teeth clenched in fury. "Refund it," Xie whispered. "That has already been sold." "I said refund it." The young man revealed a kitchen knife hidden beneath his coat, his expression menacing as he hissed, "If you don't refund, I will kill your entire family." What would the sentiments of Xie classmates, his wife, the working-class brother, and this young man be in due course? How many others share their plight? Jiang Che contemplated the marvels of fate. Fortunately, in this life, I have been granted a second chance, a dual existence, with foresight. At least in many instances, I can seize destiny by the throat. Chapter 10. The pain of poverty. Xie found himself in a quandary. The funds from the earlier sale had already been accounted for. 6,000 yuan. Who would bear the burden? How could it be procured? Even if the money were gathered, 200 certificates were at stake. If a refund were to occur, who could predict how long it would take to sell them again? Should he bear the cost himself? Not to mention the fact that, even if he had enough funds, he would not dare to purchase such a large quantity. Previously, in his effort to meet targets, he had reluctantly bought 20 certificates, which had already prompted a confrontation with his wife. But the knife was still gleaming ominously before him. This young man was clearly not a typical member of Shanghai society. He did not appear to be one to be trifled with, and he might indeed resort to violence. Should I call security? Perhaps even the police? "Brother, would you kindly wait a moment while I speak with Manager Xie?" Jiang Che gently tugged Xie aside. "Who are you, young man?" Xie inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I am Jiang Che," he replied. "I am not from this locality and do not possess a Shanghai identification." Xie's eyes lit up with a glimmer of skepticism, yet he declared resolutely, "No worries, I can handle this. Actually, those certificates don't even require re-registration with ID cards. None of them have been officially registered yet. Blank slates? Are blank slates acceptable?" "Absolutely," Xie reassured. "Nearly all the ones we've sold so far are like this." Jiang Che nodded, reassured. In the absence of robust legislation, there was an unspoken principle. The law does not punish the multitude. Since most certificates being sold were unregistered, there was no risk. In fact, it might even make reselling them easier in the future. With a faint smile, Jiang Che inquired, "Brother Xie, how much commission do you earn per certificate?" Xing stiffened momentarily before forcing an awkward chuckle. Ah, so you're an insider, young brother. 3 mao per certificate, split between me and the bank teller. Only 3 mao per certificate, divided among several people? Jiang Che hesitated, reconsidering his initial plan to exploit the situation for a kickback. Forget it. Better not stoop to petty schemes. Unzipping his jacket, Jiang Che bit through the stitching of his inner pocket, tore open the seam, and retrieved a plastic-wrapped bundle of 6,000 yuan. I'll take those 200 certificates. The transaction concluded swiftly. Xing escorted Jiang Che to the door, genuinely astonished that this young man had produced such a sum in one go, and with the audacity to invest it all in subscription certificates. Here is my card, Xie said, presenting a business card with both hands. Young brother Jiang Che, thank you. I won't forget this. Since you're dabbling in stocks, if there is ever anything I can assist with, don't hesitate to reach out. Jiang Che accepted it with a polite nod. My contact and address are on there. I'm with Huangpu, though my position isn't particularly high. Xie hesitated, then met Jiang Che's gaze with a conflicted expression. To be honest, even those of us working in related departments were only pressured into buying 1 or 2 certificates by our superiors. He's decent, actually concerned for me. But if even insiders are uncertain, that's a good sign. Don't worry, brother Xie. My family and I discussed this thoroughly. Tucking the card into his pocket, Jiang Che turned to leave. Fool, scoffed the burly young man who had been waiting at the door. Even young millionaire didn't buy a single one. And here you are splurging on so many. Prepare to weep. How unkind. Jiang Che mused inwardly. After resolving his problem, not a word of gratitude, just mockery. All right, Jiang Che replied mildly, watching as the man strode away. Again, this talk of young millionaire abstaining, a sudden realization struck him. Could someone be deliberately shaping this narrative? Among those earnestly discouraging purchases, might there be a few quietly amassing fortunes in certificates? Masterful. In this era, they already know how to manipulate public sentiment, sway the masses, and profit from the chaos. Regardless, for now, we're in the same trench. The only difference? They feast on the spoils, while I sip the broth. It is merely 2 sets of stock subscription certificates, 100 consecutive numbers constituting a single set. Jiang Che currently possesses 2 sets. How significant are these 2 sets? In comparison to the average individual, they undoubtedly amount to a considerable fortune, potentially yielding tens or even hundreds of thousands. However, given the rarity and precious nature of this opportunity, such an amount seems rather meager, insufficient, indeed. The next issuance of subscription certificates will be in Shenzhen, where 1 million will queue, with each individual limited to a single purchase per identification, and the odds of winning a lottery ticket are exceedingly low. The difficulties and returns associated with that scenario are entirely incomparable to this one. Thus, this transaction is essentially a golden opportunity. Jiang Che does not intend to engage in the stock market long-term. His knowledge on the subject is not extensive enough, nor sufficiently clear. Continuing to navigate could lead to perilous waves that may consume him. He merely seeks to unearth his first pot of gold from this venture. The more, the better. Moments ago, as he reached out to accept these 2 exquisitely printed stock subscription certificates, his heart brimmed with joy, excitement, even exhilaration. Yet now, those emotions have morphed into disappointment, regret, gloom, and helplessness. Opportunities are fleeting, and greed in this context is not misguided, as Jiang Che is acutely aware of the stakes. In such circumstances, refraining from desire would be folly. He acknowledges that he cannot influence the greater picture. He merely wishes to acquire more sets. The more, the better. Yet, he finds himself constrained by a lack of funds. His household has already been depleted, and prospects for deception or borrowing are non-existent. 3,000 yuan is a substantial sum in this era. Few families can muster such an amount, and those who could would be reluctant to part with it. This sensation is akin to knowing that an auction in Myanmar tomorrow could yield a piece of jadeite rough for 100 million yuan. Once cut, it could be worth 2 billion. Yet, one cannot make the journey to Myanmar, nor can one procure that sum. What to do? Seek a partner? The question remains, who would trust you? And if they do, how can you ensure they will include you in the venture? You can only watch helplessly as another affluent individual grows wealthier. The absence of money is indeed painful. With a wary eye, Jiang Che waited until he saw a man with a knife turn down the street ahead before he swiftly veered into another alley, blending into the crowd. Someone is following me. Not far into his escape, Jiang Che sensed it. Turning around, he spotted a man of about 40, dressed somewhat sloppily, with dirty clothing and disheveled hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon being detected, the man did not retreat. Instead, he approached with a smile. "I happened to see you purchasing those subscription certificates at the Industrial and Commercial Bank just now," he said, his heavy Hubei accent evident. "You shouldn't flaunt your wealth too openly, you know?" Was it a threat or a genuine warning? Jiang Che felt a surge of caution and replied calmly, "Thank you. I see that your money is tucked neatly in your inner pocket. The stitching is impeccable, quite secure, so it's likely not your handiwork. Your mother must have sewn it for you, hasn't she?" The man noticed the perplexed look in Jiang Che's eyes and smiled, explaining, "So I deduce that you buying so many at once isn't because your family is wealthy. That sum is likely all your family's savings, perhaps even borrowed as a desperate gamble. Yet you remain so composed. Are you truly that confident? What sharp observation and judgment. What does he do, and what does he want?" Jiang Che countered, "Brother, are you also here to buy subscription certificates?" The man shook his head, stubbed out his cigarette, then pulled out another and offered it to Jiang Che. Declining, Jiang Che watched as the man lit it for himself, took a drag, and said, "No. My elderly father is hospitalized here, and I came to accompany him. Just stepped out for a walk and happened to see you. Honestly, I've never dabbled in this before, just saw it, and suddenly got curious. Somehow, I ended up following you. Don't mind me, little brother. It's fine. All right then. Thank you, little brother. I'll go back and think it over." With an old-fashioned cupped hand gesture, the man expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. As for his earlier question, it no longer needed asking, because Jiang Che's demeanor, even after being called out for gambling his family's fortune, remained unshaken. He neither concealed nor denied it, nor did he desperately try to justify himself for reassurance. None of the reactions an ordinary person might have shown were present in Jiang Che. So, the man already had his answer. Chapter 11. Practicing qigong together. Dad, our son just called. After purchasing the subscription certificates, Jiang Che had phoned the small grocery store near his home, a number he had made sure to confirm before leaving. The shopkeeper, Aunt Zhang, had eagerly fetched Jiang's mother. Having spun such a colossal lie and swindled his father so severely, offering some comfort was necessary. Still, Jiang Che didn't dare admit the deception over the phone, much less confess that he used the money to buy stock subscription certificates. At the time, Jiang's father wasn't home, so during lunch, the moment he returned, his wife eagerly relayed the news. Aunt Zhang said the call came from Shanghai. The girl's from Shanghai? Jiang's father pondered, then sighed. That's a big city family. This might get complicated. What's complicated about it? Jiang's mother untied her apron, wearing her first relaxed smile in 2 days. "Listen, I asked him directly on the phone. Ah, so the boy knows we know? How awkward for him. He did freeze for a long while. I had to remind him how expensive the call was before he snapped out of it. But Chair said it seems the girl's family never really intended to take all that money. He should be able to bring some back." "Really? That's good. That's good. Seems they're honest people, not out to swindle us after all." Jiang's father finally smiled, his heartache easing somewhat. 6,000 yuan. Had it not been for his son's wrongdoing toward the girl, had it not been for the fear of Jiang Che being expelled and losing his soon-to-be secured government job, Jiang's father would never have gritted his teeth and accepted such an extortionate sum. Now, hearing that some of it might return, he couldn't help but feel relieved. "Indeed, I surmise that my in-laws were both incensed at the time and perhaps wished to test our family's integrity. This time, we have assuredly demonstrated our sincerity. The 6,000 yuan is a sum we can readily manage, and it is clear that we are indeed a respectable family. Hence, I believe my daughter-in-law must be on her way." Jiang Ma mused with joy. "You are so earnest," Jiang Ba chuckled, shaking his head. He added, however, "A portion of the money must certainly be provided, and all expenses should be borne by our family. That way, if Chair calls again, you can tell him that the money he brings back must not exceed 3,000. Jiang Ma nodded, her eyes glimmering as she raised her head. 3,000? Do you think I could perhaps have a word with my second sister and my nephew-in-law about this? Maybe they would let us invest in it as well. Let it be. It's best not to inquire further," Jiang Ba pondered. "Didn't you already hear your sister's words during our last conversation? I shall think it over myself and see what we can manage with that 3,000. By the way, has Chair mentioned when he will return?" Fearing that Jiang Ma would dwell on the matter of investment, Jiang Ba swiftly diverted the topic. He mentioned that it might not be soon, but if he can return after the new year, that would be splendid. Jiang Ma, while placing dishes on the table, remarked, regardless. As long as there is food and shelter, he might even bring back a daughter-in-law. I must save my few hens for her arrival, to ensure she is well nourished. In this family, Jiang Ma was relatively carefree, somewhat oblivious, yet delightfully amusing. "Oh no," she suddenly exclaimed. "What is it?" Jiang Ba asked, alarmed. Aunt Zhang was eavesdropping while I was on the phone with Che, and she was munching on pumpkin seeds. "Oh dear," with her loose tongue. "This news is bound to spread. Oh no, my Che's reputation. I must hurry and stop her." With a thump of her thigh, Jiang Ma rushed out in a flurry. I had only concocted half a lie, yet my parents could deduce such a reasonable interpretation. Impressive, indeed. Earlier, when Jiang Ma had directly posed her question, Jiang Che had chosen to acquiesce and follow her narrative. Since there was now a plausible explanation for the matter, there was no need to rush into a clarification. Moreover, had Jiang Che denied it at that moment, he would have had to fabricate another lie to sustain for a while. Hence, it was best to concede. Listening to his mother's tone on the phone, he felt a sense of reassurance enveloping the home for the time being. Jiang Che meticulously wound the thread around the needles and several times, tying a knot, which he deemed insufficiently secure, and tied another before biting off the thread end and stowing away the newly purchased needle and thread in his backpack. Learning from his parents, Jiang Che wrapped 200 subscription certificates in layers of plastic and sewed them into the inner pocket of his clothing, feeling a sense of solidity in his heart. Sitting on a bench in the roadside park, he took a sip of water, gazing at this city, which would one day be worth its weight in gold. He observed the somewhat dilapidated streets, the incessant stream of bicycles, and the faces of the people on them, simple yet earnest. The worry and dissatisfaction lingered. Even acquiring just one more set would be a blessing. There are only 10 days left, just 10 days. What am I to do? And with so little money remaining. Jiang Che only now realizes that his previous haste led him to commit a grave error. He should not have rushed to purchase those 2 subscription certificates. Instead, he ought to have devised a way to make that 6,000 yuan work for him. 3,000 yuan within 10 days. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Reluctant to spend on a proper meal, he settled for the steamed bun he had prepared in the morning and, at night, sought a hotel. Upon inquiry, he discovered the rate was 30 yuan per night, a sum he was unwilling to part with. In this day and age, 30 yuan, did he think he was in Shenzhen? Surely they were taking advantage of his youth and outsider status, hoping to exploit him. 30 yuan could equate to a subscription certificate, and who could predict its future value? Perhaps, in a matter of days, 30 could transform into thousands. Before contemplating ways to earn money, Jiang Che believed it prudent to conserve resources. Ultimately, when he found himself with no viable options, he decided to purchase a few certificates rather than a complete set. It was too late to search for cheaper accommodations further afield, so he returned to the train station and made do for the night. Youth had its advantages. Regardless of the setting or position, he could always find rest. On the 2nd and 3rd days in Shanghai, after rising early and completing his morning routine, Jiang Che wandered about, exploring every nook and cranny of Shanghai's streets and markets. How was it that protagonists in rebirth novels could effortlessly acquire thousands from the most trivial of items? A mere ball of yarn or a notebook could incite a frenzy among crowds, compelling them to part with a month's wages. After 2 days of observation, Jiang Che identified numerous potential avenues for making money, but none were truly suitable. Time was too tight. No opportunity could yield quick returns. He dismissed physical labor and arbitrage, as his capital of 200 yuan was insufficient for any substantial trade. The most pragmatic option was to set up a stall. Unfortunately, in Shanghai, circa 1992, various shops and stalls were already abundant. Even if he could make a profit, it was unlikely he could earn a significant sum swiftly. On the 3rd night, the temperature unexpectedly dropped, awakening Jiang Che from his slumber with a shiver, and he realized he was a bit hungry. Starving and freezing, he gazed upon a ground strewn with golden bricks, yet found himself without a shovel, unable to dig. He mused that he could hardly be a more unfortunate rebirth. Wrapping himself in layers of clothing extracted from his backpack, he lay back, waiting for dawn. Gritting his teeth, he vowed that after this ordeal, he would never again find himself short of money. On January 25, 1992, the 4th day of Jiang Che's stay in Shanghai, the morning dawned overcast and cold, though thankfully devoid of wind. He munched on a coarse grain bread as he strolled through a small park beside the train station, contemplating that if he could not find a promising opportunity today, he would resort to setting up a stall, not in Shanghai itself. Perhaps he could procure some novel gloves, scarves, and stationery to sell in the smaller towns surrounding Shanghai, where the market might be more favorable. Prices could be more flexible, as the asymmetry of information often served as a wellspring of wealth. The only downside was the transportation cost. He hoped to hitch a ride on a freight truck. As he pondered, he turned a corner and was greeted by a vast open space teeming with people. Some were sprawled or seated on the ground in a myriad of peculiar and distorted poses, utterly motionless. This was undoubtedly the infamous Luohan Gong. Another group of individuals stands with their hands raised or clasped in a circular formation, practicing a discipline known as copper bell gong. Additionally, a significant number of practitioners sit cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, with aluminum pots balanced atop their heads. Could this be the miraculous vessel for receiving cosmic energy and achieving a connection between heaven and humanity? There are even more peculiar postures, such as individuals squatting with pointed fingers extended forward, their posteriors elevated high, or rows of participants engaging in mutual acupressure and supportive stances, while others roll about in a manner reminiscent of the toad gong. To Jiang Che, with his martial arts knowledge, these practices have become indistinguishable. Circling the park, which is not particularly large, he observes that at least 1,000 individuals are engaged in various forms of qigong, alongside numerous stalls manned by qigong masters. Their banners proclaiming, "Qigong cures ailments without injections or medication." A small note mentions the miraculous healing of a foreign dignitary. What a flourishing era for martial arts. A time when qigong captivates the entire populace. To what extent has this enthusiasm permeated society? I recall a classmate, who later gained fame as Ma Huading, whose youthful aspiration was to explore astronomy and study extraordinary abilities. Chapter 12. Since we are all somewhat naive, many phenomena unique to a particular era may seem laughable and incomprehensible to future generations. They might wonder how people of that time could have been so gullible. Yet, it is precisely this naivety that defines the essence of that era. Otherwise, it is likely that such beliefs would have persisted, remaining embedded in the fabric of daily life. After much effort, Jiang Che finally found a chair to sit upon, nibbling on bread, while keenly observing the various martial factions in practice. He watched as several masters earnestly channeled energy to others, healing ailments and offering guidance. He also observed the disciples or patients, their limbs either rigid or contorted, their bodies oscillating in response to the master's energy. These individuals, eager to validate their ability to practice qigong and sense energy, unconsciously began to cooperate with the performance, eventually convincing themselves of its authenticity. In this state, they were guided by the energy, their movements becoming increasingly animated, sporadically exclaiming, "My brow feels so warm. I can sense the energy. I have become one with it. My urine no longer tastes sweet. Thank you, Master, for bestowing external energy upon me. My diabetes is cured. I can feel the cancer cells within me being pursued by the Master's energy. I have received information from the universe. I have finally received it. Did you see that? The Master just sent the senior disciple flying with a palm strike from across the tree. I am hypnotized. I must be dreaming. My dear wife, thank the Master quickly. Tonight, you shall finally conceive, and the Master has foretold that our child will be born with qigong abilities. My fat is burning away. My tumor has been swiftly removed from a distance." It was all so profoundly naive that Jiang Che struggled to contain himself. Ultimately, he could not hold back. As he took a sip of water, he choked, erupting into laughter, which led to a fit of coughing. The practitioners nearby turned their gazes toward him, and one stood up, approaching him. Perhaps it is due to the arrogance of those who have diligently practiced their esoteric arts, as they are always eager for a chance to showcase their prowess. Simultaneously, their imposing presence brooks no disrespect. Under the influence of collective bravado, the first individual stepped forward as if ignited by some unseen spark, quickly followed by the second, the third, and so forth. It can't be that serious, can it? Jiang Che murmured to himself. Yet, when various masters, accompanied by their disciples, began to converge, he felt regret and wished to flee, but it was already too late. What were you just doing? Laughing, are you? The masters remained silent, but a robust disciple stepped boldly in front of Jiang Che. It seemed this individual had just been undergoing some form of instruction from the master. The accent suggested a distant origin. However, in this era, it was not uncommon for individuals to abandon their families and even squander their fortunes, traversing the breadth of the land in pursuit of renowned teachers to learn the art of qigong. Such fervent enthusiasts, eager to prove themselves, are often the most impulsive and perilous. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon our health and wisdom cultivation techniques? Or our natural center technique? The unity of all methods technique? The copper bell technique? The Arhat technique? A disciple declared, rolling up his sleeves. After a brief pause, the master calmly approached the two, his gaze piercing as he addressed Jiang Che. Young man, if you wish to learn, simply pay the tuition, and I shall not make it difficult for you. This would allow you to grasp the true power of qigong, lest your youthful ignorance lead you to commit a grave faux pas and invite trouble. Are you trying to set me up? Threaten me? Extort money from me? Is this qigong master relying on his numbers, behaving like a bully? Jiang Che comprehended the situation. But given his recent state, having fixated entirely on financial matters, it was unthinkable to part with his money. Consequently, after a moment of hesitation, the anger across from him intensified, leaving him no chance to respond. The crowd surged with indignation, and some were already preparing to push and shove. Am I about to be beaten? What a stroke of bad luck. Please, use qigong to strike me from a distance. Do not lay hands on me. Jiang Che surmised that should he endure this beating, it would likely result in a silent loss, with no recourse for the police. After all, the law rarely holds a crowd accountable, and it was quite possible that the officers themselves were practitioners of qigong, disciples of some master in this very locale. As for exposing or reporting these charlatans, that was even less feasible. During the years spanning the 1980s to the mid-1990s, aside from a few who had brought ruin upon themselves, the majority of masters, no matter how ostentatious their deceptions, faced little consequence. In the future, no one would revisit these matters, for to do so would require discrediting many individuals and institutions that could not be dismissed. The fervor for qigong during this time was, in fact, a symbiotic phenomenon between official endorsement and popular enthusiasm, with qigong publications, therapy centers, and performances proliferating across the land, even the most eccentric abilities receiving overt acclaim. As long as one could stir the pot without crossing boundaries, support was granted and allowed. The Qigong Scientific Research Society, officially sanctioned and backed by the Science Association. The Qigong Rehabilitation Center located at the Yanqing Hotel, where masters presided over the treatment of patients from various nations, and delegations representing Qigong and extraordinary abilities visiting foreign lands. Claiming to heal numerous foreign dignitaries with mere external energy, how could one not be astounded? Formal hospitals and research institutes have successively introduced electronic Qigong masters and artificial Qigong stimulation devices, claiming that within a week, they can awaken latent potentials, providing hope for over 95% of individuals with seemingly irredeemable Qigong roots. Surgeons, employing Qigong external energy for anesthesia, perform operations on patients without injections or medications, curing all ailments, including cancer and Parkinson's disease. One must ponder, does this not instill fear? Masters traverse the nation, garnering millions of followers, even gaining the attention of the American president. With extraordinary abilities capable of shattering steel plates and levitating satellites, they engage in discussions and produce a series of documentaries, with bookstores universally establishing dedicated Qigong sections. One must ask, are you not impressed? In the face of such overwhelming currents, can one truly resist? Since resistance seems futile, I might as well join the journey. As everyone around me indulges in their youthful fantasies, I too shall embrace this whimsicality. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, then, with an air of mystery, inquired, have you heard of the 9-transformation golden body technique? The group before him was momentarily taken aback. The 9-transformation golden body technique. Unfamiliar. Yet the name certainly sounds more sophisticated than any natural-centered Qigong, steeped in mystique. Have you heard of the supreme combat skill, breaking the sky? That seems even more explosive. Aware that he must appear somewhat juvenile, Jiang Che nevertheless endeavored to maintain an air of superiority, asserting, in postnatal cultivation, do you understand the distinction between postnatal and innate practices? Are you aware of innate techniques and hidden sects? No one responded, as they were momentarily stunned. A group that fervently believes in the profundity of Qigong, traversing the ends of the earth in search of masters, yearning for authentic practices, could hardly fathom that those who could awaken extraordinary abilities might not entertain notions of hidden realms and reclusive sages. Moreover, while Jiang Che's words were stern, his approach was, in fact, quite gentle. He did not dismiss their beliefs outright, but rather quietly established a distinction. What you practice is postnatal technique. Yet there exist innate methods in this world. At that moment, the attention of the majority was captivated. Even those who wished to dispute found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, as they had yet to encounter online novels. Countless fantastical tales of the future, even if fabricated, have constructed a vast and internally coherent system of supernatural abilities, some of which are widely circulated, leading many to mistakenly believe they are ancient truths. The most conspicuous issue remained. Jiang Che appeared far too youthful, lacking the demeanor of a master or reclusive sage. What do you know, you mere child? Surely, these ideas must be hearsay, someone questioned, though their tone had softened considerably. The historical truths that existed were simply unknown to them, yet they boldly declared such skepticism. Jiang Che maintained his composure, smiling gently, and calmly elaborated. The esteemed Hongjun Laozu spoke of the essence of creation and transformation, encompassing Pangu, Nuwa, and Tai. Are you aware? Pangu's primordial spirit divided into three, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tontian. Do you know this? The essence further divided, culminating in the 12 ancestor witches. Are you familiar with this? Utilizing a mythological framework refined by contemporary internet authors, one can easily captivate the audience. Subsequently, I baited them with the inquiry, what about the celestial sword array of the heavenly teacher? Surely, you have heard of it? Many responded affirmatively, their familiarity evident, as those who had perused the investiture of the gods recognized the reference. In matters where individuals possess little understanding, yet can grasp a semblance of comprehension, they are more inclined to believe and engage with the latter. Jiang Che felt a surge of satisfaction and nodded, excellent. But you surely remain unaware of the fates that befell the four celestial swords. The sword of extermination, the sword of slaughter, the sword of entrapment, and the sword of obliteration. A throng of eager, yearning gazes fixated upon him, causing a flicker of unease. Jiang Che pondered if he had perhaps overstepped. Should he now retreat into obscurity? Having spun this tale, would they dare to confront him any further? Chapter 13. Deception is universal. Do not be deceived by him. He is merely a child, spouting nonsense and mystique. A master, noticing that his disciples were gradually distancing themselves from him, could no longer remain silent. The so-called qi cultivation was, in essence, merely a tool for exploiting the ignorance of the masses for profit. With his self-awareness, he concluded that it was simplistic. After all, everyone was merely here to deceive. Just as a discerning woman can see through the pretense of a flirtatious rival, the masters present were the least susceptible to being misled. Oh, may I inquire what cultivation method you practice, esteemed master? Jiang Che asked, maintaining his composure. I practice the Hualong divine art, came the hesitant reply, tinged with nervousness. Ah, the Hualong divine art. Might I ask what the hierarchy of this method entails? What hierarchy? What system? You do not even know the hierarchy of your own cultivation method? How can you gauge your own proficiency or progress without distinguishing levels? On what basis do you claim the right to take disciples or heal others? The disciples turned their questioning gazes towards their master, brimming with doubt. The master's theoretical framework clearly lacked coherence. In this era, qi cultivation often boiled down to a singular concept coupled with a few tricks. Flustered, he retorted, then what of your so-called 9 transformations of the golden body? Indeed, the 9 transformations of the golden body, Jiang Che replied, maintaining his poise. It begins with qi refinement and foundation establishment, followed by elixir formation and nascent soul. I must remain undeterred, striving to embody the essence of the moment, and continued, beyond that. There are the transformation of spirit, refinement of void, integration, and ascension, culminating in the final tribulation. Though the audience may not fully comprehend, it mattered little. The grandeur of the terms alone imparted an aura of sophistication, far surpassing simplistic notions of 12 stages or 50 levels. Moreover, these concepts seemed to resonate with a familiarity, as they derived from the rich tapestry of traditional culture. Surrounding Jiang Che were faces illuminated by excitement, confusion, and obsession. Alas, discussing the ascent and tribulation was perhaps premature. It seems I've overplayed my hand again. Jiang Che surveyed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd before him and suddenly snapped to attention. Hastily attempting damage control. Of course, this is actually the cultivation system from ancient legends. In modern times, what remains barely reaches qi refining or foundation establishment. Even golden core is but a myth. As for qi refining, it's essentially equivalent to mastering qigong. What Jiang Che intended to subtly imply was that beyond mere qigong mastery, he had achieved foundation establishment. But he underestimated the fervor of those obsessed with qigong and supernatural abilities. Each of them secretly harbored the delusion that they might be undiscovered prodigies, destined to awaken extraordinary powers. Their ambitions stretched far beyond mere foundation establishment. Their thoughts ran along the lines of, you can't do it, others can't do it, but I'm exceptional. If you just pass me the techniques, I'll succeed. The way the crowd now regarded Jiang Che had completely shifted. At this point, Jiang Che could be certain that even if he turned and walked away, no one would dare confront him. The others were thoroughly intimidated. And as for the so-called masters, would they really step forward? They knew full well they had no real combat skills. Among frauds, youth and strength prevailed, and Jiang Che, at the very least, was young, tall, and not physically weak. If I don't leave now, they'll drag me into performing supernatural feats. Enough of this. Time to set up my stall. Having secured the upper hand, Jiang Che turned silently and strode away. The crowd instinctively parted before him. Only after he had walked more than 10 meters did they snap out of their daze. Master, the heartfelt cry from behind sent shivers down Jiang Che's spine. I'm no master, he called back without stopping, indulging in a playful flourish. Just a disciple cast out from his sect. But we still don't know your esteemed name, nor which sect you hail from. Another voice shouted. Very well. Han Li, exiled disciple of the Qingyan sect. Han Li, Master Han, you still Haven T told us where the 4 immortal swords went. 3 of them, I do not know. But the Zhu Xian sword remains within my Qingyan sect, for we possess the divine sword thunder control technique. Seizing the rare opportunity to revel in this collective delusion, Jiang Che's amusement surged. He halted, raised a finger skyward, and intoned dramatically. 9 heavens profound lightning, manifest as divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, boom. Thud. 2 muffled thunderclaps. Jiang Che stared at the sky, stunned. The entire crowd gaped upward, equally dumbfounded. Thunder in winter is rare. Must be due to last night's sudden temperature drop. Just 2 rumbles, nothing more. The sky fell silent, and so did Jiang Che. But the coincidence was uncanny. After those 2 thunderclaps, Master Han Li's performance teetered on the brink of spiraling out of control, threatening to devolve into outright worship. Given that qigong at the time relied heavily on supernatural gimmicks, descending from mountainous, transforming snakes into sheep, telekinesis, there was no shortage of outlandish claims. Jiang Che realized these people might genuinely believe him. That, he pointed weakly at the sky and forced a smile, had nothing to do with me. Natural phenomenon. With that, he quickened his pace and fled the park. Just as the burly qigong enthusiast came charging around the corner, Jiang Che's immediate reaction was to search for a brick on the ground. Although unintentional, obstructing someone's livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. Have the masters sent someone to deal with me? Master, Han Li, at long last, I have caught up with you. The other party appeared anxious yet remained cautious and respectful. I have already stated that I am no master. Yet you speak of that thunder. It is merely a natural phenomenon, a mere coincidence. Very well, a natural phenomenon, I understand. A true adept does not reveal themselves. A master is indeed a remarkable figure. Unlike those who would claim that even the ants relocating on the ground are due to their own exertions. The master, however, does not even acknowledge the thunder. I know you possess genuine skills. Jiang Che was rendered speechless, contemplating that he still needed to set up his stall. Master, I am Zhao Wuliang. I have been studying true skills for 3 years and have not returned home during this time. He awkwardly pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket, nervous yet earnest, saying, Master, please teach me. I do not dare to hope to be accepted into your sect, nor aspire to attain your level of prowess. I merely wish to learn some true skills. He extended the coins towards Jiang Che, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I only have this much left. I know it is insufficient, far from enough. Others charge 80 or 100, but I truly have no money now. However, I will earn it. Back in 87, I was a man of wealth. Yet these years, I have spent it all. What madness is this? A wealthy man from 87 reduced to this. Chapter 14, The Underworld of the Small Park. Zhao Wuliang spoke with awkward sincerity. However, Jiang Che felt compelled to interrupt him, inquiring, Do you have a wife and children at home? You appear to be in your 30s. Zhao Wuliang nodded vigorously. Yes, I have a wife and 2 daughters. The youngest was born against the odds of family planning. My first attempt at learning qigong was to have a son. That person assured me that by learning his skills, I would surely have a son, but it was not true skill. Subsequently, I sought to learn genuine skills. Have you considered how your wife and children have been surviving these 3 years? Jiang Che pressed further. We have a bit of land. When I left, my father was still in good health. It should suffice for sustenance. Once I master true skills in return, I will ensure they live well. And then I will have a son, Zhao Wuliang continued, his words flowing fervently. In that moment, Jiang Che perceived that this man was both contemptible and pitiable. Much like those who, stricken by illness, neglect hospitals, injections, and medicine, exhausting their resources in pursuit of a master's power. With a tone of earnest concern, Jiang Che remarked, "Don't delay. You should return home quickly." Zhao Wuliang's expression froze. Then he vehemently shook his head. "Without learning true skills, I will not return." Even in death, Jiang Che felt a strong urge to tell him, then to go perish. But after a moment's reflection, he spoke instead. True skills can also be practiced upon your return. It is essential to care for your family while cultivating your skills. That is the right path. He understood well that for someone like Zhao Wuliang, a forceful turn would be impossible. Instead, he must gently guide him along the path he had chosen, subtly leading him back to the right direction. Yet, could one truly cultivate genuine skills while living such a life? For 3 years I devoted myself to mastering the esoteric arts. Many grandmasters claimed they could practice for months without food or drink. Among my fellow disciples and practitioners, most had quit their jobs or neglected their fields. Even those still employed would secretly train whenever possible. Some even resigned to follow masters across the country attending empowerment lectures. I once did the same, until my funds ran dry. This is precisely your greatest misconception, Jiang Che declared resolutely. Have you never heard the ancient saying? Skill may approach the Tao, and art may commune with the divine. The truths of the universe are hidden within ordinary life. Only by living steadily can one cultivate a stable aura, perceive and receive qi, and maintain the physical and mental state necessary for true cultivation. How can you possibly refine your practice when your mind is unsettled and your next meal uncertain? Cosmic truths, aura, receiving qi, these were familiar terms to Zhao Wuliang. For the first time, he felt he understood something. And Master Han's words, they did seem reasonable. How could a man who summoned lightning speak without wisdom? Master Han, will you teach me the true arts? I swear I'll listen. I'll return to a stable life first. Then practice gradually. The plea in the 30-something man's eyes was almost unsettling. Whether Zhao Wuliang would truly settle down remained uncertain. Jiang Che hadn't intended to play the saint, lecturing or saving anyone. He had merely spoken offhand. Right now, he was far more preoccupied with earning money for stock warrants. Master, the tuition. I'm sorry, but this is all I have, 33 yuan and 80 cents. Zhao Wuliang spread the crumpled bills in his palm. Money. 30 yuan could buy a 92 fortune certificate. In a few days, it might be worth thousands, tens of thousands in future value. Like a reflex, Jiang Che's half-hearted benevolence shattered instantly. Starved for cash lately, he had become utterly fixated on money, especially the number 30. Master Han, Zhao Wuliang called again, snapping Jiang Che back to reality. He wanted to take the money. But 2 problems arose. First, if he accepted it, would Zhao Wuliang starve? Second, if he took it, how would he teach? Like those so-called masters, transmitting energy from a distance? After a pause, Jiang Che asked, how much did the Hualong Divine Arts Master charge you? 80. Originally 100. But he said I was sincere and talented, so he gave me a discount, told me not to tell anyone. Though honestly, many masters do that. Jiang Che smirked. How long did you train with him? 2 days. He only started transmitting energy to me today. Nodding, Jiang Che said, keep your money for now. Return here in a few days, and I'll give you a manual to practice at home. First, try reclaiming some of what you paid that master. After all, you only trained 2 days. But, he knows qigong. What if he strikes me with external qi? Internal injuries, exactly. As long as he doesn't physically touch you, let him attack with qi all he wants. If you get internal injuries, I'll heal you. Jiang Che struggled to suppress his amusement. External qi from a distance? Internal injuries? What a joke. Zhao Wuliang suddenly realized that Master Han Li, belonging to a secluded sect, possessed innate cultivation techniques whose realms far surpassed the Hualong divine art. The thought of internal injuries seemed trivial. If he found himself unable to undertake this alone, he could certainly rally a few fellow brothers who had no intention of studying it. Jiang Che interjected, expressing concern for his well-being. Understood, Master Han. Rest assured, I comprehend. I shall attend to it forthwith. Zhao Wuliang, suddenly exhilarated, boomed loudly, startling Jiang Che, before bowing and hastily departing. Jiang Che gazed quizzically at Zhao Wuliang's retreating figure, pondering what had ignited such fervor in him. What had he comprehended? Their next meeting had yet to be scheduled. Jiang Che remained oblivious to the depths of Zhao Wuliang's understanding, which had fueled his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuliang believed he had grasped Master Han Li's intent. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed and engaged in the fierce competition and struggles among masters, often serving as a key player, even acting as an undercover agent and executing schemes on behalf of his master. He was not only skilled but also experienced. This undertaking did not appear daunting. Master Han Li had already won over many individuals. Zhao Wuliang mused that this was an opportunity to shine, and he was determined to execute it splendidly. Thus, in the days that followed, the dynamics of the sects and the turbulence of the martial world unfolded in a small park by the train station, unbeknownst to Jiang Che, who was a leader in this unfolding drama. Having procured some goods at the market, he left Shanghai, opting not to venture far, and instead traveled to a nearby county. After 5 days and 2 round trips, Jiang Che returned to Shanghai on January 31st, despondently checking into a modest inn for $5 a night. He meticulously counted the money in his possession, $421.20. This meant that, as a failed reborn individual, he had earned approximately $200 over the past 5 days after deducting all expenses. Was that insignificant? Yet, it was more than many earned in a month. Double that of a worker's standard wage, and even a university professor might not accumulate such an amount in a month. However, it held little significance. Even if Zhao Wuliang managed to reclaim his tuition from the Hualong divine art, and even if Jiang Che charged him $30 or $40, it remained a distant dream to acquire another set of lucrative certificates. The golden bricks lay tantalizingly close yet embedded in concrete. Jiang Che had failed to find a shovel to excavate them, visible but unattainable. Fortunately, he already possessed 2 certificates, heavy against his chest. He patted the 2 subscription certificates, contemplating how much they might yield, 30,000? 50,000. Had he known he would be reborn, he would have memorized the data back then, sparing himself the current state of uncertainty and anxiety. The longing for more certificates was palpable. Even one more would suffice. Tomorrow marked the deadline. The adage that the wealthy find it easier to amass wealth rang profoundly true. Being short on funds left him merely a spectator, missing out on opportunities like this. And he hoped it would not be the last. Chapter 15. The deadline that evening. As Jiang Che ventured out for a meal, he also purchased a stack of good quality Xin paper, a bottle of ink, and a simple brush, all of the most ordinary kind. Upon returning to his room, he trimmed the paper and bound it with thread, transforming it into a rudimentary stitched book. After years of being compelled to practice calligraphy, Jiang Che finally found its purpose. As he inscribed the 5 characters 9 transformations of golden body on the cover, a twinge of embarrassment washed over him. Recalling the innocence of his youth and the duality of his existence as a reincarnated being, the content was transformed into meticulous small script, divided into 3 sections. The first section served as the foundation, where Jiang Che meticulously organized and expanded upon the concepts he had discussed with Zhao Wuliang that day. The objective remained steadfast, to guide those ensnared by obsession towards a more stable path, fostering a tranquil atmosphere in their lives. He envisioned a simple existence, returning home, engaging in work, resting when fatigued, and seeking medical attention when ill. This was merely the preliminary stage of internal energy cultivation, essential for achieving a serene state. The second section aimed to maintain consistency in discourse and to bolster credibility. Jiang Che curated an entire system of realms based on online novels, embedding several perceptual cues commonly found in contemporary energy cultivation propaganda. Phrases like heat at the brow and black hole in the palm were included. These were, in truth, normal phenomena arising from excessive focus or strain on specific body parts. Yet those entranced by such notions often misconstrued them subjectively. The third section proved the most challenging to compose. Since this was a treatise on cultivation, it necessitated a regimen, even if it mirrored the bizarre postures and movements prevalent in modern energy practices. After much contemplation, Jiang Che incorporated common descriptions of cultivation found in novels, such as breath like a thread and breath like a spring, alongside cycles of the micro and macrocosmos. He resolved to base all actions, postures, and breathing techniques on yoga. Having previously invested in a friend's yoga studio, Jiang Che had acquired substantial knowledge, which he adorned with an air of mystique. Fundamentally, it remained yoga. Though it may have been hastily crafted, it surely wouldn't cause harm, he reasoned. As for whether others would believe in this, it would undoubtedly falter in future times, potentially leading to accusations of madness. Yet, in this era, Jiang Che glanced at the qigong magazines borrowed from a small inn, filled with images of masters gesturing on stage to throngs of entranced followers, including notable figures. The introduction of extraordinary abilities in these texts would move even Marvel's superheroes to tears. How profoundly did people of this age believe in the power of qigong? On February 1st, 1989, the poet Heise, who tragically took his own life, had penned in a letter, "Father, mother, brother, should I suffer from schizophrenia, commit suicide, or die unexpectedly, please seek vengeance on certain officials, but first, master qigong." Thus, Jiang Che felt assured there was no issue with his endeavors. Having completed the manual on cultivation, Jiang Che enjoyed a restful night's sleep, regardless of his emotional state or the modest conditions of the $5 inn. It was the first night of sound slumber since returning home from school. Awakening marked the deadline. The first chapter of this grand journey was drawing to a close. Even if he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction and frustration, there was solace in the effort he had exerted, ultimately recognizing that accepting his limitations could also be a form of liberation. In the morning, Jiang Che deliberately detoured to the spot where he had last met Zhao Wuliang, but found no trace of him. He wondered whether Zhao had given up waiting or had been lured back by some self-proclaimed master. By mid-afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Che decided to check the place once more. The moment he appeared at the street corner, Zhao Wuliang lunged at him like a wolf. Yet his face was alight with exhilaration, eyes shimmering with what seemed like tears. "Master Han, I've been waiting here every day. I thought you wouldn't come." "I keep my promises," Jiang Che replied, scrutinizing Zhao from head to toe. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Zhao, visibly agitated, fumbled in his pocket and produced a wad of cash. "Look, Master Han, I got the money back." "Oh, they didn't give you trouble?" "At first, they did. I secretly gathered a group of people to confront that so-called Master Zhu of the Hualong Divine Power sect, demanding our tuition fees back since we quit. He refused and even threatened to unleash his power if we pushed him. And then, Zhao struck a theatrically righteous pose. The others got scared and backed down. But I remembered what you told me, Master Han. So I stepped forward and dared him to strike me with his external energy." "You were the only one who stood up?" Jiang Che asked. "Yeah, though I didn't dare get too close," Zhao admitted sheepishly. Amused, Jiang Che grinned. "Did he actually strike?" He froze. "So did everyone else. They started wondering if you'd bestowed some real power upon me, which was why I wasn't afraid." Zhao's face glowed with triumph. "I just stood there, waiting for his external energy to hit me. But then he claimed he'd been busy helping the nation stabilize 2 satellites in space. Said our satellites were fighting American ones. And without him, we'd lose." He scoffed. In short, he had no spare energy to waste on me. Jiang Che nearly laughed aloud at the mental image, a petty sect drama in a shabby park, Zhao playing the hero while Master Zhu spun absurd tales of cosmic responsibility. Still fired up, Zhao waved his arms. Then the others found their courage. We surrounded him, refusing to let him leave until he refunded us. Most got at least some money back. And get this, disciples from other sects wanted to quit and learn from you instead. But since I hadn't paid tuition there, I couldn't speak for them. This is spiraling out of control, Jiang Che realized. Even if there were no repercussions, he couldn't let Zhao keep stirring the pot. But it was too late, as nearly 100 people surged toward him from all directions. Jiang Che's instinct was to flee, yet escape was impossible. Now, in another dilapidated park, the crowd gazed at Master Han Li with desperate hope, though many had nearly beaten Jiang Che up days prior. Before him, on a stone table, lay stacks of banknotes in assorted denominations. Take it? Of course. His cover intact, the situation harmless under the broader circumstances. Why wouldn't he? Moreover, nearly all of the funds were retrieved from the hands of the esteemed Master Hualong through my efforts. It was solely because of my involvement that they were reclaimed. In truth, these funds had long been deceitfully taken from them. Jiang Che pondered within himself, acknowledging that it was already commendable that he did not seize the opportunity to demand more. He could assist them in recalibrating their lives, thus relieving himself of any pretentiousness or self-deception. The reality was that he was not a benevolent figure, he was merely ensnared by the allure of wealth, yearning to acquire subscription certificates. A single certificate could be worth several hundred thousand, equivalent to millions in future terms. Jiang Che found it impossible to resist such temptation. Resolute in his decision, he steeled his heart and calmly declared, "However, I must depart from Shanghai today and journey elsewhere." As we know, Zhao Wuliang has stated that the master is reluctant to make public appearances, and given our modest funds, it would be too presumptuous to expect the master to personally impart his teachings. We are already quite content with the master's willingness to share his techniques. The group chimed in. In comparison to those great masters, I indeed seem to charge a mere pittance. Ultimately, Jiang Che resolved to graciously withdraw, producing the bound manuscript and handing it to Zhao Wuliang, reminding him to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to transcribe it. Nonetheless, he found himself inexorably drawn into a conversation with the fervent crowd for over an hour. During this time, aside from engaging in light-hearted banter and discussing fantastical concepts such as the black hole in the palm, Jiang Che dedicated most of his time to one task: persuading those who neglected their jobs to return to work, encouraging those who abandoned their families to resume their responsibilities, and advising the ill to seek medical attention. Unbeknownst to Jiang Che, his actions were effectively establishing a novel system of qigong for this era, delineating between the acquired and innate stages. The acquired stage within his system emphasized the importance of living a balanced life and fostering a stable energy field as prerequisites for practice. Illness could not be remedied through qigong alone. Leveraging the authority he had inadvertently garnered, along with the valiant contributions of his senior disciple, Zhao Wuliang, Jiang Che managed to temporarily convince the majority to accept his innovative qigong theories. Glancing at the watch gifted by his father when he was accepted into vocational school, he noticed that it was already 4:15. The deadline for the sale of subscription certificates was 5 o'clock. He had to leave. Jiang Che contrived an excuse to rise, summoning Zhao Wuliang to the corner of the park. "How much of this money belongs to you?" he inquired. "All of it, 120. I've spent merely a few dollars on meals these past few days." Such sincerity was disarming. Jiang Che extracted $120, placing it in Zhao Wuliang's hand. "Once they have transcribed a few copies, you should take the original and return home." With that, he patted Zhao Wuliang on the shoulder. Zhao Wuliang looked up at him, his eyes glistening with moisture. "What's wrong?" Jiang Che thought to himself that this reaction seemed a bit overly sentimental. Zhao Wuliang's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Master Han, did you just impart your teachings to me? I felt it. My shoulder warmed, and I sensed my meridians. Go home. Within 2 days, you must return home." Master Han Li departed without a word, vanishing in a manner befitting a reclusive sage. As for the form of his later reappearance and the ensuing fervor it would incite, Jiang Che could not possibly envision it at this moment. At this moment, he was sprinting down the road, having already counted his money, over 2,700, coupled with his own portion, exceeding 3,100. At last, he could purchase another subscription certificate. While joy surged within him, tears of exhilaration brimmed in his eyes. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. The great Reborn one embarked on the path to wealth. The first wave of deception targeted his parents, and the second ensnared fervent enthusiasts of qigong. What kind of reborn individual was he? Truly a fraudster. How could he face anyone after becoming such a person? In 1992, Shanghai still thrived. The industrial and commercial bank on Xiexing's side was exceedingly distant. After aimlessly running about, with only half an hour remaining, Jiang Che finally located the first sales point for subscription certificates. What is going on? Why are there so many people today? Staring at the long queue extending over 100 meters outside the sales point, Jiang Che was taken aback. Approaching the end of the line, he casually inquired, "Are you unaware? It's the last day." Someone calculated it at noon. The government initially planned to sell 10 million certificates, but due to sluggish sales, the plan was revised down to 5 million. "Do you know how many have been sold so far?" The other person answered his own question. "Only a little over 1 million. Therefore, the odds of winning are not too low. There is profit to be made, especially with a consecutive 100-number sequence. No worries about not winning. It's a guaranteed profit. Unfortunately, I could only scrape together enough for 20 certificates." Understanding the situation, Jiang Che stood on tiptoe to gauge the length of the queue. "Damn it, can those in front hurry up?" The guy who had just spoken was at the end of the line, anxious and disheartened. "It's over. There's no time left. Now it's a strict rule. Every certificate must be registered with a name, and the process was agonizingly slow. Clearly, the circumstances had shifted significantly in recent days. Jiang Che assessed the speed at which the line was moving. Remaining here offered no chance whatsoever, and he lacked Shanghai's identification card for registration. He had assumed that the salespeople would be eager to sell, not fearing the absence of certificates, but the situation had changed. Chapter 16. Black Market Prices. Hello. Who is this? Speak up, I'm busy. The voice was tinged with impatience. Jiang Che stood beside an old-fashioned telephone booth that also sold newspapers. Should this call fail to connect, and he couldn't reach Xie, it would indicate that he was absent from the office. Jiang Che would then have to rush to the industrial and commercial bank he visited on the first day. Even if it meant taking a taxi, time was of the essence. Fortunately, Xie was at the office in Guangxi today. Given the current situation, it seemed their role as salespeople was no longer necessary. Manager Xie, it's me. Jiang Che. Oh, it's young brother Jiang Che. Hello. The tone shifted immediately. I'm relieved to hear from you. You must have made a profit. I know. Brother Xie, I want to buy another set. With no time to waste, Jiang Che got straight to the point, awaiting the other's response, feeling a surge of tension. After all, circumstances had changed. Those who were once brothers could become strangers thereafter. Jiang Che had experienced such transformations in both his past and present lives. Where are you? Hurry to the back door of Guangxi. Xie replied decisively. All right, I'll be there within 10 minutes. Jiang Che felt fortunate to be in close proximity to Guangxi. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Che arrived at the back door of Guangxi. But Xie was nowhere to be found. Brother, over here. Following the voice, Jiang Che spotted Xie's figure flickering at the corner of a nearby building. It must not be seen by colleagues or superiors, nor should it be out for too long. Eyes are watching closely. Upon meeting, at the corner of a narrow alley, Xie smiled and spoke. Jiang Che nodded, expressing his gratitude. No need for such politeness. You are not one of my classmates or relatives. They could forego purchasing altogether, yet still resort to sarcasm and insults. As it happens, they came looking for me this afternoon, just as time was running out. A bitter smile crossed Xie's face. We have little time left. Let us be swift. With that, he pulled out a stack of subscription certificates from his suit pocket. Jiang Che glanced at them, noticing they were blank certificates. Didn't they say we can't sell blank ones anymore? Indeed, we cannot sell them. Each must now be registered with relevant information. However, this set was reserved by a relative of mine previously. After treating him to drinks, he ordered a set. But now he seems to have had a change of heart and has been dragging his feet on payment. No amount of urging or pleading on my part has worked. So, as you can imagine, now that he wishes to pay, it's no longer an option. A mixture of indignation and amusement flickered across Xie's face. What about you? Aren't you buying any? The question carried a hint of risk. Hush, the money I could muster has already been secretly invested. With this understanding, Jiang Che promptly made his payment. I must return immediately, Xie said, patting Jiang Che on the shoulder. He turned to run a few steps before glancing back. I doubt I'll have time today. You'll be heading home for the new year, right? Next time you're in Shanghai, give me a call. And I'll treat you to a meal. We can share a few drinks. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. All right. Certainly, this meal would be on Jiang Che. But at present, he could ill afford it. He had a mere 152 yuan and 30 cents left in his pocket. After lingering in the back alley for a while, he circled back to the front. The sales hall's doors were just closing. With a long queue still stretching nearly 100 meters, accompanied by sighs of disappointment from the crowd as the deadline approached. The first phase concluded, and Jiang Che first went to get a haircut, determined to sever ties with Master Hanli. The style, dictated by his own preferences, was not overly modern. Yet the previous unkempt look was now replaced with a neat appearance. He then sought out a modist inn nearby, requesting 2 bottles of hot water from the proprietor. Mixing in cold water, he took a quick wash with a basin, changing out of his foul-smelling clothes into a fresh set he had packed. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a significant transformation. Compared to the dirty, odorous, and disheveled figure of Master Hanli, the reflection before him was strikingly different. If he were to pass by on the street, even Zhao Wuliang might not recognize him, should they not exchange a careful glance. Finally, seated on the bed, Jiang Che once more unpicked the stitches of the inner pocket of his old coat. Retrieving the 200 subscription certificates he had previously purchased and adding the 100 newly acquired ones, he meticulously counted them 3 times. These 300 certificates represented his stakes in the impending turbulent times. If all goes well, I should be ready to take a seat at the table. Although at this moment, Jiang Che remained uncertain about how much initial capital these 3 sets of certificates might yield, or the duration of the cycle. Once again, he carefully wrapped the 300 certificates in a plastic bag, sealing them securely within the inner pocket of his newly changed coat. As Jiang Che emerged from the modest inn in search of a place to dine, he found himself with a mere 130 yuan and 2 dimes remaining. Among the 2 bottles of boiled water he had purchased, one was complimentary, while the proprietress insisted on charging him a dime for the other, unable to reason with her. He reluctantly complied. The streets already bore the festive spirit of the approaching Lunar New Year, with only 3 days left until the celebration in 1992. With 130 yuan and 2 dimes, he had sufficient fare to return home by morning, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. However, he was beset by the dilemma of how to manage his finances upon returning. Not only did he lack money to bring back, but how could he secure funds for his next outing? Was he to once again turn to his parents for assistance? Hey, brother, do you have any subscription certificates? I'm buying at a high price. A voice interrupted Jiang Che's contemplation. He glanced down to see a young man in his 20s squatting by the roadside, holding up a sign that read, "Buying stock subscription certificates at high prices. 33 for those with registration info, 35 for unregistered, 100 consecutive numbers with registration info for 3,500. And 3,800 for unregistered." Calculating the figures, Jiang Che realized that his 3 sets of subscription certificates had already earned him 2,400 yuan in less than an hour and a half after the sales deadline, an amount close to his mother's 2 years of wages. No, in fact, he had already made 3,000 yuan, for he soon spotted another individual displaying a sign offering 4,000 yuan for a set of unregistered certificates. It was quite a frenzy, yet clearly, such sums would not even slightly sway Jiang Che's resolve. "Come on, brother, do you have any? If so, we can negotiate," the squatter inquired, tilting his head upward. Jiang Che shook his head. 4,500 for a set of unregistered, that's the highest price I can offer. The man persisted. "All right, just like that, the price has risen by another 500. Jiang Che continued to decline, smiling as he replied, "I'm truly sorry, but I have none. Younger brother, if you're interested, why not come inside and join us at the salon? We have plenty of friends here." A fashionable woman in her 30s emerged from a building less than 20 meters away, waving at Jiang Che. As the actual operator of the salon, she had encountered countless stock traders over the past 2 years. If this young man truly had no goods or was inexperienced, he would not exhibit such demeanor. Since he seemed knowledgeable, he ought to be invited in for a discussion. Jiang Che glanced up at the sign that read, "Royal Palace Restaurant." It was indeed a dining establishment, but it also housed a salon for stock enthusiasts to gather and exchange ideas. The woman explained with a smile. As she spoke, a steady stream of individuals entered and exited, some appearing frustrated, while others radiated satisfaction. It was not until Jiang Che settled into the bustling salon, which consistently accommodated over 300 patrons, that he began to comprehend the reality. This was the largest black market in Shanghai related to stocks. Previously, discussions revolved around stocks and trading reservation certificates, but now all attention was focused on subscription certificates. By 9 o'clock that evening, after declining countless inquiries, Jiang Che departed the salon, where the asking price for a set of unregistered certificates had already soared to nearly 10,000 yuan. Stepping out the door, the young man by the roadside had a cardboard sign with prices scrawled on it, full sets for 5,000, single sheets for 45. Occasionally, someone would buy one or a few, and the seller would leave excitedly with cash in hand. Inside and outside the circle, 2 different worlds. Jiang Che knew he couldn't return home for the new year. If he chose to sell his subscription certificates now, he could take back a staggering 30,000 yuan. Enough to send his parents into a frenzy of joy. But that would undoubtedly be the most foolish move. Could he confess to his parents? Not yet. If he told them now, they would surely pressure him to sell immediately. Chapter 17. The first year, many who attended the salon and dabbled in stocks in Shanghai lived and dined daily at the Royal Hotel. These people didn't mind the expense, which made the salon's free tea service an excellent business tactic. Beyond that, the salon itself generated considerable profit, brokerage fees, information charges, details outsiders would never know. Deeper still, the information itself was the greatest treasure. In an era before widespread computer use and internet connectivity, timely access to information was an immense challenge. The stock market, in particular, was ever shifting. Even Jiang Che, with his foresight, only knew that subscription certificates were a golden opportunity, nothing more. The specifics and figures remained unclear. This was the main reason he dared not leave Shanghai for the new year. Returning to his small hometown would render him deaf to the market's pulse. He longed to stay at the Royal Hotel, ensuring he stayed informed. But such luxury was beyond his means. Tonight's 20 yuan hostel was already an extravagant splurge. The streets at night were dimly lit. Shanghai's evenings were still quiet, most shops closing before dinner, many of them state-owned or collective enterprises. The clerks behind the counters, knitting with indifferent expressions, had no idea that this very year would bring abrupt change. After some effort, Jiang Che managed to buy a few snacks to fill his stomach before trudging back to the hostel in the dark. Folding his jacket, containing the subscription certificates, into a makeshift pillow, he lay in the pitch-black room, eyes wide open. People often spoke of feeling like a lifetime had passed. This time it truly had. He had returned, standing at the crossroads of a turbulent, surging era, witnessing the tides of history once more. Today, he was at the table. The next morning, Jiang Che moved to a cheaper, 5 yuan hostel, roughly hanging up his dirty clothes before heading out at 9. Even at this hour, the salon at the Royal Hotel was livelier than the night before. Xiao Che, good morning. Having exchanged brief introductions the previous night, Chu Lianhua, the salon's hostess, greeted him with a smile as he entered. Standing behind the counter, her hair elegantly coiled, makeup refined, she exuded effortless competence. She managed everything with vigor and ease, remembering every guest's name, greeting even the most threadbare speculators warmly yet appropriately, and deftly handling the occasional newcomer who overstepped. She is a rare woman for the early 90s, embodying the charm and essence of a bygone era, while possessing a modernity that seems to surpass 1992. Sister Chu, it's early today. There are so many people, Jiang Che remarked as he briefly lingered outside the counter. Chu Lianhua was quite occupied, and those with a modicum of discernment would refrain from excessive chatter. Indeed, news had just broken, and one should take heed. Jiang Che found a spot outside the bustling crowd, soon grasping the source of their fervent excitement. The data had been released. 2.08 million subscription certificates had been sold, a mere fifth of the initial target of 10 million. Everyone present understood the implications of this revelation. The price for a set of 100 consecutive numbers had already soared to 15,000 and continued to rise. Young man, how are you? Is it time to sell your goods? A middle-aged speculator, who had inquired about Jiang Che the previous evening, greeted him. Rising, he suggested, shall we discuss the price? Jiang Che politely declined and took his leave from the salon. Behind him, whispers circulated. Does that young lad hold subscription certificates? He hardly appears to hail from a wealthy family. Yet, I surmise he might possess a complete set, someone speculated. Remarkably composed, isn't he? Most kids would be dizzy at the mere mention of a 5-digit figure. Should we raise the offer? He doesn't seem local, likely alone. He must be heading home for the new year, right? Raise it further? I fear that's too risky. There are only about 10 shares a year. I wouldn't dare escalate the price too high. You big shots ought to let the price stabilize. Amidst laughter, discussions continued, contemplating the upper limits of subscription certificate prices, though no one spoke the truth. In such a rush to leave today? Chu Lianhua inquired again as Jiang Che passed the counter, adding, eager to return home for the new year? Otherwise, you could stay and listen. There may be further developments today. Jiang Che patted his stomach with a smile, replying, I must first earn my fare for the new year. Observing his retreating figure, Chu Lianhua's eyes sparkled momentarily, her lips curving into a sweet smile. With barely 100 yuan to his name, Jiang Che bartered at the market, acquiring a few calendars, traditional paintings, and vibrant decorative firecrackers. By the end of the day, he had traversed the outskirts of Shanghai, returning home with his initial 120 yuan transformed into 235. It seems the money for the new year is indeed easy to make. The following day, on the 29th of the lunar calendar, sales of traditional paintings were nearing their conclusion. Jiang Che set out early, securing a batch of paintings, calendars, and New Year decorations at the lowest prices. After purchasing a pack of cigarettes, he awaited a freight truck at the city exit. Offering the cigarettes to the driver, Jiang Che hopped aboard, heading to a small county in the neighboring province of Su. The next day, February 3rd, 1992, the eve of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Che returned to Shanghai, quickly turning the money in his pocket into 871 yuan. On his return journey, he brought back some wild dried mushrooms collected from local farmers in that small county, selling them out quickly in several residential areas. In this era, engaging in business inevitably yields rewards. After much difficulty, he found a small inn near the royal hotel that was open for the new year, paying the owner 3 yuan. He cooked himself a bowl of egg noodles, and the innkeeper's wife kindly brought over a small plate of assorted dishes, making for a generous spread. Thus, this was Jiang Che's first New Year's Eve dinner since his rebirth. After this celebration, Jiang Che would turn 19. Strolling down the sparsely populated streets after dinner, he heard the sounds of toasts, the television, and the crack of firecrackers, all mingling with the scent of fireworks. Jiang Che repeatedly attempted to make a phone call, but the line was perpetually busy. This was to be expected, for in his neighborhood, the only telephone belonged to Aunt Zhang's small shop. Not only was there a charge for making a call, but she also expected a little something for simply connecting the call. Aunt Zhang, it's Jiang Che. Could you please call out to my parents for me? After some effort, he finally got through. Oh dear Cheer, you know, it's not that I'm meddling, but you're such a sensible and studious child, well known for your promise in our area. How could you be so foolish? Aunt Zhang exclaimed on the line. Look at what you've done. Everyone is talking about it. Your parents must be embarrassed, and that little bit of money you squandered, right? Before Jiang Che could respond, a cacophony erupted from the other end, accompanied by his mother's voice declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're always so talkative. I knew you would call. Your father and I have been waiting," his mother cheerfully remarked. "So, how was your New Year's Eve dinner?" Dinner was fine. I'll have the reunion meal later." "That is good to hear. Now, remember to go out in the morning to buy some gifts. Even if you're staying at someone else's home. You must pay your respects, you know? Otherwise, they might think you're inconsiderate. Don't be stingy. Pick out something nice." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Che suddenly felt a wave of emotion wash over him. "Your father wants to speak with you," his mother said, passing the phone. "Dad, hey, I'm sorry for causing trouble at home." "What nonsense. There is no such thing. Just relax, your father is here. Actually, you both don't need to worry about this matter or the family business. Just wait for me to come back and sort it out." "All right, we're not in a hurry. Don't concern yourself with family matters. Just focus on graduating and finding a job," his father replied with a smile. "By the way, I've prepared a red envelope for you. I'll give it to you when you return. Next year, when you start working, it'll be up to you. Next year, I'll take care of it for you." Good. Your mother and I will look forward to enjoying the fruits of your labor." After a brief silence, his father added, "Long-distance calls are expensive. Let us end it here." On their way home from Aunt Zhang's shop, Jiang Che's parents were approached by many curious onlookers, whether out of concern or simply for gossip, which was rather bothersome. Jiang's mother had rushed that day and ultimately could not silence Aunt Zhang's chatter. Even if there had been time back then, it wouldn't have mattered. Once Aunt Zhang got wind of any news, even if you gagged her, she'd manage to snort it out through her nostrils. Running a small shop with a television and telephone at home, Aunt Zhang had long been the primary source of all news, scandals, national affairs, and gossip in the neighborhood. More troublesome still was the sudden halt in the factory plans of Zhang's nephew-in-law. Among the relatives, whispers circulated that the blame was being placed on the Jiang family's abrupt withdrawal from the investment. Regardless, the new year had to be celebrated first. As Jiang Che walked, he took in the fireworks illuminating the city. It wouldn't last. Within a year or two, Shanghai would ban firecrackers and fireworks, soon to be replaced by neon lights. By the time he turned back, it was nearly 10. Passing the entrance of the Palace Hotel, he saw Chu Liani in a black trench coat. Just as she placed a bag of trash into the bin and turned around. "Xiao Che, you really didn't go back for the new year?" she asked, surprised to see him walking alone on the street. "I thought you'd left since you hadn't come by these past 2 days." Jiang Che smiled. "I really did go to earn my keep for the holiday." He glanced at the still-lit salon hall. "Are there still people here today?" "Quite a few. But they all came after dinner and left before 9. New Year's Eve, you know, even the workers went home. I just finished cleaning up." "You've worked hard, Sister Chu. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." They passed each other. Jiang Che had walked about a dozen steps when Chu Liani called from behind. He turned. "I made a hot pot. Want to share New Year's dinner with me?" she asked. Then, with a smile, she added, "We're both pitifully alone anyway." For a moment, he felt the kinship of kindred souls adrift in the world, though in reality, Jiang Che would soon be a man of modest means. While Chu Liani's wealth remained unfathomable, a chance encounter on the fringes of the most frenzied wealth storm of the early 1990s. A New Year's dinner between strangers. Not bad at all. The small hot pot bubbled on the table as Jiang Che added vegetables and meatballs. Chu Liani produced a bottle of Moutai, red wine hen tea, yet become fashionable in those days. Is one bottle enough? She asked. Jiang Che gave a wry smile. I'd be lucky to finish one glass of this. Then you'll have one glass, she said. The rest is mine. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. They clinked glasses for the first time. Did you earn enough for the holiday? Where are you staying? It began as the most ordinary small talk. I did. A hostel in the urban village behind here. Jiang Che had nothing to hide, nor any desire to pretend otherwise. Some things didn't need saying, they were obvious at a glance. How did you earn it? Selling New Year paintings and calendars in the neighboring towns. Then bringing dried mushrooms back to Shanghai. Chu Liani studied his eyes for a moment before smiling, taking his bowl, and serving him more food. The gesture seemed to say, you've worked hard, or perhaps you've earned this. How old will you be after the New Year? She asked. 19. I'm already 33. Chu Liani said with a faint, bitter smile. Lately, so many people are playing the subscription lottery. You're the most unusual one among them. Is it because you're young, or because you're poor? Jiang Che asked with a smile. Both, perhaps, Chu Liani replied, setting the bowl back in front of him, her own smile mirroring his. But most importantly, you don't act like a speculator, yet you're steadier than the most seasoned ones. I've seen many people, but few are as hard to read as you. There's really nothing hard to understand, Jiang Che said simply, admitting that he had deceived his family to obtain money for purchasing subscription certificates. So until I make a profit, I don't dare go home. She didn't ask why he had dared to gamble his family's money on subscription certificates. Instead, she smiled and said, but you've already made a profit. Haven't you? Not enough. Jiang Che raised his glass slightly, taking only a sip, while Chu Liani drained hers in one go. Setting the cup down, she studied the clear-eyed, handsome 19-year-old before her and sighed with a wry smile. You really are something. Among speculators, there were many things one didn't ask unless the relationship reached a certain level. Personal wealth, intentions, the reasoning behind trades, or, most sensitive at the moment, the number of subscription certificates one held. But for someone like Chu Liani, certain things about Jiang Che were easy to discern. He wasn't a speculator. His family wasn't well off. He was gambling everything he had. He was tense, yet remarkably composed, proof that his expectations were high and his confidence unshaken. For this, the young man was willing to earn meager wages just to stay in Shanghai, even though a single decision could have allowed him to return home with tens of thousands for the new year. That kind of restraint was rare. The allure of prestige and petty gains was human nature, especially when the stakes were already far from small. The constant struggle between greed and fear was all too common. In recent days, Chu Liani had seen too many people sell their certificates out of caution, some at 4,000 or 5,000, others at 15,000. Some regretted it and fought with buyers to reclaim them. Some repurchased at a loss, only to sell again, wavering endlessly. Now, she could conclude that Jiang Che likely held more subscription certificates than others assumed. The more they drank, the less restrained their conversation became. Why don't you ask me why I'm spending the new year alone? Chu Liani was slightly drunk now, her gaze bright and direct. Jiang Che smiled, but said nothing. You already guessed, didn't you? Infuriatingly clever. Whether from intoxication or something else, the weight of age and experience seemed to fade from her words. She poured herself another drink and downed it. You went home for the holidays. I don't have a family, don't laugh at me. I wouldn't. You've had it hard, Sister Chu. Oh, hard you say? Others think I live well. What else have you guessed? She smirked. How about this? The more you guess correctly, the bigger the secret I'll tell you. A game, then. But if it were truly about secrets, who had more than he did? Jiang Che thought for a moment. I said you've had it hard because when someone always makes others feel perfectly at ease, it usually means they're suffering inside. Chu Liani's eyes gleamed. There are indeed certain guests whom Sister Chu would prefer to ignore, while others would evoke in her a desire for retribution. Chu Liani chuckled softly, exclaiming, You're absolutely right. Xiao Che, I think about it every day, but it's not permissible, is it? The distance between poverty and prosperity for the people here is hardly vast. Ignorance cannot obstruct fortune. The times are changing, becoming increasingly irrational, capable of altering one's destiny in an instant. Many will transform into dragons at the first gust of wind. Some of these insights were imparted to me, while others I have discerned over the years. Yet, you are but 19. Sister finds herself at a loss as to how to commend you. A gambler, a genius gambler? A calm and grounded genius gambler? Chu Liani raised her glass, observing and smiling. However, the reality should be reversed. It is Jiang Che who ought to admire her perceptiveness and judgment of the times. Chu Liani uncorked another bottle of Moutai, and Jiang Che filled his glass halfway. She refrained from divulging the secret and asked Jiang Che, "Can you dance?" "Not very well," he admitted. "That's all right." To his surprise, she employed an old-fashioned record player, and as the needle dropped, the unique melodies of Zhou Xian filled the air, enveloping them in a nostalgic ambience. Chu Liani shed her trench coat, revealing her tall and alluring figure, a mature enchantress. As Jiang Che's hand found its way to her waist, he felt the gentle curve between her waist and hips, causing him to involuntarily swallow. The sound of his throat's motion resonated distinctly amidst the song's soft interlude. Chu Liani smiled and encouraged, "Relax." Eventually, they danced through several songs, losing track of time until Jiang Che's movements became quite adept, prompting them to finally pause. During a certain stretch of time, Chu Liani leaned in closely, her chin nearly resting on Jiang Che's shoulder. On a few occasions, he inadvertently stepped on her foot, and she playfully pushed against his chest, feigning pain, resembling a youthful maiden. The atmosphere was charged with ambiguity, igniting impulse, especially as the curve between their waists and hips swayed with each step, and he felt the pressure of her palm against his chest along with the glide of her fingertips. One might speculate that on this somewhat desolate yet surprising New Year's Eve, with a lonely man and woman coupled with the influence of alcohol, this solitary yet captivating woman might not be averse to engaging in something with the handsome young man before her. Jiang Che remarked, "I should be heading back. Sister Chu, you should rest early." His hasty retreat elicited laughter from Chu Liani, who teased, "Did you not sense any opportunity just now? Why not give it a try? Perhaps you could stay." Truthfully, Jiang Che had entertained that thought. "Then why did you flee? Your girlfriend?" "I just broke up with her not long ago." "Oh, what led to the separation?" "She stayed at school, and I did not. I believe she will regret it." "She claims she won't." "She will. For it is rare for a young woman to encounter a boy like you at such a tender age." "Well," Chu Liani paused, "it seems my charm is still lacking." "Not at all. Sister Chu possesses great allure." "Then, is it a matter of courage?" "Indeed, one might say so." After some reflection, "I feel I am not yet worthy of sharing your bed." He spoke rather candidly, slightly inebriated. Chu Liani laughed until she could hardly stand, her charm boundless. "You possess qualities of resilience, composure, rationality, clarity, and self-control." After her laughter subsided, Chu Liani remarked, "Coupled with that enigmatic aspect of yours, I firmly believe that after this tumultuous period, you shall transform into a dragon." Many unspoken words linger between two astute individuals. For instance, should impulsiveness lead to provocation, it would not be a singular occurrence, nor would it be easily severed. Yet, both parties remain ill-equipped to bear the potential consequences. Furthermore, when we meet again, let it be in a natural manner. Chu Liani is well aware that such reminders are unnecessary. For the time being, sales are off the table. The esteemed comrade is heading south, seemingly embarking on a lengthy journey. Upon analysis of his remarks, the prospects for reform appear promising, hinting at imminent changes, favorable ones. It is even possible that new securities documentation may emerge unexpectedly. As Jiang Che stepped outside, Chu Liani called after him. For another individual, this might indeed be a significant yet overlooked announcement. For Jiang Che, however, it provides an additional source of confidence and judgment. The discussions in the South have unveiled certain connections, and Jiang Che has gained clarity. "Thank you, Sister Chu," he said. Of course, for Jiang Che, this remains, to a large extent, merely an intriguing evening, more captivating than a night spent in bed, and far more worthy of reminiscence. Chapter 19. The First Lottery. Good morning. And by the way, Happy New Year, Sister Chu. Happy New Year, Xiao Che, find a seat. Everything has returned to normalcy. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, traders gathered once more, enthusiasm unabated. Aside from their new attire, the cigarettes they smoked were of superior quality. The atmosphere was filled with greetings of prosperity and well wishes. Jiang Che found a place to sit, but with few waitstaff available. Chu Liani personally brewed a cup of tea and placed it before him. Upon lifting the cup to take a sip, he found it sweet, noticing that several pieces of rock candy remained unmelted at the bottom of the tea. In this era, New Year's greetings often come with a packet of rock candy, a customary offering in tea. It had been years since he had enjoyed it. Is this perhaps a special privilege reserved for the pretty boy? Jiang Che mused to himself. Nearby, Someone set down their teacup and remarked, "Sweet." Indeed, he realized he had overthought. In this bustling world, Chu Liani had seen and experienced far more than he. Oh, just the person I was looking for. It was the same trader from before who approached Jiang Che, draping an arm over his shoulder as they moved to a corner. He held up 2 fingers and declared, "This figure, your set is a blank, right? If it is, I'll take it." Jiang Che shook his head once more. "Not selling yet. 20,000, and you still refuse? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Have you lost your mind over money?" His voice grew louder, and his tone turned somewhat aggressive. Instantly, all eyes were upon them, and Chu Liani emerged from behind the counter, assuming the role of a vigilant hostess. Acutely aware of the escalating situation, this could quickly spiral out of control, everyone thought. Jiang Che smiled, responding, "I'm afraid I must decline. I wish to wait a little longer." He remained composed and unruffled. "I apologize for my hesitation. It was my impatience," he added. The other party shook his head and walked away. At the dawn of the new year, prices finally ascended to 20,000 and began to stabilize. Meanwhile, Jiang Che observed a noticeable decline in the occurrence of genuine transactions. The market had entered a period of buffering, and the tension that had long been coiled within him began to gradually ease. He contemplated waiting until he had earned enough money before returning home, lest his parents worry. While he faced a multitude of explanations that remained elusive, in the ensuing days, Jiang Che maintained a routine of visiting the salon daily, lingering for merely a few minutes before departing, spending the majority of his time as a small vendor. The crux of his focus lay in observing and contemplating upcoming projects. As he withdrew funds from the stock market, he pondered what endeavors to pursue next. The choice need not be grand. During the early 1990s, aside from real estate, there were limited avenues for substantial investment. It merely needed to align with Jiang Che's requirement for a stable income while he dedicated a year to teaching in a rural area, serving as a foundation for future directions. Time was also of the essence. He recalled that he was to report by August, as the school required a period for enrollment mobilization, or else the teachers risked becoming isolated figures. By the time Jiang Che felt assured of his grasp on the situation and prepared to return to school, subscription certificates within the circle were trading at a peak price of approximately 23 to 25,000, while public acquisition prices hovered around 17 to 18,000. In the entire Shanghai, anyone who had ever heard of subscription certificates or had entertained even a fleeting thought about them had succumbed to frenzy. Some lamented their misfortunes, while others bemoaned their circumstances. Simultaneously, Jiang Che's finances had finally reached another 3,000. Regrettably, he no longer had the opportunity to acquire a subscription certificate for that amount. Such is the dual nature of capital, both toxic and alluring. Before departing, Jiang Che treated Xie Xing to a meal. They shared drinks and reminisced about the worker-s family they had encountered at the industrial and commercial bank, and the young man who had threatened to withdraw his certificate with a knife. They spoke of Xie Xing's classmate, who had brazenly severed his financial prospects, and the absurdity of a situation where the bank staff had informed him that the individual had caused a ruckus yet again, ultimately attracting the attention of the police. The worker, as it turned out, had been undone by the machinations of his wife and parents. Yet, in that moment, Jiang Che found himself in tacit agreement with their plight. This era had become increasingly incomprehensible. A single subscription certificate, 2 households of affluent individuals, and a decade's worth of wages left even someone within the industry bewildered. In high spirits, Xie Xing, having indulged in drink, reminisced for half the night. He had purchased 1 subscription certificate along with 41 shares, of which his wife had stealthily sold 21 at 380 each before the new year. "Fortunately, I intervened in time. Otherwise, she would have sold them all," he recounted. When she initially sold them, she had spread over 7,000 yuan across the bed, squatting nearby and watching, laughing for much of the night, and rewarding him for it. Yet after the new year, she lamented tearfully about having lost 2 years' worth of wages, alternating between venting her frustration at herself and reproaching him for not keeping a closer watch on her. I, however, remained indifferent, feeling quite content, Xie Xing remarked. He returned to school to report, make up exams, and subsequently take a sick leave before returning to Shanghai. During his brief stay at school, Jiang Che was preoccupied with tinkering with his radio, his roommates misinterpreting his actions as a sign of heartbreak, hence refraining from intruding. Some matters they had intended to share with him were temporarily suppressed. The train arrived at Shanghai. Jiang Che stepped out of the station and immediately called home. After finally managing to placate the long-winded Aunt Zhang, his mother hurried to the phone, sounding anxious. Thank goodness you called, Chair. If you hadn't called today, I would have gone looking for you. What's wrong? Jiang Che asked, puzzled. Didn't we agree there was no need to worry about me? It's not about you, his mother replied. It's your father. What happened to Dad? It's the New Year gatherings, with relatives taking turns hosting feasts. Your father has been getting mocked left and right. In a fit of frustration, he suddenly decided he wants to sell our house, move back to the old place, and use the money to start his own business. He's joking, right? No, he's already secretly discussing prices with people. Well, that's a bold idea. In these times, taking a risk to fight for something isn't bad. Jiang Che thought. But wait, why didn't Dad ever consider this in my past life? All right, in that life, I didn't have this situation. It seems he's determined to prove himself, for me, for himself, and for this family. Jiang Che knew his father had always been a proud man, though he never showed it outwardly. But even if we sell the house, the money wouldn't be enough for a small factory and a shop, would it? Jiang Che had already downgraded his estimation of the factory to a mere workshop, yet still doubted the proceeds from their modest home would suffice. Exactly. And now that people know our situation, they're taking advantage. The highest offer so far is only 8,000. 8,000. That's unacceptable. Jiang Che thought. In 20 years, 8,000 might barely buy a single square meter in the suburbs. I haven't even started hoarding properties yet, and now the family is selling ours? No way. Of course not. Even if they offered more, we can't sell. A home isn't just some worthless thing. Who sells their house? But your father's being stubborn this time. No matter what I say, he just stays silent. Mom, don't panic. Go get Dad for me. I'll talk to him. All right. Soon, his father's voice came through the phone. Jiang Che spoke first. Dad, you really want to do this? His father hesitated before replying. Yes. Your mother sent you to talk me out of it, didn't she? Well, she did ask me to. But I have another idea. What idea? I am here to persuade you, but not to stop you. I just want you to wait until I come home, okay? 5 days at most. Don't sell the house before then. Jiang Che said 5 days because, in 2 days, the first lottery for subscription certificates would begin. Back at the Wang Palace Hotel Salon. Sister Chu, I'm back, Jiang Che greeted as he entered. I thought it was about time. Chu Liani replied with a smile. Then, Jiang Che noticed the entire room staring at him, like predators eyeing long-awaited prey. What is going on? 28,000. 30,000. 31,000. Are they bidding at me? How are they so sure I'll sell? When the clamor subsided, the highest offer had reached 35,000. A stranger approached. I heard you have a blank certificate? No nonsense. 40,000, and I'll take it. He pulled 4 stacks of blue 100 yuan bills from the leather bag under his arm and placed them on the table, glancing at Jiang Che. No one here will outbid me. Chapter 20. Choices 40,000 could not sway Jiang Che. The crux of the matter was his current perplexity. Despite his frequent visits to this salon, where nearly all the regular patrons were acquainted with him, he possessed merely a solitary whiteboard. He was willing to let them know. Yet it was but a single item. Aside from that one impatient brother, the majority had previously ignored him. How could the situation change so drastically upon his return after just a few days? Xiao Che, you have been away for several days, and I reckon many developments have passed you by. Allow me to summarize briefly. Chu Liani interjected into the discussion. As it stands, have you not noticed? The number of participants in our salon has dwindled. Jiang Che nodded, his eyes reflecting his confusion. The reason is simple. There are almost no small investors like you who hold complete sets of subscription certificates anymore, Chu Liani stated plainly. Why is that? Jiang Che inquired. Bewildered. Because they have all exited the market, Chu Liani replied, casting a glance into Jiang Che's eyes. Those who could not afford to play had to sell. After all, they have already made a fortune, have they not? And those who could afford to stay at this juncture are resolute in their decision not to sell. Thus, the attention upon you arises from your uniqueness. It is because you cannot afford to sell. He approached Jiang Che and tugged at his seemingly inexpensive attire, cautioning, do not wait until you squander a chance to enter the lottery, only to find you cannot sell. As for your desire to play solo, let me enlighten you. It has been calculated that to engage with a complete set of subscription certificates, you would require at least 20,000 in liquid funds. Can you manage that? Jiang Che felt a tightening in his chest. He had indeed contemplated pursuing this venture independently. However, with a necessity of 20,000 in liquidity per set, he would need 60,000 in total. In early 1992, 60,000 was an unattainable sum. No wonder Chu Liani had remarked that there were nearly no small investors left holding complete sets of subscription certificates. In this era, most individuals could not muster such funds. Even those fortunate enough to acquire one or two sets would ultimately have to choose between selling or seeking partners for profit sharing. The overwhelming majority opted for selling, as they had already reaped substantial gains. Moreover, with only 4 lottery opportunities each year, those who could not afford to play yet chose not to sell risked wasting an opportunity, fearing that prices would subsequently decline. In essence, before Jiang Che's return, the market for Shanghai subscription certificates had undergone a significant reshuffle. It was precisely due to this scenario that Jiang Che, this impoverished youth who had been absent for days yet held a solitary whiteboard, became the subject of attention. Akin to a lone sheep under the watchful gaze of a pack of wolves on the prairie, the focus on him stemmed not from the abundance of his certificates, but rather from their scarcity, not from his ability to join others, but rather from his necessity to exit. A single certificate still held value. However, the price of 40,000 was indeed quite steep, especially in early 1992, as the anticipated influx of major players into the subscription certificate market was not as substantial as imagined. The combination of acquisition capital and liquid funds was no trivial sum for anyone, and those capable of managing 10 sets were already considered quite fortunate. As for those who could handle dozens or even hundreds of sets, they were exceedingly rare. No one in attendance dared to raise the price further. To sell or not to sell, Jiang Che found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating the sale of one property, which would provide him sufficient funds to maneuver the acquisition of 2 others. Once the initial lottery concluded, apart from the portion allocated to his father, he would likely be able to continue his ventures unabated. At a glance, selling one property appeared to be the most rational and necessary choice at present. However, the sole reason preventing Jiang Che from committing to this decision was his vague recollection of the explosive potential of the 92 wealth certificates. He was convinced that the leap from 3,000 to 40,000 was merely the tip of the iceberg, far more than just a tenfold increase. What was amiss? The individuals present could not possibly know, and Jiang Che, plagued by the obscurity of his past memories, was left in a quandary. Enough of this, you poor wretch, a newcomer exclaimed impatiently, pushing money forward while reaching into Jiang Che's pocket, eager to expedite the transaction. Jiang Che took a step back, incredulous. Who are you? Daring to act so brazenly. The newcomer was swiftly dragged away by someone else. Who is that? Surely not someone affiliated with Chu Liani. She is cautious and has others pulling the strings behind her. Jiang Che had never even entertained the thought of borrowing money from her for his operations. Are you attempting a forced sale? A somewhat familiar voice echoed. Yet he could not place it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit with an ostentatious hairstyle reminiscent of Hong Kong style, appeared before Jiang Che. This was the very individual who had just been unceremoniously removed, and the once arrogant man was now rendered silent. Young brother, do you remember me? He inquired, placing a mobile phone on the table with a grin. Jiang Che felt a flicker of recognition, yet it remained superficial. The last time my father was hospitalized here. I happened to see you purchasing wealth certificates. Does that ring a bell? Jiang Che nodded, recalling the encounter, though the man's transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, for someone with such formidable observational skills and judgment, it was improbable that he would retain the same appearance Jiang Che had previously witnessed. Such a person ought to thrive impressively in life. What do you think? Can't recognize me? He puffed out his chest playfully. Last time I mentioned that one should not flaunt wealth while out and about. It was a lesson passed down from my grandfather and father, seasoned travelers of the world. You saw how I acted, but I later realized that in dealings with these individuals, one must be ostentatious and let them know that we possess wealth. An intriguing individual, undoubtedly possessing qualities beyond mere fascination. Chu Liani whispered softly behind Jiang Che. Your friend initially approached to collect subscription certificates, dressed in tattered garments, ignored by everyone. Upon returning the next day, he maintained this appearance, yet carried a bag containing 1 million in cash, which he casually tossed onto the table. In the recent reshuffling, he secured the most subscriptions. Incredible! How did he encounter such a wealthy patron? At this moment, Jiang Che remained unaware that in his past life, the sales figure for the 92 subscription certificates surpassed 2 million, while in this timeline, it approached 2,800,000. Jiang Che himself possessed a mere 300, insufficient to effect such a dramatic shift. Thus, another individual, propelled by the butterfly effect of his actions, had acquired several thousand certificates in one go, yet still found it lacking. This person now stood before Jiang Che. "Let us converse in my private room," he suggested. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. The two took their seats and brewed tea. "Let me clarify at the outset. I am not a savior, but a businessman, descended from a lineage of merchants. My grandfather and father were incarcerated for their dealings in recent years, yet the family remains unrepentant. I am shrewd, relentless, and devoid of sentiment." This was his opening statement. In essence, while he appreciated the inspiration Jiang Che had unwittingly provided, he had no intention of lending him capital for personal ventures. However, he was open to purchasing a set at a higher price. Chapter 21. At last. The return home, there was gratitude intertwined with intentions for reciprocity, yet the instinct of a merchant prevailed, compelling him to calculate the potential returns meticulously. He desired more subscription certificates. Having acquired many already, the addition of another set seemed excessive, yet his approach was refreshingly forthright and candid. He had no intention of playing games with Jiang Che. Thus, this super-wealthy individual left Jiang Che with a preliminary impression. Ultimately, he lacked the imposing aura of a ruler. In light of the other's demeanor, Jiang Che accepted that he was merely a stream flowing against the current of a more innocent era. He had no grounds to expect others to repay in kind for a mere drop of kindness. Besides, it was merely a fleeting spark of inspiration. The individual had happened upon Jiang Che purchasing the certificates, observed, and drawn conclusions. Many others had witnessed the same. As for the network of contacts and resources he leveraged to arrive at his final decision, that was a separate matter altogether. Jiang Che chose not to respond directly to this topic. "Yang Lichang," he introduced himself. "Jiang Che," as in the clear waters of the river. Jiang Che replied with a smile. "Could it be that Brother Yang is the legendary Yang Million, the stock market aficionado?" Yang Lichang chuckled. "I only recently learned of him. He seems quite renowned. However, if we're speaking of true wealth, I am certain I surpass him. I had never engaged with the stock market prior to this. And for this matter, I specifically brought in a seasoned economist from Hong Kong and an actuary." As anticipated, Jiang Che recognized the truth in his words. "What industry do you operate in, Brother Yang?" Jiang Che casually inquired. Yang Lichang regarded him for a moment, smiled, and replied calmly, "I engage in trading." He did not elaborate further, but Jiang Che suddenly grasped the implications. From his almost terrifying wealth for this era, his extraordinary observational skills and judgment, the experiences recounted by his forebears, his work habits, his previous understated demeanor now transformed into that of a formidable figure in the underworld, combined with his accent. Jiang Che felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This man was undoubtedly engaged in smuggling, and he was a major player. How could one possess such opulence in these times, a legacy of several generations? Well, it might be possible to catch a favorable breeze and establish some connections. But one could not rely too heavily on such a figure, nor board that ship. Jiang Che quickly reached a decision within himself. Although capital often carries its original sins, many who struck gold through smuggling in the early 1990s were indeed numerous, yet it was clear that this individual was no ordinary character. Moreover, Jiang Che possessed the foresight of a reborn soul. He did not need, nor should he take, such risks. As a reborn individual, to rely on such perilous and dubious paths to achieve success would only invite hidden dangers. Had he lost his mind? Did he not know how many wealthy individuals who began in the 1990s ended up in prison or fled? Compared to the support that Yang Lichang's wealth, connections, and influence could offer, Jiang Che placed greater faith in his own foresight and intellect, valuing safety and stability even more. What is the matter? Jiang Che momentarily lost his train of thought until Yang Lichang gently urged him. He did not anticipate that Jiang Che could deduce so much from mere threads of evidence. Much like him, he was probing, assessing Jiang Che's worth to make a judgment on whether to draw him in. Initially, Jiang Che had considered whether to collaborate, with him providing the funds and Jiang Che the information, but now, Yang Lichang was out of the picture. What remained was merely a business transaction wrapped in the guise of friendship, simply a standard commercial engagement. I wonder if there are other ways. Jiang Che mused with a wry smile. Indeed, Yang Lichang nodded, continuing, however, my actuary once shared a statistic with me. Based on this data, and considering the circumstances of this initial lottery draw, that lad offered you a price of 40,000 per unit, which is not unreasonable. And I can certainly provide a higher offer. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang Che. He had likely grasped the crux of the issue. Why was the current price of the subscription certificate nowhere near the terrifying figures he recalled, yet universally acknowledged as reasonable? Because they were all evaluating it based on the data from the first lottery draw. This implied that the subsequent 3 draws would witness changes. And those changes would trigger a genuine, thorough, and even more frenzied explosion of the 1992 wealth certificates. In the midst of his hazy memories, Jiang Che finally clarified his thoughts. If that were the case, he had a foundation. The first lottery draw was not as critical as he once believed. It sufficed to secure some funds. Brother Yang, here's the thing. I am not inclined to sell the subscription certificates at this moment. Nor do I plan to borrow funds from you for my own operations. I have a proposal. Would you care to listen? Yang Lichang nodded. Please, go ahead. I am prepared to sell you the winning lottery numbers from this draw, Jiang Che calculated in his mind before stating, based on your earlier calculations. I've determined that for each winning number, at a price of 1,000, you still have a commendable profit margin. Jiang Che wasn't selling the subscription certificate itself, but rather the opportunity to purchase original shares from this particular lottery draw. Afterwards, the certificate would still remain his, usable in subsequent draws, perhaps even multiple times. A particularly lucky certificate could hit all 4 lotteries. It was an idea, but upon closer calculation, it would be a loss. The subscription certificates only had 4 lottery rounds. Each draw depreciated their value. The gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. Before Jiang Che could respond, Yang Lichang pressed further. Are you gambling again? Betting that the next 3 rounds will be even better? He slowed his speech, thinking aloud. Given your financial standing, you should have haggled harder. Yet you didn't. You were too casual. A man staking his entire fortune, faced with such a sum, acting so carefree. Does that seem normal? No. So, you must have strong confidence in the next 3 draws. After a brief silence, a glint of admiration flickered in Yang Lichang's eyes. Damn, he's sharp. Jiang Che smirked, but said nothing. Fine, I agree, Yang Lichang said. You have 2 sets, correct? 3. I bought another set in Shanghai those past few days. Oh, Yang Lichang's expression shifted again. After a moment of silent deliberation, fingers tapping lightly on the table, he looked up decisively. 400 per winning number. The extra 400 is fair compensation for your insight last time, and perhaps this one too. Clearly, his connections, resources, veteran economists, and actuaries were about to get busy. Some minds were simply too sharp to contain. Of course, had Jiang Che not demonstrated further potential, this fair compensation might still have come, but whether it would have been 400 extra per certificate remained uncertain. Thank you, Jiang Che said, offering no further engagement. March 2nd, 1992, Shanghai's first lottery draw for the 92 stock subscription certificates was televised live, with an approximate 10 winning rate. Jiang Che's luck was average, 32 wins out of 300 certificates. On the 3rd, after completing the formalities and collecting the money, he tucked the 300 certificates back into his pocket and cautiously switched hotels. That night, clutching his earnings, envisioning his parents' joy and his own future plans, he drifted into a contented sleep, only to jolt awake at 3 or 4 a.m., sitting up abruptly. Damn it, I have nearly 50,000 yuan. And all I did was return to the hotel, sleep, and think about going home? I should rush to buy another set of certificates, while they're cheaper after the first draw. At dawn on March 4th, Jiang Che hurried to the Palace Hotel salon, hoping it wasn't too late. Alas, overnight, prices had surged to 55,000, even 60,000, with almost no sellers left. After just one draw, such a steep rise in price and scarcity suggested that big players had already caught the scent. New investors were likely flooding in too. Chu Liani, standing behind the counter, teased him. Why the long face? Doesn't this prove you gambled right again? You refused to sell. Jiang Che grimaced. Sis, don't laugh. I'm so full of regret it's killing me. Yesterday afternoon, prices had indeed dipped slightly. Yes, Chu Liani replied with a smile. Last night we were bustling. With more people than during the day, many unfamiliar faces from Beijing and Guangzhou, fiercely driving up prices to the point where even your friend dared not delve too deeply. As a result, not only were the items sold in the afternoon, but those sold in the early hours of the night also left us with a sense of regret and anguish, bringing us to tears. Jiang Che, with a sense of resignation, sighed and said, Then I shall head home, Sister Chu. Until we meet again before the next lottery. Goodbye. By the way, feel free to call if you need to inquire about anything. Chu Liani waved her hand. Jiang Che nodded in agreement and waved back. Regardless of the circumstances, he was finally able to return home. Chapter 22. Home in disarray that noon, setting aside his gloom and dissatisfaction. Jiang Che finally boarded a train from Shanghai heading to Yuezhang Province, Shuichang City, after having deceived his parents for over a month. It was time to go home. He carried with him the substantial sum of 44,800 yuan obtained from selling the winning ticket, along with an additional 3,000 yuan he already possessed, totaling approximately 48,000 yuan. This amount was akin to a university student suddenly presenting their parents with 2 million yuan, which, in terms of shock value, was even more impactful than the 50,000 yuan in early 92. However, Jiang Che did not intend to hand over the entire sum this time. In an era without union pay, cross-regional transactions presented significant challenges, making it rather troublesome. Thus, he resorted to the old methods taught by his parents, sewing the certificates into the inner pocket of his coat. He withdrew 40,000 yuan, dividing it into 2 portions, and tucked each 20,000 yuan into a paper bundle, sewing them into the inner lining of his coat on either side, ensuring they would be securely concealed. The remaining 8,000 yuan was carefully hidden on his person and within his backpack. In a time of inconvenient transportation, the journey home was long. Jiang Che hurriedly switched trains and waited at stations, finally arriving home the following night around 6 o'clock. In early spring, the sky had already darkened by 6, and as he walked along the gravel path leading home, the small stones crunched underfoot, having dried out too much in the sun. Xiao Che. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Aunt Zhang, who was sitting at the small shop, was the first to notice him and exclaimed excitedly, "It's me, Aunt Zhang, at the store." Unable to evade her, Jiang Che could only respond, "I was just saying you should be anxious. Well, at least you've managed to come back." Still playing coy with Aunt. Your family is selling the house due to your situation, and who do you think you're fooling? Your relatives already know. Several of them are at your house right now. After saying this, she turned and called into the house. "Hey, your father, come watch the shop. I'm going to Zhang's place to offer some advice." Jiang Che wished to stop her, but found no reason to do so, for he could see many familiar faces gathered at his doorstep, several neighbors holding bowls and chopsticks, reluctant to leave even with empty bowls. In these times, when a family was selling their own home, it was a significant matter, potentially becoming a laughingstock in the village, yet so many people surrounding the event seemed excessive. What on earth is happening? Jiang Che dared not walk alongside Aunt Zhang. Instead, he swiftly slipped behind the neighbors waiting outside the door, which stood ajar, as some neighbors leaned against it, making it inappropriate to shoo them away. Inside the room, my parents were present, along with my grandfather, 2 uncles, and several friends of my father. Unexpectedly, 2 aunts arrived, accompanied by their sons, daughters, and sons-in-law, including the cousin-in-law who must have already lost money gambling. A large group of relatives from Jiang Ma's side was also in attendance. Outside, people were saying, "We can't sell. If this house is sold, the Jiang family will lose their prosperous life." Indeed, young Che was such a good child, suddenly acting so confused. Confused about what? At his age? Isn't it normal to think about women? He hasn't stolen anyone's partner. Enough about young Che. His matter has already passed. The Jiang family has stood firm. And hasn't it resulted in a daughter-in-law? However, I have never seen relatives pressuring someone to sell their house like this. Yes, indeed, we need to offer some support. It turns out that it is no longer my father's desire to sell. What gives the aunts and cousin-in-law the right to demand that my family sell our home? Jiang Che stood on tiptoe. Inside the room, his grandfather sat silently, puffing on a bamboo pipe, his expression grim. At this moment, the second aunt spoke. "We are not forcing your family to sell. We just heard about this matter and came to inquire. Besides, your family still has the old house, which has several rooms. It's not as if you lack a place to live." As we speak, little uncle and cousin-in-law turned to Jiang Dad and said, "Look at how this situation has unfolded. Che has caused trouble. You promised to invest, but suddenly withdrew. We've already invested over 30,000. We mean no offense. We just want to say that if you absolutely refuse to sell, then you don't have to. As long as you can manage, we won't press any further. But if you decide to sell and do it independently, that would be rather ungracious." Jiang Ma, feeling wronged, replied, "We are not selling. It was just a fleeting thought." He just brought it up, and I stopped him. Moreover, didn't you all say that my family doesn't mind this 6,000? You claimed you would support us. And now we find ourselves in a predicament. Can we not back out? Who said we don't mind? Retorted my mother-in-law. She has no control over the finances. The cousin-in-law stood up, clapping his hands and stating, you don't understand business matters. These families are in partnership. Every penny has been meticulously planned for its purpose. Now, with materials, storefronts, factories, and how many deposits I have already put down, the deadline is approaching. If we cannot pay for the factory, the deposits will be lost. Little aunt, what do you suggest I do? This is not just my money. It involves several families, including your own sisters, nephews, and nieces. I still cannot bear to sell the house, Jiang Ma said helplessly. Why don't you families gather some more funds? Which family can still gather funds? Once, twice. We have already invested all we could. The eldest aunt chimed in, wiping her tears. This is the receipt for the deposit on the factory, rented from a national entity. It is genuine. Look at the official seal and date. The cousin-in-law stepped forward, pulling a piece of paper from his chest pocket, unfolding it, and placing it on the table. The implication was clear. If the Jiang family did not come up with their share of the funds, they would cause the relatives to suffer a loss of over 30,000, with evidence in hand. In that moment, the moral pressure fell squarely on the Jiang family. This is not how the story goes. It is all so chaotic. Jiang Che felt utterly lost. Suddenly, a thunderous voice called from behind, Little Che? Why are you still not inside? Aunt Jiang, with her voluptuous figure, stormed in, her voice booming, declaring that the perpetrator could no longer evade responsibility. Grandfather, father, mother, and aunt all summoned Jiang Che, who had just entered the room. All eyes were fixated upon him. The concern in his parents' eyes was palpable, laden with unspoken questions that could not be voiced in the moment. Grandfather tugged at his sleeve from behind, while the two aunts exchanged glances, poised to speak. What are you doing back here? Father interjected, his tone stern. Go back to your room. I have matters to attend to first, and I will deal with you later. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. While others were oblivious, Jiang Che understood that his father was merely trying to shield him, fearing that his presence would place him in the line of fire. I wish to hear what has transpired, Jiang Che responded calmly, feigning ignorance. Father furrowed his brow. You still dare to speak? Aunt shot him a disapproving glance. You truly lack understanding. You have harmed not only your own family, but others as well. And you still claim to be studying? It seems all your studies have gone awry. A second aunt added a sharper remark, her words laced with double entendre. After all, this was indeed a calamity born from folly. It was uncharacteristic of the aunts, who typically reveled in their superiority and enjoyed being praised, to be so aggressive. Despite their penchant for boasting about their children being superior to others, they still maintained a facade of decorum. Jiang Che's mind raced. He hypothesized, assumed that the deposit slip was genuine and the deadline was imminent. Suppose his brother-in-law had squandered their collective funds during the New Year gambling, leaving them unable to regroup. And now, news of father planning to sell the house for his own venture had reached their ears. Suddenly, everything fell into place. It was all rather simple. Since I had taken the family's money, and my parents had relinquished their shares, word of my predicament had spread, coupled with the urgency of his brother-in-law's gambling debts. The aunts and brothers-in-law were now in a frantic scramble, seeking a way out. His brother-in-law had ensnared them, and they were now attempting to coerce my parents, hoping to exert pressure for funds to fill the financial gap and establish the factory, or at least secure additional funds for circulation. Xiao Che, the brother-in-law, finally spoke. Indeed, Jiang Che acknowledged, considering himself another party involved. You, his brother-in-law sighed, shaking his head. This time, your aunts and I, along with our families, have all suffered greatly because of you. Well, Jiang Che replied with a smile, having just begun to speak. A loud thud resonated as father forcefully placed his teacup on the table. Unable to bear the barrage of insults directed at his son, he stood up. Many around assumed he was about to explode with rage. However, Jiang Che knew better. His father's stubborn disposition could be described unfavorably. He was resolute, unyielding in acknowledging matters, swallowing his pride despite the difficulty. If he was to engage, he would never retreat nor yield to the opponent's strengths. Jiang Che attempted to intervene, but it was too late. I will sell the house to cover the costs, father declared. With a clatter, an old bamboo pipe was tossed onto the table. Ash and embers scattering. Grandfather's voice resonated deeply. Do you dare? Chapter 23. The distinct generations of the Jiang family. The two aunts, though not extensively educated, possessed a keen understanding of the subtleties of low-level psychological manipulation. They were adept at exerting moral pressure and skillfully gauging others' characters. Why was it that upon Jiang Che's return, a multitude immediately turned against him, almost tearing their masks off in hostility? This was a calculated move. The loving father, Jiang Ba, would inevitably feel a pang of heartache, prompting him to intervene. Given his obstinate nature, his protective instincts would manifest in a manner that would lead him to take responsibility, to bear the burden, and to provide compensation, regardless of the difficulties involved. Indeed, Jiang Ba fell into their trap. In the preceding moment, the aunts and uncles had already begun to light up with anticipation, for the Jiang family's modest two-story brick house was a rarity in these times. Situated not far from the main county seat, if they were to publicly sell it, fetching around 12,000 would pose little difficulty. They had come with a premeditated plan, knowing that 6,000 was nowhere near sufficient. However, in the next instant, their excitement faded into shock, followed by a gloomy atmosphere as the formidable elder of the Jiang family made his entrance. Prior to this visit, the aunts had conspired, deeming Jiang Ma to be naive and Jiang Ba to have weaknesses that could be exploited. The true figure to be wary of was Jiang Laotu, who had remained silent until now, allowing them to gradually relax their guard. But now, it was evident he was not inclined to reason with them. In truth, should the Jiang family choose to remain unyielding, they were left with no recourse regarding the retracted investment promises. Regardless of the magnitude of the losses claimed, beyond moral pressure, what could they truly achieve? Jiang Ba and Jiang Laotu shared certain traits in character: diligence, tenacity, a fierce protective instinct, and an unwavering selflessness towards family. Yet, these similarities were overshadowed by their differences. Jiang Ba was magnanimous and responsible, albeit stubborn. In contrast, Jiang Laotu was a formidable figure, notorious in his youth for his fierce demeanor and not one to be trifled with. The Jiang family's long-standing reputation within the village and among neighbors could be attributed in equal measure to Jiang Ba's generosity and the respect commanded by Jiang Laotu's early authority, which deterred many from crossing paths with him. Jiang Che understood very well that the grandfather he now faced was no longer the benevolent elder who had once hastily offered him money during his troubles. It had been far too long since their last encounter, and he was eager to witness the elder's confrontational prowess. Tensions escalated, leaving the room in stunned silence. With just a single gesture and without raising his gaze, Jiang Laotu made his position clear. If the Jiang family had no rightful claim, then there would be no discussion. After a prolonged silence, the eldest aunt was finally prodded into murmuring a hesitant remark. "Yours?" Jiang Laotu retorted. The aunt was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, it's my brother-in-law's," she stammered. "He was the one who first expressed the desire to sell." Jiang Laotu replied casually, "Oh, how coincidental. It happens to belong to my son as well. Moreover, I could easily declare it to be otherwise at any moment. This land was given to my grandson when he was accepted into vocational school, and I also contributed financially. When will that be? On this very day? I must declare that it is not so." The elderly gentleman rose, retrieved his pipe, and prepared another batch of tobacco. Jiang Che, with great courtesy, assisted in lighting it. The grandfather took a satisfying puff, and with a gentle pat on his grandson's shoulder, remarked, "Ah, Che-er, you are indeed filial. The house is yours now. The next step is to swiftly bring home a granddaughter-in-law." "Indeed," Jiang Che replied. "This scene, was this the outcome of the promised investment? Surely, some accountability must be upheld?" After holding her tongue for an eternity, the second aunt could no longer refrain from interjecting. Jiang grandfather cast a glance in her direction, retorting, "Oh, what does that have to do with me and my grandson?" Outside, a gathering of villagers and neighbors chuckled quietly, sharing whispers of amusement. "Look at old Jiang. He's being challenged." The two families fell into silence, subsequently directing their gazes towards Jiang's father, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions: pleading, reproach, fury, and even sorrow. With tears welling up, they were acutely aware that the only avenue for resolution lay with Jiang's father, for he was reasonable, magnanimous, yet steadfast. "If we lose here, it signifies our defeat," the eldest aunt lamented softly. Jiang's father was torn. At this juncture, acknowledging his fear of the elder would bring an end to the matter. Yet he refrained from doing so. Jiang grandfather shot a look of disappointment at his son, frustrated that despite all his merits, the son had inherited his mother's softness. Being too easy to manipulate, yet stubborn and resistant to guidance. Suppressing the impulse to stand up, Jiang Che resolved to observe a while longer, even contemplating tolerating the pressure from his two aunts on his parents a bit more. The rationale behind this was that it presented an opportunity, a chance to extricate himself from the future entanglements with these relatives. Having witnessed the dynamics between these two families over the years, he was all too aware of their scheming and machinations, not only among themselves but also within their own family units, consisting of parents, children, and siblings. Such conflicts were mere trifles compared to what lay ahead. If circumstances remained unchanged, following this downfall, in a few years, a relative from the second aunt's household, one of the earliest to venture into the mobile phone business, would, upon witnessing the decline of these families, attempt to assist them in business endeavors. Yet, ultimately, that individual would find himself ousted by their combined efforts, consumed by anguish and regret to the point of contemplating violence, only to end up entangled in financial troubles that led to his incarceration. Jiang Che could never entertain the notion of aiding them in prospering. Even if he were inclined, could they truly be content witnessing the Jiang family thrive while they languished? They were a pack of ingrates. Ironically, they were such close relatives, complicated further by a mother whose overbearing kindness posed a significant dilemma. The more prosperous the Jiang family became, the more they would undoubtedly harass and cling to them, making it impossible to shake them off. What was to be done? Jiang Che understood that if he wished to distance himself, he must also ensure that his mother held them at arm's length. After all, no matter how well he fared in life, before his mother, he remained her son, one who could be scolded and reprimanded, bound by the dictates of filial piety. If, in the future, his mother were deceived into constantly advocating for them, what recourse would Jiang Che have? Unfortunately, his mother was oblivious to these matters, and there was no way for her to comprehend. Her inclination towards relatives was strong, and any warnings Jiang Che offered might only earn him her ire. Thus, it is fortuitous. Let my mother see through this and break her heart, preventing the Jiang family from being ensnared and plunged into misfortune in the future. At last, after much inner turmoil, Father Jiang cautiously glanced at his own father and turned away, gritting his teeth, declaring, "I said we will sell." Jiang Che took note. As his father uttered these words, the iron-willed man had his fists clenched upon the table, veins protruding, knuckles paling, and trembling slightly, while his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Yet he held back. This clearly illustrated the gravity of the situation. A man like Father Jiang is a rarity, Jiang Che pondered. Also realizing that while his father had the desire to undertake endeavors, he indeed required further refinement when it came to business. Selling is one thing, but he must keep his mouth in check. I, the son, will instruct Chair myself, and we have yet to dine. At that moment, Father Jiang uttered another phrase that struck Jiang Che like a blow to the chest, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. His father still stood as a protector. Indeed, the factory has been established. We can earn and repurchase. We could acquire another in the city as well. Yes, when it comes to business, my son-in-law is first-rate. Profits will surely follow. Thus, we shall offer your family a 15 stake, no, a 20 stake, which excited both aunts. Break his legs, old Jiang murmured 3 words. Those words rang like a clarion call, and everyone present on the Jiang family side understood that an opportunity to speak in support had arrived. 2 uncles interjected, "Brother, you must not anger our father. His health has not been well these past few years." A friend of Father Jiang chimed in, "The elder has spoken. We younger generations must listen and dare not interrupt." Outside, the villagers clamored, "We cannot sell. Your house is the pride of our village. Indeed, if it were sold, I would have to live next to others. The wealthy and the big bosses would conduct their business and amass their fortunes while we, the poor, toil in the fields. We cherish this home and cannot part with it. In earlier years, we merely engaged in some small-scale buying and selling, nothing grand." Mother Jiang was already in tears, gazing at Father Jiang with remorse. "This is all my fault. I have brought this upon us. Yet, I cannot bear to part with the house. Do you remember when we built it, and our funds fell short? We dug sand, transported earth, borrowed kilns to fire bricks, and for over 2 months, our family of 3 became as black as coal." At this moment, the atmosphere was chaotic. The aunts hesitated to speak against others, but felt emboldened to confront Mother Jiang. "Little sister, what are you saying? Our 2 families did not endure hardship for nothing, did we? Indeed, do not underestimate your worth. Sister would not lead you astray. Good days await you." Though Mother Jiang appeared easily bullied, they were unaware that she was, in fact, severing her own future ties. As the only connection Jiang Che could not resolve lay through her, the scene once again descended into chaos. However, the true stalemate resided between Father Jiang and Old Jiang. The concept of a man as the head of the household had not wavered in the slightest in these times. Thus, these two were the ones capable of making decisions for the Jiang family. Furthermore, there was the eldest grandson, Jiang Che, the heir of the Jiang lineage. However, in the eyes of the public, he had merely been a well-behaved child who understood the importance of studying diligently for many years. What sort of decisions could he possibly make? Moreover, in this era, few children dare to defy their parents. Chapter 24. Cutting through the tangled affairs and truth. Only a few minutes had passed as Jiang Che observed his parents being relentlessly pressured by his two aunts. The aunts were quite fierce, and at this moment, his mother appeared genuinely heartbroken. Jiang Che could not bear to watch any longer. Once the situation seemed sufficiently dire, he gently patted his grandfather's knee, signaling the elder to calm down. Jiang Che prepared to rise and take charge of the situation. "Let me speak a few words of fairness," a loud voice proclaimed. As a robust figure stepped forward, interjecting before Jiang Che could, Aunt Jiang had arrived. Every village has a few such individuals, neither wholly good nor bad, merely excessively eager. First of all, let us say that Xiao Che is at fault. His confusion has led to a tragic outcome. Look at how your parents have been tormented by this. Oh dear, I knew you would surely stir things up again. Aunt Zhang's husband arrived, pulling her back with exasperation. Can't you see the situation? Is this really the time for you to speak? I just want to express a few fair words. I feel quite wronged, Aunt Zhang retorted. Jiang Che smiled gently. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, but I believe I should handle this myself. It seems that this turmoil has originated from me, and it has become quite chaotic. Let us address this matter step by step. He stepped forward, recognizing the need for a decisive resolution. Are you? The two aunts began to speak. Cough. His grandfather interrupted with a cough. Zhang's parents looked at their son with concern, fearing he might be unable to manage the situation. Jiang Che smiled reassuringly, signaling for them to relax. Let us address the first issue since so many people are present. I wish to clear my name. I did not cause any harm. What? The entire assembly had been fervently discussing the matter for over a month, firmly believing in a particular narrative. Jiang Che's sudden declaration caused a stir. But your mother has said yes. That was based on initial speculations. When I returned home, I simply mentioned that I had caused a ruckus at school, and they assumed it was that incident. However, it was not. Jiang Che explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited a variety of reactions. Yet, Zhang's parents' immediate response was one of concern. If it was not that incident, what had truly transpired? Their eyes were filled with worry. Just make something up. You may not have excelled academically, but you've certainly mastered the art of deception, his second aunt sneered from the side. But didn't you take 6,000 yuan from home to compensate someone? That must be true, right? Aunt Zhang interjected once more. I did not hear this in vain. I heard it directly from Xiao Che. What exactly did you do? Well, it seems that the daughter-in-law hasn't escaped unscathed either, the cousin from the aunt's side, who had remained silent until now, chimed in with a hint of schadenfreude. This individual was widely regarded as lacking intellect, likely silenced before arriving at the Jiang household, which explained her sudden outburst. Why are you so eager to jump in? It's not your turn yet. Jiang Che's mother shot her a disapproving glance, her demeanor shifting with the implications regarding the daughter-in-law. Jiang Che glanced at her, but remained silent. Turning back, he managed a wry smile and said, So, it seems I have indeed made mistakes, Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. I am sorry for causing you concern. The truth is, I did not cause any trouble. I merely deceived you regarding the matter of the money. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Could such words truly be uttered so casually? Avoiding trouble is indeed a blessing, yet deceiving one's parents for money. 6,000. This is no trifling sum. It is an exorbitant amount. If that were my child, I would be compelled to take drastic measures. Many shared similar sentiments. Those who were worried became even more anxious. This was hardly a clarification from Jiang Che. It was akin to jumping into the Yellow River after falling into a ditch. It would be better to simply confess if a life were lost. At least that would be understandable. This act of deceit, however, was profoundly immoral and despicable. Jiang's mother was at a loss, while his father, remaining relatively composed, restrained himself and asked, What do you need such a large sum for? He could not say it was for deceit. Father, mother, If I had come back previously to say I needed 6,000 yuan from the family to start a business, would you have given it to me? Jiang Che timidly inquired. Jiang's father pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Everyone present, placing themselves in his shoes, also shook their heads. In this era, who would support a young child's entrepreneurial endeavors? Hardly any adults dared to entertain such notions. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to deceit. And you have misunderstood. I also dare not explain, fearing you would pursue me. I'm sorry, father, I was wrong. Jiang Che stood before his father, acknowledging that regardless of his intentions, the actions were his own, and the worry he had caused his parents was genuine, leaving him filled with remorse. What business have you engaged in? Did you incur losses or make a profit? His father remarked, You child, you are being reckless, creating chaos. Before Jiang's father could utter another word, a crowd of people eagerly pressed for answers, most of them wondering if there was any profit to be had. Others remained skeptical. However, Jiang's father believed, recalling that his son had inadvertently let slip 2 hints. Once, he mentioned he could bring money back, and another time, he suggested that he need not sell the house to pursue his own venture, with today marking precisely 5 days since that conversation. You can actually conduct business? Jiang's cousin's husband finally seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts, confident in his own prowess in commerce. If you return like this, surely you must have incurred losses, right? Do you truly believe money is so easily earned? There are myriad intricacies in business. What do you understand? As he began his tirade, Jiang Che was preoccupied, biting the inner seam of his coat. Mid-sentence, Jiang Che tore the thread, revealing a paper package, examining it before placing it before his seemingly indifferent mother. What is this? Jiang's mother inquired, echoing the curiosity of everyone present. A good thing, mother. Open it and see, Jiang Che urged, smiling as he gestured for her to unwrap the parcel. A multitude of eager eyes fixated on the unfolding scene, with some speculating about the contents, and those in the back rising on their toes to catch a glimpse. As the layers of newspaper were peeled away, a stack of money was revealed, blue, thick, not 1, but 2 bundles. A sudden burp erupted near the entrance. At last, it was all laid bare, 2 hefty stacks of 100 yuan bills, sealed with a paper strip, landing on the table with a resounding thud, the weight of the moment palpable. 20,000. This was the very sum Jiang Che had intended to present to his parents upon his return. However, aside from his cousin's husband, no one had ever witnessed such a vast amount of money before their eyes. Silence enveloped the room, followed by gasps of astonishment and hushed murmurs. How much is that? Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and posed the question. 20,000, Jiang Che replied calmly. Once again, a collective silence fell. Did you earn this from your business? Was it a month's worth of earnings? Someone finally queried. As Jiang Che turned to his parents, he said, Mom, Dad, this is what I have earned over the past month from that initial investment of 6,000, a total of 20,000. I am handing it all over to you. So please do not be angry with me. I assure you, there will be no next time. His mother remained silent. By now, everyone was aware. The vocational school student from the Jiang family had not caused any calamity. Moreover, the Jiang family had become a household of wealth. No, a household with 10,000 yuan. This was early 1992, in a small county town, let alone in a large city. It was rare for ordinary families to save much money. Being a household with 10,000 yuan still epitomized affluence. And yet, this was indeed a small rural county. Thus, the shock brought by those 2 stacks of blue 100 yuan bills on the table was beyond the imagination of those who would come later. What was even more crucial was that Jiang Che claimed he had achieved this in merely 1 month. Just 1 month. This unspectacular youth had earned an amount that many here would never see in their lifetimes. If he were my child, I would ensure he was well taken care of, even after contemplating harsh measures. Education is indeed paramount. Children must be sent to school. Many who initially had no intention of educating their offspring began to reconsider their stance. In this moment, countless individuals dreamed of their own children proclaiming, Mom, Dad, I've earned 20,000, and I'm giving it all to you. What an emotional scene that would be. Chapter 25. Be sad, but don't hurt yourself as the subject of such a fortune. Jiang's mother remained momentarily stunned. Surrounding murmurs filled the air, yet she maintained her silence. After a considerable pause, she suddenly sprang into action, rolling up her sleeves to count a stack of money, exclaiming, Everyone quiet down, let me count this first. With a laugh, someone remarked, Can you count all that at once? You might as well take your time and count it with your husband tonight. Laughter erupted, dissipating the earlier tension. Grandfather approached, a smile lighting up his face as he patted Jiang Che's shoulder, expressing both encouragement and a silent warning to be cautious of what was to come. Jiang Che nodded, reassuring his grandfather that he need not worry. This dramatic turnaround, transforming a predicament into a celebration, stirred excitement in Jiang's father as well. Though he made an effort to remain composed, he first inquired, "How did you manage to earn this money? What business were you involved in?" "Yes. How did you do it? Little Che, enlighten us. Do tell. How did you suddenly become such a skilled businessman, even outshining the big bosses?" The fervent inquiries, fueled by curiosity and admiration, erupted one after another. Fortunately, Jiang Che had prepared a narrative. "I have a classmate living on the outskirts of Shanghai City. His family owns a small four-wheeler." Jiang Che took the lead, and everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him. "When we were studying in Linzhou, we saw many people thriving in business, and like him, I wanted to help my family, who were struggling." He began to feign maturity, explaining the circumstances that led him here. The situation had turned in his favor. This was now Jiang Che's domain. Whatever he said, everyone listened, believing him wholeheartedly. In an instant, the crowd was filled with admiration, praising him as a thoughtful child who understood the hardships of his parents. No one bothered to dwell on the earlier deception. They had forgotten. At that moment, Jiang's mother, oblivious to the weight of the situation, exhibited her carefree nature. With tears still glistening on her face and money clutched in her hands, she approached and cradled her son's face, beaming with joy as she declared, "My Che-er is truly filial, understanding, and capable. She is not only beautiful and well-read, but also possesses a keen business acumen. Indeed, she seems to generate more profit than your cousin-in-law." Jiang Ma's words were not intended to humiliate anyone. She lacked such ulterior motives. In her moment of excitement, she simply expressed her heartfelt thoughts candidly and joyfully. However, the reality was that the two families had just been thoroughly rebutted by Jiang Che's statements. Each remark countered effectively. The expressions of those present momentarily turned awkward, only to be replaced by brightening eyes as they exchanged glances, their smiles widening. The only one still fixated on Jiang Che was Jiang Ba, his gaze unwavering. Jiang Che continued calmly. "Then we realized that it was just around the new year, the prime time for profit, and fortuitously, he knew the right people. His family had a small truck, which was crucial. So, we pooled our funds and purchased a batch of New Year's paintings, calendars, and various goods, all of which were festive items, and drove to the nearby county towns, selling them from village to village." "Was it easy to sell?" someone inquired. "During the new year, how could festive goods not sell well?" another chimed in. "Indeed, they sold well. The products from Shanghai were fresh and trendy. While they might not be perceived as such locally, they were quite popular once transported below. At that time, the local stores in the villages were still quite lacking, and Jiang Che's proposal seemed feasible. Earning 20,000 a month with a truck was genuinely plausible, leading even the cousin-in-law to start believing. Is that truly how much profit was made? Someone pressed, the skepticism having transformed into incredulity. With a small truck? Just imagine how many festive goods that entails. And over the course of more than a month, we surely made more than just 2 or 3 trips, right? Xiao Che? A bystander offered, seeking clarification. "Indeed, Uncle Zhao clearly understands the business," Jiang Che continued. "We made nearly 10 round trips in total. On our first trip, we returned with an empty truck after selling our goods. But then it struck me that the people in those villages must surely have needs for the fresh and trendy items from Shanghai. An empty truck was a waste. Local mountain goods such as chicken, duck, and pig's trotters are essential for festive stews. Bringing back mountain products was better than what was available in the market. Uncle Zhao must have made a fortune. That is true business acumen." Jiang Che responded joyfully, the remark directed towards the cousin-in-law. Moreover, it wasn't mere empty talk. Uncle Zhao eventually ventured into business and reportedly amassed a fortune worth millions. "We transported mountain goods like dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and daylilies, selling them at double the price in Shanghai, where people eagerly bought them. Thus, we made nearly 10 trips back and forth, and when we split the profits, we were both astounded. How could we not be astonished? We were all in a flurry of excitement. Laughter echoed throughout the room. In that moment, no one realized that, thanks to Jiang Che's words, the village was several years ahead of where it had previously been. At this juncture, Jiang Che's narrative had garnered universal respect, leaving only admiration and envy in its wake, save for Jiang Ba, whose eyes flickered momentarily without uttering a word. No wonder he has become so thin. This is the life of a wanderer. One must thank the heavens for his safety. Poor child. Bearing such a heavy burden must have been arduous. Grandfather, now transformed back into a figure of affection, expressed his concern from the side. Everyone noticed that indeed, Jiang Che had slimmed down significantly. He just brought a few steamed buns, living and eating in the car to watch over the goods and save money. Jiang Che seized the moment to chime in, ensuring his mother would stand united with him later. Earning so much money, working so hard, and being so frugal, many people admired him, but his parents only felt heartache. His father's heart ached, his mother's heart ached. They watched, touched him gently. His father scrutinizing him intently, his mother shedding tears. Silly child, with such a good business, why resort to deception? If you had told us, wouldn't we have given it to you? We could even had your father help you. Mother Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears. It seemed the moment had arrived. Just as his mother handed him the opening, Jiang Che quickly seized it. Mom, don't say that. Truthfully, you wouldn't have. Knowing your nature, you'd have given the money to my cousin's husband instead. Mother Jiang wanted to insist she would chosen her son, but after a pause, she realized it was likely true. Just then, her cousin's husband approached, beaming. Xiao Che, well done, truly impressive, he said, as if he hadn't just spoken a word against him. One hand rested warmly on Jiang Che's shoulder, while the other reached directly for the money on the table. Now, this is settled. No need to scrape together more. By the way, Annie, I'll go back and calculate. Your family's shares might even increase by another 0.5%. He no longer mentioned selling the house, nor his earlier accusations, nor the exact sum. His actions were smooth, effortless. What remarkable composure. But then again, without such shamelessness and adaptability, he wouldn't have been able to swindle that relative later. Indeed, now it's settled. Mother Jiang still hadn't grasped the situation. Her mind stuck on the relief that the money was finally available. No need to sell the house. She even cheerfully pushed the stack of cash toward her cousin's husband. Even Father Jiang didn't intervene, because, in their logic, this was how things were resolved. They had been prepared to sell the house moments ago. Jiang Che watched, thinking, had I handed over the money 2 days earlier, it would vanished already. So indeed, he had to peel back the layers one by one. Make sure his parents remembered the sting. Just as his cousin's husband was about to take the money, a hand pressed down on it. He looked up to see Jiang Che smiling down at him, unnervingly. What's wrong, Xiao Che? Reluctant to part with it? This is for business. Your parents agreed. And time is tight. He tapped the deposit slip on the table, urging Jiang Che to look. Jiang Che ignored it, smiling. Brother-in-law, don't rush. As I said earlier, there are many matters to address, one at a time. Now, let us move to the second. He turned to his mother, speaking earnestly. Mom, it's not that I disrespect auntie or brother-in-law, but matters must be dealt with clearly, step by step. I need to explain this to you. Mother Jiang hesitated, then nodded in confusion. Later, Mom, don't be too heartbroken. Jiang Che paused. No, you should be heartbroken, but please, don't let it harm your health. Her bewilderment deepened. Jiang Che turned back. Time to begin. Brother-in-law, the money is here. Keeping one hand on the cash, Jiang Che met his gaze. Now, may I first see the other deposit slips? After all, in a joint business venture, we can't just lay out our money while you rely on words alone. They're right here on the table. Take a good look, the brother-in-law replied calmly. This is a factory space, but I'm referring to other matters, such as the materials and the storefront. Let's ensure everything is in order, including your remaining funds. My cousin-in-law paused, bewildered. What remaining funds? I already mentioned that the deposit has been paid. Does he truly believe that no business has ever been conducted here? Jiang Che smiled slightly, asking if he was unaware of the deposit ratio. Is there anyone in this world who pays a deposit and exhausts their funds? My cousin-in-law, taken aback, shot a glance at Jiang Che, who had assumed that the Jiang family was naive. Jiang Che continued, inquiring what his brother-in-law intended to use for the remaining payment. Please do not say that the deposit of over 30,000 suffices, for the remaining amount of 6,000 from my family is disproportionate. Moreover, where are the other deposit receipts? One question followed another. My cousin-in-law was at a loss for words, his frustration mounting, breath quickening. Most people present had yet to engage in business. They were accustomed to hard labor, yet many sensed that something was amiss. I have settled the other payments. My cousin-in-law retorted defiantly. Oh, and what about the contract? Did you forget it? Yes, one cannot carry everything on their person. No matter, We shall go see it. Review the contract, inspect the site, and identify the store we are renting, the materials we have purchased, and I demand to meet the other party's owner. Then, the funds. That 10,000, alongside the other 10,000 my mother holds, will be withdrawn entirely. Silence enveloped the room, my cousin-in-law, aunt, and cousin all avoiding Jiang Che's gaze. Let's go right now. Jiang Che slammed the money onto the table, his sudden outburst leaving everyone stunned, prompting contemplation. A brief standoff ensued, the atmosphere growing tense. Xiao Che, you've become quite brazen. This is a significant matter. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner? I, as your aunt, cannot allow this. Standing up, she spat. This is your brother-in-law. If you persist in this way, your second aunt and I will not hesitate to discipline you. Little sister, do you have no sense of propriety? The second aunt also stood up. Jiang's mother glanced over and tugged at Jiang Che's clothing, saying, Chair, you must not speak to your brother-in-law or your aunts like that. Is that so? What if my aunts and brother-in-law are deceiving you regarding the property? Jiang Che was growing irate, not at his mother, yet his tone and expression turned somewhat intimidating. What? Who is deceiving me about the property? Jiang's mother was particularly sensitive about the house. Jiang Che turned, asserting, Brother-in-law, we have reached this point. I know enough, and you should as well. Would you like me to disclose where your money went, and to whom? I have met those individuals. He was uncertain of these details, but, through escalating his tone and the situation, he suddenly posed the loud question, leaving his brother-in-law taken aback. Do you know those individuals? They are from out of town. How could my sister-in-law possibly be so foolish? She began to respond, but was quickly silenced. Yet many had comprehended the situation entirely, grasping the essence of the matter. What exactly is happening, Che? I seem to grasp a portion of it, though not everything is clear. Jiang's mother, rather than being confused, was reluctant to accept this reality. Thus, Jiang Che had to cruelly remind her, Mother, you should not be asking me about this right now. You ought to first reflect carefully on the entire process and every word they spoke. Once you have thoroughly contemplated and are prepared to retain the information long-term, I will elaborate further. Some individuals hesitate to wait for Jiang Che to elaborate. Let us go. A bit of money tends to cloud judgment, the aunt hastily remarked, offering a vague farewell. The two families hurriedly rushed out, both inside and outside the house, clamoring. Why are they leaving? The matter remains unresolved. Jiang Che smiled softly, assuring them, just wait a moment. It won't take half an hour before they return. He knew them too well. They were indeed in urgent need of money. And seeing it, yet failing to grasp it would leave them unsatisfied. They would inevitably return, employing a different strategy that played on familial ties and emotions. Before that could happen, it was crucial for his mother to become thoroughly disillusioned with them, allowing her to be resolute. Chapter 26. The return. As the aunt and second aunt exited the alley, they began to discuss the situation, pondering why what seemed nearly settled had taken a turn. Especially how Jiang Che had come to know the details. After a brief exchange of accusations, they calmed down and unanimously agreed that money was paramount. They had only paid a deposit for a factory, and the payment deadline was indeed pressing. Without the funds to fulfill it, the deposit would be lost, forcing them to start anew. As the villagers had remarked, they did not possess any significant business prospects. Regardless, their priority was to secure the funds. Even if the factory could not be established, they could at least rent out the facility and still profit. The aunt promptly redirected her course. Return? The cousin inquired, astonished. But we must return. In these times, where else can one find 10,000 yuan? The second aunt retorted, if we fail to secure the funds, we will truly be finished. She added, do not underestimate Jiang's son. While he may seem elusive now, your aunt remains vulnerable. She possesses a tender heart and a lack of discernment, and we hold sway over her. Upon hearing this, the others reflected and recognized the truth in her words. Jiang's father, a man of rigid principles, once he sees through the facade, would be unyielding. However, Jiang's mother was different. She was not only easily swayed, but also manageable. If they returned and played the familial and emotional card, there was still a chance. Isn't it 20,000? Surely we can manage to extract at least 10,000. The aunt asserted. When she was sneezing in my arms, she already owed me. At this point, the cousin's husband, who had been silently squatting by the roadside, chuckled softly. Although his status was not high, having stumbled during the new year while attempting to orchestrate a scheme for outsiders, he found himself ensnared in a deeper trap, losing his capital and facing inevitable reproach. Yet, he remained the most astute among them, the core of their plans. But that's not all, he said, finally speaking up as attention turned toward him. He raised 4 fingers and declared, the Jiang family currently possesses at least 40,000. 40,000? How do you know? The cousin's husband stood, tugging at his coat, one hand raised while the other descended, revealing, after Jiang's son presented 20,000, his coat was uneven. One side was higher than the other, while on the other side, there was still a package. They were left dumbfounded. 6,000 had been spent over a month. And now 20,000 returned. This was already astonishing. Yet, the revelation of 40,000? How did he earn this? The aunt asked, her gaze fervent yet bewildered. Indeed, I too am curious about how he has amassed his fortune. My cousin's husband, regaining his former strategic prowess, declared with conviction that they must return and ensnare my aunt this time, not merely for monetary gain, but also for her family's connections. Yes, connections, which represent an opportunity for a teenager to earn 40,000 in a mere month. With such a pathway, how could one fail to rise? Everyone was aflame with excitement. They were certain that Jiang Che's means were not the straightforward method he had disclosed. While that approach could yield profit, it could not possibly generate such rapid and substantial returns. Absolutely impossible. This was precisely why Jiang Che sought to distance himself from them. Once these individuals depleted their finances, they would inevitably demand a method for generating more. Instead of gratitude for receiving aid, they would be fixated on claiming the land of the family. Such individuals cannot be placated with mere favors. They can only be left in despair, to be dealt with by one's mother. My cousin's husband proceeded to lay out a plan. Upon returning, the first step is to shift all blame onto me, to assert that you were deceived by my machinations. Then, the necessary reprimands and reproaches will follow, culminating in pleas and tears over past grievances. Do I need to instruct you on that? My second aunt retorted. Me? My cousin's husband chuckled, bending to pat his knees. Naturally, I will admit fault and apologize. As long as this scheme bears fruit, I would be willing to kneel before them, for that is money. Money is the most tangible. But, what is it? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It appears that Jiang's scion has been laying traps from the very beginning, eagerly anticipating our every word and action, subsequently relaying those to my aunt. Do you not find that peculiar? It does seem a bit strange, the others reflected, yet failed to grasp the depth of the situation. My cousin's husband waved his hand dismissively. Enough, let us depart. If all else fails, we can coax that foolish uncle to come and lend his voice. Meanwhile, within the Jiang household, Jiang Che had meticulously unraveled the entire affair. Initially, the truth proved elusive. However, once Jiang Che illuminated the pivotal moment when my cousin's husband lost all his money and found himself in dire need of a remedy, everything else fell into place. To describe it in the most charitable light, they acted out of desperation. Having heard rumors of the Jiang family's intent to sell their home independently, thus arriving with the intention of using that sum to fill their own pit, all while concealing the truth. To be more pragmatic, they were not here to negotiate, but rather to willfully distort reality, arrogantly assuming the moral high ground to pressure the Jiang family into selling their property to rectify their own financial woes. Such intentions reveal a grotesque facade. Their earlier remarks and actions, witnessed by all present, now take on a repugnant clarity. Initially, one might have believed the Jiang family to be at fault, finding the situation uncomfortable. But now, upon learning the truth, it is evident that these individuals are indeed loathsome, cruel, and malevolent. Their hearts are chilling. Such people must be distanced from one's life, lest one find themselves ensnared once more. An astute neighbor lamented, turning to Jiang's father. You too must amend your temperament. They are manipulating you. Jiang's father awkwardly nodded, appearing to reflect on this counsel. This was precisely what Jiang Che had hoped to witness. Jiang's grandfather, still harboring resentment towards his son, seized the opportunity to chide him. Thankfully, I have a good grandson, otherwise, our family would have been ruined. Both Jiang's father and Jiang Che remained silent, fearing their patriarch's wrath. Beside her, Aunt Jiang sat woodenly in silence. After a long while, she murmured to herself, "They are my own sisters." It was precisely because she had always held on to this familial bond so firmly that the betrayal struck her the hardest. For blood sisters to do such a thing was utterly chilling. Tears had already begun falling, but unwilling to weep openly before so many people, Aunt Jiang rose and retreated to her room. Yet scarcely 10 seconds passed before she re-emerged, clutching the 20,000 yuan to her chest as she resumed crying. The crowd chuckled softly. All in all, the atmosphere in the Jiang household remained quite pleasant. Their money hadn't been squandered. Jiang Che hadn't caused trouble, but instead earned a fortune. The Jiang family had suddenly prospered, transforming overnight from an object of pity to one of envy. The two aunts cheerfully busied themselves boiling water for tea. With such a capable eldest nephew, they and their children, Jiang Che's cousins, would surely benefit in the future. Moreover, their relationships with Aunt Jiang as sisters-in-law had always been exceptionally harmonious, a rare blessing in rural life. Many guests lingered in the Jiang's main hall, for the day's events provided endless conversation in an era starved of entertainment. The last time the Jiang home had seen such jubilant festivity was when Jiang Che passed the technical school entrance exams. As before, grandfather beamed with pride under the flattery, generously distributing his usually hoarded cigarettes. Father responded to congratulations with awkward politeness and genuine smiles, though his mind seemed somewhat preoccupied. Chapter 27. All acting when curious neighbors pressed for details about how the truth came to light. Jiang Che merely smiled and dismissed it as coincidence. Since he chose not to elaborate, the matter held no importance. Later, Uncle Zhao eagerly questioned him about the outside world. Jiang Che knew the man's wanderlust would soon become unbearable. After this conversation, Jiang Che fetched water from the kitchen, cooling it by pouring between two ladles before bringing the temperate drink to his mother's room. Her eyes were swollen red, but she still clutched the money tightly. "Your son treats you better, doesn't he?" he teased gently. Aunt Jiang laughed through her tears and nodded. "Once the aunts see this money, they'll come crawling back with excuses, claiming they were deceived too. Think carefully, Mom. Do you believe what they said earlier?" Jiang Che administered this precautionary measure strategically, both to guard against their tactics and to help his mother see more clearly. After careful reflection, Aunt Jiang concluded, "They were definitely in on it together." "How clever you are, Mom," Jiang Che fawned shamelessly. To him, whether they kept the house mattered little now. Even the money wasn't paramount, for he would have abundance of both. What truly mattered was helping his mother see through those relatives early. Eliminating future troubles, such kin shouldn't be entangled with. If his mother could embrace the philosophy, "What I give is by my choice. What I withhold isn't yours to take. If you scheme against me, that road ends here. I'll have plenty, but you'll get nothing," then Jiang Che's elaborate performance today would have achieved its greatest reward. Before long, a commotion arose outside the door. When Auntie and her family arrived at the entrance, they were taken aback to find so many people still present. However, they understood the gravity of the situation and, steeling themselves against the countless scornful gazes, they entered. Inside, Jiang Ma appeared to be half collapsed. As her son had indeed accurately predicted their unwillingness to relent and their intent to ensnare her further. "Brother-in-law, we have clarified the matter. It was indeed foreseen by Che. We were both terribly deceived, and thus, we felt compelled to return and apologize to you," spoke the voices of the elder aunt and cousin-in-law. "Uncle, this mistake is mine. I owe you an apology, as well as to my mother-in-law and to you, dear aunt. If you feel the need to express your frustration, striking me a few times would be justified." Jiang Ba's response was calm and rather indifferent. "It's quite late. Let us part ways for now. I shall not see you off." This demeanor, more disheartening than any loud outburst or physical confrontation, left the cousins in despair. Just as they had anticipated, Jiang Ba, a man of great integrity and stubbornness, once he saw through the ruse, would remain unmoved. His anger simmered within, and he would remember the betrayal. Fortunately, they had not aimed to confront Jiang Ba directly. "Where is the younger sister?" inquired the second aunt. Jiang Ba remained silent. He was confident in how his son would handle matters inside. It seemed as if, all of a sudden, his son had become the pillar of the family. And upon this realization, Jiang Ba felt a pang of sorrow and shame. "Younger sister, where are you?" the elder aunt called out loudly. "Your two sisters have come to apologize. We too were deceived by that wretched creature. As we stepped outside, we felt too ashamed to face anyone. Younger sister, we almost wronged you." Accompanying this were the voices of two aunts chastising the cousins. Jiang Ma found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Despite the circumstances, she felt an inexplicable urge to smile. "My sisters, must you truly be so accurately predicted by my son?" she exclaimed. Outside, the second aunt continued to shout, "It's fortunate that Che has returned. Things haven't spiraled out of control, which is a relief. Younger sister, are you ignoring your sisters? I remember your temper was never this fierce. Perhaps you are not as clever as you think." Jiang Ma replied, feeling a mix of grievance and self-awareness. Laughter erupted among the crowd. To the ants, this was a positive development. Regardless of the situation, Jiang Ma had finally spoken. I am not blessed with a good son. All I have done is squander his potential. Your sister has reached a dead end, lamented the elder ant. Younger sister, you have seen the list. If we cannot secure this one factory, your sister truly will find herself at a dead end. Jiang Ma paused, gazing at Jiang Che. Had her motherly instincts led her astray once more? Jiang Che, resolute, rolled up his sleeves. Mother, remember that year we built our house, borrowing bricks from the kiln? If I had not returned today, they would have forced us to sell this house. Jiang Ma nodded. The house was her most cherished possession. Seizing the moment, Jiang Che pressed on. Furthermore, they claimed I was squandering my education, reveling in the prospect that I would never find a wife. Education and a daughter-in-law. Both are your soft spots, dear mother. And think back. What did they say when you cried and refused to sell the house? Deceiving, coercing, and berating. They are utterly unafraid of driving us to the brink of despair. In fact, they are the ones pushing us toward it. Mother Jiang nodded, then shouted angrily outside, Enough. Return now. I fear my foolishness will lead to not only our home, but our very lives being sold by you. This was perhaps her first instance of daring to raise her voice against her two domineering sisters. Silence enveloped the outside for a moment, as they likely could not fathom such a reaction from the youngest sister. Have you truly hardened your heart against your own sisters? Sister, have you forgotten? When we were impoverished and there were too many children, I carried you on my back while cutting grass for the pigs. I fell, and so did you. The elder sister lamented. When you wished for fruit, I went to gather it, only to be stung by a wasp, and later fell ill. You were merely 6 years old, yet you knew to prepare medicine for me and help me drink it. How can you now bear to witness my suffering without offering aid? Do you wish for me to kneel before you? The second sister added. We are truly at our wits' end. We wrote promissory notes, pressed our fingerprints, calculated interest, rented the factory, and planned to sublease it to repay our debts. Mother Jiang appeared visibly conflicted, as the limitations of her era and perspective, combined with her character, often left her unable to discern clearly. If this continued, she would be swayed. Once persuaded, there would be countless instances to follow. As for the factory, they would not starve. Jiang Che knew that outwardly they seemed destitute. Yet behind the scenes, every family and person harbored hidden resources. In a previous life, they had even torn themselves apart over such matters. Decisively, Jiang Che sighed deeply, collapsing onto the ground. What is it, Che? You should sit on the bed, Mother Jiang said anxiously. I'm filthy, Jiang Che replied weakly. After running around outside for so long, enduring the cold and hunger, I'm covered in dirt. Later, I nearly fell victim to robbery and had to flee into the woods, getting all muddy. Mother Jiang panicked, observing her son's emaciated frame. Then glancing at the money in her hand, money he had risked his life to obtain, nearly lost to deceit. Isn't it well that you've returned safely? Jiang Che leaned against the wall, his voice tinged with a delicate, suppressed grievance. I was so exhausted, hoping to bring joy to you and father with the thought of enjoying your cooking, only to find that upon my return, I hadn't even eaten but was instead subjected to their torment, berated and wrongfully accused, nearly receiving slaps from auntie and second aunt simply for speaking the truth. Mother, you even supported them, almost handing over the money. The weight of internal condemnation was heavy, as these wounds were, to some extent, self-inflicted. Mother Jiang could no longer bear it. She turned and opened the door. I have my own home, my husband, my son, a harmonious family. Can you allow us to live our lives in peace? I am genuinely afraid of you now. Please, leave us be. These words were spoken through tears, each syllable biting. You dare? The eldest sister exclaimed. Sisters, you need not frighten me with familial ties any longer. If I call out once more, let us part ways amicably from now on. I may not comprehend everything, but one thing is clear. Without you today, our family would have been quite happy, and I believe it could still be so in the future. As for emotional bonds, it is you who have cast them aside first. Finally, silence enveloped the outside world, for they understood the futility of their efforts. The little sister, whom they had so easily manipulated, had ceased to exist. Perhaps her disposition remained unchanged, still a tad naive, yet now she harbored a conviction, a newfound awareness of her responsibility to protect what mattered. As for acting, would I falter? Jiang Che concealed his amusement, for he knew that, at least for a considerable time to come, Jiang Ma's mindset had been irrevocably shaped. Of course, This was a last resort. When part of the problem lay with one's own mother, one could only appeal to her emotions first, then reason with her, removing the entangled hazards and trusting that, as her horizons broadened and her experiences deepened, she too would evolve. Chapter 28. Family Conversations on March 5, 1992. Uncle Zhao, Jiang Che's neighbor, beheld 2 stacks of cash amounting to 20,000 yuan for the very first time in his 30-plus years of life. The blue, thick bundles were neatly arranged, sealed with paper strips. He presumed they must bear some weight, for when the money struck the table, it made a resounding thud. Then he heard a tale of wealth that seemed almost unbelievable to the villagers, participated in some discussions, and garnered the protagonist's affirmation. The flames of desire ignited instantaneously. Approximately an hour later, he stepped outside to make a call, returning with the intention to go. Persuaded by him, his younger brother and 2 friends decided to join, forming a group of 4. This would mark the first wave of individuals from this village venturing out into the world in the early 1990s. Blessed with fertile fields and abundant forests, the challenges of subsistence were minimal here, and thus, compared to other places where life had become unbearable, they were lagging years behind in their pursuits. They inquired of Jiang Che, "Xiao Che, what do you think? Will we be able to earn money?" Jiang Che countered, "What do you plan to do?" Uncle Zhao spread his rough, strong hands confidently, declaring, "I've heard they are constructing buildings all over. I've learned masonry. Surely, I can earn a living, right? I'll bring along those 3 to do odd jobs, and once we're familiar, I aim to take on a building project myself." In 1992, amidst the property boom, a farmer in the distant province of Yidian, in the city of Shuichang, in the suburban village of Quanbei, expressed his desire to venture forth to undertake a building contract. Jiang Che, reflecting on his recollections of the property boom, succinctly advised, "Only assist in construction, do not purchase. And do not allow anyone to default on their payments. This is my counsel, Uncle Zhao." This amounted to Jiang Che's tacit approval. Although Uncle Zhao had already made his decision, Jiang Che's endorsement brought him joy. He excitedly nodded, stood, fumbled momentarily, and then, with a bow to all directions, proclaimed, "I shall return home to pack. I leave tomorrow. It's the new year, and I'll return for that. There are matters at home. I ask for everyone's support." With a deep bow that nearly touched the ground, he departed before the astonished crowd. The entire room was left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the sudden departure reminiscent of a bygone era, perhaps dating back to the Republic of China. In those times, a young lad had once declared under the great camphor tree at the village entrance that he wanted to enlist and bear arms. The elders had laughed and scolded. "Bear arms, you say?" The next day, he departed from the village, and it was said that he now another man, a farmer in his 30s, made a decision that seemed far too hasty and reckless. One might even describe it as muddle-headed and ignorant without exaggeration. Yet in this era of limited information and even more constrained thinking, those who dared to venture forth were often initially driven by blind impulse. Nevertheless, it was precisely these individuals, forging ahead one after another, who created countless legends of wealth. Jiang Che could well imagine that on this very day, at this very moment, perhaps a future titan of industry was tossing and turning in bed, wrestling with hesitation before finally resolving to plunge into the sea of commerce. It might be a clerk, a section chief, or even a bureau director, or perhaps someone like Uncle Zhao, a farmer with calloused hands and unbridled ambition, or a worker laid off by circumstance or choice. Such was the tide of 92. The crowd gathered at the Jiang residence eventually dispersed, each returning home. Father Jiang stood at the door, gazing blankly at the distant alleyway for a long while before finally shutting the door. Turning, he looked at his son and said, "Go ask your mother to fix you something to eat." He was right, and knew Mother Jiang best. For as she busied herself preparing food for her son, the sorrow weighing on her heart gradually lifted, her spirits reviving. As Jiang Che ate, his parents sat on either side of him, watching in silence. 35-36. Mother Jiang, having steadied herself, resumed counting the money, the first time in her life she had ever seen so much. Father Jiang hesitated for a long while before finally making up his mind. With solemnity, he spoke, "Che, I have something to ask you later. In your own words, speak truthfully, without omission." 31, 32, 30. Mother Jiang pinched Father Jiang's arm. "What's with all this 1-2 nonsense? You made me lose count again." In an instant, the serious atmosphere Father Jiang had carefully cultivated shattered. Jiang Che chuckled. "Mom, why don't you go count in your room?" Mother Jiang nodded. shot her husband a glare, and retreated with the money in her arms. Jiang Che set down his chopsticks, straightened his posture, and said, "Dad, I'm finished. Ask away." He had sensed it all along. His father hadn't fully believed him today. Father Jiang studied his eyes first. "Che, is there anything you'd like to confess to me?" The matter of the stocks could never be admitted. In his father's eyes, it was no different from gambling. Jiang Che hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Father Jiang's disappointment was palpable. He pointed to Jiang Che's left chest. "Take it out." "What?" "That bundle on the left." So he had been discovered, likely long ago. Resigned. Jiang Che lowered his head, bit open the thread, and placed another paper packet on the table. Even though he had expected it, Father Jiang's hands trembled uncontrollably as he opened it and glanced inside. 40,000. He hadn't been mistaken. Jiang Che had indeed hidden another bundle. The family's wealth wasn't 20,000, but 40. At this figure, joy had transformed into dread. "How did you earn this?" "In just over a month." His voice wavered slightly, his expression stern. "The same way I mentioned earlier," Jiang Che replied calmly, resolved not to tell the truth. Suddenly, Father Jiang stood up, then sat back down, repeating this action twice. He appeared to be on the verge of anger, wanting to question, yet he struggled to contain himself. He was merely a simple farmer from the 1990s, now flustered. After pondering for a long while, he finally said, "All these years, I have only known one thing: making money swiftly." Jiang Che, intrigued, pressed on, "What do you mean?" Lowering his voice, Father Jiang replied, "Smuggling." "Tell me the truth. Have you been involved in smuggling?" Jiang Che was surprised his father even knew of such things. But he prioritized clarification. "No, I earned it through the method I mentioned." "Then show me your hands." Father Jiang seized one of Jiang Che's arms, rubbed it, scrutinizing it closely before expressing his bewilderment. "Are you truly not involved?" "I assure you, I am not. And don't forget, I made the call from Shanghai." That was true. Yet he furrowed his brow, grappling with the idea that trading seasonal goods could be so lucrative. Ultimately, he decided to trust his son. With the crisis averted, Jiang Che turned the tables, asking, "Dad, how do you know about smuggling?" Father Jiang's expression shifted. Seizing the moment, Jiang Che pressed on, "I see now, Dad. A few years ago, you mentioned engaging in small businesses that quickly dissolved, yet you never specified what they were. It turns out you had ventured into smuggling. No wonder you made several thousand and built a house in such a short time." In a state of urgency, Father Jiang, as if defending himself, exclaimed, "I had no knowledge of Guangxi, you know." Jiang Che nodded, recalling that it was just next door, where the Jiangnan leather factory had gone bankrupt. He mused to himself, with a newfound direction, that he could open a Jiangnan leather factory in the future, and if it failed, he could abscond with the money and his sister-in-law. Years ago, when he was just a teenager, Guangxi was still impoverished, due to a lack of arable land. Impoverished families would often come to our area to work for a few months, earning some food to take back home. There were 2 boys around my age who helped us cut bamboo. Your grandmother treated them as her own children. Eventually, we formed a brotherhood. And this? A smuggling tycoon among my relatives? It is worth noting that at its peak, smuggling in Guangxi accounted for 80% of the national volume. It wasn't until the Navy intervened that the activity shifted to Minnan. This is a significant chapter in history, and Jiang Che, intrigued, pressed further, "What happened next?" "Years ago, they claimed to have made a breakthrough and sought me out, promising to help me earn money. At that time, I was truly destitute, eager to provide a better life for you and your mother, so I went along." "You smuggled by sea?" Father Jiang quickly shook his head. "Not by sea. I lived with many others in a coastal village. At midnight, when boats passed by, we would rush to the shore to collect what was thrown overboard. We simply grabbed and ran, and later, someone would come to collect and pay us. It wasn't until I was chased by the police over 2 mountain ridges that I realized it was illegal smuggling. I returned home and couldn't sleep for half a year." Jiang Che was astonished to learn of his father's past. He had never mentioned it in his previous life. Perhaps the Jiang Che of old was deemed unworthy of such revelations in his father's eyes. "It is nothing to worry about, as long as we refrain from engaging. It suffices. Several years have elapsed since then, and numerous individuals have ventured forth from that place, with even more embarking on journeys abroad. Thus, it can be said that exceptional talents are often forged through adversity. In recent years, despite the pristine mountains and waters of Shuichang City, we find ourselves unable to keep pace with Guangxi." At that moment, Mother Jiang emerged from her room and noticed the money on the table. She hurried back to her room and reappeared, finally confirming that these 2 stacks were not her own. She then gathered the money, sitting in a daze as she gazed at the 4 stacks of blue 100 yuan notes before her. Jiang Che contemplated that he would likely never reclaim this money. When Father Jiang expressed his desire to venture into business, Jiang Che felt a surge of joy, yet he first inquired about the reason behind this decision. Father Jiang's expression was one of complexity as he replied, "I cannot remain in this place, mired in trivial matters day in and day out. Moreover, I believe I need to hone my skills. Today was rather foolish. Therefore, I want to step outside and engage in some small business, learning along the way, taking it one step at a time. What do you think, Che?" His final question revealed a hint of caution. Undoubtedly, this was a cause for celebration. Jiang Che had previously entertained similar thoughts. While there were many lovely individuals here, the place was not devoid of nonsense. Furthermore, stepping outside would broaden his parents' horizons and experiences, which was beneficial for the future prosperity of the Jiang family, necessitating their growth. Jiang Che had assumed he would need to persuade his father, thinking that even if he chose to engage in business, he would prefer to remain local. However, unexpectedly, his father had come to this realization on his own. With a smile, Jiang Che replied, "Of course, that sounds wonderful. But, father, I presume this is partly due to the inspiration from Uncle Zhao and myself, correct?" Father Jiang chuckled but remained silent. The position of the family's pillar had suddenly been disrupted. How could this strong-willed man accept such a shift? Moreover, the opportunity lay before him. Mother Jiang set down the money and said, "What about me? I should also go. But I still have 1 day of work at the factory this week." Father Jiang replied with a smile, "You can give that day to someone else. They would surely appreciate it." However, she expressed concern, "But I heard that layoffs are coming. You understand what that means, right? If I leave and completely stop working, I would undoubtedly find myself among those laid off." It was precisely this fear that prompted Father Jiang to seek alternative avenues. He remarked, "From what I see, your factory won't escape layoffs. In 2 years, it will inevitably face closure." His assertion was valid. Indeed, the wave of layoffs swept across the entire 1990s. It was better to be proactive than reactive. Many who left early managed to carve out successful paths, while those who endured insufficient wages remained trapped in factories until the century's end, ultimately facing dire challenges. Mother Jiang, torn by indecision, pressed her forehead and said, "Let me think about it." Father Jiang whispered in her ear, "By the way, so many people witnessed this today. Aren't you worried about them asking you for loans?" Mother Jiang straightened up instantly, exclaiming, "Oh." Jiang Che watched with keen interest. He did not understand the nuances of a man knowing his wife so well. But at the very least, the dynamic between his parents, as later described, was indeed beautiful. "By the way, if we go to Linzhou, will we finally get to meet Che's girlfriend?" Mother Jiang suddenly realized that the fatal incident was fabricated, but the girlfriend was certainly real. Since it was inevitable to discuss sooner or later, Jiang Che smiled and admitted candidly, "Actually, we've already broken up." Mother Jiang was stunned. "Why?" "She secured a teaching position at the university while I didn't. Besides, she plans to study abroad. Our paths diverged," Jiang Che explained calmly. Father Jiang turned to scrutinize his son's eyes, concerned he might be concealing his emotions. Meanwhile, Mother Jiang tilted her head pensively. Jiang Che suspected she was searching for words to console him, but instead, she murmured wistfully, "What a shame. She truly lacked the fortune to keep someone as wonderful as my Che." The conversation ended. After washing up, Jiang Che returned to his room and discovered the New Year's red envelope tucked beneath his pillow, 2 crisp, freshly minted bills. "For 1,000 exchange for 2, yet I'm inexplicably happy." In bed, Father and Mother Jiang tossed and turned, restless. The money had been carefully sewn into their garments, their luggage mostly packed, but their emotions remained unsettled. Che's father, Mother Jiang whispered into the darkness, "I'm uneasy. Leaving so abruptly, quitting the factory, abandoning the fields, it's daunting. What will we even do out there? Should we consult Che?" Father Jiang shifted slightly. "No, I intend to invest modestly, saving the remainder for Che. I'll navigate the business alone once we settle. This way, I can learn properly, and Che can focus on his studies. He'll secure a government position someday. We can't burden him with supporting the household now." A soft chuckle escaped Mother Jiang in the dark. Father Jiang flustered. "What's so amusing? I'm laughing at someone whose pride is wounded." Father Jiang sighed wryly. Blame Che for growing up too suddenly. The next day, the 2 aunts returned, this time coaxing Jiang Che's meek uncle, Mother Jiang's elder brother, to intervene. In their hometown, An uncle's authority carried significant weight, but the Jiang residence stood empty. Old man Jiang answered the door, but only invited Che's uncle inside. Over drinks, the elder relayed the situation plainly. Che and his parents insisted, "You must send your little niece to school. Daughters are treasures too. High school trumps vocational school. If she fails the college entrance exam, let her retake it." The old man slid 300 yuan across the table, slightly tipsy as he added, "Take it, brother. You're an honest man. Just don't let others swindle you. Your nephew is one of the good ones." Chapter 29. In Search of the Master, Hanli Linzhou, the provincial capital of Yuejiang. For Mother Jiang, this marked her first venture beyond Shuichang City in 40 years. Previously, the farthest she'd traveled was a half-day trip to the city center just to catch a bus before hurrying back. Future generations might struggle to fathom the overwhelming unease and disorientation a rural woman felt upon her inaugural encounter with a metropolis in this era. The streets weren't densely packed with traffic, yet Mother Jiang hesitated repeatedly, too intimidated to cross. Patiently, Jiang Che guided her through multiple practice crossings before escorting her to the bank to deposit their savings. Jiang's father has improved significantly, having traversed the complexities of life. Jiang Che occasionally teases him about this in private. After his release, Jiang's father developed a catchphrase, "Rest assured, Che-er," even though Jiang Che did not express any concern. He remarked that this was merely a manifestation of his own psychological state. In response, Jiang Che would sometimes smile and say, "Dad, I am at ease, after all. You've seen your fair share of life as challenges." This would prompt his father to react with irritation, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Have you forgotten how long it's been since you faced a real challenge? Get out of here. I just carried a bag and ran for my life. What have I truly witnessed?" Ever since that outing, Jiang Che took pleasure in teasing his father, as it allowed him to unwind. The anxiety and unease of women can be directly soothed, but with men, especially one as formidable as a father, it is often best left unspoken. In truth, Jiang's father, too, was shrouded in a sense of unfamiliarity and a fear of the unknown future, but, as a man, he stubbornly refused to reveal his feelings. This time, his parents were quite insistent. After settling into their new surroundings, they urged Jiang Che to return to school, insisting that he should navigate his own path. Should he encounter any issues or face critical decisions, they would, of course, consult with him. Well, it wasn't too far anyway. Back at school, Jiang Che retained not only the 300 subscription certificates, but also 8,000 yuan. His roommates noticed his beaming smile, as if he had transformed into a different person, which reassured them. They engaged in activities such as building the Great Wall and gambling with cigarettes. Jiang Che, having no cigarette cravings, would often go days without a smoke and would gamble with Zheng Xinfeng's cigarettes, claiming any winnings would be his, though he inevitably lost. Amidst laughter and merriment, the first day passed swiftly. The following day, after a night's rest, Jiang Che awoke to find Zheng Xinfeng's bed empty, as he was accustomed to sleeping in. He found Zheng sitting cross-legged in the corner, eyes closed in concentration, moving slowly. "What is he doing?" Jiang Che inquired of a roommate who had already risen. The roommate sniffled and replied, "He recently started practicing qigong, claiming he is on the verge of achieving a small circulation." The term small circulation sounded vaguely familiar to Jiang Che. Achieving it? In this era, many individuals often fall prey to similar misconceptions, believing they have attained mastery or once fancied themselves possessing extraordinary abilities. For instance, those experiencing tinnitus might ask others if they hear the buzzing of insects. When no one else does, they assume they possess special powers. Similarly, those with floaters might mistakenly believe they can visually perceive microorganisms, while static electricity in winter might lead one to think they are electric beings. There are even those who, after a wet dream, might think themselves capable of producing glue. In short, any peculiar sensations in the body, whether warmth, coldness, or subtle anomalies, are often subjectively transformed into notions of qigong or extraordinary abilities. Is it not foolish? Who understands the fallacies of qigong better than Jiang Che? As a close friend, he could not stand idly by while Zheng Xinfeng became ensnared in this delusion. He resolved to intervene and dispel this falsehood to prevent wasted time. As he prepared to approach and rouse Zheng, the latter suddenly shifted, attempting a rather challenging movement. Zheng, with his rigid physique, executed the maneuver rather awkwardly. However, Jiang Che could vaguely recognize this action, known as the upward dog pose in yoga. While in a qigong manual entitled 9 Transformations to Golden Body, it was referred to as the Asking Heaven pose. Aside from the detailed description of the movements, the annotations included 4 enigmatic lines for limbs on the ground, connecting to the earth's energy, raising one's head to ask the heavens, nourished by the celestial. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Che. Soon, his apprehensions were confirmed as Zheng Xinfeng, disturbed, reluctantly rose and rummaged for a booklet to hand to Jiang Che, claiming it was a purchase made for 20 yuan after reading an introduction in a qigong magazine. Jiang Che glanced at it, incredulously noting 9 transformations to golden body. "What do you think?" Zheng Xinfeng, seeing her dazed expression, smugly remarked. "You must be fascinated already." "Fascinated? Absolutely not," Jiang Che snapped back, resolutely declaring, "This is all nonsense. You wouldn't understand." "Wouldn't understand? I penned this myself," Jiang Che thought, feeling incredulous. Zheng Xinfeng scoffed, turning back to the bedside to search again. Pulling out a book titled Qigong and Extraordinary Abilities, tossing it to Jiang Che with a dismissive gesture. "Read it yourself. This is an official magazine reporting on masters. I find his theories far more credible than those bizarre claims out there. This is genuine science." Without needing his prompting, Jiang Che had already noticed the magazine's cover, prominently featuring the headline "Searching for Master Han Li." Flipping through, the opening line read, "There are always those who flit through this realm like a startled swan, leaving no trace behind." In the winter of 1992, as spring approached, during the year-end festivities, in a small park near the train station of Shanghai City, life unfolded as usual, until later, people realized that this day was indeed extraordinary. The locals still recall the 2 thunderous booms and the calm declaration, "The abandoned disciple Han Li of the Qingyun sect." We cannot ascertain why Master Han Li referred to himself as an abandoned disciple. Perhaps had it not been for this, he would not have graced this place. He arrived. He departed. A transcendent being, elusive in presence. Yet, he left behind a tome, 9 Transformations to Golden Body, and a novel system of qigong cultivation composed of postnatal and innate stages. He taught the value of familial harmony, the importance of diligent work, and the simplicity of seeking medical care. For it is only through this way that we, existing in the postnatal phase, can attain a stable energy field and ascend towards the innate foundation. Searching for Master Han Li is, in truth, an endeavor in vain. What we can pursue is only his spirit and guidance. After finishing the first paragraph, Jiang Che was already covered in goosebumps at the mention of Han Li. As he continued to read, he encountered an extensive section detailing various methods, practitioner experiences, and expert opinions, all extolling the virtues of the theory as practical and effective. Practitioners testified to improved health, abundant energy, and harmonious families, devoid of quarrels or domestic strife, spanning an entire 2 pages. It was a piece of promotional literature. Having seen too much in later years, Jiang Che immediately deduced, would it be effective? Yes. Many had already embarked on this path. Masters had undoubtedly done so, and any ordinary person could easily follow suit. For instance, in the past couple of years, several normal university students, bored in their dormitory, concocted a qigong manual. After some time, they attempted to monetize it by placing an advertisement in the National Qigong magazine, pricing each copy at 20 yuan. Soon, remittance slips and cash tucked inside letters arrived like snowflakes. Each of these students amassed a small fortune. Embarking on the path of becoming grandmasters, some headed south to conduct qigong workshops, others taught wellness, and one even secured a personal segment on CCTV discussing health preservation. They thrived for years, accumulating millions. But who was behind this? Jiang Che knew all too well. The 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique that Zheng Xinfeng purchased was merely a photocopy of his original, and a shoddy one at that. The original, barring any mishaps, should still be in Zhao Wuliang's possession. That guy didn't strike Jiang Che as particularly shrewd. Flipping directly to the end, Jiang Che read, Grandmaster Han Li's Qigong theories have gained widespread societal recognition. Now, after much deliberation, his sole disciple, Zhao Wuliang, has selflessly decided to share the sect's sacred text with the public. Remittance Address, Chapter 30, a chat with an old flame, a veritable 10,000 yuan household of 1987, a rarity in those days. But by now, he had likely ascended to the status of a Qigong grandmaster. What exactly was Zhao Wuliang's motive? Was it genuine altruism? A desire to propagate the way while earning some spare change? Or was this a long con, a deliberate deception? Jiang Che couldn't yet discern. But if intentional, the approach was undeniably clever. Unlike many self-proclaimed grandmasters of the era, Zhao hadn't claimed authorship. What do grandmasters fear most? Exposure. Now that the grandmaster had vanished, Zhao Wuliang could operate under the unimpeachable title of Han Li's sole disciple. His past was unassailable. After all, hundreds in a Shanghai park could attest to his miraculous encounter. The benefits and profits were his to reap, unless the elusive, otherworldly grandmaster Han Li himself materialized before the public. Could Jiang Che step forward? Impossible. This was a bitter pill he had to swallow silently, avoiding any association. Otherwise, even if he dodged trouble, he'd be saddled with the label forever. By the 2000s or 2010s, he'd become a laughingstock. Imagine Time magazine profiling this great entrepreneur, a qigong grandmaster who could summon lightning with his supernatural abilities. Reporter, Mr. Jiang, is it true you can summon lightning? How many bolts per session? Reporter, rumor has it a competitor of yours died by lightning strike. Was that your doing? Would you classify this as unfair competition? Jiang Che, I'd smite you with a thunderbolt. And just then, Zheng Xinfeng wistfully mused beside him. I wonder where Grandmaster Han Li roams now. How incredible it'd be to meet him. Frustrated and unable to speak his mind, Jiang Che flung the manual and magazine to the ground. What's this? What's the matter? Zheng Xinfeng asked. Zheng Xinfeng hurriedly bent down to pick it up, patting off the dust with a pained expression, saying, You can't continue like this. You used to have a good mindset, but now, over such trivial matters, you remain unable to adjust. You must cultivate a stable aura, do you understand? You should learn from me. How about joining me tonight at our 9 turns true skill association? There's even an association. Jiang Che was nearing his breaking point as well. Upon reflection, Master Han Li's system might indeed hold significant market potential, for apart from its esoteric aspects, it offers a theoretical branch aimed at guiding and stabilizing life, pleasing both ends. The qigong community would not be overly dismissive, considering that Master Han has opened a new door of increasing mystique. In contrast to the previously mundane transformations of snakes and sheep or bending spoons, which seem rather weak now. They could not afford to resist and had no choice but to follow suit. Moreover, some, who could comprehend the situation, were indeed worried but were unable to step forward and unveil the emperor's new clothes due to the circumstances. They would instead offer their support, as it would mitigate the dangers posed by the qigong craze. I hope Zhao Wuliang does not stray too far and become a menace. Otherwise, I cannot manage the others, but the trouble I have created must be confronted. I shall write an article titled The Pursuit of the Ex-Disciple Han Li by the Qingyan Sect. Zheng Xinfeng was still enthusiastically explaining the concept of a stable aura to Jiang Che. A nearby roommate interjected with a chuckle, Old Zheng, impressive. You're on the verge of punishment, and yet you speak of a stable aura? Zheng Xinfeng suddenly tensed up, turning away, desperately signaling to the person with his eyes. Punishment? Jiang Che sensed something was amiss and pressed. What is going on? Why are you avoiding me? After much inquiry, Jiang Che finally unearthed the reality of the situation. The incident had actually occurred last semester, during the final exams. Jiang Che had missed an exam, and Zheng Xinfeng had requested a sick leave on his behalf. At the time, the teacher had said nothing, yet Yi Xiongzhen had come to demand a sick leave certificate from me. I promised to provide it later. But she persisted relentlessly. Zheng Xinfeng indignantly remarked, Do you think she really needs to do that? Is she trying to assert her authority? There's no need to go this far to distance herself. Is Yi so insistent? From a sympathetic perspective, it could be understood that she had just taken on her new role and was perhaps overly cautious and earnest. As for the deliberate emphasis on distancing, that notion likely existed as well. After all, she was not yet an old hand, and her personality tended to make her overly zealous, correcting imbalances too forcefully. However, how could it be that Zheng Xinfeng was the one facing punishment? Moreover, when I returned last time for the makeup exam, I was not troubled at all. Jiang Che pondered, anxiously asking, what happened next? Then, in front of many people, Old Zheng said something that completely infuriated Yi Xiongzhen. A roommate chimed in. What did he say that held such power? According to Jiang Che's memory, rational and intelligent Yi Xiongzhen had always possessed remarkable self-restraint. The roommate grinned slyly. A night of marriage brings 100 days of affection, Jiang Che remarked. But this was in the early 90s, and Yi Xiongzhen was still a student, just beginning her role as a teacher. It's only natural she would be agitated. The roommate continued. Then the two of them started arguing. As the quarrel escalated, In a moment of desperation, Lao Zheng seized a bottle of blue ink from the table and splashed it everywhere before any of us could stop him. It seemed rather excessive. He sighed. Since returning this semester, I've heard talk of disciplinary actions. At the time, you weren't in the best state. And Lao Zheng wouldn't let me speak to you. Now, it appears a decision is imminent, likely a probationary period. You know, we're on the brink of graduation. And this incident will undoubtedly affect Lao Zheng's allocation. Jiang Che felt compelled to comment on Zheng Xianfeng's impulsiveness. Yet he understood the root of the conflict lay with himself. He could surmise why Zheng acted in such a manner. To speak ill of him now, regardless of how delicately or correctly, would be disloyal and utterly pointless. He remained silent, but Zheng Xianfeng spoke first. This isn't your concern. I've long viewed her unfavorably. When you were dating, I tolerated her, but now I care little for the consequences. If it leads to disciplinary action, so be it. I have no interest in teaching anyway. He glanced at Jiang Che with a fleeting smile, adding, at worst, I could perfect my qigong and establish a class in Shenzhen. Despite his bravado, Jiang Che could perceive the underlying fragility in his tone and demeanor. Zheng was, in truth, apprehensive, merely putting on a facade of strength. It was no wonder he had taken to practicing qigong. It served as a distraction from the impending reality of graduation and potential probation, a situation that could drive anyone to madness. Even if he himself remained composed, his family would surely be in turmoil. The esoteric nature of qigong offered him an escape from reality, aligning with Master Han Li's steady energy philosophy, fulfilling his need for self-delusion. This matter required resolution. Jiang Che knew that, given Zheng Xianfeng's personality, it was utterly implausible to expect him to approach Yi Qiongzhen for reconciliation. Thus, he turned to the other roommates. Has anyone reached out to Yi Qiongzhen? Several nodded but wore expressions of resignation. A few of us have visited her, and several girls from our class have spoken to her as well. But she stated that this matter was not her decision. The higher-ups insisted that if no action were taken, it would undermine the teacher's authority. Moreover, she mentioned that too many witnesses were present at the time, leaving her with no recourse or justification to assist. While this reasoning held merit, it did not necessarily reflect the entire situation. Jiang Che pondered for a moment before declaring, I suppose I should go myself. Where's her office? Zheng Xianfeng immediately grew wary. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to plead with her? Absolutely not. I can't allow you to do that. I was concerned you might take this route, which is why I didn't tell you. My friend shouldn't have to endure such indignities. Don't go groveling. His naive sense of loyalty was endearing yet frustrating. If you don't tell me, do you think I won't notice when the punishment is handed down? Will my conscience not be burdened? Jiang Che offered a reassuring smile, saying, Rest assured, I won't plead. Then what are you going for? Zheng Xianfeng grimaced. You're not planning to cause a scene, are you? Please don't. That woman is unyielding and won't show you any mercy. Jiang Che chuckled and patted his shoulder. Truly, you needn't worry. I won't plead or cause a ruckus. We are soon to be teachers, after all. We ought not to act like children. It was merely a normal conversation between former classmates, seeking to understand the situation and explore possible solutions. At most, I would offer an apology on behalf of both of us. By saying both of us, he never treated this as solely Zheng Xianfeng's matter. Chapter 31. Jiang's transformation. Linzhou Normal School was not large, with limited buildings, all retaining the heavy, clumsy, Soviet-style architecture from the previous era. The walls were thick, the tones cold and gloomy, as if ready to serve as fortresses in an alleyway skirmish at any moment. The administrative building was not separate, and Yi Qiongzhen's office was located at the corner of the second floor. Jiangzhou emerged from the stairwell and knocked on the door. Come in. Her voice, though deliberately lowered, likely to appear more authoritative. When the door opened and she saw it was Jiangzhou, a flicker of unease passed through Yi Qiongzhen's eyes. She wore a light gray, slightly flowing women's blazer, the kind one might later see on an Annie, though the later versions tended to be in brighter colors. Fortunately, the fit wasn't too loose, so it still looked presentable. Black trousers, black leather shoes, her ponytail tightly bound, everything meticulously in place. Unconsciously, Yi Qiongzhen found herself standing up, as if she couldn't immediately adopt the demeanor of a teacher when speaking to Jiangzhou. Then, regretting it, she braced her hands on the desk, straightened her posture, and tilted her head slightly to ask, Are you here to cancel your leave? Ah, right, I almost forgot about that. But it's not urgent. Jiangzhou found the situation amusing but suppressed his smile. Glancing around, He noticed two others in the office, a man, Zhang Baoyu, a familiar face from the student affairs office, and a young woman, a stranger, her profile obscured by long hair. Not wanting to discuss matters in front of others, lest Yi Qiongzhen feel uncomfortable, Jiang Che asked, "Could we speak outside for a moment? What do you want to say?" The question didn't come from Yi Qiongzhen, but from Zhang Baoyu, his tone sharp and unfriendly. He even stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. This seemed unnecessary. "I wanted to ask about Zheng Xinfeng's disciplinary action, whether there's another solution." Or, Jiang Che had no choice but to get straight to the point, still addressing Yi Qiongzhen. "No," Zhang Baoyu cut in immediately. "This matter was handled by me. Don't trouble Teacher Yi anymore. If you have anything to say it to me." Hostility hung thick in the air, the atmosphere instantly tense. Yi Qiongzhen had no choice but to step aside slightly before asking, "You're aware of the situation, aren't you?" Jiang Che nodded. "Don't make this difficult for me, all right?" she said. Jiang Che understood her meaning well. As someone caught between student and teacher status, with leadership backing her as a new instructor, it would be inappropriate for her to plead leniency or play the good cop now. Moreover, from the perspective of her role in student management, she likely believed the disciplinary action was necessary. It was somewhat harsh toward the student, but it aligned with her character, one where rationality dominated nearly everything. "Exactly, Xiaoyi. As a new teacher handling student affairs, you must first establish authority. But don't worry about any difficulties. Leave this matter to me." A student? Does he think he can defy the heavens, daring to come to the student affairs office and question things? Zhang Baoyu cast a glance at Jiang Che, thumping his chest in full affirmation of Yi Qiongzhen. However, Jiang Che held a different opinion. Upon a brief analysis of the information gleaned moments ago, he concluded that this matter was not one of genuine concern or significance to the higher-ups. It appeared that someone from beneath had escalated the issue, which was evidently clear. Furthermore, the formidable image Yi Qiongzhen sought to establish may not serve her well. Regardless of her rationality, she remained somewhat inexperienced in the workplace. Disregarding Zhang Baoyu, Jiang Che turned to Yi Qiongzhen and said, "We owe you an apology regarding this matter." He had only articulated part of his thought when Yi Qiongzhen interjected, "This truly does not concern you. However, Jiang Che, I must candidly express that I do not wish to see you channel your emotions through such juvenile behavior, absenteeism, missed classes, and your numerous leaves of absence this semester. If you intend to convey something through such immature actions, then I must say I am genuinely disappointed." Perhaps due to Zhang Baoyu's long-standing involvement in student affairs, he was well aware of the past relationship between Yi Qiongzhen and Jiang Che, and thus did not shy away from addressing the matter in his presence. "Thank you, but if that were the case, I would also be quite disappointed. I simply had some matters that delayed me and did not anticipate causing you and Zheng Xinfeng such significant trouble. I sincerely apologize." Jiang Che's tone was earnest, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of shame and a bittersweet smile at the thought of his past self resembling a melodramatic character. Yi Qiongzhen hesitated, her expression revealing confusion and a hint of surprise at Jiang Che's unexpectedly candid and tranquil demeanor, as if he had suddenly matured. This sensation had lingered since the day they parted ways. He was undeniably still the same Jiang Che, yet he seemed somehow transformed. Their lack of contact had left her unable to verify this change, but today it appeared to be reaffirmed. With Yi Qiongzhen silent, Jiang Che pondered for a moment before continuing. "The disciplinary action seems rather severe, especially with graduation approaching. Is there any possibility?" The individual beside him interjected, Zhang Baoyu appearing particularly animated today. "I must defend Teacher Yi. It is my duty to uphold her interests. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Zhang Baoyu, merely an operative without a formal position, misused the term uphold. It should have been attributed to the institution or leadership, yet he repeatedly emphasized me. In a somewhat clumsy and immature manner, he endeavored to assert himself, likely due to the imminent transition of Yi Qiongzhen from student to colleague, a beautiful, unmarried woman in the same office. One could sense the ulterior motive behind his actions. Yet, Jiang Che felt inclined to inform him, "Calm down, my friend, you stand no chance." For ultimately, remaining at the school as a vocational teacher was merely a temporary stepping stone for Yi Qiongzhen on her journey toward her goals. Her aspirations reached far beyond this place, making it improbable for her to commit her life here. Moreover, accustomed as she was to beauty, she would likely find it difficult to adjust to him in the interim. The atmosphere grew tense once more, even Yi Qiongzhen's expression betraying a sense of helplessness, a fear of being ridiculed by Jiang Che. Jiang Che took a moment to reflect on the later years of his past life. Yi Qiongzhen had persistently attempted to go abroad, but it was only after 2 arduous years that she managed to secure an opportunity for a group inspection trip overseas. However, she chose to take a perilous risk, secretly departing from the group and overstaying her visa in the United States. What a deep-seated obsession she harbored, and what resolute determination she possessed. This demonstrates the fervent belief of many in this era who view foreign lands as a paradise for realizing their dreams. Yi Qiongzhen was undoubtedly one among them. She taught herself English and even, during a certain period when she heard that obtaining an Italian visa was comparatively easier, endeavored to learn Italian. The only lamentable aspect was that her family's financial circumstances were insufficient to support her ambitious aspirations, rendering her journey convoluted and arduous. Zhang Baoyu's approach to wooing women could be deemed rather clumsy, yet he reveled in it with unabashed enthusiasm. It seemed that continuing the conversation would yield no significant change today. However, Jiang Che considered it was not entirely without merit. After some contemplation, he finally inquired, "How many days remain until this disciplinary action is enforced? If it is urgent, might it be possible to delay it by a couple of days?" Under his gaze, Yi Qiongzhen hesitated slightly, appearing as though she wanted to acquiesce. "No, it must be done today," Zhang Baoyu declared, having just received the approval from their superior. He shot Jiang Che a defiant glare before returning to his desk, unfurling a blank sheet of paper and retrieving ink and a brush. "I shall commence writing now, and once completed, I will post it." Jiang Che observed him for a moment, nodded at Yi Qiongzhen, and then departed. Yi Qiongzhen discerned that his gaze harbored no animosity or anger towards her. Rather, Zhang Baoyu seemed to exhibit a rare annoyance for the first time. Yet, how remarkably composed he had become. What had caused such a significant transformation? Chapter 32. A beautiful embroidery pillow. Yi Qiongzhen, somewhat dazed, returned to her seat. Just as she settled down, a female colleague, who was also her current roommate, nudged her with her elbow and whispered, "Is this Jiang Che, your former boyfriend?" The colleague, named Su Chu, was also new and 3 years older than Yi Qiongzhen, having graduated from a university in Shanghai. According to her own account, she had disliked the job assigned to her after graduation and, feeling bored after spending 6 months at home, agreed to her family's suggestion to spend some time at Linzhou Normal University. To put it another way, she was the one who had inadvertently displaced Jiang Che's opportunity to remain at the school, all while she merely wished to have a brief period of enjoyment. When Yi Qiongzhen first heard her say this, she was momentarily speechless, acutely aware of the immense effort she had invested over the past 2 years to persuade Jiang Che to stay. Su Chu had never explicitly detailed her family background or circumstances, but one could easily infer from her lifestyle and her casual attitude towards spending time at Linzhou Normal University that her situation was quite favorable. Occasionally, Yi Qiongzhen found herself unable to suppress feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Chu. For instance, when Su Chu chatted with her cousins abroad, laughingly declaring, "Don't tempt me again, I have no desire to go abroad. It's just a trend, and besides, isn't there an abundance of foreigners in Hong Kong? I'm quite tired of it." Conversely, Zhang Baoyu, who dared not harbor even the slightest thought towards Su Chu, treated Yi Qiongzhen with a sense of repulsion and an air of entitlement. Yi Qiongzhen perceives life and society as a grand irony, yet the more she recognizes this truth, the more resolute she becomes in her determination to alter the trajectory of her existence. Is it not so? In her moment of reverie, Su Chu prompted her once more, indulging in a rather mischievous inquiry. Indeed, the only thing that can be maintained is distance, and the only thing that can be set aside is the present. She could not conceal her past connection with Jiang Che. Helplessly, Yi Qiongzhen nodded in acknowledgement. With enthusiasm, Su Chu leaned closer, whispering in Yi Qiongzhen's ear, "He looks quite handsome, and judging by his recent demeanor, he leaves an impression of composure and comfort. Such a pity, really. His smile is particularly charming." She added with a gleam of admiration. After a brief hesitation, Yi Qiongzhen chose not to respond. Across the table, Zhang Baoyu, who had likely overheard Su Chu's praise of Jiang Che, lifted his head and scoffed, "Just a decorative pillow. Did you see him stand up to me earlier? Wasn't it Zhang Laoshi who was shouting the whole time, only to be ignored?" Su Chu, unrestrained as ever, retorted with a grin, recalling how Zhang Baoyu had relentlessly pursued her when she first arrived, only to eventually retreat after several days of discomfort, redirecting his attention to Yi Qiongzhen. Thus, the girl had developed a notable disdain for him, occasionally confronting him openly. Zhang Baoyu's expression darkened momentarily, a flash of hostility sparking in his eyes, but it was fleeting. Considering Su Chu's reputed background, he forced a smile and remarked, "You, a mere girl, do not understand." Yi Qiongzhen mused to herself, observing the stark contrast in demeanor. Despite the lack of retorts, the difference in perception was glaringly apparent. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Today's inquiry from Jiang Che was likely to unfold in this manner. One can only hope that after experiencing disappointment, one understands the necessity of ambition and the desire to ascend. Opposite her, Zhang Baoyu, in a fit of anger, ruined a sheet of paper, tearing it violently before replacing it with another. Yi Qiongzhen did not bother to track the passage of time, but when Jiang Che reappeared at the office door, Zhang Baoyu had just finished drying the ink on his announcement. Thus, it could not have been long. Yi Qiongzhen speculated that ultimately, Jiang Che had chosen to seek her assistance, or rather, to challenge her. "I came to cancel my leave. I forgot earlier." "Oh, canceling your leave? Yes, of course." Yi Qiongzhen stammered, momentarily caught off guard, before retrieving the registration book from her drawer to locate Jiang Che's leave request. The phone rang, and Su Chu answered it, the device having been moved directly in front of her upon her arrival at the office. Once, Zhang Baoyu had inquired, "With your qualifications, why not acquire a more impressive mobile phone?" Su Chu had replied, "It's not aesthetically pleasing." Indeed, this girl had a penchant for beautiful things. With two of the trio preoccupied, Zhang Baoyu glanced around before looking at Jiang Che, suddenly struck by an idea he found quite amusing. He raised the dried announcement paper and cheerfully suggested to Jiang Che, "How about you help the teacher with the corners? It's for posting." The disciplinary announcement regarding Jiang Che was handed to Jiang Che, who was still striving to make an effort. As if to belittle him in the presence of his ex-girlfriend, Yi Qiongzhen furrowed her brows, reaching out from beneath the table to gently tug at Jiang Che's shirt, subtly urging him to endure the situation. Simultaneously, she raised her gaze, filled with concern for him. "All right, I shall take it," Jiang Che replied with a smile, nodding before carefully rolling up the announcement. Zhang Baoyu, with his hands still outstretched, stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to retract them, creating a rather comical scene. His actions were undeniably provocative. On one hand, he believed that the matter regarding Jiang Che had already been decisively settled by him, and Jiang Che's immediate return to Yi Qiongzhen to seek a leave of absence was a deliberate affront, which unsettled him. On the other hand, he aimed to demonstrate his powerlessness to Su Chu, showcasing the inadequacy of a mere embroidered pillow. If Jiang Che chose not to respond, it would not matter. Zhang Baoyu could continue to revel in his triumph, and if Jiang Che lost control of his emotions and tore up the announcement, it would only please Zhang Baoyu further, allowing him to impose another punishment. Yet, Jiang Che complied, took the announcement, rolled it up carefully, and maintained an impeccable attitude that left no room for criticism. The shift in the scene was even somewhat amusing to Yi Qiongzhen. "Xiao Yi, answer the phone." Su Chu chuckled after observing the unfolding spectacle for several seconds before handing the phone to Yi Qiongzhen. "Hello? Yes, Director Li, Jiang Che is my classmate." As Yi Qiongzhen spoke into the phone, the mention of Director Li, the sole authority in the student affairs office, momentarily silenced Zhang Baoyu, who had been on the verge of an outburst. The voice on the other end of the line came through intermittently. "You still hold the status of a student, and once the punishment is enacted, your classmates are likely to respond with hostility and significant dissent, which will undoubtedly place immense pressure on your work for the remainder of the term. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to postpone this disciplinary decision for further consideration." Yi Qiongzhen nodded in response to the phone. "Yes, Director Li, I agree. There won't be any emotional reactions. I also believe that handling it this way is better." After finishing her conversation, she held the phone in one hand, raised her head, and slowly informed Jiang Che, "The director said the punishment is postponed for further consideration." Jiang Che smiled without displaying any excitement. However, Zhang Baoyu was agitated. He snatched the still-connected phone from her hand and urgently spoke into the receiver. "But Director, this matter has extremely adverse effects. If we do not uphold the authority of the teacher," "Your authority, I suppose? Are you the director, or am I the director?" A stern voice questioned from the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, Director," Zhang Baoyu replied meekly. Hanging up, he turned to glare at Jiang Che. But the turmoil in his mind kept him from lashing out. Yi Qiongzhen had been watching all along. Su Chu, too, observed, simply because it was an interesting sight. Under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, Jiang Che nodded calmly at Yi Qiongzhen while raising the rolled-up notice in his hand. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Whether his gratitude was for her help in canceling his leave or for Zhang Baoyou's generous contribution was unclear, perhaps a bit of both. In summary, he had already turned and exited, taking the announcement with him. Well done. A beautifully embroidered pillow is indeed exquisite, Su Chu called from behind. Jiang Che did not comprehend her words. Puzzled, he glanced back and smiled at her before departing. Chapter 33. Primitive Ecology. As footsteps echoed once more from behind, Jiang Che mused that classmate Yi had indeed changed in this life, having developed a penchant for melodramatic theatrics, always needing to catch up before speaking her lines. She herself recalled never being fond of such dramas. What is it? Jiang Che turned around. Yi Qiongzhen hesitated for a moment, then looked up to say, if I were to tell you that this matter was not something I insisted on to make things difficult for Zhang Xine Feng, would you believe me? Jiang Che nodded. Of course he believed her. His response was decisive and straightforward, causing Yi Qiongzhen to momentarily falter before asking, why? Because you are not a bad person. Yi Qiongzhen's lips quirked, attempting to smile but failing. She said somewhat bleakly, isn't what I've done to you sufficiently cruel? Jiang Che pondered, then replied slowly. It is somewhat harsh, yet fundamentally, it stems from differing life paths and choices. Forcing yourself into a dilemma is equally misguided. Upon hearing this response, Yi Qiongzhen felt an overwhelming urge to step forward and ascertain whether the person standing before her was truly Jiang Che or if he was merely donning a mask. Nevertheless, he was someone she had once known so intimately, she hardly needed to question, for this was indeed him. Regardless of everything, I wish you well, Jiang Che, she said, gazing into his eyes. And I, too, wish you well, Miss Yi, Jiang Che replied with a smile. He did not wish to delve into the depths of the nature of this well-wishing, for people differ vastly. Some can love others more than themselves, while others, despite their affections, cannot do so. It is akin to the varying capacities of water cups. This is not a matter of right or wrong, but of choice. If it is not your desired option, then simply do not choose it. Perhaps it was Jiang Che's charm that transformed what could have been an awkward conversation into a serene and natural exchange, allowing Yi Qiongzhen to relax considerably. Actually, I am experiencing a rather peculiar sensation, she remarked with a smile after a while. I suddenly find you to be quite extraordinary, and I had never realized it before. Is this what they call being unable to see the true face of Mount Lu while standing amidst it? Or perhaps, I was the one who constrained you in the past? Having uttered this, she awaited his response, but to her surprise, the previously composed Jiang Che took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. What is happening? She pondered. No, you cannot be saying you regret it, right? Jiang Che's expression was one of sheer panic. The rational Miss Yi felt a surge of frustration. What kind of attitude is this? As if you fear I might regret it. As she spoke, she even stamped her foot, a rare display from Yi Qiongzhen. You promised you would never regret it, Jiang Che retorted. Yi Qiongzhen playfully kicked his calf, her small fists clenched, her chest heaving, breath coming in quick bursts. All right. Let us suppose, just hypothetically, if you were to choose again, remember this is merely a supposition. Hypothetically, if on one side is me and on the other is an American visa, which would you choose? Yi Qiongzhen lowered her head in thought, then looked up to say, perhaps I would still choose the visa. Indeed, that is precisely who you are. Just be yourself. Jiang Che exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. There is no need for you to deliberately distance yourself from anything. Excessive effort can lead to overcorrection. If you wish for others to forget this matter, you must first disregard it yourself. Yi Qiongzhen's gaze was earnest as she nodded emphatically. Furthermore, regarding the workplace, what workplace? I misspoke. That term had yet to become popular in this era. Jiang Che adjusted his words. I am referring to the working environment. What I mean to convey is that when one first enters the workforce, it is essential not to exert oneself too forcefully. The same applies to interactions with colleagues and superiors. It is a gradual process, akin to a gentle stream. Yi Qiongzhen, being an astute individual, pondered for a moment and grasped Jiang Che's subtle hints, feeling a surge of gratitude towards him. Thank you, she expressed warmly. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Che turned and walked a short distance before Yi Qiongzhen called out, by the way, about the volunteer teaching registration, let's discuss that later. Jiang Che did not halt his steps. He turned a corner and vanished from her sight. Yi Qiongzhen stood in place, momentarily dazed, as she recalled the fierce mental clash between Jiang Che and the visa in her mind. The choice, it seemed, had never warranted hesitation. He actually referred to me as Miss Yi. He was so flustered at the thought of my regret. How could I feel relieved about choosing the visa? Miss Yi felt a mix of irritation and amusement. On her way back, she encountered Su Chu at the entrance. Leaving already? Su Chu gazed into the distance, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What a pity. I had hoped to introduce you to someone and make a friend. Perhaps next time, pillow classmate. Pillow? You mean Jiang Che, the charming pillow. A wave of intense discomfort washed over Yi Qiongzhen as she regarded Su Chu. She retorted coldly. You probably don't know that his school placement was taken from him by you. With that, she turned away, maintaining an icy demeanor as she walked past her. Behind her, Su Chu exclaimed cheerfully, wow, such a coincidence. At the intersection, Jiang Che encountered Zheng Xinfeng, who had come out searching for him. Here's a gift for you, Jiang Che said, slapping the disciplinary notice into his arms. Keep it as a reminder to act with more restraint in the future. What is this? Zheng Xinfeng exclaimed, peering at it with excitement as he hurried after Jiang Che. Jiang Che felt a touch of pride, waiting for him to speak. Old Zheng, both thrilled and moved, exclaimed, did you steal this for me? Steal? Jiang Che shot him a disgruntled glare. Do you really think this is worth stealing? After some effort, Zheng Xinfeng finally grasped the basic situation, persistently probing Jiang Che with questions as they walked. This was Jiang Che's affair, and he had no need to conceal anything from Zheng Xinfeng. That despicable fellow, so shameless. If I had been there, I would have certainly confronted him, regardless of who he was. Hearing Zhang Bao's initial reaction incensed Zheng Xinfeng. You didn't confront him? You're not angry? Of course I'm angry. I'm furious enough to want to confront him. However, rushing into brawl serves no purpose. It would only exacerbate the situation and provide him with more leverage against me, leading to my complete downfall, while I wouldn't fare any better. So why should I allow my anger to be a spectacle for my adversary? Zheng Xinfeng pondered this for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Let us wait until after graduation to deal with him. This is a plan worth considering. What happened next? How did you manage to do it all in under 10 minutes? You must think what I did in those 10 minutes was brilliant and clever, right? Isn't that so? Zheng Xinfeng gestured to the already folded disciplinary notice in his hand. If it wasn't, how could it have ended up with him in such a short time? Actually, it wasn't clever at all. The time was too tight, and I was in a hurry. So, it was the most basic approach. When you have no other options, you resort to the simplest and most direct method, Jiang Che said. At that moment, I turned around and went straight to the third floor. Knocked on the door of the Student Affairs Director Li's office, walked in, and told him about your situation. Jiang Che recounted the reasons he had laid out, one by one, roughly repeating what he had said. This included the explanation Director Li later gave to Yi Qiongzhen. All of it was Jiang Che's original wording. On top of that, he added a pile of justifications about how the disciplinary warning had already served its purpose and how the students would understand the school's good intentions. After listening, Zheng Xinfeng sighed in admiration. Lao Jiang, when did you become so persuasive? No wonder he agreed with you. Persuaded? You think so? Jiang Che gave a bitter smile. You underestimate the grassroots officials of our time. When I stated my first reason, I placed 400 yuan bills on the table. He glanced at them, but said nothing. When I gave the second reason, I added 2 more. He said the matter was a bit complicated. By the third reason, I added another 2. That's 800 already. Damn, if I were him, I wouldn't say a word either. Just wait for you to keep adding more. Zheng Xinfeng's train of thought made Jiang Che both amused and exasperated. He probably thought the same, Jiang Che said with a chuckle. When it reached 800 and he still wouldn't relent, I gathered the money and said, it seems Director Li is truly in a difficult position. Then I'll go upstairs and ask. Upstairs? That's where the principal and vice principals are, right? What did you mean by that? That was the implication. If he felt it wasn't enough, I'd try elsewhere, Jiang Che explained. This approach was based on my earlier assessment. The higher-ups weren't actually that invested in this matter. It was just Zhang Baoyu making a fuss. So, 800 was more than enough. And then, he picked up a book, covered the money with it, and said to me, but I've already approved it. What the hell? He took the money and still tried to refuse? No. If you've ever dealt with bureaucracy, well, so I've heard. Jiang Che glossed over it briefly before continuing. Anyway, words like that aren't actually a refusal. It's more like he's telling you, this is the situation, and it's a bit tricky. Help me think of a way to handle it. If the solution is appropriate, I'll take care of it, So, I told him, you don't have to outright revoke the punishment. Director Li just needs to suddenly hesitate, feel that the matter shouldn't be handled too rashly, and decide it's best to reconsider carefully, then keep reconsidering until we graduate. Zheng Xinfeng nodded thoughtfully, then did some mental calculations before saying earnestly, so many intricacies. We even had to come up with the solution for him. If it were me, I wouldn't even know how to offer the money properly. Thanks, brother. 800. I'll pay you back slowly. Pay me back my ass. Didn't I tell you? I made some money during my trips last semester, and this one. Jiang Che had no intention of hiding everything from Zheng Xinfeng. But that's 800. If it were less, I wouldn't even mention it to you. Indeed. 800. My heart aches just thinking about it. After experiencing nights sleeping at the train station in Shanghai and dreaming of those days when 30 yuan was everything, Jiang Che's perception of money had reverted to that of 1992. 800 yuan truly pained him, but what could he do? You were his comrade, the kind who'd rather face disciplinary action than watch him lower his head. Zheng Xinfeng froze for a moment, turned his head away, and said nothing. Only when he forced a grin did he turn back. Any petty official with a shred of power can push us around like this. It's infuriating. Jiang Che nodded. That's the reality now. If you step out to do business, you'll feel it even more. Because we're still weak, still at the bottom. For now, we can only adapt and endure, like someone trying to catch fish barehanded in a river. At least we're only knee-deep, not drowning. For now, let us just make sure that anything money can solve isn't a real problem. As for the future, what about the future? Jiang Che wanted to say face value, but worried Zheng wouldn't understand. Awkwardly, he rephrased, in the future, I hope people see our faces and solve problems for us. Further ahead, just our name alone should be enough to resolve issues, or better yet, prevent them from arising at all. Zheng Xinfeng stared at Jiang Che, seemingly enlightened. Jiang Che felt a flicker of relief, until Zheng exclaimed excitedly, steady aura. Jiang Che, your steady aura is incredible. If you trained with me in the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, you definitely reached the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 34. A hard direction to find. Jiang Che wasn't overly concerned about Zheng Xinfeng's obsession with qigong. His friend's habit of being diligent for 3 days and slacking for 2 minutes, he'd eventually lose steam. Now that the issue was resolved and his friend was back, Zheng would naturally ease up. The two squatted on the dimly lit streets of Linzhou, each clutching a stack of high school textbooks. The books were secondhand, scavenged from a recycling station. But the previous owner had taken great care. Even the book covers showed only slight fraying. The neat, elegant notes inside pleased Jiang Che. Fine dust, softened by passing wheels, swirled up from the roadside. Zheng squinted and grimaced. You bought books, fine. But we've walked how many streets now? And you still haven't said what you're looking for. Because even I don't know. Just browsing. Jiang Che was frustrated too. If he stuck to his plan, leaving Linzhou in August for his teaching assignment in Nongguan province, he had only 5 months left. Many industries were out of reach, and his funds were likely insufficient. 1992 teemed with money-making opportunities, but few were well-structured. Excluding those Jiang Che couldn't yet participate in, finding the right fit was tough. He needed steady, substantial income, ideally, an enterprise that not only printed money but also laid groundwork for the future. Oh, and this year, he wouldn't even be around. Jiang Che, feeling as though he were indulging in fanciful dreams, was not particularly insistent on his desires. Having witnessed the disappointments of life across past and present, he understood the virtue of compromise. As he perused the day without gleaning any inspiration, he pondered the unfortunate predicament of Zheng Xinfeng, who had been dragged along for the outing. He inquired, if the decision were yours to make, what would you wish to do? Without a doubt, I would venture to the arcade. I long to play the latest machine, Street Fighter with a duel against Hoyujin. Zheng Xinfeng animatedly mimed the actions, his expression lively. Before his face fell as he continued, yet, if we go now, we would surely find no available spots. The 2 arcades I prefer are even more crowded. Are there truly so few arcades in Linzhou? Jiang Che gathered his books, rising to ask. As if you haven't been with me before. There are only a handful, and the games are all quite similar. Every time I wish to play my favorite machine, my shoes nearly wear out from waiting, Zheng Xinfeng scoffed. At first glance, it seems quite lively. I recall it being bustling enough to be considered a hallmark of the era. Moreover, it hasn't reached its peak yet, has it? Why not play King of Fighters? Jiang Che remarked, recalling the game's prominence. King of Fighters? I've never heard of it. Zheng Xinfeng shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. It appeared that the game had yet to be released, suggesting that the arcade scene had not yet declined. Jiang Che nudged him playfully, saying, "Let us drop off the books at the restaurant and return for dinner. Let us head to the arcade." "Are we truly going?" "I would love to, but I doubt we'll find a machine available," Zheng Xinfeng replied. "We can merely browse," Jiang Che said. He had no intention of playing, having been a well-behaved child. He had never been particularly fond of arcades during his school days and was rather out of touch with them now after many years. Nevertheless, he resolved to see it for himself. Zheng Xinfeng considered for a moment before agreeing. "That works. I'm sure I'll get a turn eventually. When those kids can't keep up, they pass the controller to me. Generally, they don't reclaim it once they lose." Jiang Che quipped. "So you're bold enough to snatch from children, are you?" Zheng Xinfeng unabashedly replied, "Of course. I just play a couple of rounds. Some even steal coins. Those kids are too timid to tell their parents." Stealing machines and coins, Jiang Che began to reminisce, recalling how he had developed a sense of aversion towards arcades due to such tales. But wouldn't this ultimately harm business? After a lengthy bus ride and a 20-minute walk, Zheng Xinfeng finally led Jiang Che to the first arcade. The establishment was a dilapidated structure with a wooden faade, housing roughly 10 machines, none of which bore a name. "This business doesn't seem very promising," Jiang Che pointed out, noticing only 7 or 8 machines with patrons, and even fewer spectators. "How could that be? They have a newly released Street Fighter." Zheng Xinfeng leaned in to peek, swiftly turning to pat Jiang Che on the back. "Let's try another place." "What's the matter?" "We came all this way," Jiang Che questioned, his eyes reflecting confusion. Zheng Xinfeng glanced back, then leaned in to whisper, "Did you see those little rascals? They not only steal machines and coins, but even money, armed with small knives. Most people dare not venture in. What does the owner do about this?" The situation was generally acceptable, but the owner of this establishment was an outsider without significant backing, and thus unable to control his unruly patrons. Jiang Che pondered for a moment and inquired, "Does he not maintain a rapport with the police?" Zhang Xianfeng scratched his head and replied, "I would presume so. However, if the bribes are meager, it's likely the police won't trouble you, let alone provide protection." Zhang Xianfeng employed a fresh expression he had encountered in Hong Kong films. Jiang Che nodded in comprehension and was about to depart when his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in the corner, arms outstretched, clinging to a machine. "What is his story?" Jiang Che asked, noting the man's peculiar behavior, guarding the machine without playing it. "Isn't it obvious? You must have come here in vain those few times we met," Zhang Xianfeng said, feeling a bit frustrated. "That's a gambling machine. It's the most lucrative in an arcade. Why else would the owner need to bribe the police? That fellow has likely invested a considerable amount and believes he is on the verge of winning, yet lacks the funds to continue, unwilling to relinquish his spot to others." "Oh," Jiang Che responded, absorbing this information. With the police, thugs, and gambling machines all presenting a myriad of troubles, he found himself devoid of motivation. Were it not for Zhang Xianfeng's insistence on seeking out another venue, Jiang Che would have returned home immediately. The second establishment was markedly different. It was a dilapidated space filled with a dozen machines and rudimentary benches, yet it pulsated with an alarming energy. Not only children populated the arcade, adults, including those in suits carrying briefcases, were also present. Although there were few young women, those who were there were accompanied. The cramped quarters buzzed with activity, with players, spectators, and commentators creating a cacophony that nearly drowned out the sounds of the games. Jiang Che circled the room twice before settling down to observe intently. The business thrived, and the owner was exceedingly busy. Young men with a rough appearance were prevalent, mostly around 16 or 17. While he did not witness any thefts of money or tokens, he noted the frequent attempts to commandeer machines, including Zhang Xianfeng. "Hey, are you eating that ammunition?" "You're not. Are you foolish?" Zhang Xianfeng shouted from behind a 12 or 13-year-old boy. "Come on, let me help you gather the ammunition, or you won't clear this level." As he spoke, he seized the joystick and, without hesitation, plopped himself down. The young boy stood beside him, watching in despair, unable to voice his frustrations. It was not until the aircraft on the screen shattered that Zhang Xianfeng finally stood up, exclaiming, "See, I helped you through 2 levels." Jiang Che watched, torn between laughter and exasperation. Zhang Xianfeng assumed Jiang Che was mocking his skills and explained, "I'm not fond of lightning. I'm not very familiar with it. If it were Street Fighter, I would choose a smaller character and at least clear 5 levels, but I can't wait for that machine. It was childish, yet perhaps childishness was appropriate. In this era, what mattered during school days was precisely that, competing to see who could jump rope better, who possessed more marbles or trading cards. The knowledge of how to conquer a particular arcade game or the secrets held by a classmate became the stuff of legends within the school. Jiang Che chuckled and nodded, saying, "All right, we shall see next time. For now, let us head back. I'll treat you to a meal." He extracted the 3 tokens he had purchased but not used and handed them to the young boy. Jiang Che then forcibly led the still unsatisfied Jiang Che and phone out of the arcade. Behind them, the lively atmosphere continued, and he cast a glance back. The arcade, well, it could indeed be considered an arcade. Jiang Che resolved to document his alternatives, having formed some preliminary judgments. He anticipated that arcade halls would flourish in the coming years, sustaining a notable vitality, yet his initial impression was rather lowbrow. A dilapidated arcade, appearing bustling, could hardly be lucrative. He envisioned not merely 1 or 2 establishments, nor a modest monthly target of tens of thousands. Otherwise, upon his return in the latter half of 1993, he might lack the necessary capital to seize the extraordinary investment opportunities that would emerge in the mid to late 1990s. Moreover, the future direction of arcade halls posed a conundrum. Should gambling machines be included? What about staffing? How many establishments would necessitate personnel? And what sort of individuals would be both suitable and trustworthy? Clearly, his parents would never approve of an arcade venture. Contemplating this led to a multitude of questions, and thus, this plan was nearly dismissed. Nevertheless, Jiang Che noted it in his notebook, awaiting further investigation or serendipitous fortune. The years 1992 and 1993 marked a tumultuous journey into market economics, appearing rather opaque. While it seemed that all avenues were profitable, pinpointing a clear direction proved challenging. Jiang Che refrained from relying on vague prophetic instincts. Should he embark on a project, he would first craft a meticulous plan, considering every facet. Given that he was navigating through the waves of change, it was prudent to tread with solid footing. Chapter 35. The innocent years he returned home with an array of high school textbooks, yet they merely accumulated dust. As time drifted toward the end of March, the season for shirts commenced. Boys donned t-shirts or vests as a base layer, leaving their shirts unbuttoned while cycling, the wind billowing their garments. In this era of flowing white attire, one might recall the girl seated on the back of a bicycle. Even after many years, she lingered in the heart, evoking memories of a spring breeze that could not be surpassed. Regrettably, the dresses would have to wait a bit longer to be unveiled, and the length of skirts during this time was disappointing to Jiang Che, for his aesthetic favored legs, an appreciation that certainly diverged from the fashion standards of 1992. Overall, this period was marked by leisure. He maintained a routine of listening to the radio, keeping abreast of the news, and mingling with friends and classmates. Engaging in light-hearted camaraderie through classes, dining halls, and quaint eateries, his mindset considerably rejuvenated. He even attended 2 dances at the nearby nursing school. It became evident that Jiang Che, newly single, was quite in demand, while others predominantly invited girls to dance. He encountered 2 proactive individuals at the nursing school, one drawn by mere appearance, the other motivated by sympathy. Due to the melodramatic undertones of a Qiong Yao drama, Jiang Che, with his tragic aura, garnered the soft consolation of a young nurse, whose whispered reassurances and gentle embrace would have been even more delightful in a uniform. Jiang Che's burgeoning popularity compelled Jiang Che and Feng to resort to cleaning windows, in a breakdancing manner, to salvage his pride, for as the saying goes in Hong Kong films, every school's dance was his domain. Inevitably, during this time, Jiang Che also became acquainted with Su Chu, who affectionately dubbed him Pillow, a nickname that gradually became her signature for him. To put it plainly, this girl, even if Jiang Che had any interest in her, was simply not someone he could engage in ambiguous flirtations with. She was the type who acted overly familiar from the get-go, coupled with an irritatingly sharp tongue and a host of spoiled habits cultivated by excessive pampering. In this era, her personality would initially rub many people the wrong way, proving difficult for the vast majority to accept. The notion of using biting sarcasm as humor simply didn't fly at this time, not even when well-intentioned. Call someone a foodie, and they take it as an insult, as if you were calling them a glutton. Jokingly label someone a flamboyant troublemaker, and they fight you tooth and nail to defend their dignity. Jiang Che, however, fared slightly better. Having witnessed the bold individualism of the 2010s and the internet age, his tolerance was broader. With limited interaction, they managed to get along decently. Moreover, between him and Yi Qiongzhen, they had reached a point where they could exchange polite nods without avoidance. Once, twice, thrice, just as Jiang Che had predicted. People soon stopped paying attention or making a fuss, and that was all there was to it. Yi continued steadfastly pursuing her distant dream of studying abroad, step by step. In stark contrast to Jiang Che's lack of progress, his parents, embodying the diligence and urgency of farmers, acted swiftly and decisively to open their shop. Located a mere 20-minute walk from Jiang Che's school, the store adhered to his father's initial plan: minimal investment, with Jiang Che's involvement limited to just 2 instances. The first was when his parents presented 2 business options, a clothing store or a small convenience shop, and sought his opinion. These were the typical starting points for entrepreneurs of the era. Had a survey been conducted among those who ventured into business in the 90s, half would likely have dabbled in clothing retail. After some thought, Jiang Che advised his parents that, from the perspective of interpersonal interaction, negotiation, and supply chain management, a convenience shop might offer less room for growth. His father promptly opted for the clothing store, pairing it with shoes, specifically the newly popular sneakers. A convenience shop could, of course, evolve into a supermarket over time, potentially yielding groundbreaking results. But for now, accumulating experience took precedence. His parents lacked the capacity to establish a standalone supermarket, especially in an era where distribution channels were underdeveloped, making sourcing and procurement far from convenient. The second instance involved his father proposing a store name, One Family Clothing. The idea was to cater to all demographics: men, women, the elderly, and children, maximizing customer reach for better business. Admittedly, the thought was well-intentioned, including the name itself. But Jiang Che disagreed. It wasn't he that his father's vision was unattainable. Brand consciousness was still nascent in this era's clothing stores, and wholesale sourcing allowed for flexibility. However, without clear positioning, cultivating a loyal customer base or distinct appeal would prove difficult. We'll only sell clothes and shoes for kids aged 12 to 17. Jiang Che ultimately suggested, outlining 3 reasons for his recommendation. The primary reason lies in the fact that the older generation still maintains the tradition of purchasing fabric to tailor their own clothing, with ready-made garments being a rarity among them. Conversely, the younger children are often guided by their parents, who predominantly follow this same practice. Regarding the second point, Jiang Che boldly inquired of his parents, "How many years has it been since you last bought New Year's clothing?" After a moment of contemplation, his mother replied, "I have bought it a couple of times, but your father truly has not." Jiang Che countered, "What about mine?" His mother, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Do I not purchase your clothes every year? You have more than one outfit each year." Jiang Che, with a smile, responded, "Do you see? Moreover, for a specific age group, once they decide to buy clothing, they will think of our family's shop, gradually establishing its reputation." Jiang's father nodded in approval, while Jiang's mother continued to marvel at her son's intelligence. The final point pertains to the considerations of selection and inventory. Having just emerged from rural life, his parents' discerning eye was a significant concern. The solution to this challenge lay in initially following others in their purchasing habits, gradually honing their judgment. Jiang Che did not intend to worry about this, trusting in his father's consistent dedication to research and learning. For the time being, it was best to avoid this issue altogether. Thus, selecting clothing for children from the parents' perspective could be seen as a feasible, albeit reluctant, solution. Regardless, it was far more reliable than entrusting parents with the task of choosing outfits for individuals in their 20s or 30s. After all, children's autonomy was still significantly limited at this stage. Often, the parents' perspective and judgment became the ultimate criteria for selection. For instance, if a child desired fashionable attire, parents would prioritize durability. And while children sought clothing that fit snugly, parents generally preferred looser garments, hoping they would last for a couple of years. As March drew to a close, the clothing store, rather unceremoniously named Flower Season, Rainy Season, crafted by Jiang Che, officially opened. The decor was modest, devoid of extravagant embellishments, and there was no grand or innovative inauguration ceremony. His parents discouraged Jiang Che from frequenting the shop, repeatedly reminding him, "You are destined to hold a stable government job. Do not squander your time, and avoid being seen by your classmates who might look down upon you." At that time, public perception of opening a business was still somewhat disparaging. It was only several days later that Jiang Che learned that Zheng Xinfeng had inquired about the store's name and had stealthily gone to perform breakdancing in front of Zhang's parents' shop for 2 consecutive days. From dawn till dusk, his breakdancing skills were of award-winning caliber at the provincial level. The attention of the youth quickly gravitated towards him. "We had never seen this classmate of yours before. Initially, we thought he was causing trouble, wearing a red postpartum band and peculiar gloves. Dancing erratically in front of our store," Zhang's mother recounted. "At first, your father was absent, and I dared not approach him, which only fueled my frustration. As I watched, a crowd began to gather, and he, panting yet smiling, gestured for more people to join, refusing to take a break." Zhang's mother later shared this with Jiang Che, and the family, both amused and touched, reflected on the incident. Jiang Che remarked, "No wonder he struggled to walk for several days afterward." Zhang's father added, "Such friends are rare. You must honor this bond." Consequently, the business of flower season, rainy season began to flourish to a certain extent. On the first night, after tallying the revenue, they calculated a net profit of over 400. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom spent the night awake. Many people often remark that in the 1990s, even a fool could make money by opening a shop. While this statement is not entirely accurate, it does hold a kernel of truth. This era indeed made business relatively easier, primarily due to reduced competition and limited choices. Although the supply-demand relationship had balanced considerably compared to the 1980s, it had not yet fully inverted. Moreover, without the internet, brick-and-mortar stores were still basking in the dawn of prosperity. The flourishing business compelled Jiang Dad to frequently restock supplies. Jiang Mom, overwhelmed by the workload, found herself unable to manage alone, prompting Jiang Che to assist during his spare time or on weekends, effectively becoming a permanent fixture in the shop. One evening, after a long day of labor, Jiang Che and his mother sat outside the store, weary yet content, sharing a meal. Jiang Dad returned with supplies, placing a bowl of rice, having barely eaten 2 bites, on a small folding table while attending to a customer inside the store. As long as he was present, his wife and children would always be cared for. This man was diligently adapting to the changes in life. Yet his unwavering diligence as a farmer remained constant. Jiang Che took a mouthful of rice and looked up, just in time to see a figure approaching from across the dilapidated street, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. After more than 2 months, he once again laid eyes on the factory beauty, Tang Yu. She still wore the blue work uniform of the textile factory. Perhaps it was a different one, but uniforms tend to resemble one another. The blue outfit was clean and tidy, though perhaps slightly faded from wear, yet on her, it appeared as if it were a deliberate adornment, embodying the essence of the 1990s. She paused under the sycamore tree outside the shop. In that moment, one could discern from her slightly pale lips and the faintly troubled glimmer in her eyes, the hesitance of words unspoken, a glimpse of an innocent era. Jiang Che had to admit he was captivated, reminiscent of that day when they exchanged a fleeting gaze through the car window, only for her to hurriedly turn away. After all, as someone looking back from the future, he would always yearn for a girl imbued with a rustic charm, a serene countenance, and clear eyes. She was undeniably beautiful, and appeared almost vulnerable, as long as she didn't unleash any formidable surprises. Chapter 36. Difficult Life. Radiant smiles. This girl was indeed a sight for sore eyes, so he decided to simply observe her. Jiang Che had painstakingly retrieved a fragment of the past, 19 years old, navigating the currents of life. He had no intention of mirroring the melodramatic tales of literature, falling inexplicably and passionately in love, pledging himself to her alone, and hastily embarking on a life of marriage and children. With the mindset of someone who had lived 2 lives, he could not succumb to such folly. Even if Tang Yu was, indeed, breathtakingly beautiful, especially with her captivating aura, it was hard not to be smitten. Yet, he resolved to let this feeling be, akin to an eagle retracting its claws upon sighting a rabbit. However, Jiang Che had ample time ahead of him, possessing talent, charm, and seemingly destined for prosperity. Thus, he had a journey of splendid vistas to explore, 7 years lost to a past life, and the vibrant world awaiting his savoring. Falling in love with someone is not a simple endeavor. It requires numerous encounters and mutual understanding, and the subsequent interactions may prove even more challenging. He and she are strangers, unfamiliar with each other's depths. While the notion of casually engaging might not seem problematic at first, a girl like Tang Yu would likely view it differently. At this stage, some young women gradually become more open, yet a significant number remained cautious, fearing that should an emotional entanglement occur without the promise of marriage, it would amount to nothing short of unscrupulous behavior. Jiang Che could envision the potential consequences of such a scenario, picturing how Tang Yu might react and the grim fate that awaited him should he falter. Thus, he resolved to let her go, at least for the moment. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, in merely 10 seconds, she had been both courted and cast aside. She found herself in a quandary, having rehearsed her words countless times at home, yet struggling to articulate them. Zhang's mother, having observed the shop and honed her judgment over the past few days, recognized that the girl before her was not merely a customer. Setting aside her utensils, she offered a sincere smile and asked, "My dear, what troubles you? Speak your mind." Tang Yu responded with an affirmative murmur, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she nodded. "I noticed your business is bustling and wanted to inquire if customers request alterations like resizing or fixing buttons and zippers. Would that be feasible in a timely manner? I can assist with that." She gestured towards a direction. "I have a sewing machine at home, just behind that cluster of houses." Her melodious voice, tinged with shyness, made her statement somewhat laborious and awkward. This reaction is understandable against the backdrop of history. Once, the workers of state-owned enterprises were a source of national pride, leading lives of dignity enriched by noble ideals. Female workers at the textile factory would leave their shifts with heads held high. Even the simple act of cycling exuded a certain grace. The deep blue uniforms were a badge of honor, complemented by the white sweatbands around their necks and the pristine protective gloves issued by the factory, symbols of envy for many. It was not uncommon for families to compete over whose child would take the father's place at work, and celebrations were held when a child secured a position in a state enterprise. Marrying a factory worker was once the aspiration of many young women, and matchmakers facilitating introductions to single workers enjoyed a status akin to local dignitaries. The shift in circumstances was abrupt. While subsequent psychological and societal adjustments may have softened the blow, Tang Yu and her peers were among the first to grapple with these changes. Expecting them to effortlessly abandon old beliefs, to lower their expectations with ease, and to adapt gracefully was unrealistic. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had already been over 2 months, a period that served both as a psychological buffer and as a catalyst for dire necessity, compelling them to take action lest they find themselves unable to survive. "I can handle repairs as well." Before Zhang's mother could respond, Tang Yu added, hesitating momentarily before continuing, "I would appreciate a little extra for my efforts." As she spoke, she revealed a piece of fabric designated for mending holes, buttons, and zippers, placing it on the stool as a sample. "Auntie, please take a look." Jiang Che glanced over and was struck by the exquisite craftsmanship displayed. At this point, Miss Tang's intentions became increasingly clear. In contemporary terms, she aimed to outsource some menial tasks from the shop, allowing the establishment to retain the majority of the profits while she earned a modest income from her skills. It was no small feat for her to take this initiative, especially since the shop indeed required assistance with such tasks. However, Jiang Che remained convinced that Miss Tang would be disappointed today. His mother, a skilled artisan in her own right, was notoriously frugal. Even if she toiled until midnight, she would never willingly part with the money she could earn herself. Previously, there had been inquiries about this arrangement. "Well, my dear, your skills are truly remarkable, even surpassing mine. As it happens, I have several pieces for you today. How shall we settle the payment?" Zhang's mother inquired. "Thank you," Miss Tang replied, her gratitude slightly delayed, suggesting she had not anticipated such a smooth progression. A weight lifted from her heart, her eyes shimmering with suppressed joy. She managed a smile and said, "Auntie, just give me 10 cents or $1.50 for each piece, whatever you prefer." "Very well, take a seat. I will fetch them," Zhang's mother said, moving a stool in front of Miss Tang. "Auntie, please eat first. I can wait," she quickly replied. "No trouble at all. It won't take long. Please sit." Zhang's mother insisted, radiating warmth and smiles. What was happening? This was perplexing to Jiang Che, who was utterly bewildered by his mother's behavior. "Hey, miss, aside from mending, do you also wash clothes?" A large head poked out from the adjacent shop, calling over. It was a bustling small restaurant, and one could easily imagine the garments there being stained with grease, making them difficult to clean. This was not a skillful task. Its nature was altogether different, and Jiang Che doubted Miss Tang would accept it. Her expression faltered for a moment, her teeth biting her lower lip as her slender fingers clenched into small fists beside her legs. Rising, she nodded resolutely. "Yes, I can wash." Good, then come over later, and we will discuss the payment, came the reply. All right, she responded. What a strong young lady. Hey, pretty girl, do you wash naughty underwear too? Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking into a cacophony of Cantonese. This time, it was a vendor pushing a cart, nonchalantly swaying his head and leg while sporting a grin that seemed straight out of a Hong Kong film, embodying the archetype of a villain. Jiang Che thought to himself that this fellow was courting disaster, as Miss Tang appeared vulnerable. Yet, she had a brother, Tang Dazhao, known as the local ruffian, reputed for his ability to take on a crowd single-handedly, with a record of formidable victories. As Miss Tang turned away, Jiang Che silently urged, confront him, confront him. But she did not. Instead, she shook her head, remaining silent as she returned to her seat. Where's your brother? Jiang Che finally couldn't help but inquire, though it hardly constituted a flirtation. He said he wanted to venture out with friends to try his hand at business. I noticed he was idling about all day, and I feared that staying here might lead to trouble, so I agreed, Miss Tang explained. Just that day. That day? Jiang Che pondered, realizing that Miss Tang indeed remembered that day. Tang Yu mimicked the gesture, swiping her palm horizontally before her face. Later that day, he departed, and it's been a while since then. Jiang Che surmised that the horizontal swipe symbolized a car window. Hence, Tang Yu remembered that glance. Hence the handsomeness, truly exasperating. No wonder she couldn't sustain the tailor shop. Likely, whatever remained of the family's savings had been taken by Tang Lianzhao to seek his fortune elsewhere. You know my younger brother, right? Just as he pondered, Tang Yu proactively inquired. Jiang Che nodded decisively. Not just me, students from nearby schools, shopkeepers, street vendors, idlers, tens of thousands around here know him. Oh, well, that's true. Tang Yu laughed at her own words, a blend of awkwardness and chagrin. Yet her smile was radiant. This is lethal. Jiang Che silently pleaded. Miss Tang, you mustn't smile at me like this. It's dangerous. Her smile was too arresting, especially when life had been so unkind, yet her laughter remained pure and luminous. Chapter 37. Living in 1992, minor defects in clothing were common when scavenging wholesale market leftovers or snatching discounted stock. A missing button, a faulty zipper. With the right replacement, the garment might even surpass its original state. These tasks had always fallen to Jiang's mother, who toiled late into the night without complaint. Now, she retrieved 7 or 8 garments requiring alterations, buttons to be re-sewn, zippers to be replaced, along with the necessary spare parts. Otherwise, Tang Yu's meager earnings of 10 or 15 cents per piece wouldn't even cover material costs. Sweetheart, from now on, come by daily at a time that suits you. Or if a customer's in a hurry, I'll direct them to you. It's nearby, after all. As long as business isn't too dismal, there'll always be a few pieces needing work. I'll pay you 20 or 30 cents per item, depending on the labor, settled daily. Jiang's mother was warm and kind, and suddenly, uncharacteristically generous. This was unusual. Having earned a paltry 3 or 4 yuan per day at the collective factory, her frugality was ingrained. Tang Yu, already on her feet, waved her hands in flustered protest. Auntie, that's too much, really. Nonsense. It's not like there'll be this many repairs every day. You must eat. Without another word, Jiang's mother bundled the clothes into Tang Yu's arms. No more arguing. Your skill is excellent, and it brings prestige to my shop. Perhaps this was what they called timely aid in desperate times. As Tang Yu turned away, her eyes glistened, clutching the garments. She rubbed her nose against her sleeve. Her hands were full, then bid Jiang's mother farewell with a goodbye, Annie, and nodded politely at Jiang Che. He watched as she strode across the street, head held high, carrying not only the mending, but also a pile of soiled laundry from the small eatery. Undeterred by the weight of curious stares. Mom, since when have you been so open-handed? Jiang Che feigned nonchalance as they resumed their meal. Enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Jiang's mother set down a piece of meat she'd just picked up, sighing with the gravity of a concerned citizen. Do you know what I've witnessed at the market these past mornings? What? I observed a group of dozens of individuals meandering through the market. Initially perplexed by their purpose, it soon became evident that they were clandestinely collecting discarded, unsellable vegetable leaves thrown onto the ground by vendors. At times, when we purchased vegetables and discarded a few leaves, it was they who took them away. Eventually, I inquired further and discovered that these individuals were all laid-off workers from the nearby textile factory. They lamented that nearly 1,000 people had been laid off in one sweeping motion. In some households, only one member was laid off, while in others, both partners faced unemployment, leaving them in dire straits. Jiang Ma spoke with eyes glistening with unshed tears. In Tang Yu's family, she was the sole breadwinner, with her brother being an unreliable burden. Jiang Che believed his mother's words held truth, as he had seen documentary reports in his previous life detailing the plight of laid-off couples who succumbed to illness after relying on stolen chicken feed to stave off hunger, and those who contracted diseases from selling blood to survive. There were countless fathers who took their own lives after being unable to afford their children's surgical fees. There were always elites who would say that opportunities abounded in society at that time, attributing the misfortune to the incompetence of those who failed to seize them. However, these elites often overlooked the constraints of the era. Had they spent their lives within the suddenly decaying factories, they might not have navigated their paths with the same composure and confidence. Certainly, among the laid-off workers, there were those who, through vision, diligence, ability, or even luck, managed to thrive. After finishing his work, Jiang Ba sat down, cradling his bowl of rice, and interjected, "Your mother is reflecting on her own situation," feeling a shared sense of suffering. At the shop, he would listen to the radio while receiving deliveries and would often read newspapers, carrying a copy of the Xinhua dictionary with him. His cultural literacy was advancing rapidly, and he could effortlessly use idioms. Isn't it so? If it weren't for my dear Che being clever, handsome, and capable, and if 6,000 yuan had been lost to gambling, wouldn't we be just as pitiable? Jiang Ma expressed, her face filled with apprehension. Naturally, Jiang Che and Jiang Ba would refrain from questioning the inclusion of handsome in her remarks. Before either could respond, Jiang Ma added, "Fortunately, I'm blessed with a good fate, having married a wonderful man and given birth to a fine son, which has afforded us our current life." She spoke earnestly and with emotion, prompting both Jiang Ba and Jiang Che to chuckle. Jiang Ma's nature, while sometimes causing chaos, undeniably infused their home with joy and warmth. "So, this Tang girl, you've seen her at the market, haven't you? I can't believe someone as frugal as you suddenly shows such generosity." Jiang Che teased his mother with a smile. "There were many people at the market, so I didn't get a good look, but I believe she was among them." Jiang Ma replied, "I did see a group of laid-off female workers collecting coal cinders, and they were being sung about mockingly. That was the time I caught sight of her. Just look at her clothes. Aren't they from the factory? Perhaps she has been too thrifty to buy new ones, and now that she has laid off, she still has to wear them." Jiang Che, with a mouthful of rice, responded with an absent-minded "Oh." Jiang Ba, eager to get back to work, was eating too quickly and caught a glare from Jiang Ma, compelling him to slow down. He then added, "Helping one is better than none. After all, her skills are what truly matter. I have heard that it is not just the textile factory that is affected. With so many people laid off, the state cannot manage it all, and we are truly unable to assist anyone. However, that is not entirely accurate." Aunt Jiang remarked that among the laid-off individuals, there are indeed those with ill intentions. It is not uncommon to hear of theft and robbery. Yet, concerning this young girl, I am certain of her character. So hastily concluded? Jiang Che, intrigued, inquired why. "She possesses such striking beauty. In my entire life, I have never encountered another girl as lovely as she. If she were not a strong-willed and self-respecting young lady, she wouldn't need to scavenge for vegetable scraps or coal, nor would she stand at the entrance of our shop to ask for assistance. There are plenty willing to spend money on her." Aunt Jiang spoke with resolute conviction. Indeed, there is a certain logic to her words. In the days that followed, after the initial peak of business, the daily profit of Jiang's parents' clothing store stabilized at around 200 to 300. To see this figure rise again would require the accumulation of time and seasonal influences. Yet, for a couple who initially earned merely 300 per month in early 1992, this amount is almost unimaginable. Now, a single day's earnings can equal that of an entire month. They are both content and yet not satisfied, filled with vigor and motivation. Jiang Che does not often visit the store, but on the rare occasions he does, he sometimes encounters Tang Yu, exchanging greetings. Other times, he does not see her, and though it is regrettable to miss such a sight, he hears more about her from Aunt Jiang. For instance, Tang Yu's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. She pays meticulous attention to detail, earning a considerable reputation for the shop. She has also taken on several restaurant contracts for clothing alterations, providing her with a stable means of livelihood, albeit with arduous labor. On occasion, he sees her hands, chapped and peeling, a testament to her hard work. Currently, There are no new tasks for the clothing store as the older establishments have long since secured their agreements. The bond between Tang Yu and Aunt Jiang has strengthened. Often, when she fortuitously finds Aunt Jiang busy, she will stay to help watch the shop without ever asking for compensation. Meanwhile, the street is undergoing transformation. The number of people venturing out for meals is steadily increasing, with street vendors, pushcarts, rickshaws, shoe shiners, and performers selling candy re-emerging. Many livelihoods that had nearly vanished or remained hidden during the era of planned economy are once again visible on the streets. The people of this nation persist in living with unwavering resilience, seizing even the slightest opportunity. Chapter 38. The impact of wealth. Yi Qiongxin had already moved into the faculty dormitory early this semester. Otherwise, cohabiting with her roommates could be a source of awkwardness. It was a challenge for her, and for her roommates too, as her identity began to shift. Su Chu arrived a few days later and requested to share the same dormitory, now just the two of them. The faculty dormitory provided by Linzhou Normal School for young teachers differs from the student dormitories only in location and space. It is a grayish-white room, with mottled walls and 2 sets of bunk beds symmetrically placed. The previous occupant, likely a teacher with a child, left behind crayon drawings of flowers and suns on the walls. The feminine essence of the room is not particularly strong. In these times of material scarcity, thoughts are even more lacking. The distinguishing features that set a girl's chamber apart from a boy's are largely limited to cleanliness and tidiness, complemented by a few floral fabrics for decoration. Additionally, there is the lingering fragrance of soap bark in the girl's hair, clothes, and skin. Yi Qiongxin's bunk is situated on the left side upon entering, where she has utilized the lower bunk for her boxes, opting to sleep in the upper bunk. The ceiling light hangs quite low, the small fan is dust-laden and adorned with cobwebs, and the mosquito net has yet to be hung. She leans against the headboard with a newspaper in hand, occasionally furrowing her brow and sighing softly. The date on this newspaper is April 1st, 1992, a time when the influence of the Southern conversations was gradually spreading, and media reports on wealth stories had become more candid and less guarded. In fact, to some extent, the media seemed to collaborate in fostering society's desire for wealth. The story that caught Yi Qiongxin's attention was as follows. Recently, at the entrance of a certain industrial and commercial bank in Shanghai, a young man had repeatedly caused a commotion, prompting the bank staff to call the police for his removal. After extensive interviews by reporters, the full story emerged. The young man's disruptive behavior stemmed from an incident in January when his mother mistakenly purchased 200 stock subscription certificates, totaling 6,000 yuan, while intending to deposit money in the bank. These certificates were returned the following day, under duress from the young man who had threatened the staff with a knife. The sales manager reluctantly agreed and immediately resold the certificates to another young man. Now, this young man laments his decision and is unwilling to accept his loss, hence his repeated disturbances. The reporter posed a rhetorical question at the conclusion of the article. Given that the situation was entirely initiated by the young man himself, why has his reaction escalated so dramatically? The answer followed. Because those 200 subscription certificates, which once cost 6,000 yuan, are now valued at over 200,000 yuan. This signifies that in a moment of folly, the young man cast aside what could have been a fortune, while at this very moment, in some corner of the city, another young man, who appears to be no more than 20, holds at least 200,000 yuan, with a strong likelihood of it increasing further. Were it not for the fact that in 1992, the Chinese populace was not yet celebrating April Fool's Day, and the media had not yet lost its credibility, Yi Qiongxin would dismiss this as a fanciful tale. Yet now, she finds herself compelled to believe that it is all too real. What would 200,000 yuan look like? The equivalent of 20 households of wealth? If it were me, perhaps a mere few thousand would suffice to apply for self-funded study abroad. Presently, Yi Qiongxin has no income. Her school provides her with an additional 50 yuan subsidy each month, on top of the standard support for student teachers. She grits her teeth and diligently saves, having accumulated nearly 80 yuan. Aware that her family cannot offer substantial assistance, she meticulously calculates every step and devises her plans, yet the harder she strives, the more she realizes that her aspirations remain distant and elusive. The opportunity for government-sponsored study abroad is exceedingly rare for a vocational school, and Yi Qiongxin occasionally contemplates the idea of self-funding her own journey, although such thoughts quickly fade into the realm of impossibility. With her parents' combined monthly income barely exceeding 300 yuan, and her own financial situation even more dire, the prospect of studying abroad becomes a distant dream. Hey Xiaoyi, did you hear what I said? Su Chu, lounging on the lower bunk, wore white pajamas adorned with strawberries. She playfully lifted a Disney plush toy with her feet, allowing her loose pant legs to slip down, revealing her long, slender, alabaster legs. Ever since she had glimpsed Su Chu's exquisite legs, Yi Qiangjin had been particularly cautious about her own attire in the dormitory, wrapping herself in layers to conceal the scars on her legs, remnants of a scalding accident from when she was 5. Come on, say something, it's dull otherwise. Don't worry, I want to drag you into a conversation about Jiang Che today, Su Chu said, spreading her legs apart, causing the plush toy to tumble onto her abdomen. She had a few such toys on her bed, souvenirs reportedly from Hong Kong and abroad, with even more at home. Yi Qiangjin held little interest in these trinkets. What? Yi Qiangjin snapped back to attention and asked. Su Chu sat up, stating, I was just telling you about someone like Zhang Baoyu. It's better to be direct with him. Just tell him he has no chance and to stay away. Yi Qiangjin frowned, remaining silent. Zhang Baoyu was indeed a source of irritation, an annoyance she had to confront daily. I know you think it's complicated since you're colleagues, and you're worried about making things awkward, Su Chu continued, her lips moving decisively. But you're mistaken if you let him believe he has a chance. He'll think you belong to him. Then, when you try to clarify, it'll be much harder, and he might even become resentful and cause you trouble. Though Yi Qiangjin absorbed Su Chu's words and contemplated their wisdom, her nature was not one to easily express her innermost thoughts. Let me show you something, she said, shifting the topic and tossing a newspaper towards Su Chu. What do you think about that stock subscription mentioned in the article? Is it genuine? Su Chu glanced over quickly, exclaiming, wow, this fellow is in quite the predicament. But the other one, what incredible luck. They made 200,000. 200,000, Yi Qiangjin echoed, lying back and staring at the ceiling, a bitter smile crossing her lips. How is it that for some, such fortunes come so easily, while for others, they remain forever out of reach? He should be around my age. That night, Yi Qiangjin dreamt of money, vast sums of it. The dream was vague, for she had never encountered such wealth, followed by visions of an exquisite little booklet containing a U.S. visa. The next day, Saturday morning, she still had classes to attend. Yet now, Jiang Che no longer sat beside her or behind her. The first class was taught by Mr. Zhu, a man in his 40s of average build. His attire seemed overly warm for the season. His sweater appeared somewhat worn, and his shirt was evidently just a faux collar, merely an accessory. In this era, most men possess one or two false collars, yet Teacher Zhu's collar has lost its shape and cannot stand upright. Jiang Che retains a fragment of memory regarding this Teacher Zhu, who exudes a profound scholarly aura. It is said that he was once a university student, but due to his less than favorable background, he ended up in a vocational school, subsequently forgotten in this place. Throwing a newspaper onto the podium, Teacher Zhu shook his head and sighed, lamenting the blatant materialism that has ensnared you all. He turned to write on the blackboard, only for the chalk to snap with a sharp crack. Pausing for a moment, Teacher Zhu discarded the broken piece and refrained from continuing, turning his head as if to address the students while also muttering to himself. State-owned factories cannot pay wages. A vocational school teacher, after toiling for over a decade, still earns less than a few stock subscription certificates. One's fortunes can turn upside down in a day. Such remarks are ill-advised, and the students dared not respond. Rumor has it that Teacher Zhu's family is in dire straits. His wife's factory has ceased operations, leaving her home for over a month, apparently facing redundancy and seeking connections everywhere. A classmate, well-versed in gossip, mentioned that his wife's hometown possesses a skill in making baked pancakes, and she wishes to set up a stall. Teacher Zhu, ashamed, opposed the idea, prompting his wife to accuse him of wanting to starve her and their child. The couple quarreled at night, disturbing the entire faculty dormitory area. Did you see the scratches on Teacher Zhu's neck? Throughout the class, the students murmured quietly, their focus drifting from the lesson at hand. In the second period, nearly 10 minutes after the bell rang, the teacher had yet to arrive. Finally, a staff member from the academic office appeared at the door to announce, Teacher Zhao has taken leave without pay to go to Shenzhen. The class schedule has not been adjusted yet, so please engage in self-study. Once the staff member departed, the students erupted in chatter, the classroom buzzing with talk of venturing into the sea, wealth, layoffs, subscription certificates, and leave without pay. as more information circulated. It turned out that teacher Zhao was the fourth to leave. Two others had also taken leave without pay, and one had submitted a resignation letter and departed directly, having secured a position elsewhere. Zheng Xinfeng patted Jiang Che on the back, exclaiming, "Are we really going to return to the countryside to teach?" Chapter 39. The youth in the video hall in the teacherless classroom. Jiang Che listened to his classmates, a group of naive youths, passionately discussing matters of venturing into the sea, wealth, layoffs, subscription certificates, and leave without pay. Their conversations encompassed tales of family, relatives, neighbors, and various stories involving their middle and primary school classmates, both splendid and tragic, miraculous and disheartening. Some recounted tales of a once idle man from their village who, unable to find food, ventured out only to secure a contract, prospering, and eventually purchasing a Jialing 125 motorcycle along with a woman clad in stockings. Others mentioned a middle school classmate who dropped out and went to Guangdong, with no news ever since. His mother waits daily at the village entrance, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. Some claimed Shenzhen was paved with gold, while others rebutted, asserting that it was not as glorious as portrayed, once in Guangdong. The language barrier loomed, with a plethora of mobile phones, briefcases, managers, and swindlers populating the streets. As their discussions were based on hearsay and partial understanding, debates flared up intermittently amongst them. Jiang Che listened quietly from the side, unable to provide an answer regarding the question about Zheng Xinfeng. For the decision to return to the countryside to teach is inherently subjective. Not everyone is suited to dive into this tumultuous current. While some may find success, others may very well be engulfed. The prevailing topic of discussion remains the subscription certificates, as they are the most tangible. The individuals present here are not in positions to undertake projects or assume managerial roles, yet the prospect of acquiring subscription certificates is within reach. Even if one cannot afford an entire set, with some frugality, managing to secure 2 or 3 is feasible. If fortune smiles upon them, the potential to earn thousands, even tens of thousands, is not out of the question. This presents an opportunity for someone to become a 10,000 yuan household, a rarity among those pursuing vocational education, as truly affluent families are few and far between. Unbeknownst to anyone at that moment, the classmates seated beside them possessed the legendary 3 subscription certificates of the 92 series, valued at nearly 100,000. Yi Qiongzhen was also unaware that the lucky individual she had read about in last night's newspaper story was sitting in this very classroom, her ex-boyfriend. Suddenly, someone posed the question, "I wonder if there will be another opportunity." Jiang Che pondered for a moment before responding for the first time, "There will be. Since Shanghai has issued them, Shenzhen will inevitably follow suit." A hush fell over the room, and after a brief pause, a wave of excitement surged. All eyes turned to Jiang Che, including Yi Qiongzhen's, her hands clenched into fists beneath the table, her gaze eager. "Is it still possible to buy in Shenzhen? What news do you have?" Several classmates inquired anxiously. "I heard it on the radio," Jiang Che replied with a smile. "As for whether it's still a good buy, I cannot say for certain. It's likely that many will want to purchase them. Even we have considered it. I believe some will make a profit, but the returns will certainly not match those of Shanghai." Jiang Che succinctly stated the reality, but chose not to elaborate further. In August, there would be another issuance of subscription certificates in Shenzhen. At that time, the city's population would swell to over 1 million, with millions of identification cards flooding in. As each ID restricts purchases, some individuals from remote areas were reportedly collecting IDs by the sackful to carry into the fray. Jiang Che had not yet decided whether to join in the frenzy. While he lacked specific memories of the situation, he relied on patterns to assess that the risk of purchasing original shares in the primary market remained relatively low. However, a crisis was likely looming in the secondary stock markets of both Shanghai and Shenzhen, for otherwise, it would defy all economic principles. Thus, Jiang Che contemplated focusing on managing the 300 subscription certificates in his possession before temporarily withdrawing, waiting for a clearer point of entry. He refrained from gambling on any information that was unclear. That evening, after returning home, Jiang Che made his first call to Chu Liani, inquiring about the status of the subscription certificates. The asking price outside is around 110,000 to 120,000, while here, it's already reached up to 150,000. Chu Liani informed him over the phone. With more news emerging, there are rumors that the total number of stocks issued this year could rise to about 50. and the chances of winning in the second round of the lottery may hover around 50%. By the way, the number of actual completed sets is now quite scarce. She added, at least 500,000 is certain, and I can finally do something. Jiang Che's heart raced with excitement as he expressed his gratitude to Sister Zhu. Zhu Lianyi smiled and inquired, when will you return to Shanghai? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Che replied, probably not for over a month, as the second lottery draw is on June 3, 1992. He contemplated the necessity of preparing operational funds this time to avoid repeating past mistakes. Zhu Lianyi offered a final reminder before ending the call. Operational funds, indeed. Jiang Che calculated as he made his way back to the dormitory, where all 7 of his roommates were present. The atmosphere felt somewhat tense, a peculiar blend of exhilaration and repression. What's going on? He asked. Are we going to the video hall? One roommate queried, his tone akin to asking if they were about to storm a fortified position. What could be so exhilarating and oppressive about a video hall? In 1992, while video halls had just begun to emerge, they were not uncommon. Marking the rise of Hong Kong cinema, Jiang Che nodded in confusion. It wasn't until he was led by that roommate through winding alleys to a small room in an urban village that he sensed something amiss. This is it. They show good films here. The roommate's tone was reminiscent of discussing a matter of global significance. As he spoke, he guided everyone up a flight of stairs, reassuring them, don't be afraid. I heard the owner's husband works at the police station. He lifted a black curtain and, in a conspiratorial tone, announced, Madam, 8 people. 50 cents each. The owner, unfazed, turned to assess the group of young boys, smiling as she collected the money. A black video hall where a woman managed ticket sales. How fascinating, Jiang Che mused. He paid and heard the sound of several people swallowing nervously nearby. Looking up, he understood why. It was because of the owner. In her 30s, the proprietress was not a conventional beauty by societal standards. She was somewhat tall. However, this resulted in a striking presence, especially emphasized by her form-fitting leggings. In an era of burgeoning repression, for these boys who had yet to experience such allure, the sight of this mature woman was akin to a bombshell, her allure far surpassing that of their beautiful schoolmates, those innocent girls. Let us go, Jiang Che urged, finally nudging his dazed roommates inside. The space was small, furnished with a dozen long wooden benches, and aside from the glow of a 17-inch television, it was shrouded in darkness, filled with men of various ages and unpleasant odors. The 8 of them settled into a corner. The film currently playing was titled 91 The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a new release. Yet, voices began to rise. This is not good. Change the film. Yes. Change it. I came here to see something worthwhile. Proposals and agreements echoed throughout the room. Finally, the proprietress emerged, stating that to change the film, each person would need to pay an additional 50 cents, while those uninterested must leave. Upon delivering her ultimatum, she began to collect money one by one. But we've only watched less than 10 minutes of the previous film. Can't you give us a discount? A roommate negotiated for what felt like an eternity, finally persuading her to reduce it to an additional 30 cents each. After paying, they waited, the atmosphere thickening with heavy breaths. Jiang Che realized, through their mutual comfort and jest, that several of his roommates were experiencing this for the first time. In contrast, he, having navigated the digital age, was once adept at fast-forwarding through content. The proprietress approached the television, her back to the audience, bending slightly as a chorus of synchronized breaths filled the air, punctuated by the occasional crude expletive. She pressed the eject button on the black VCR, removed one tape, inserted another, hit play, and stepped aside. Throughout this process, Jiang Che was surrounded by the sounds of swallowed saliva and labored breaths. The film that graced the screen, rated 3, featured the actress Yi Yuqing and the actor Fang Zhongxin. Overall, it was rather lackluster, at least in Jiang Che's estimation, while his roommates were completely engrossed, fists clenched in anticipation. Half an hour into the film, aside from the occasional thigh slaps during particularly tantalizing scenes, silence enveloped them. Jiang Che was jolted by Zheng Xinfeng at a pivotal moment when Fang Zhongxin pushed Yi Yuqing against the wall. Suddenly, darkness engulfed them. What is happening? Why now? At such a crucial moment, confusion and urgent voices erupted. The lights had gone out, and it seemed they would not return, the proprietress announced. What nonsense is this? We came all this way for nothing. Refund us. The crowd began to surge toward the voice of the proprietress, lost in the darkness. Hey, can someone help and open the curtain? The proprietress shouted. Who the hell is touching me? Who? Open the damn curtain. It was evident that someone had deliberately held onto the curtain, plunging the space into utter blackness. Don't move, you bastard. Where are you touching? For God's sake. Stop moving, or I'll scream. The voices grew increasingly frantic, tinged with a note of despair. Jiang Che surmised that there must be a dozen hands groping the proprietress. This was a repressive era, and these individuals had just been ignited. Once the first spark is lit, a second is bound to follow. What should we do? One roommate asked, his voice strained. The others remained silent, their minds a chaotic whirlwind. If this continued, something would surely go awry, and if it did, it would likely lead to investigations, Jiang Che concluded. He had no desire to be embroiled in such matters, but in the current predicament, even attempting to escape might draw attention. After all, he was rather striking. With a swift motion, he knocked over a stool, stumbling forward over several steps, and crashed into the person clinging to the curtain, grasping it tightly. With a ripping sound, he yanked the curtain down entirely. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Jiang Che shouted. As the faint light began to return, everyone froze momentarily, and then, starting with those nearest to the proprietress, the crowd surged forward, scrambling towards the exit. What about us? Zheng Xinfeng asked, bewildered. Let us go. It's none of our business, as long as nothing happened. Jiang Che glanced back at the proprietress, pulled a roommate along, and followed the throng out of the viewing room. The streetlights cast a dim glow as 8 figures raced down the desolate April night road. Their exhilaration unabated, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Some ran, while giggling foolishly, staring at their own hands as if witnessing the scene all over again. Even those who hadn't actually participated somehow felt like they had. Honestly, did any of us actually manage to touch her? One roommate asked. No, wanted to. But didn't he dare? Several replied. I think I saw Lao Wu lunge forward, another said. Bullshit. I went for it. But couldn't he squeeze through? Just groped blindly a couple times. Turned out to be some guy, scared the hell out of me. Looked like I almost made him cry. Lao Wu chuckled. Peals of laughter followed. Chapter 40. A premature wedding toast. Back in the dorm, the door shut behind them. They exchanged glances, grinning, catching their breath. It felt like they just pulled off a heist on an armored truck. You think they're LLB trouble? Someone finally voiced the lingering fear. Doubt it. Even if they come looking, it's not on us. Jiang Che kept his cool today, acted heroically, Zheng Xinfeng said, pressing his hands down in a calming gesture. But let us be clear, no one talks about this. It's not exactly something to brag about. And remember, we're all in this together. If anyone blabs, don't blame the rest of us for making them regret it. Right. Got it. Yeah, if anyone opens their mouth, don't expect mercy. With youthful bravado, each roommate chimed in, hardening their tone for emphasis. After the pledges, a brief silence settled, an odd, uncertain pause. Hey, why didn't the boss's wife fight back harder? She's strong enough to at least bite or something, someone suddenly wondered. The question opened a fresh debate. A contemplative hush fell as they racked their brains. Zheng Xinfeng scanned the room, lips quirking mysteriously. I might know why. From what I've heard, if you touch a woman in just 2 or 3 specific spots, she's done for, completely limp, like a puppet with its strings cut. He eyed each of them, radiating smug satisfaction. Silence. A strange, electrifying sensation spread, as if they stumbled upon uncharted territory. Most minds conjured the same vivid image. A girl walking down the street, suddenly touched, staggering, collapsing bonelessly to the ground. Absolutely astonishing. Someone murmured. Women are so mysterious. Another roommate marveled, eyes glazed with fascination. But why like a puppet with its strings cut? That makes them easy targets for robbery. A third fretted. At that moment, Jiang Che found himself amused by the innocence of an era starved of proper education and information. Enough wild guesses. Seriously, has anyone here actually slept with a woman? All eyes turned to Jiang Che first, a question they long wondered but never dared ask outright. Unlike later university days, when flaunting hotel rendezvous and bedroom prowess became locker room banter, in these times, even if it happened, most kept it tightly under wraps, both for safety and at the girl's insistence. Jiang Che smiled faintly but stayed silent. He wasn't quite sure how to define his own experience. As the roommates were about to probe further, the usually silent Lao LV unexpectedly raised his hand and softly declared, When did this happen? Lao LV took a deep breath and recounted. During this past New Year, I went home, had a blind date, and got engaged. That night, I drank too much. And she took care of me until the early hours, eventually falling asleep beside my bed. In our tradition, being engaged means we can live together. A hush fell over the room as his roommates stared wide-eyed, filled with longing. Being vocational school students, they were already calculating their own prospects back home. Lao LV continued. I was initially afraid of being ridiculed for this, but I cleared my throat and stated seriously. She is 3 years older than I am. Did not pass the vocational school entrance exam, and after high school, her family Guangxi let her continue studying. She became a private teacher in a small village in our rural area. In short, she is a wonderful girl. And I feel fortunate to have found her. He smiled shyly and added, so, as we discuss topics like venturing out into the world today, I want to emphasize that I intend to return home to teach and marry her, living a good life together. Lao LV's earnestness rendered his roommates hesitant to continue their previous curiosity. Well, a woman 3 years older brings prosperity. Jiang Che jested with a smile. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Jiang Che pondered for a moment before saying, since you've made up your mind, maintain a steady mindset. A simple life can be quite fulfilling. Once you return, work hard to secure her a stable position. The longer you wait, the more difficult it may become. Lao LV nodded seriously, suddenly grabbing a large coat from the bed and dashing outside. Moments later, he returned with the coat, placing it on the table to reveal several bottles of beer inside. Looking at his 7 roommates, he took a deep breath and said, our village is quite remote, and it takes several days to reach it. Therefore, you won't be able to attend the wedding. Additionally, I am not well off, as you know. I only have these few bottles of beer and no food to accompany it. Today, let's consider this my invitation to you all to celebrate my engagement. With that, he lowered his head and used his teeth to remove the caps from the beer bottles, pouring them into everyone's enamel cups while suppressing the tears welling in his eyes. As he raised his glass first, he rubbed his eyes and said, my family is truly poor, and I've had to send my stipend back home. Over the past 3 years, I've been indebted to all of you for your support. I probably want to have the chance to repay the meals and water you've shared. In an instant, the atmosphere turned poignant, and the white enamel cups clinked together. May you have 100 years of happiness. May you bear children soon. For the first time, the roommates of 407 felt the impending sense of separation. In truth, it would not be long before they parted ways. The conversation shifted to each person's future. Most still sought stability, planning to return home to teach, while others contemplated venturing out but hesitated to commit. I'll teach for a couple of years and then reassess, was the sentiment shared by some, including Jiang Che. What about you, Jiang Che? Jiang Che suddenly recalled and asked, what about your application for the teaching volunteer program? You're not seriously considering going, are you? Jiang Che smiled and replied, there's no rush. I'll think it over. Late at night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Jiang Che tore out the colorful title page of a book, wrapped it into a red envelope, and woke up Old L. He instructed him, I'm afraid I might forget amidst the graduation rush, so don't refuse. This is for your wife and future nephew. Don't you dare open it. Take it back with you. That night, Jiang Che had a dream. In it, there was the vague silhouette of a woman. Only when she swept her hand horizontally before her face and then opened it did Jiang Che finally see clearly. It was Miss Tang, radiant and smiling, her lips alluring. Damn it, good thing I have past life experience to fall back on, Jiang Che thought as he woke up right then. Otherwise, things might have gotten messy. Oh, the age of raging hormones indeed. This shouldn't be called love, more like lust. I should watch myself. When he got up in the morning, he found Zheng Xinfeng standing by his bed, sporting a red headband, leather gloves, and a denim jacket. Jiang Che nearly jumped in surprise. What are you doing? Going to break dance in front of your parents' shop, Zheng Xinfeng said with a sheepish grin. Again? Give it a rest. If you keep showing up every other day, my mom might forget who her real son is, Jiang Che retorted inwardly. As if I don't know. Ever since you caught a glimpse of Factory Beauty Tang near our shop, you've been itching to dance there every single day. It took some effort to convince Zheng Xinfeng that Tang Yu wouldn't be coming in the morning. Only then did the guy crawl back into bed, planning to sleep in until noon. It was Sunday, after all. By 9 o'clock, Jiang Che arrived at the shop alone. His father had already left earlier. Cheer, his mother said the moment she saw him. Perfect timing. Hurry up and run over to your sister Yu's place. Jiang Che was puzzled. What's wrong? Well, last time I specifically asked your dad to bring back a few pairs of those rubber gloves for her. That girl is so earnest. She insisted on helping with the laundry, and I couldn't refuse. But in my distraction, I forgot. There were over 400 yuan in the 2 pieces of clothing she took this morning. His mother paused, then quickly clarified. Oh, I'm not worried that Xiao Yu would take the money. I'm afraid the money might get soaked. Make sure you explain that clearly when you go over, or she'll be heartbroken. Jiang Che nodded. His mother stood at the door, pointing out the way and describing Tang Yu's house. Go on, hurry. And remember, make sure you explain properly, or you'll regret it. Chapter 41. The Mark crossing the street and following his mother's directions. Jiang Che passed a row of storefronts before turning at a shoe repair stall and entering an alley. Before him stood several imposing, fortress-like Soviet-style buildings, their dark exteriors and narrow windows looming heavily. It was said that a few years prior, a high-ranking official from the central government had visited Linzhou. After touring around, he took one look at this place and declared it the best. The accompanying local officials eagerly asked, "What suggestions does the chief have for developing this area? Any guidance?" The chief waved his hand grandly. "Here, there, and those 2 windows set up 4 machine guns. With just 1 squad, you could lock down the entire street outside." The local officials. In reality, if such a plan were ever implemented, Tang Yu's home would likely be right in the blind spot of the intersecting gunfire. Turning the corner along the wall, amidst a row of uniform buildings, several humble cottages abruptly appeared, constructed from a mix of blue bricks and yellow earth. Their tiled roofs and low earthen walls enclosed courtyards that exuded a rustic charm. At first glance, the compound seemed vast, promising prosperity. Yet as Jiang Che drew nearer, he realized the large courtyard was partitioned into smaller plots by makeshift fences, each section modest in size. Tang Yu's home was easily identifiable by the profusion of laundry drying outside. Jiang Che's view was momentarily obscured by garments swaying on bamboo poles, their pale green hue blending with the surroundings. Before spotting anyone, his gaze fell upon a small vegetable patch to the right of the yard, where tender sprouts, barely a dozen or 2, peeked through the soil. Shifting his attention slightly, he noticed a large wooden board resembling a door panel laid out on the left side, flanked by 2 sizable basins. There sat Tang Yu, her back partially turned to the gate, perched on a low bamboo stool. She was bent over, vigorously scrubbing the collar of a garment. Her pale blouse, sleeves rolled up, bore a faint crimson embroidery, a delicate floral motif, an unusual detail for the era. Jiang Che pondered whether this was a vestige of gentler times, a subtle flourish from her days as the factory's belle, now overshadowed by hardship and resilience. Her raven hair, loosely tied back, had strands escaping, damp with sweat, and clinging to her forehead and cheeks. She lifted an arm to wipe her brow, straightening momentarily to massage her lower back with a tired twist. It was then that she noticed Jiang Che standing beyond the fence. "Xiao Che." Her voice carried a bright, almost delighted lilt, her smile radiant. "Xiao Yuejia," Jiang Che replied, suppressing the awkwardness of addressing her as an elder despite their age difference. "My mother mentioned she might have left money in the pockets of the clothes she sent for washing this morning. She was worried they'd get soaked, so she asked me to check." "Ah, yes. Luckily, I always check pockets before soaking the laundry," she nodded, rising to her feet and shaking droplets from her hands. "Wait a moment." She disappeared inside briefly before returning, carefully pinching a small stack of bills between her still damp fingertips. "Would you like to count it?" "No need. My mother was just concerned. She didn't want you to misunderstand. She was worried about the money getting ruined, not." The explanation felt clumsy, and Jiang Che faltered, tension creeping into his voice. Tang Yu's crescent moon eyes crinkled with amusement as she watched him. Then she burst into soft laughter. "Look how nervous you are, I understand." After a pause, she added, "Thank you for caring about how I might feel." The latter remark should have carried sorrow, since losing her job, enduring the indignity of scavenging for scraps, weathering disdain and mockery, few had spared a thought for her emotions. Yet her tone held no bitterness, only sincerity. In that moment, the quiet trust between them rendered further explanations unnecessary. The warmth of it lingered as Jiang Che glanced around, his eyes settling on a basin of freshly washed, still dripping woolen coats. "Such thick fabric, it must be hard to wring dry, I assent it?" Tang Yu nodded gently. "Yes, this is the hardest part. Back at home, my younger brother always did the wringing for me. I never had enough strength. But luckily, I figured out a solution. For large, thick items like these, I tie one end to the door handle." She gestured toward the door handle, demonstrating the motion with a soft laugh. "Let me help you," Jiang Che said, unable to deny the sudden impulse to assist this resilient girl, even in something so small, regardless of her appearance. The large basin was likely filled with winter clothes, ready to be washed and stored. Some of the heavier pieces proved too much even for Jiang Che's strength, so the two of them worked together, each gripping an end to wring them out. Once finished, his heart fluttering slightly, he prepared to take his leave, but Tang Yu stopped him, pointing at the left side of his chest. Wait, look at you. The pocket of your shirt is half unstitched and sagging. Take it off, I'll mend it for you. It's Sunday, Auntie must be busy. Jiang Che glanced down. Indeed, the pocket of his shirt had come loose, hanging limply. This is the new shirt Mom just gave me. How did she miss this? But today, anticipating the heat from work, he had worn only this single layer. You're only wearing one layer? It's not that warm yet. Be careful not to catch a chill. Realizing the implications of her request, Tang Yu flushed slightly, pressing her lips together in mild embarrassment before adding with a nervous laugh, never mind. Men go shirtless all the time in summer anyway. Or just keep it on. It's fine. She nearly slipped into reassuring him that removing it wouldn't be a problem. Her ears burning, she turned away abruptly and disappeared inside, returning moments later with a sewing kit. Selecting the thread, threading the needle, her left hand pinched the edge of Jiang Che's shirt pocket while her right hand moved deftly, the needle darting in and out with precise, even stitches. Done. With a slight bow of her head, she leaned forward to nip the thread with her teeth before hastily retreating. Jiang Che examined the repair. Even the knot had been tucked neatly inside the pocket, leaving no visible trace. No wonder Mom says Tang Yu's needlework is better than hers. Then Tang Yu lifted her left hand, pressing the tip of her index finger briefly between her lips. Jiang Che noticed a faint smear of blood. Did you prick yourself? He asked awkwardly. She shook her head. No, it's just an old crack that reopened a little. It's nothing. Jiang Che studied her hands, and for the first time, he decided to intervene, however slightly. In this stranger-esque life, how many restaurants' laundry are you handling now? He asked. 5. I just added one the day before yesterday, she replied, a note of pride in her voice. How much do you earn? It varies. Sometimes, if there's a lot, I can make several yuan. Several yuan. Jiang Che frowned slightly before saying, honestly, I don't think this is sustainable. Tang Yu's eyes flickered with confusion. Meeting her gaze. He steadied himself and chose his words carefully. I don't know if my mother mentioned it, but she has an idea. She thinks you should stop doing laundry altogether and move your sewing machine to our shop instead. This is not only about the chores at my home. You can also assist with mending and tailoring outside. Additionally, you could help my mother manage the store. After all, you often lend a hand, and when she is alone, it can be quite overwhelming for her. Although this arrangement may seem rather informal, combining the 3 incomes could ensure a more comfortable life, allowing you to gradually save up and eventually open your own shop, as my aunt has mentioned to me. As for me, there are still some people from our factory who might return. Currently, we are merely on a temporary halt and not officially laid off. Tang Yu explained with a serious expression that the rumors circulating in the factory suggest that those who have found good jobs or are thriving elsewhere will not be considered for reemployment. Many of us are waiting for updates. What kind of absurd logic is this? What nonsense is this? What are those foolish leaders thinking? Hasn't the guidance for reemployment after layoffs even begun? Besides, even if one could return, do you truly believe that your dilapidated factory can sustain itself for another 2 years? Although Jiang Che had a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only respond. Yet, currently, those working outside, if given the opportunity and conditions, can earn significantly more than in the factory. Look at my mother. She has already stepped out. The fact that layoffs have commenced indicates that those factories are indeed failing. Even if you return, I'll wait a bit longer. Tang Yu replied, her eyes reflecting both difficulty and hope, as she mentioned that news was expected soon. Is that wretched factory truly so desirable? Knowing well what the outcome would be, Jiang Che felt frustrated, realizing that his rare involvement in others' affairs had led to him being misunderstood. I understand. I know that both you and my aunt mean well for me. You are both wonderful. However, I may have become accustomed to this. Being away from the factory, I feel quite anxious, Tang Yu explained, her expression dimming as she added, at 15, I entered the factory, and it has been over 6 years, almost 7. 15? Is that even permissible? Jiang Che questioned, sensing something amiss. Indeed, a glimmer of moisture appeared in Tang Yu's eyes as she recounted, at 15, I was in middle school, while my parents were both workers at the second factory. One day, there was a fire, and they rushed in with many others to save materials. The roof suddenly collapsed, and they never emerged. The factory took care of me, allowing me to step in and earn a living for myself and my younger brother, right in the workshop where my mother used to work. Now it became clear to Jiang Che. For Tang Yu, this was far more than mere employment. It was an indelible mark on her life. No more persuasion. Chapter 42. My Struggle for Tang Yu. The second textile factory was not only a sanctuary for her and her younger brother, but also a means of survival, an imprint left by their parents, whose lives were buried beneath the newly built warehouse from 2 years ago. Imagine a 15-year-old girl suddenly losing her parents, dropping out of school, and stepping into the workshop, relying on her own hands to support herself and her 12-year-old brother, holding the family together. After nearly 7 years, everything she has known is intricately linked to the textile factory in Lin City. Were it not for the sweeping, irreversible reforms and layoffs imposed from above, she might have spent her entire life curled up in that place. Yes, curled up. As long as it could barely shelter her from the wind and rain and put meager food on the table, she would have stayed indefinitely. This was, in fact, the mentality of many people like her in that era. That's why so many workers, even when their factories had long ceased operations and wages went unpaid, still clung to the hope of showing up every day, waiting for work. Had this been the 2010s, employees would have bid farewell long ago and sought their own paths. Jiang Che decided against persuasion, for it was futile. The outcome would remain unchanged. Tang Yu would simply endure this hardship a little longer until utter despair set in. But it didn't matter. At least his family's shop was still there, and his mother's unwavering kindness remained. Once Mother Jiang set her heart on someone's goodness, it was nearly impossible to sway her. Had those two aunties not hastily left and then returned, but instead patiently waited and gradually rekindled their bond, they might have salvaged the sisterhood Mother Jiang once cherished. A pity, they had underestimated this little sister. I suppose I really should have listened to you. Tang Yu, having just declined his goodwill, spoke with a hint of self-reproach. Annie has praised you so often, not just for your intelligence and academic brilliance, but for your insight and judgment. Your family was fortunate to have you. You left out handsome, didn't you? My mother never skips that part when she praises me. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh wryly. Tang Yu blinked, then stifled a giggle, nodding repeatedly. Jiang Che sighed. So, little sister, spare me the flattery. My mother? She'd sing my praises to the heavens anytime, anywhere. Little sister? What, not allowed? Or did you plan to exploit your closeness with my mother and play the elder? His tone shifted teasingly. Tang Yu paused. Then with a playful puff of her cheeks and her hands clasped behind her back, she retorted, as you wish. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly added, oh, actually, there is something I've been meaning to ask of you. A favor? How rare? Jiang Che nodded. Go on. When my brother returns, could you meet him? Her gaze was earnest. This time, his business venture likely failed. Otherwise, given his nature and his worry for home, he'd have rushed back the moment he earned anything. Not that I expect you to help him make money. I know you're bound for a stable government job. But, could you talk to him? Guide him toward better choices? Teach Tang Lianzhao, the notorious troublemaker, to behave? Jiang Che hesitated. Since his rebirth, he had resolved to avoid unnecessary entanglements, no direct involvement with underworld affairs, no outright law-breaking, and certainly no loose ends that might invite future reckoning. Though Tang Lianzhao wasn't exactly a criminal, his reputation as a ruffian was well-earned. Men like him were walking liabilities. During crackdowns, mere notoriety could land them behind bars without evidence. And wasn't there another wave of crackdowns coming? No. He's not inherently bad. It's just that he's been idle for a few years, and there's a reason he ended up like that in the first place. Seeing Jiang Che hesitate, Tang Yu struggled to explain, speaking with anxious desperation. Jiang Che didn't press her further and simply nodded. Then I'll just have a drink with him when the time comes. We'll see then. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Could you wait a moment longer? So the pretty girl turns out to be this troublesome, Jiang Che thought, but he stopped and nodded. Tang Yu brought over a bamboo chair for him, poured tea, then hurried back inside. After a while, she returned, carefully holding a small cloth bundle tied with a knot. She unwrapped the layers of the handkerchief with great care and presented it to Jiang Che. You've seen a lot of things. Could you tell me how much this might be worth? Jiang Che glanced at it. A pair of silver bracelets, small and not particularly thick, but the silver quality seemed fine. The craftsmanship and engravings suggested they were old, likely passed down for years. You want to sell them? Need money urgently? He wasn't well-versed in such things, let alone the current silver market. So he looked up at her in question. No, I want to sell them. These were left to me by my mother. I'd rather die than sell them. Jiang Che believed her. If she hadn't sold them even when she was scavenging for vegetable scraps, she never would. These weren't just her mother's keepsake. They were probably her future dowry. Then, it's just that I need a large sum of money right now, and I have no other choice. I thought I could use them as collateral to borrow money, but only if I can redeem them later when I have the means. Her eyes were red as she spoke. Pawnshops and loan services, even if they existed at this time, they wouldn't dare operate openly. No wonder she was struggling. Yet, even in such desperation that she considered pawning her mother's heirloom, she hadn't taken advantage of the 400 yuan earlier, nor had she asked his mother for a loan. Not bad. And just how much money did she need, exactly? How much do you want to borrow with these? A lot. Tang Yu thought carefully. Do you think 400 would be possible? 400? Give them to me. Jiang Che pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, counted out 400 yuan, and placed it on the stool. I'll hold them as collateral. A year, 2 years, whenever you have the money, you can redeem them. If I leave to teach, I'll leave them with my mother. This is how the rich roll, 400 yuan, just like that. Truthfully, Jiang Che knew that even if the bracelets weren't worth much now, in a year or two, they'd be worth far more than 400. These were the days of terrifying inflation. If someone earned 200 a month at the start of 1992 and 250 by the end, they were actually making less money. Besides, even if Tang Yu never came back for them, keeping these genuine antique silver pieces would be a solid investment. In 20 years, such authentic old silver would be hard to come by. Don't worry, this is my own money, Jiang Che added, then suddenly realized. You're not worried about trusting me, are you? Tang Yu quickly shook her head, though in truth, she was afraid. Not because she lacked the determination to earn the money back. She had already resolved to keep working, even if she had to return to the factory while still taking on laundry jobs. Her fear was that the lender might not be trustworthy, that she might never get them back. This boy in front of her, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, perhaps mostly out of trust in Jiang Che's mother, finally nodded. The bracelet, accompanied by the handkerchief, was handed over to Jiang Che. With the transaction complete, Jiang Che rose to take his leave. Please don't lose it, all right? Tang Yu whispered from behind. Jiang Che nodded and reassured her, while inwardly reflecting on her naivety for not even asking for a receipt. He refrained from inquiring about the substantial sum Tang Yu needed, as her previous words indicated that discussing it was beyond her capacity. With that matter settled, Jiang Che made his way back, his mind occupied with pressing concerns of his own. He pondered how to acquire the money Tang Yu urgently needed for the bracelet, 20,000 in just over a month. Regarding the second lottery for the subscription certificate, Jiang Che intended to manage it himself. Calculating his funds, he considered the expenses incurred from his parents' shop and estimated that in a little over 2 months, he should be able to recoup nearly 40,000. His plan was to act first and report later. Once the lottery results were announced, he would bring his father to Shanghai, confident that regardless of his father's reaction, the money would be forthcoming. However, considering his remaining 6,000, he still fell short by nearly 20,000. Solutions were not entirely absent. For instance, with a 50% chance of winning, selling off a few winning tickets could raise the necessary funds, allowing him to manage the remainder. Yet, the thought of such a compromise left him feeling resentful and stifled. Thus, Jiang Che desperately wished to earn that missing 20,000 within the next month. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. How could he generate 6,000 in capital? Suddenly, an audacious thought flickered in his mind. Find a few obedient, cash-flush dimwits. Hire a desperate housewife to practice her lines, and indulge in a scheme targeting wealthy women in Hong Kong seeking surrogacy. It worked in the 2010s. And with today's information vacuum, it could be even more feasible. He startled himself with this notion, feeling a jolt of shock as he walked. Had he truly succumbed to the inertia of deception? No, he could not continue down this path. He was a great reincarnate. His struggle should not manifest in such a manner. Chapter 43. Visitors at home. The strategy of targeting wealthy women for surrogacy, to be candid, could indeed prove successful, especially in the absence of relevant technical means, rendering the risks minimal. Yet, he resolved to steer clear of such a tainted approach. After all, he had not yet descended to that level, and the world was already rife with deceit. If he were to set this precedent, it would only invite a wave of imitative schemes, deepening his moral transgressions. Moreover, contemplating the matter of Tang Lian's query revealed significant avenues for reflection. During the late 1980s to the early to mid-1990s, society underwent a transformational phase marked by exploration and upheaval. resulting in a disjointed state of existence. On one hand, there were individuals like Tang Yu and Zhang's mother, who clung to traditional beliefs, while on the other, many became lost and frantic aboard this suddenly accelerating train of change. This chaos was inevitable. Otherwise, there would not have been a need for repeated local adjustments and overarching crackdowns. During this period of societal struggle, an individual, unless inherently positioned at a vantage point with substantial backing, inevitably encounters shades of gray while striving for elevation. After all, competition remains at a relatively rudimentary level. Even if one wishes to abstain, it is nearly impossible, for if one refrains from overstepping, others will extend their hands into one's domain. This is the mindset Jiang Che currently adopts. He often hesitates to acknowledge his utilitarian and pragmatic nature, yet the reality remains evident, as seen in his camaraderie with Su Chu, which undoubtedly carries such considerations in his heart. Well, irrespective of the current flow, I am inherently a current of resistance in this era of innocence. Setting aside these trivial and unnecessary entanglements, I return to the shop. Jiang Ma, seizing a moment of distraction, glances at the pocket of his shirt and inquires with a smile, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I helped Xiao Yujie with a few items," Jiang Che replies calmly, handing the money he retrieved to his mother. "Is that all?" "That's it. For someone with potential, you're not showing much." Jiang Ma, rarely disappointed in her son, shakes her head, accepting the money without counting it, as she is known for her fondness for tallying cash. Business was brisk on Sunday, and after a flurry of activity, Jiang Ba returned home. Tasks were completed with familiarity, and by noon, they finally had a moment to share a meal and converse. This morning, while awaiting supplies, I called home. Jiang Ba, happily chewing, mentioned, "Your grandfather made a special trip to greet me for a while. He seemed in great spirits." "How could he not be? He is probably strolling around the village now." Basking in flattery, Jiang Ma interjected, "Your father has always aspired to stand out, and to this day, it is his grandson, Che Heir, who brings him pride." Jiang Che smiled with a sense of pride, knowing that support from the elder Jiang is a significant asset at home. Indeed, Jiang Ba chuckled wryly and continued, "Moreover, your grandfather mentioned that you haven't returned to teach yet, and the matchmakers from home are practically wearing a path to our door. Some of them are even from your grandfather's old friends' families." Jiang Ba cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Che as he spoke. Jiang Che quickly swallowed his food and firmly declared, "No way. This is a time of reform and opening up. You wouldn't consider arranging a marriage for me, would you? That would be illegal." His concern primarily revolved around his grandfather, whose mindset still lingered in the past. He hoped not to be swept away by an impulsive decision. Jiang Ba chuckled and reassured him, "Don't worry. Your grandfather is clear-headed this time. He has already made it known that if it's not a vocational school or a university and doesn't involve a stable government job, then don't bother asking." This was the most fitting statement for him to make, considering his notorious reputation. From his father's words and tone, it was evident that he supported the elder Jiang's stance. Jiang Che remained silent, for the notion of securing a stable job was of no concern to him. At present, he harbored not the slightest inclination towards it. Conversely, upon hearing this, Mother Jiang set her bowl down, her expression stern as she remarked, "Che's future is to be cherished, otherwise, it would be a pity. However, to speak candidly, as we venture into business ourselves, we must not belittle our own worth. In my view, there is no need to fuss over such matters. Being a good person and possessing good looks are the two most vital aspects." Jiang Che focused intently on his meal, casually replying, "There is still plenty of time. This matter could wait." Jiang's father, having grown accustomed to accommodating his wife, did not oppose her and, after a moment of contemplation, added, "By the way, your second uncle and aunt have mentioned it once again. They still wish to come to Linzhou." Had they not already brought it up previously? Jiang Che, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks and stated, "I had already told my uncle and aunt last time to first practice their Mandarin by listening to the radio and watching television. We will certainly not neglect them." Jiang Che's second uncle and aunt were traditionally honest farmers, straightforward in their speech, struggling even with Mandarin. In their antiquated mindset, since their own brother had found success, akin to having someone in the family ascend to officialdom in the past, they felt compelled to cling to him and seek his support. Thus, they found it increasingly difficult to remain at home. Jiang Che was undoubtedly willing to care for his family, but their arrival at this moment felt premature. The path ahead was still uncertain. They had previously left money for each household, so why the haste? Mother Jiang murmured her thoughts, expressing that it wasn't a matter of reluctance, but they were merely managing one shop at present and did not require so many hands. Let them venture out on their own, she suggested. As Che mentioned, they still need to practice their Mandarin. After a brief silence, Jiang's father replied, "Your sister-in-law can come and assist you in the shop, gradually learning the ropes, while I will take care of your uncle and help him out, teaching him in due course." What does this imply? As spouses often understand each other best, Mother Jiang sensed something amiss upon hearing her husband's words. Indeed, Jiang's father cleared his throat and quietly disclosed, "I have already agreed. They will be arriving in a couple of days." Mother Jiang felt a wave of frustration. Yet upon seeing her husband's troubled expression, she reluctantly nodded, "Very well, let my sister-in-law join me in the shop. Your uncle can accompany you while you're out." Providing company, that would ease my mind a bit. We shall pay them a salary, and as for the alterations, we will continue to assign those to Xiaoyu. The father and son both nodded in agreement regarding this matter. At the same time, at Tang Yu's home, she sat on the edge of her bed, holding the 400 yuan with a dazed expression. Her coworkers advised her that it would be best to wrap the money in red paper. The red paper lay unfolded before her, yet she was reluctant to take action. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became, partly due to the pain of parting with the money, and partly because she had never done such a thing before. Nor did she wish to bow in submission to Niu Bingli, the deputy factory director who also served as the head of the reform committee. However, what choice did she have? This matter fell under his jurisdiction, and her two closest co-workers continuously urged her to endure this time, assuring her that they would accompany her. So there was no need to fear. Now, having heard that others had already presented their gifts and secured their chances of returning, the available slots were dwindling. With urgency pressing upon her, Tang Yu reluctantly contemplated parting with her bracelet, now waiting for her two co-workers to gather the necessary funds. With a slight sniffle, Tang Yu recalled Jiang Che's words from that morning, which seemed undeniably accurate. Interacting with his family brought her a sense of comfort and joy. Nevertheless, Tang Yu found herself unable to muster the resolve to completely sever ties with the textile factory in Linzhou. Chapter 44. The Tale of a Wayward Youth. The deputy director of the Linzhou textile factory, Niu Bingli, was the very man Jiang Che had encountered at the bus stop when he met the Tang siblings, the one whom Tang Lianzhong had intended to eliminate. Yet, the narrative was not always so straightforward. To be precise, Niu Bingli was once a deeply respected junior to Tang Yu's father, serving as his assistant and an uncle figure to both Tang Yu and Tang Lianzhong. During the harrowing fire, had it not been for the timely push from his elder, Niu Bingli would have perished alongside the others. These revelations came to light when he knelt before the altar of Tang Yu's father, weeping profusely as he pledged to care for the siblings. However, circumstances evolved dramatically thereafter. As the sole survivor among those who valiantly rushed into the warehouse to salvage fabric during the blaze, Niu Bingli emerged as a hero, basking in the subsequent accolades and tangible benefits. Possessing a sharp intellect and adeptness in navigating the political landscape, he swiftly ascended from deputy workshop director to full director, ultimately securing the position of deputy factory director, thereby becoming a prominent figure within the factory, wielding significant power. He began to indulge in the advantages that power afforded him, wealth and the allure of hedonism. Concurrently, as Tang Yu blossomed into a striking young woman at the ages of 16 and 17, the young male workers began to openly admire her, referring to her as the factory's flower. It was during this period that Tang Yu discerned a marked change in Niu Bingli's gaze and demeanor towards her, which no longer reflected that of a respectful elder. She cautiously avoided him, yet it proved a formidable challenge. Finally, on a fateful night, when Tang Yu turned 18, a somewhat inebriated Niu Bingli, instead of returning home, found himself at the siblings' doorstep. When Tang Yu refused to open the door, he resorted to vulgar remarks and pounded on it. It was then that 15-year-old Tang Lianzhong emerged, brandishing a bone knife he had prepared beforehand. "Leave. And if you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I swear I will end you." In that moment, his tone was calm, yet the young boy's eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a wolf, the blade glinting ominously. Niu Bingli broke into a cold sweat, suddenly sober. He comprehended why this once timid child had transformed into a formidable presence, ready to defend his sister against the increasingly malicious intentions of his uncle. That night, fear compelled Niu Bingli to retreat without uttering a single harsh word in the presence of the 15-year-old. Later, He contemplated leveraging his power and connections to target Tang Lianzhang, aiming to manipulate Tang Yu. However, it was too late. By then, Tang Lianzhang had become the leader of a group of young delinquents, and many of those who followed him would recklessly lay down their lives for him. Tang Lianzhai's words were blunt. You have children too. If anything happens to my sister and me, your children will face even greater troubles, and so will you. At worst, I will accompany them in death. This is a tale of sibling reliance. At the tender age of 15, the sister dropped out of school to work in a factory, doing laundry and cooking to support herself and her brother. Meanwhile, the brother stood ready to risk his life to protect his sister. An originally timid child embarked on a different path. There were numerous occasions when Tang Lianzhai was beaten nearly to death by local delinquents, and with each encounter, he grew stronger, instilling fear in those who once bullied him. From then on, no one dared to target Tang Yu. Apart from hoping for another crackdown to eliminate that group of troublemakers, Niu Bingli dared not entertain any reckless thoughts. He believed that fine china should not contend with mere tiles. It wasn't until the recent layoffs that he considered trying to intimidate Tang Yu again, thinking that even if it failed, at least he could avoid her presence and relieve his frustrations. Later, upon hearing that Tang Lianzhai threatened to harm him, Niu Bingli was so frightened that he avoided the factory for 3 consecutive days, even going so far as to check into a hotel instead of staying home. Fortunately, Tang Lianzhai was persuaded and intercepted by Tang Yu. Before Tang Lianzhai left for business, he specifically sought out Niu Bingli and assured him, I will be away for a few days, but rest assured, I have people watching over you. On that occasion, several brothers saw Tang Lianzhai off at the train station and asked, Big Jia, now that you're off to make money, does that mean you'll quit the underworld? Tang Lianzhai replied, Of course not. Earning money is merely to ensure my sister does not struggle. The brothers questioned, Why? Your sister despises your reckless lifestyle and has cried countless times over it, consequently disliking us as well. Wouldn't it be better if you earned money and went home to behave? Honestly, your sister has had a tough time these years. Tang Lianzhai gave a bitter smile and said, Who told me my parents are gone? Who told me my sister is so beautiful? Thus, the story of a young man rising to the position of a leader fundamentally stemmed from the beauty of his sister. Jiang Che, of course, was oblivious to this story. He did not even know why Tang Yu needed that 400 yuan today. In the afternoon, as Zheng Xinfeng arrived at Zhang's shop, before he could make his move, Jiang Che pulled him away. What are you doing? Zheng Xinfeng protested, squatting down like a stubborn dog. I refuse to leave. I want to see the factory beauty who greeted me last time. Come along with me for a shopping spree, Jiang Che replied with a smile. The factory beauty is not coming today. Why not? Because she has already been here this morning. Jiang Che, I will fight you on this. In the afternoon, with their parents in the shop, Jiang Che was free to leave. In a couple of days, his uncle and aunt would arrive. Although it might be somewhat troublesome, they were honest and diligent people, willing to learn and endure hardships. With their arrival, Jiang Che would finally be liberated. It was time for him to embark on his own money-making venture, earning 6,000 to make 20,000. After contemplating this for the morning, Jiang Che concluded that the only feasible idea was to trade in small electronics, radios, tape recorders, hair dryers, electronic watches, and the like. A trip to Guangdong province, bringing back fashionable goods, should yield profit. If the script of rebirth hadn't been mistaken, he could earn hundreds of thousands. Zheng Xinfeng was brought along for the purpose of market research. For half an afternoon, the two of them walked until their ankles ached, exploring various stalls concentrated in the city of Linzhou, along with 2 wholesale markets. Jiang Che felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that the opportune moment seemed to have passed. The streets of Linzhou were now filled with fashionable goods from Guangdong province, even those from the bustling city of Hong Kong. Indeed, the effortless riches depicted in rebirth novels were far beyond his reach. In truth, if one were to genuinely pursue profit, this path could still be traversed, albeit without the exorbitant returns initially imagined. Should one find reliable sourcing channels and possess the willingness to endure hardship, earning several thousand yuan a month should not be insurmountable. Yet, it was insufficient for Jiang Che. Unwilling to resign to fate, he dragged the reluctant Zheng Xinfeng to the last essential destination for their market assessment, the train station. In this era, all businesses connected to the grassroots market could be observed at the train station. Jiang Che's visit served not only to assess the market, but also to seek inspiration, pondering if other avenues might exist. Chapter 45. and unconscious transformation train stations in this country are perpetually bustling with crowds, embodying a myriad of human experiences. If there were any distinctions in train stations of the early 1990s, it would be the palpable intersection of eras visible in one place. On the same corridor, in the same small square, and within the same ticket hall, one could witness a blend of attire. Suits and Zhongshan suits, sunglasses and headscarves, polished leather shoes, high heels, and well-worn cloth shoes. Women donned Western-style dresses, carrying elegant handbags, while others wore traditional floral coats, tying their children to their backs. Their gazes often exchanged disdainful glances, as if judging one another as frivolous or unsophisticated. Rolling suitcases had yet to gain popularity. Men sauntering by with large mobile phones seemed to require little luggage, typically carrying a square leather bag tucked under their arms. Another group of people, however, carried bags that were not yet the familiar snakeskin variety, but rather white, woven bags, most of which bore the inscription urea. After walking a full circuit without any discoveries, Jiang Che and Zheng Xinfeng sat down at the edge of the small square, idly observing the passers-by. A woman, dressed flamboyantly for this era, linked arms with a middle-aged man clutching a handbag and brandishing a mobile phone, swaying past the two of them. "Isn't that what they call a little secret?" Zheng Xinfeng remarked excitedly in a hushed tone. "The way she moves could make my brother stand at attention." Jiang Che nodded in agreement. The little secrets of this era had a rather unfortunate trait. They seemed eager to flaunt their appearance and demeanor, making it evident to all that they were indeed little secrets. Unlike later times, when the standards for such roles became elevated, requiring not only competence but also an exterior that might suggest they were career women, perhaps they genuinely were. The little secrets were often well endowed. "If I become a boss in the future, I would want to find a few like that," Zheng Xinfeng exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Damn, I'm increasingly reluctant to return to teaching." Jiang Che chose to ignore him, as was his nature. His gaze inadvertently wandered, and he noticed a string of pearls adorning the chest of the young secretary, alongside a golden necklace, both prominently displayed over her clothing, with the buttons of her light jacket left undone. Jiang Che vaguely sensed something amiss. Should he embark on a modest venture, a foray ahead of its time, to test the waters? Simultaneously, he pondered whether his operational mindset and capabilities would thrive in this era. For the following 2 days, Jiang Che immersed himself in contemplation, sketching diagrams and drafting plans. 2 days later, he accompanied his father to the train station to welcome back his uncle and aunt. After ensuring their comfort at the store, Jiang Che returned to school, as he had classes to attend. For him, it was an ordinary day. However, for Tang Yu, it was anything but. That afternoon, in the office of Niu Bingli, the head of the restructuring initiative, the bold red characters proclaiming supporting reform is patriotic loomed large on the wall behind him. Tang Yu stood behind her colleagues, Qi Siyun and Xie Yufan, attempting to evade Niu Bingli's gaze. "Director Niu, we three have been with the factory since our teenage years, and we have become quite adept at our work. We truly wish to return," Xie Yufan said, discreetly placing her red envelope on the table. Qi Siyun followed suit, still unaccustomed to the practice of gifting, trying her best to emulate what she had heard and imagined. Niu Bingli glanced up briefly before turning his attention to Tang Yu, who stood at the back, remaining silent. Qi Siyun subtly opened her palm behind her back. Tang Yu understood that this was a request for a red envelope. Hesitating, she retrieved one from her pocket and placed it in Qi Siyun's hand. A pang of regret struck her as she clutched the envelope tightly, her fingertips pinching the edges, unwilling to let go, causing the red paper to fray. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Tang Yu finally relinquished her grip. The envelope was seized by Qi Siyun, who quietly set it on the table. "Director Niu, this is a small token from Xiaoyu." After several years, they had finally managed to navigate this delicate exchange. Niu Bingli, a man of 46, whose indulgences had begun to take a toll on him, appeared somewhat balding and had an oily scalp. He bowed his head, his knuckles tapping twice on the table. "You all are merely indulging in hearsay," he remarked while pressing his palm down on all 3 envelopes. In this era, leaders accepting gifts was far more brazen than in times to come. Particularly with Niu Bingli's factory currently thriving, he acted with impunity. "Are you trying to put me in a difficult position?" he continued, seemingly dissatisfied. "Especially you, Xiaoyu. You should know better. As your uncle, if I had the means, would I not care for you? Must you resort to such underhanded tactics as they do?" Underhanded? The 3 young women bit their tongues, stifling their indignation, their eyes stinging. yet they dared not voice their feelings. They understood that, although the money within the envelopes was not substantial, it held significant meaning for any out-of-work female laborer, eking out a living by scavenging vegetable leaves or coal scraps. Among them, Xie Yufin was somewhat better off, as the funds came from her parents' meager savings. There are only two remaining matters. Tang Yu's funds were secured by her mother's heirlooms and pledged to Jiang Che, while Qi Siyun hastily engaged in a matchmaking process to acquire the betrothal gifts. The state has policies in place, and the reform of the second factory is considered from a broader perspective. Niu Bingli spoke at length in official jargon and gestured for them to leave, stating he needed time to deliberate. Leave. The three young women, inexperienced in the ways of the world, glanced at the red envelopes on the table, momentarily taken aback. What? Do you expect me to respond on the spot? Niu Bingli's expression shifted slightly. Qi Siyun and Xie Yufin were at a loss for what to do, bowing in a flustered manner before turning to pull Tang Yu outside. Xiao Yu, wait a moment. Uncle has something to discuss with you, a voice called from behind. Tang Yu pretended not to hear, quickening her pace. Then take everything. To be honest, I truly have no interest, Niu Bingli added. This turned the situation into a matter involving all three, and Tang Yu, feeling helpless, halted her steps. Qi Siyun and Xie Yufin exchanged hesitant glances, signaling, "We'll wait outside." They purposefully left the door ajar. What? Do you still harbor such significant misunderstandings and grievances towards your uncle? Niu Bingli donned a smile, rising from behind his desk and moving to the front, casually closing the door. For the sake of returning to the second factory, Tang Yu suppressed her emotions and shook her head. Niu Bingli nodded with satisfaction and circled around to her rear, retrieving a celadone teacup from the side of his desk and glancing at it. Oh dear, I forgot to brew the tea. I recall visiting your home when you were young, Xiao Yu. You would always brew tea for your uncle. As he spoke, he set the teacup down and took out a box of tea leaves, placing it alongside. A wave of genuine nausea surged within Tang Yu, which she fought to contain as she proceeded to add tea leaves and locate the kettle to brew the tea. Niu Bingli had already returned to his seat behind the desk, tapping the surface. With no other choice, Tang Yu reluctantly brought the tea over and placed it before him. In a fleeting moment, she evaded Niu Bingli's deliberately outstretched hands as he reached for the teacup, successfully setting it down before stepping back. The wave of nausea hitting her once more intensely this time. Did the big move go well? He inquired. Yes, she replied. This child, lacking in wisdom, insists on showing off. The elders indulge him, and he mistakenly believes he possesses true capability. Niu Bingli remarked, noticing Tang Yu's silence and adding, This household still relies on you, Xiao Yu. Do you truly wish to return? He asked. With no alternative, Tang Yu nodded, gradually testing the waters. Sensing victory within his grasp, Niu Bingli stood from behind the desk, no longer concealing his intentions. Then let uncle take care of you. Not only can you return, but becoming a model worker, a March 8th Red Banner holder, or even a production team leader and workshop director would be no trouble at all. My role as your uncle would not impede your future marriage. Even after you wed, I would still be able to look after you. Tang Yu remained silent, gazing through the window at the location where her parents had laid to rest their lives, a newly constructed, yet perpetually vacant warehouse. It was there that her father had, with his last breath, saved a heartless wretch. As Niu Bingli leaned closer, she instinctively recoiled a step back. How have you been during this time? I have inquired. And it is evident that uncle truly feels sorrowful. Niu Bingli, dissatisfied, lowered his voice and, with an undertone of threat, pressed, Think carefully. Can you really return? Will you wash clothes for a lifetime? Across the desk, he finally extended his hand towards Tang Yu. He believed that if he could grasp her hand, she would not flinch, and after so many years of yearning, it would finally be within his reach. Suddenly, Tang Yu spoke. When I was with my father, I noticed how different you were from him. Your laughter in front of those leaders seemed peculiar. At the time, I could not pinpoint what was odd. But now I understand. You truly resemble a dog. Niu Bingli froze momentarily. What did you say? I meant to say that my limited education left me ignorant of the nature of petty individuals. Seeing you should have clarified that. I just asked my father if he regretted pushing you away in the end. She continued, You are truly disgusting. I can no longer hold it in. With that, Tang Yu abruptly seized a teacup and slammed it onto the table, causing tea to splash onto Niu Bingli, scalding him and making him wince in pain. Being laid off is one thing. If you do not want to work, then so be it, Tang Yu declared as she turned and swiftly exited the office. In the wake of her sudden outburst, Niu Bingli was left dumbfounded. No matter how much Tang Lianzhao had tormented him in the past, he had never witnessed Tang Yu exhibit such fury. In his estimation, she was merely meek and easily bullied. Before he could collect himself, Tang Yu reappeared, to his surprise. His heart leaped with joy, only to have her snatch the red envelope from the table. "This is mine." With that, she turned and left. "Are you seeking death?" Niu Bingli finally erupted, standing abruptly as if to strike. "You are the one courting danger. If you possess the courage, wait for my brother to return. Don't embarrass yourself." Years of pent-up frustration surged within Tang Yu. She found Niu Bingli utterly repulsive, unable to restrain herself any longer. She needed to release her emotions or risk suffocating under the weight of them. The thought of Tang Lianzhao caused Niu Bingli to stiffen, slowly sinking back into his seat, mouth opening but words failing to escape. As Tang Yu walked down the street, she inhaled the fresh air outside factory number 2, feeling invigorated. After so many years, this was her first time acting so impulsively and freely, and it felt refreshing. She realized that with this path now irrevocably severed, she was not as anxious as she had anticipated. Why? She could not say. The subtle yet profound transformation within her was something Tang Yu had not even recognized. First, despite the recent hardships, she had come to understand that by leaving factory number 2, she could sustain herself through her own efforts. Second, the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Ma and Jiang Che, had offered her an alternative that initially seemed inferior to her obsession with returning to the factory, but under the recent circumstances, it had suddenly morphed into a far more appealing option. Chapter 46. Sisters Discussion. Meeting. Jiang Che returned to his family's store 3 days later. During those days, he had taken leave to attend to his own matters. His ex-girlfriend, now merely a friend, handled the situation, sparing him any distress. In the shop, Uncle Air has accompanied Jiang Dad on an outing, leaving the two brothers engaged in stocking supplies and exploring alternative avenues for business. Otherwise, their workforce would indeed be excessive. Uncle Air contemplates venturing out independently, possibly to ride a rickshaw, but his Mandarin is not proficient, and he is unfamiliar with the routes, which causes Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom to express their concerns and dissuade him. Aunt remains in the shop, diligently attempting to communicate with a customer in her somewhat unrefined Mandarin, her face displaying a mixture of embarrassment and anxiety, yet also reflecting the fervor and tenacity reminiscent of past harvests. Her struggles in communication oddly render her more genuine in the eyes of the customers. Jiang Mom, intent on helping Aunt gain experience, frees up some space and pulls Jiang Che aside, frowning as she remarks, "Your sister Xiao Yu has been acting rather strangely these past few days, as if she has something troubling her." "I'll go check on her," he replies succinctly, causing Jiang Mom's eyes to brighten with a glimmer of hope regarding his growth. At Tang Yu's home, she has finally changed out of her deep blue factory uniform. In fact, the evening she returned from the factory, she had meticulously gathered her old uniforms and awards, initially intending to discard them, believing it would be best not to dwell on the past. Yet, she ultimately could not bring herself to part with them, deciding instead to preserve them as mementos, packing them away in a locked box. Now, she dons an old military green jacket that has become somewhat snug. This garment, a relic from the era of military fashion, once belonged to Tang Mama and was worn by Tang Yu when she was around 15 or 16. As she grew, the jacket became short, and it was eventually set aside as no one else in the household wore it. Now, in her predicament, she has retrieved it, as her wardrobe is woefully inadequate, with only a couple of outfits left suitable for outings, leaving this one for homeware. At this moment, Qi Suyun and Xie Yufan have just settled in after entering. "I apologize for burdening you both that day," Tang Yu says, feeling a pang of guilt as she brews tea and sits at the small table. While she has fully committed herself, she cannot help but worry that Niu Bingli might unjustly vent his frustrations on her two female colleagues. "Burden? Had you not led the charge to retrieve the red envelope, we would have had to figure out how to get it ourselves afterward," Xie Yufan replies, taking a sip of tea and spitting out the tea leaves with a grunt, continuing, "That scoundrel collects money without delivering services. Word has spread outside. What? He deemed it too little. For us, with amounts like 300 or 400, he took one and did not provide services. I heard the ones he is actually processing now start at 1,000. The notion of 1,000 is utterly unfathomable for the three young women present. Even among all the currently laid-off workers at the factory, few could boast such sums." Reflecting on this, one realizes that Niu Bingli is practically extorting the desperate, revealing a truly nefarious heart. Anyway, after you left that day, some folks came to protest, claiming Niu Bingli had taken 500 from her without fulfilling his end of the bargain. We decided to emulate you and stormed in to reclaim the red envelope. Qi Siyun shares with a laugh, adding, Niu Bingli even slammed the table and cursed at us, vowing we would never return. Yu Feng, emboldened, boldly declared, if she chooses not to respond, so be it. With someone like you in a leadership position, who knows how long the second factory can endure? Could the second factory truly be on the brink of collapse? Tang Yu suddenly recalled that Jiang Che had alluded to similar sentiments previously. Huh, she spat in disdain. While Xie Yufeng, beside her, remarked sharply, her expression turning somber. To be honest, who can truly bear to part with it? But if Niu Bingli insists on this course of action, what can we do? We can't just emulate Lu Gabeo and his wife, can we? Accompany him to bed? Another scandalous revelation slipped from her lips. Lu Gabeo and his wife were once known for their naivete at the second factory, yet his wife, despite her timid nature and soft-spoken demeanor, possessed a certain charm. Xie Yufeng, a gossip enthusiast with a bold disposition, unafraid to voice what many would shy away from. Since the growing interest and continued, you may not be aware, but Lu Gabeo and his wife have 4 elders above and 2 young ones below, a heavy burden indeed. The last time they both took leave from work, life became unbearable. Gabeo, with no other options, sold some blood and ventured to Shenzhen for labor. Shortly thereafter, Niu Bingli announced that the organization was concerned for struggling families and summoned his wife for a discussion at the factory. Rumor has it that after his initial coercive approach, he intimidated her into returning to the factory, and she resigned herself to her fate. Now, her assigned tasks are light. Yet she often finds herself called to Niu Bingli's office, left to sit alone in despair, shedding tears. They say if this continues, she may very well lose her sanity. A heavy silence enveloped them, thick with frustration and resentment. Is no one reporting him to the city? Tang Yu ground her teeth. Oh, there are those who try. But no matter who goes, it always boils down to accusations of deliberately obstructing reform efforts and retaliating against leadership. Niu Bingli has connections everywhere, Xie Yufeng replied, shaking her head in resignation, pouring water from a thermos, seemingly trying to quell the fire within her. Qi Siyun sighed. What will happen when Gabeo returns? Will he not be met with dire consequences? Gabeo, why is he called Gabeo? Niu Bingli simply bullies him for being honest and timid. Even if he were to return and learn of the situation, he would stand no chance against Niu Bingli. If someone were truly brave enough to confront him, he wouldn't have the audacity, Xie Yufeng remarked, glancing at Tang Yu before continuing. In my opinion, we should resort to drastic measures. Without significant action, what can we achieve? By the way, Sister Yu, why doesn't your big shot take a liking to me? I'm not unattractive, am I? I've been considering being your sister-in-law for quite some time now. How shameless you are. Qi Siyun interjected with a playful reprimand. Enough of these sordid thoughts and foul language. Let's discuss what our next steps will be. Xie Yufeng responded directly. As for me, my parents suggested opening a tofu shop if all else fails, and I think that could work. I'd become the tofu fairy, suitable even for the likes of a rogue leader. But isn't there already an abundance of tofu shops? Tang Yu pointed out, speaking the truth. At this moment, with so many out of work, seeking to venture into familiar trades, opening a tofu shop was already a common pursuit. My father insists we should go to the outskirts and sell there. We'll see. Nothing is set in stone yet. Xie Yufen's broad-mindedness indeed brings certain advantages, rendering her less susceptible to worries and troubles. And you, Sister Tang Yu? She retorted. Me? Tang Yu felt a sudden sense of helplessness. On that day, after leaving the second factory, she had taken a detour to Aunt Zhang's shop, her heart brimming with joy. Eager to share her decision to relocate the sewing machine to the store, as Jiang Che had suggested. However, upon arriving, she discovered that Aunt Jiang was absent, and instead, Jiang Che's aunt was present. When Tang Yu inquired, the second aunt, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin, informed her, my husband is the brother of Jiang Boss, and Aunt Jiang is my sister-in-law. We have just come from our hometown to assist in the business. The Jiang family shop was modest in size, and with 4 individuals present, it felt crowded, especially since they were all relatives. At that moment, Tang Yu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and when she later encountered Aunt Jiang, she dared not mention her plans again. In fact, during her recent visits to retrieve the mended clothing, She felt an inexplicable shyness, as it was clear that Aunt Jiang now had the time to engage in such tasks. She contemplated that she could no longer take advantage of the Jiang family. Yet she was uncertain how to broach the subject. Chapter 47. Whose young lady, a brand new beginning brought with it a sense of confusion and helplessness. Tang Yu found herself devoid of ideas and in a state of disarray, yet she was reluctant to voice her feelings, deflecting with, "I haven't quite figured it out yet. Let's just wash the restaurant's uniforms for now and take it slow." After spending so much time at the factory, they had become somewhat inept regarding these matters. Indeed, if only we had someone capable to offer us suggestions. After all, I haven't yet settled my debts with my parents. Perhaps the three of us could pool our resources and accomplish something, Xie Yufan interjected. By the way, do you two know anyone like that? Someone who could provide advice? A spark of realization ignited in Tang Yu's mind as she pondered. I do know someone. I've heard he can earn tens of thousands in just a month during the new year, with remarkable insight and ideas. These details had all been shared with Tang Yu by Aunt Jiang, who never hesitated to extol Jiang Che's virtues. Recounting how he had borrowed money from home to trade in seasonal goods, and how all of Jiang's current endeavors had stemmed from Jiang Che's initiative. Aunt Jiang held no reservations about Tang Yu's character and was untroubled by her intentions. However, Tang Yu now understood the importance of concealing specific information when discussing matters with outsiders. Are you saying a few tens of thousands in a month? Who is this? Is he someone you've met recently? Why are we unaware of this? The two young women were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Indeed, I'll find an opportunity to ask him for advice, Tang Yu replied, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation. Yet, she thought to herself, I can't possibly reveal that he is a handsome boy, still a vocational student, and 3 years younger than me. Fearing further inquiries, she swiftly shifted the conversation. Turning to Su Yun, what about you? What are your plans? Me? Well, Su Yun blushed inexplicably, lowering her gaze and stammering, he said. If it doesn't work out, I could just take a year off at home, and then get married and have children. Have children? Didn't you previously say that you didn't want to marry? Xie Yufan exclaimed, her expression one of confusion. You even mentioned that you were a farmer from the suburbs. Feeling that marrying would be a compromise. At that time, I had little exposure and merely met him through a matchmaking arrangement. It was the matchmaker who did all the talking while he simply gazed at me with a foolish grin, leaving me to wonder if he was somewhat simple-minded. Su Yun felt a surge of emotion as she recounted this. However, after meeting him several times and getting to know him better, I found him quite admirable, honest, sincere, and kind-hearted, treating me well. And what of being a farmer from the outskirts? He is quite skilled with his land, adept at driving a small tractor, and has even devised ways to earn money. He is currently planning to start a shrimp farm. I genuinely believe he is far superior to those at our factory who merely sit and lament their circumstances. When I candidly told him that I had lost my job, he showed no sign of distress. Instead, he thumped his chest and assured me that with him around, there was nothing to fear. As Xian spoke, her eyes glistened with emotion. The more she expressed her feelings, the more animated she became, and the other two friends understood without needing to ask. She was utterly content, reassured, and overjoyed, all the while speaking fondly of him. What she shared was truly enviable and moving under the current circumstances. He is quite strong as well. Finally, in her eagerness to praise her man, Yun unwittingly opened herself up to a teasing remark. Oh, how do you know he is strong? Did he carry you across a river or lift you into bed? Xie Yufan, the youngest and most spirited among them, dared to ask, Xiyun, you two aren't involved, are you? This question caused a stir in Tang Yu's heart, not out of worry, but because such matters were now a taboo for them, leaving her feeling quite flustered. With newfound resolve, Xiyun declared, we are engaged, and we shall marry at the beginning of next month. This was an admission, though bold. It felt right, especially as they were on the verge of marriage. Tang Yu, being a young lady herself, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Xie Yufan, however, grew even more animated, leaning in eagerly to grab Yun's knee, asking, what was it like? Tell us about it. I've heard it can be quite exhausting. Yun smiled sweetly yet shyly, playfully responding, I can't describe it. You both should hurry and experience it yourselves. Then we'll have plenty to discuss. Sister, look at her, acting all coy as if she has been seduced. We ought to investigate, Xie Yufan jested. Dare you? Yun exclaimed, flustered and evasive. She truly could not allow them to see her, for he seemed to adore every inch of her, leaving faint, rosy imprints across her skin from his lips and stubble. The three young women began to playfully tussle, teasing one another and sharing intimate secrets. Xie Yufan sighed, lamenting why Tang Lian didn't tea like her. While Qi Siyun expressed more concern for her peer, Tang Yu, persistently probing, urging her to find someone suitable without delay. I haven't yet encountered someone I like. Tang Yu replied just as a voice called from the courtyard outside. Miss, are you there? I think I heard your voice. Miss. In an instant, Tang Yu recognized the voice and quickly composed herself, rising to answer the door. What miss? Fresh vocabulary. Xie Yufan and Qi Siyun were greatly perplexed, their curiosity surpassing even that of Tang Yu. Rising to their feet, they crowded by the window to catch a glimpse of Jiang Che, who stood at the courtyard entrance. His backpack slung over one shoulder, a white shirt layered with a navy sweater, and beige trousers adorning his lower half. Just as Tang Yu was about to open the door, her two good friends blocked her way, inquiring eagerly, Who is that handsome young man outside? Who is this lady? Which family does she belong to? Why has he come to visit you? What is your relationship? You mustn't say there is none. Upon seeing the three girls emerge as the door swung open, especially the two he had never met before, Jiang Che remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to admiration. Xiao Che, are you here for something? Tang Yu, reminded and teased by her friends, found it challenging to regard Jiang Che merely as a boy, which naturally diminished her composure. There are indeed two matters, Jiang Che remarked with a smile. Have you returned to work at the factory? No, Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. After a moment's hesitation, she omitted the details regarding Niu Bingli's coercive intentions and simply conveyed the essence of their situation, indicating that she, along with Qi Siyun and Xie Yufan, had definitively severed ties with the factory. She felt there was no need to conceal this matter, and it would facilitate a discussion on what they could do moving forward. No wonder my mother remarked that you seem to have something on your mind these days. Jiang Che mused aloud, lowering his voice. Are you certain you won't return to the factory? You might consider coming to my family's shop. I saw my second aunt there, so it would be awkward to mention our previous suggestion. You might even feel embarrassed to take on tasks like mending or alterations, right? Tang Yu, taken aback, nodded slowly. These sentiments were difficult for her to articulate, and she found herself entangled in confusion. Yet this boy, with mere hints, had deduced everything. She increasingly believed that Zhang's mother's words were not exaggerated, and her anticipation grew. Your perspective on this is quite valid. Perhaps we should forego the work at the shop. After all, there is little future in it, Jiang Che concluded, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Although it was regrettable, this decision alleviated her internal conflict. I haven't spent any money, so about that bracelet. She hesitated, contemplating whether she should redeem the bracelet now. If she did, she would have no funds left. Jiang Che shrugged, stating, I didn't bring it with me today. Oh. Well, Tang Yu thought, relieved that the matter was not pressing. Do you have a table here? Jiang Che inquired, scanning the area for one. Tang Yu gestured towards the interior, saying, There is one inside. Jiang Che paused, recalling that during his last visit, he had not been invited inside at all, despite assisting with tasks like evaluating the bracelet and having Tang Yu mend his clothing. It was evident now that the presence of the other two girls changed the dynamic. May I step inside? He asked playfully. Realizing it was intentional, Tang Yu nodded with a playful glint in her crescent-shaped eyes, jesting in return. As long as you don't mind us being three women, especially with a little troublemaker among us. It was rare to see her in such a light-hearted mood, and her charm was undeniable. Jiang Che retorted with a teasing smile. You? Oh, definitely not me. Behind them, Xie Yufan and Qi Siyun burst into laughter. They seldom witnessed Tang Yu interacting so effortlessly and naturally with a young man, and vice versa. It seemed no young man had ever been so at ease in her presence before. Chapter 48. A small experiment. In early April 1992, the state finalized plans to construct the Three Gorges Dam. Around the same time, in room 407 of Building 2 at Linzhou Normal School, a student nicknamed Old Wu was grappling with inner turmoil. After an incident at a video parlor where he had touched another man, he suffered 2 nights of bizarre dreams, leaving him deeply unsettled, yet too afraid to confide in anyone. Meanwhile, in the same dormitory, Zheng Xinfeng had just heard of something called McDonald's for the first time. He imagined it must be delicious. After all, the article described a massive restaurant with 700 seats, where the line outside stretched for miles. He mused that if it were him, He'd DQ up at midnight to be the first inside when the doors opened, savoring a fresh bite. But that year, Linzhou had neither McDonald's nor KFC. Tang Yu, a former textile worker at Linzhou's second textile factory, had abandoned all thoughts of returning to the plant. At home with her two close friends, she pondered their next steps, at a loss for ideas. She considered seeking advice from someone, and as if on cue, that very person arrived. Jiang Che, having prepared to launch a small business venture, was ready to test a marketing strategy. His goal was to earn a modest sum, around 20,000, quickly, to cover the financial gap in his stock subscription certificate scheme. For this, he needed a few skilled, diligent, and trustworthy young women as partners. So even without his mother's prompting, Jiang Che would have sought out Tang Yu that day. The factory's former beauty was not only dexterous and clever, she was also invaluable. This was his second visit to her home, and to his surprise, he was invited inside this time. The entrance opened directly into the kitchen, which at first glance seemed spacious, until one noticed how sparse it was. A small stove with chipped edges, an old black-lacquered wooden cabinet, and two faded thermoses. None were stylish, but all were immaculately clean. A sturdy, slightly worn square table stood against the wall, where patches of brighter white stood out against the dull gray, likely from recently removed certificates or awards. Jiang Che glanced around casually. Directly ahead was one door, and in the corner, another, a modest two-bedroom layout. "That's my brother's room," Tang Yu said, pointing to the corner door before turning toward the one ahead. "This one leads to a storage space, and beyond that is mine." Her voice trailed off into near silence as she suddenly realized how unnecessary, even awkward, it was to explain her living arrangements to a man. Flustered, she fetched a stool for Jiang Che and brewed tea, carefully avoiding the dregs at the bottom of the nearly empty canister. Fortunately, the naturally talkative Xie Yufan filled the silence with chatter. Xiao Xie felt a profound disappointment at Jiang Che's reluctance to address her as sister, akin to how Tang Yu did. She continually defended herself, asserting that she was not the little rascal Tang Yu described, while simultaneously emphasizing that she too was an elder sister. Among the trio, she was the youngest at 20, yet still a year older than Jiang Che, who persisted in calling her Xiao Xie. Qi Siyun and Tang Yu were of the same age, 22, although Qi was 2 months older and on the brink of matrimony. Currently seated beside them, embodying the poise of a mature older sister, Tang Yu began to tidy the table, removing a bamboo food cover to reveal a small bowl of cabbage hearts and a half-empty can jar, the contents of which, whether pickled vegetables or chili, remained a mystery to Jiang Che, as Tang Yu hastily whisked it away to the cupboard. The table was soon cleared and wiped clean. Jiang Che seated herself, opened her backpack, and unfurled a bundle of newspaper upon the table. Within lay a plethora of small, dark red wooden beads, many in number, similarly hued hollow wooden rings, for vibrant red stones, 2 diminutive turquoise pieces with a bluish hue, and a crystal stone that shimmered with a faint purple light, all perforated, in addition to a length of hanging cord and a woven string. "What are these?" Tang Yu and Qi Siyun inquired, their eyes fixated on the trinkets with focused curiosity. "Oh, this one is truly beautiful, and so is this," Xiao Yufan exclaimed, enthusiastically fiddling with the colorful stones, the crystal, and the turquoise. Many individuals in their childhood cherished a few glimmering treasures, regarding them as precious. Though the young women were no longer children, the era they inhabited rendered these small objects refreshingly delightful. In this day and age, most people lacked adornments on their hands or necks, and those who did often wore silver, gold, pearls, or jade, particularly the latter three, which were generally beyond the reach of ordinary households. They were unfamiliar with the items on the table. Jiang Che offered no explanation, smiling as she produced a drawing and asked Tang Yu, "Could you help me string these items to resemble this design?" The illustration depicted a shape reminiscent of a necklace, yet diverged from the pearl or gold necklaces the girls had seen adorning others' necks, as it was crafted from different materials and exhibited a more intricate design with additional embellishments. In truth, the prototype of this creation was known as a sweater chain. However, Jiang Che would never refer to it as such, for the name itself was the greatest hindrance to the marketing of this product, and she had yet to conceive a new title. This inspiration had struck her while observing a petite secretary at the train station, who had displayed gold and pearl necklaces against her bosom, flaunting them over her fitted attire as she strolled through the crowd. The innate desire of women to adorn themselves is an unquenchable trait. From the exquisite jewelry of affluent families in ancient times to the wooden hairpins of the less fortunate, and later, the 2-foot red headbands worn by the likes of Yang Bailao's daughter during the New Year festivities, to the frog spectacles of earlier years, and the recent trend of pearl necklaces, this intrinsic nature of women remains a perennial source of immense wealth. For instance, in the 2010s, the same mobile phone would see women spending significantly more than men, simply due to the allure of phone cases adorned with rhinestones. However, it was evident that during this era, only a privileged few could afford pearl or gold necklaces. The avenues for young women to adorn themselves were severely limited, beyond clothing. Their options were confined to a few hairpins, headbands, and perhaps a scarf in the bitter cold. Thus, Jiang Che resolved to embark on a modest, low-cost, and swiftly executed experiment in this domain. His objectives were twofold. First, to attempt a modest profit, hoping to bridge the small financial gap of 20,000 yuan, nothing excessive. Nor did he dare to be greedy. Second, he sought to test whether his operational mindset and capabilities could find traction in this era. To this end, he drafted blueprints, composed business plans, and set his sights on Tangyu. The advantages of a reincarnator in this era could broadly be categorized into two types. The first involved knowledge of the direction of certain events or sweeping trends of the time, allowing one to ride the wave and reap benefits, such as Jiang Che's purchase of the 1992 wealth certificates. The second entailed possessing something ahead of its time, introducing it prematurely, and attempting to operationalize it, precisely what Jiang Che now sought to attempt. This experiment was deliberately small-scale, for introducing something ahead of its time was no simple feat. A vision too far ahead risked detachment from the era's realities, potentially yielding unfavorable results. Jiang Che's first attempt was, more than anything, an exercise in accumulating experience. Unlike protagonists in Rebirth novels who effortlessly developed cutting-edge technologies in the 1990s and dominated the market, Jiang Che knew such feats were implausible. The era's computer specifications and internet speeds couldn't possibly support real-time multiplayer games. Without adequate connectivity, what battle could even take place? Jiang Che, a reincarnator who had risen through low-stakes schemes, remained pragmatic. He envisioned orchestrating a small-scale marketing campaign to spark a minor trend, even if only a fleeting hit, yielding modest profits. Bolstered confidence and a deeper understanding of the era. Any altruistic motives were minimal at best. In his past life, after returning from Nongguan province, Jiang Che had abandoned teaching and instead apprenticed under a distant relative who owned several stalls in Yiwu's small commodities market. There, he had encountered countless accessories and sweater chains, yet he knew nothing of knotting, weaving, connecting, or even properly securing a thread. Tangyu, too, lacked such skills. But her dexterity was such that after a few attempts guided by Jiang Che's haphazard descriptions, she could replicate his vision. Xie Yufan and Qi Suyun also lent their assistance. Roughly half an hour later, Jiang Che's first sweater chain was complete, a string of dark red wooden beads, spaced about an inch apart, symmetrically adorned with two small crimson gemstones on each side. Below, the centerpiece was a circular hollow wooden ring, knotted symmetrically at intervals. Atop the ring rested a multifaceted, translucent amethyst, while beneath it dangled two tassels of braided cord, each tipped with tiny turquoise beads tinged with blue. The design was conventional and simple, yet in sheer aesthetic appeal, it undoubtedly surpassed the charm of pearl or gold necklaces. Even in the 2010s, the market for this remained substantial, frequently gracing the presence of trend-setting celebrities, as well as appearing in street photography and fashion magazines. Thus, those born in the early 90s would scarcely hold a contrary view. It is simply in a woman's nature, compounded by a lack of exposure, that the three young ladies found themselves momentarily dazed. Jiang Che picked up the chain, examining it closely, and remarked to Xie Yufan, "Your attire is the most suitable. Why don't you try it on?" Xie Yufan nodded with excitement. She was adorned in a rich, earthy yellow sweater, complemented by a white shirt with red floral patterns peeking from beneath the collar. Once the necklace adorned her neck, it served as a delightful embellishment. Gazing into the mirror, the spirited young woman felt as if she were floating. She stepped back, then forward, repeatedly admiring her reflection, her heart brimming with joy, prompting her to twirl in delight. Imagine if you paired it with a flowing skirt while dancing. Wouldn't that enhance the sensation? Jiang Che mused, feeling a sense of calm wash over him as he stoked the flames of her exuberance. Qi Suyun and Tangyu watched with wide eyes. At merely 22, they had just emerged from the factory, unable to afford gold or pearl necklaces like their youthful counterpart. For girls of their generation, from the tender age of 15 or 16 until now, they had seldom possessed any notable adornments. Thus, they too felt a pang of yearning and, by nature, could not resist the thought of trying it on themselves. Yet, upon glancing at her own attire, Tang Yu lowered her head in silence. Jiang Che's earlier remark, seemingly innocuous, had inadvertently cast a shadow over her heart, though she understood it was not his fault. Chapter 49. Are you interested in investing? All right, enough bouncing around, Yufan. Be careful not to damage it, for you cannot afford to replace it, Qi Siyun interjected, assuming a sisterly demeanor as she gestured for the exuberant Xie Yufan to pause and remove the necklace. Indeed, to them, it was undoubtedly a necklace, and it must be quite expensive. I would have no qualms about gifting it to you under different circumstances, but as it stands, I need it for business. Jiang Che remarked with a smile. Gift it? Is that even possible? Xie Yufan pondered, wondering if perhaps he had developed feelings for her. This could complicate matters. Given his evident preference for someone more flamboyant, she could not be perceived as frivolous. Business-wise, it must be costly. Who could afford such an item? The three young women thought in unison, yet Tang Yu, unlike the others, was privy to a piece of information she felt was now safe to disclose since Jiang Che himself no longer seemed to shy away from it. Xiao Che is the individual I mentioned who earns tens of thousands each month, she articulated, her words intricate. Qi Suyun and Xie Yufan exchanged brief looks of astonishment. Having previously heard Tang Yu mention such a person, their minds instinctively conjured an image of a middle-aged man, complete with a mobile phone and a leather bag tucked under his arm. Yet, the figure before them was unmistakably a fresh-faced young man. Even so, such an expensive item shouldn't be given away casually. Yufan wouldn't accept it either. It's far too costly, understand? Qi Siyun admonished sternly, her gaze at Jiang Che tinged with wariness. Jiang Che said, I plan to sell this for 10 yuan. How much? Indeed, for these three young women before him, especially Tang Yu, 10 yuan was no trivial sum. Yet compared to this intricately designed necklace, adorned with numerous materials, some of which glittered and appeared quite valuable, the price of 10 yuan seemed unimaginably cheap, almost incomprehensible. What I mean is, I intend to sell this for 10 yuan because, excluding labor costs, its production cost is 3 yuan and 10 cents, Jiang Che clarified slowly, ensuring his words were clear. How is that possible? Look at this. Xie Yufan tugged at the chain around her neck, pointing to the crystals, turquoise, and colored stones. They're all artificial. The crystals are actually glass. Some of these materials I bought cheaply, while others were batch cut and drilled by a small workshop in the suburbs. The production volume was sizable and the craftsmanship simple, so the cost was driven down, Jiang Che explained. So, Xiao Che, are you planning to sell counterfeit goods? Tang Yu asked, her tone laced with concern. But the moment the question left her lips, she realized something was off. If Jiang Che intended to deceive people by passing off fakes as genuine, why would he price it at a mere 10 yuan? Jiang Che took a sip of tea and shook his head. I wouldn't call them counterfeit, because I'll openly state that these seemingly expensive materials are actually simple man-made imitations. That's why they're so affordable. Openly. If people know they're fake, who would buy them? Qi Siyun thought to herself that this was even worse than selling counterfeits. Being deceived was one thing, but who would deliberately purchase fake goods? Jiang Che smiled and lightly tapped her bangs with his finger. Suyunjia, is your hairpin real or fake? Huh. Qi Siyun blinked in confusion. Hairpins don't have real or fake versions, do they? Jiang Che nodded, then turned to Xie Yufan. Xiao Xia, is your headband real or fake? Headbands aren't real or fake either, right? Xie Yufan's response was characteristically blunt. Exactly. So let's call this an accessory chain. It's neither a necklace nor jewelry. It's simply an embellishment. Like hairpins or headbands. There's no need to worry about whether its materials are genuine. What matters is that it looks pretty and complements an outfit. Its purpose is to add a lively accent to a girl's clothing, enhancing its beauty, just as hairpins do for your hair. After this explanation, the three young women wore thoughtful expressions, still struggling to fully grasp the concept. In truth, Jiang Che's reasoning wasn't primarily based on hairpins or headbands. The real inspiration behind his idea was something that hadn't even appeared yet. In a few years, a rather tacky accessory would become popular among young men, and a few women a metal chain slung diagonally across the hip of their jeans. No one would care whether it was real or made of gold or silver, because it was just an iron chain, a mere accessory. The eventual popularity of that chain, along with another widespread trend, handmade woven bracelets, was the true foundation for Jiang Che's current experiment. As for those once trendy necklaces adorned with skulls, crude iron crosses, crescent moons, or even tiny knives, those are even more cringeworthy to recall. Finally, the three girls seemed to have pieced it together. So, you want to hire us to help with this? Tang Yu ventured cautiously after some deduction. Not so fast, Jiang Che replied, retrieving 3 more design sketches and laying them on the table. He pointed to each in turn. This one is a woven bracelet, worn on the wrist. The cost is 40 cents, and I plan to sell it for 2 yuan. This is an accessory chain for clothing, but it uses far fewer materials than the previous one and is much simpler. Just a symmetrical arrangement of 6 small beads on each side of the hanging cord, with a small wooden leaf pendant at the bottom. The cost 1 T exceed 3 yuan, and I'll price it at 5. And this one, the second most expensive, costs 3 yuan to make, but I'll sell it for 15. What about the most expensive one? Xie Yufan couldn't resist asking. With a smile, Jiang Che produced another sketch and the corresponding materials from his backpack. This one looks quite extravagant, doesn't it? The cost is 4 yuan, and I plan to sell it for 88. 88. The girls gaped. Why is this one so expensive? Because we need to offer an option for those few wealthy individuals who only buy what's expensive, not what's right. Silence fell over the room as the 3 girls, armed with their limited mathematical prowess, attempted, and failed, to calculate the exact profit margin. But one thing was clear, the returns were staggering. So would you like to invest? Jiang Che asked, his expression the picture of innocence. Invest? Us? The girls were taken aback. Yes, invest. You know, put in money, become partners, and then share the profits proportionally. His tone was calm, unhurried. The girls hesitated, each lost in thought. Is this business viable? Probably. But why us? For a fleeting moment, Tang Yu even wondered, is he doing this to help me? But that didn't seem to be the case, because when Xie Yufan asked, what if we lose money? Jiang Che's reply was steady and resolute. Then we lose proportionally. In truth, Jiang Che knew the 3 of them combined wouldn't invest even 1,000 yuan, a sum he could easily cover himself. Even if this venture failed, he doubted the losses would amount to much. But rules were rules. I understand your money may be hard-earned and limited, he said, but these are the rules. Since you're stepping into the world of business, you must learn and abide by them. I'm laying this out clearly now so you can make an informed decision. His words were blunt, even harsh, but they reflected reality. If these girls were to navigate society, they had to understand and follow its rules. Otherwise, they'd be lambs led to slaughter. Beyond that, Jiang Che had another consideration. This arrangement would ensure their obedience and diligence. He wasn't the type to abandon principles for pretty faces. No matter how charming the ladies, business was still business. What they stood to gain would be determined solely by what they could offer and create. Jiang Che approached them, not solely because they were unemployed and struggling, but primarily because he genuinely required their collaboration, and they were indeed the most suitable candidates. This was the result of careful consideration during Jiang Che's planning phase. It did not take long for the outcome to unfold, and it was the carefree Xie Yufan who made the first decision. The young girl thought to herself that Jiang Che was merely trying to curry favor with her elder sister, Xiao Yu, and thus was offering her a bargain. I bid 400, she declared, pulling out the money from her waist and slapping it on the table with determination. Qi Xiyun glanced at it, then looked again, contemplating before advising. This is your parents' hard-earned money. You cannot risk it. You might need to open a tofu shop instead. Retract it, at most 200. Is 200 acceptable? Xie Yufan implored, looking anxiously at Jiang Che. Very well, Jiang Che replied, accepting the money. Then I will also bid 200. Qi Xiyun turned around and, without revealing where she had retrieved the money, handed it to Jiang Che, still warm to the touch. Now it was Tang Yu's turn. Jiang Che smiled gently, his expression calm, remaining silent. The young lady took out 400 yuan notes from Jiang Che, spreading them out and pondering, her demeanor akin to that of a gambler poised to place a bet. With a sudden determination, she slammed the 4 notes onto the table, exclaiming, I bet it all. The opportunity was undeniable, with the costs and profits clear before her. Furthermore, she was the one among them who knew Jiang Che the best, even having insight into Jiang's mother and her amiable nature. Thus, the young lady decided to go all in. Excellent. Jiang Che smoothly pulled the money towards himself from under Tang Yu's hands. A strange intuition made Tang Yu feel that Jiang Che's movements were somewhat hasty, and his smile seemed to shift for a moment. although he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Che presented a total of 500, with every cent and receipt meticulously displayed for the girls to verify. Such substantial capital signified a significant business venture. The contract was prepared in 4 copies, signed and stamped, leaving the girls in a state of dazed enthusiasm. As Jiang Che stood up to gather everything aside from the materials, he remarked, "By the way, miss, you can dance, right?" Tang Yu paused, nodding. "But I only know the male steps. I dance with Yufan." "Do you only dance with Xie Yufan?" In this era, both schools and factories embraced dance as a popular activity. Jiang Che pondered Tang Yu's situation. It was understandable since if she were to dance in public, it would likely cause quite a stir, thus she could only dance privately with Xie Yufan. "Then, could you take some time over the next couple of days to practice the female steps, such as extending your arms, bending at the waist, and twirling?" "Huh? Why?" Tang Yu was perplexed, questioning the need to practice dance for business purposes. "Because once we finish this batch of items, you will likely need to appear at numerous schools and cultural palaces on Saturday night, wearing our accessories. I hope you can dance alongside Xiaoxia." I won't go." Tang Yu abruptly stood up, her expression resolute. "If those items don't sell, you will incur a loss, and your 400 will be gone. And the bracelet cannot be redeemed." Jiang Che chuckled. "Miss, you wouldn't consider telling my mother, would you?" At this moment, though not entirely comprehended, at least 3 young women grasped one essential truth. Why, despite the capability to hire, Jiang Che chose to involve them as stakeholders, and the urgency with which he had them sign contracts and accept payment. Particularly during Tang Yu's moment of gambling, he seemed to smile, revealing that he had meticulously orchestrated this all along, casting Xiao Yu as a promotional star. It was merely dancing, an activity everyone partakes in. Furthermore, one could choose to dance solely with Xiaoxia. Additionally, at that time, there would be more than just her adorning our decorative chains. Xiaoxia would wear them too, and several girls from various schools would join in. Jiang Che weakly elucidated, moving to the door only to turn back and say, "Now, see if you can manage to examine the remaining dozen designs and create a sample of each. I will return this afternoon with materials, and then take Xiao Yu to purchase an outfit for the occasion." Jiang Che departed. Tang Yu sat at the table, feeling a mix of anger and bemusement. This version of Jiang Che was one she had never encountered and could not have anticipated. "This rascal is exceptionally cunning," murmured Xie Yufan indignantly. "If this continues, I shall inevitably fall into his trap." Chapter 50. No one's money comes from thin air, perhaps due to the abundance of Na'vi young women these days. The phrase deceived and lost one's virtue has become quite prevalent, often employed for education and caution. As Jiang Che stepped out, he remained unaware that this term had unwittingly been cast upon him. Regardless, he still harbored the intention to assist in alleviating financial shortages amidst adversity. However, his minor miscalculation had led to such unjust accusations. The proprietor of the small workshop arranged for a dilapidated 4-wheeler to deliver goods, also bringing Jiang Che back. Upon reaching the alley entrance, Jiang Che disembarked to visit the restroom. Upon his return, he discovered several large boxes of raw materials unloaded at the roadside, with both the vehicle and driver vanished. "That scoundrel smoked half a pack of my cigarettes, chummy all the way, promising to assist with the unloading." Indeed, once the financial transactions were settled, all camaraderie dissipated, and the cigarettes extinguished into nothingness. Resigned, he implored the elderly cobbler to watch over the boxes briefly. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and shouldered a heavy box, seemingly small, but densely packed and exceedingly weighty. After his first trip to Tang Yu's residence, he set the box down, drenched in sweat, and having discarded his sweater, now clad only in a shirt. Inside, the 3 young women were present, yet all wore stern expressions, ignoring him. However, on the table lay 4 designs of hand bracelets, including a couple's pair and 16 styles of decorative chains, all meticulously crafted according to the blueprints, exquisite and appealing. This indicated that while they were indeed deceived, they would also strive for success. Ambitious, yet was it merely to persuade one to dance? Oh, a mere dozen dances. Jiang Che could empathize with Tang Yu's reluctance and hesitation. Firstly, she had always lived cautiously and conservatively, making it difficult to shift her mindset. Secondly, as societal norms began to evolve, dancing and showcasing products could easily give rise to numerous distorted rumors and criticisms afterward. Indeed, many still looked down upon overtly promoting business in such a manner. Moreover, this time, the stakes felt rather high. Yet, This is the essence of adaptation and growth. Societal changes can transpire far more rapidly than one can imagine. Before long, such matters will cease to be of concern. These words were what Jiang Che longed to express, yet found himself unable to articulate. He opened his backpack and retrieved a list he had meticulously prepared, placing it on the table as he began his soliloquy. 20 varieties, each with a specified quantity. All clearly noted here for your reference. Today, you shall work until dinner, and then rest. Tomorrow, each of you should bring 1 or 2 trustworthy individuals to assist. Individuals who will not pilfer or abscond with any materials. The responsibility for those brought along lies with the one who invited them. This is stipulated in the contracts. We will pay by piecework for those who come to help, with remuneration varying according to the intricacy of each weaving task. I estimate that, with practice, one could earn around 20 yuan a day, although it may be arduous and time-consuming. The work you 3 undertake will also be counted by piece, separate from your shares, and the management of that sum will be accounted for separately as well. Time is of the essence. We must complete all tasks within 5 days. So I appreciate your hard work. Aside from the moment Jiang Che mentioned that an average person could earn 20 yuan in a day, the 3 young women expressed only mild surprise, remaining largely unresponsive. You all heard me clearly, did you not? The list is here. If you understood, please blink. To his amusement, the 3 young women sat in unison and blinked. Very well, I shall continue to fetch the materials. When Jiang Che returned with the second box, the 3 were already diligently engaged in their tasks. As he ventured out for the third box, Xie Yufan remarked, "Are we truly going to adhere to his words and ignore him? Yet, there are many matters we must clarify with him. Let us endure for a while. We cannot allow him to grow accustomed to treating us this way, withholding the truth until the end, and acting so convincingly." Reflecting back, we can see how he led Xiaoya into his trap. Qi Suyun interjected. He is not a bad person, but he is quite formidable. Even if we combined our strengths, we would struggle to contend with him. So let us proceed with caution, lest we inadvertently follow him astray. Upon mentioning this, she couldn't help but laugh. Xie Yufan joined her in laughter, and even Tang Yu felt a tinge of amusement. However, contemplating the tasks he had assigned her, she instinctively recoiled, feeling anxious and wanting to escape, doubting her own capabilities. Perhaps this is why he is so adept at making money, she mused. In truth, he is rather kind to us. Look how patient he is, and he offers us opportunities to earn. Just now, he mentioned that our own work would be calculated separately, as would the management of funds. How accommodating. Yet, he has not stipulated that his own work would be compensated differently. I believe his intention in inviting us as partners is mainly to assist us, especially to support Sister Xiaoya. If he manages to deceive us in the process, it may not be entirely objectionable. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the young women to hush. Upon bringing in the third box, Jiang Che could feel his calves beginning to tremble. Compared to the youth of the 2010s, he certainly possessed considerable strength and work ethic. Yet when compared to his contemporaries accustomed to agricultural labor, he felt a disparity, attributing it to his parents' indulgence. Well, I suppose this will serve as a means of physical training, he thought. After he departed once more, Xie Yufan inadvertently attempted to shift a box and exclaimed, "Wow, this box is incredibly heavy. I thought it would be light." No wonder when I saw him nearly trip over the threshold on his third trip in. What to do? He is an intellectual. He must be utterly exhausted. Tang Yu, unable to resist, stepped forward to test the weight and found it indeed cumbersome. At last, Jiang Che bore in the fourth box, and Tang Yu could not help but inquire, "Is there more? Shall we assist?" "No, that's all," Jiang Che replied, finally breaking his silence. He chuckled as he slumped down, completely drained, his shirt's back drenched in perspiration. "Let me catch my breath, and then we shall go buy some clothes." Tang Yu hesitated and shook her head. "I want to go." Jiang Che began to ramble. "If these goods don't sell, we'll incur losses. Your 400 yuan will vanish, and the bracelet cannot be redeemed. Am I right?" Tang Yu widened her eyes, her smile resembling a crescent moon. Yet it lacked any true menace. "You are deliberately using this to threaten me, digging a pit for me to jump into. I have invested everything. You know well that I cannot bear to part with the money or the bracelet. How could I have failed to see that you would deceive me? And he is such a good person. Well, there is nothing I can do. I already mentioned you would surely refuse. Even offering money would be futile. Look, I have been transparent with you about the costs and pricing to reassure you. You know that." Tang Yu replied, somewhat playfully. Jiang Che nodded, acknowledging, "Yes. But the marketing plan will not change. Tang Yu felt a wave of frustration, anger, and bemusement. She realized the dynamic of her conversation with Jiang Che had entirely shifted. Previously, their exchanges were rooted in the presence of Jiang's mother as a mediator, marked by politeness, respect, and formality, yet now they engaged in playful banter, devoid of any pretense. Is that really necessary for marketing? She probed cautiously. Could we not take it slow, sell a little at a time? Jiang Che resolutely shook his head. The production cycle is 5 days. We must produce more of the lower-cost items and fewer of the higher-cost ones, after accounting for losses. The actual number is around 3,800 pieces, all of which must be completed within these 5 days. The selling period cannot exceed 5 days at most. Why? The three of them inquired simultaneously, clearly unable to grasp Jiang Che's sense of urgency. Explaining this to three girls who had been on the production line since their teenage years proved somewhat cumbersome. Jiang Che organized his thoughts and first addressed Xie Yufan and Qi Xiyun. The very first decorative chain was primarily crafted by Sister Yu, and you both participated and witnessed it. Do you believe you can manage it now? We are not foolish. Even if we start slowly, we can surely manage. Xie Yufan retorted defiantly, with Qi Xiyun nodding in agreement. Jiang Che continued, exactly. This item is too easily learned. Some can purchase a piece and quickly master the technique. After 7 or 8 days, once they gather the materials and organize production, we'll have competitors, understand? Thus, let us assume we initially take out 100 pieces for trial sales. Consequently, the remaining 3,700 will likely be difficult to sell, yielding insufficient profit. Or perhaps not selling at all. Such is the nature of the current competitive landscape. Jiang Che articulated this rather plainly, and the three young women quickly nodded in understanding. Hence, we must execute a one-time marketing strategy to sell all 3,800 pieces within a maximum of 5 days. After that, we shall take our earnings and depart. I estimate that within a fortnight, these items, from raw material to finished product, will be ubiquitous in the market. Of course, even then, there will still be opportunities for modest profit. After we part ways, if you wish to continue selling, I believe that would be acceptable. For your craftsmanship surpasses that of the average individual. Having concluded, Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. Xie Yufan suddenly remarked with utmost seriousness, I think you are truly remarkable. Qi Xiyun gazed intently at Jiang Che, nodding vigorously in agreement. Jiang Che smiled and turned to Tang Yu, saying, What do you think, Sister Yu? Tang Yu understood the underlying logic quite well and was eager to agree. However, upon envisioning the scenario in her mind, she hesitated and, feeling a twinge of shame, shook her head. I am still undecided. That is acceptable. After all, we have a few days left. Jiang Che stated, not in a rush. The three young women, fueled by dreams of profit, worked tirelessly until sunset, surrounded by an array of decorative chains and woven bracelets. By the way, where is he? He hasn't left, has he? Xie Yufan suddenly recalled Jiang Che mentioning he would step outside for a breath of fresh air. He couldn't have. His sweater and backpack are still here. Qi Xiyun pointed to Jiang Che's belongings in the corner. Tang Yu, feeling a surge of anxiety, stood and hurried to the door to look outside. Not seeing him, she glanced down to discover Jiang Che resting against the wall, fast asleep. Carrying those large boxes must have exhausted him. Qi Xiyun whispered from behind her. Tang Yu nodded. At that moment, as the sun set and the temperature dropped, Jiang Che unconsciously curled up, hugging his body in his slumber, looking rather pitiable and heart-wrenching. In truth, all the tasks, drawing, sourcing materials, and planning, were solely his responsibility. Tang Yu felt a wave of emotion as she reflected on this, realizing that in comparison, they had contributed little, and their labor was compensated separately. So he is truly doing this for our benefit, isn't? No one's money comes easily. He is working hard for us, effectively giving us much more than we deserve. Gritting her teeth, Tang Yu crouched down and gently nudged Jiang Che's shoulder. He sleepily opened his eyes, and a clear, radiant face came into focus. The sun has set, it's getting cold. If you keep sleeping like this, you will catch a chill, she said. I will practice my dance. Tomorrow, you must take me to buy clothes. Your taste is exquisite, but we cannot purchase anything expensive. I am running low on funds. What is happening? His voice was soft and gentle. No worries. Consider it a business expense. I shall cover the cost of the clothes, seeing as I am the big boss. Still, we cannot buy anything extravagant. Chapter 51. Canned oranges. As the sun descended, signaling dinner time, Tang Yu refrained from inviting Jiang Che and Su Yun to stay. knowing that her home could not accommodate them for dinner. After they departed, she ventured out with a sense of regret, intending to express her gratitude to the 5 restaurants that had taken care of her during this period and to formally decline their laundry services. After all, her schedule was bound to become overwhelmingly busy, and she felt it inappropriate to impose upon them. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the owners of the restaurants, each one, preempted her with their own feelings of awkwardness and shame, offering to handle their own laundry from now on. This turn of events, which would have been a thunderclap just yesterday, now felt like a relief, sparing her from the discomfort of the situation. Tang Yu pondered briefly and began to piece together the underlying reasons. On her way back, one of the proprietors caught up with her and discreetly revealed the truth. In the afternoon, a group from the health department had visited all 5 establishments, raising a multitude of concerns. But the underlying message was clear. If they continued to provide meals for Tang Yu, they would jeopardize their own livelihoods. Meanwhile, Niu Bingli was at a banquet, expressing gratitude to his friends, eagerly anticipating the downfall of that little wretch. Currently, he could only resort to such petty tactics, as he was still too intimidated to confront matters head-on. After all, every time he dreamt of Tang Yu, he found himself gruesomely dispatched, with the specter of Tang Lianjiao looming nearby. Just as his pleasant dreams would begin, nightmares would swiftly ensue, leaving Deputy Factory Director Niu on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Upon returning home, Tang Yu felt a whirlpool of emotions. She lacked the motivation to cook, so she took her time gathering the doorboard, basin, and the clothes-drying poles scattered throughout her yard. Turning around, she spotted Jiang Che just arriving at the gate. Without much hesitation, she approached him, briefly mentioning the situation with the restaurants, and then expressed her concern. "Has someone come looking for trouble at your shop as well?" She assumed Jiang Che had returned for that reason. Jiang Che had just visited his shop. His mother was in good spirits, and given her nature, she would certainly not conceal any issues. It seemed that either the troublesome department was different, or perhaps their establishment had simply been overlooked. "I haven't heard anything about that," he replied. "By the way, who is causing you trouble?" "It's a deputy director from the second factory. I offended him during my previous employment," Tang Yu explained. "Is it dangerous?" Jiang Che asked. Tang Yu shook her head. "Not at all. He fears my brother." "That is true," Jiang Che mused to himself, hoping he would be fine. The details of the situation remained vague, as Tang Yu had no intention of elaborating, leaving Jiang Che unable to inquire further. He suddenly realized that this small business venture had quietly taken on greater significance. If things went awry this time, he would suffer a considerable financial loss due to an unbridgeable funding gap, while for Tang Yu, it would be a matter of whether there would be food on her plate. After contemplating this, Jiang Che reassured her, "Rest assured, my family is fine. Even if there were issues, I would be able to resolve them. Additionally, I have already informed my mother to pause the work at the shop for a few days." "I didn't specify the reason." "Okay." Tang Yu nodded, then inquired, "And you?" Jiang Che lifted the bag in his right hand, placing it on the bench while opening it. He remarked, "I just returned and missed dinner, so I had a bowl of noodles at Lou's noodle shop at the corner. I remembered you hadn't eaten either. It's quite late, and you've worked hard today, so let us skip cooking." He continued, "For the next few days, we'll order from the noodle shop or restaurants based on the number of people and have it delivered to save time for work." He added, "By the way, you can return the bowl later. I left a 50-cent deposit." Inside the bag was a steaming bowl of beef noodles. He then produced another bag, which clinked with the sound of jars. "I noticed you have quite a few empty jars here." He pointed to the several jars turned upside down outside the window. While casually glancing at the production dates printed on the jars, Jiang Che hesitated before saying, "I guess you must have loved these in the past. I happened to pass by a small shop and bought a few jars as a little reward for my diligent comrades. Remember, a full belly can soften the tongue, so you might have your work cut out for you." The bag revealed an assortment of canned fruits, oranges, lychees, and yellow peaches, 2 jars of each. "I bought some for myself as well," Jiang Che added, hoisting the other bag he had just set down, which also contained cans meant for his dormitory. Tang Yu slightly stirred, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, turning her head away. "I'll take my leave now. I'm exhausted," Jiang Che admitted, genuinely tired after days of solitary sketching and running about concerning this matter. Just as he reached the gate, he turned and said, "Life will only get better. Don't be too hard on yourself." After uttering this seemingly nonsensical phrase, he exited, yawning along the way, reflecting on his thoughts. The reason for his actions stemmed from a sudden inspiration while eating noodles, coupled with the sight of the covered dishes and the empty jars on the windowsill, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon returning to the dormitory, he placed the cans on the table, inviting his roommates to help themselves. Among friends, there was no need for formality. They gathered around, indulging in the canned goods while continuing their previous conversation. If you could go back to high school and choose a university, which one would you select? As their student lives neared an end, they found themselves enviously reminiscing about those attending high school and university as former top performers in their middle school exams. Each of them spoke with a sense of blind confidence, mentioning prestigious institutions like Tsinghua, Beida, and others with central affiliations. What about you, Jiang Che? Someone inquired. I haven't thought about it yet, Jiang Che replied. You should at least aim for a central one, right? The Central Fraud University, he joked. His roommates erupted in laughter, playfully insisting, all right then, go for it. Study hard there, and you won't go hungry in the future. Jiang Che calmly responded. I meant to say I'd go there to be a professor. In the dim light of the small kitchen, Tang Yu rubbed her stomach, feeling quite full from the large, fragrant bowl of beef noodles. Yet, she still opened a can, as she now firmly believed that life would indeed improve. After selecting a jar of oranges, she poured a small bowl for herself and took a spoonful. So sweet, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks into the bowl. He truly possesses a remarkable ability to conjecture, she mused. In her childhood, Tang Yu had a genuine fondness for canned fruit, and like many other children, she would cry and cling to her parents, compete with her 3-year younger brother, and even save money to secretly buy some, admonishing her brother not to disclose their little secret to their parents. However, as time passed, their parents departed, her brother remained oblivious, and the factory's performance dwindled. The meager salary of the elder sister was consumed either by her own needs or by the medical expenses of others. How long had it been since she could afford to indulge? Tang Yu had forgotten. It was truly delightful. Just one more bowl, and then she would refrain. After all, the jar was already opened. She might as well finish it to prevent spoilage. Perhaps it was the effect of the sweets that inexplicably lifted her spirits. Alone, Tang Yu changed into a dark red sweater, layered over a moon-white shirt. She adorned herself with each piece of jewelry, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror repeatedly. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose the very first piece she had crafted, the one worn by Xie Yufan. It was a creation of her own, one she distinctly remembered, and she believed it complemented her best. Chapter 52. I once gazed among the crowds by the street. Jiang Che was undeniably exhausted. Yet just as he settled onto his bed, he was forcibly pulled back down. His roommate, Old Wu, seemed to have suddenly become obsessed, determined to find a girlfriend before graduation or perish in the attempt. He had shed his shyness, adopting a frenzied demeanor, and daily composed and dispatched numerous love letters. Old Wu was a diligent individual, incapable of simply copying a template letter and distributing it. Each of his love letters was meticulously tailored to highlight the unique traits and virtues of the intended recipient, even if they were not particularly well acquainted. He could weave phrases such as, "Your gait evokes the feeling that the Yalu River lies ahead. Your glasses reflect the light of your inner self. Your heart is vast. You appear to be quite nurturing. You are a member of the party." Gradually, as he wrote more, Old Wu encountered a bottleneck. Everything was manageable except for the confession lines, which were limited and repetitive, lacking novelty. He had even resorted to expressions like, "I would willingly hang myself from your braid," and found himself at a loss for fresh words. Consequently, he enlisted the help of everyone in room 407, demanding 3 phrases from each person to serve as inspiration. Jiang Che, with no other option, scribbled a few lines for him, such as "I love you like a mouse loves rice," before being allowed to return to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, he discovered it was nearly 9 o'clock. He hurriedly got out of bed, washed up, and dashed out the door. By 9:15, Jiang Che arrived at Tang Yu's home, where the voices within were somewhat chaotic. Upon entering the courtyard, his gaze was immediately drawn to 2 pristine, empty cans turned upside down on the windowsill. It appeared she truly had a penchant for sweet canned goods. Jiang Che chuckled softly. Just then, Tang Yu emerged and caught sight of this scene, her face flushing with annoyance as she stood at the door, exclaiming, "No laughing." Jiang Che turned to see her adorned in a dark red sweater, embellished with 2 handcrafted little deer on the chest, paired with black trousers, and her long hair meticulously styled, presenting a polished appearance. It seemed this was her attire for the outing. Upon entering, the venue was entirely laid out, comprising a total of 8 individuals, all women, including the 3 partners. This task is typically beyond the capabilities of men, and the number of participants aligns well with Jiang Che's plan. However, among them, 2 appeared somewhat older, their movements lacking agility. In these trying times, life's hardships have aged many prematurely, generally by the age of 50. Women begin to exhibit signs of aging that may not manifest even in those well into their 60s. Their hair turns gray, and their faces, particularly their hands, are marked by deep-set wrinkles. Noticing Jiang Che's gaze, the 3 young women rose, casting anxious looks in his direction. Aunt Lu, having been laid off due to her age, has no children to support her. Aunt Fang's daughter, part of our group, fell ill from the stress of being laid off, leaving her family in dire straits. Softly explaining this, Tang Yu began to speak, but Jiang Che interjected, saying, "It's all right, I understand. However, if the labor extends for too long, please remind the 2 aunts not to overexert themselves and to take care of their rest. Health should never be regarded as a trivial matter. If issues arise, it is you who will bear the responsibility." His words carried a weight, yet he still offered his assurance. Tang Yu nodded earnestly, and Shi Siyun and Xie Yufan breathed a sigh of relief, while the 2 aunts repeatedly bowed, expressing their gratitude to the young boss, leaving Jiang Che feeling somewhat uneasy. He could not personally engage in the weaving task, so he observed from the side for a while, noting that Tang Yu and her colleagues, being factory-trained, possessed a strong sense of procedural organization in their work. The setup involved pairs working step by step, with each group focusing solely on one design, thus enhancing both proficiency and efficiency. With everything proceeding methodically, Jiang Che felt reassured. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he turned to Tang Yu and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, let us depart." She nodded and followed him out. How could such a young lad be the big boss? Once they had walked away, the room began to engage in hushed discussions. What about him and Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu was acquainted with his mother, while he himself was still a vocational school student, helping out at his family shop in Linzhou. Shi Siyun had already prepared her explanation and promptly stepped forward to clarify when she heard the murmurs. "Oh, I thought Xiaoyu had found herself a boyfriend." They looked quite well matched. Aunt Lu, her hair streaked with silver, remarked with a smile. "Actually, it's about time. Pretty girls often have a harder time finding the right man. Truly, back in our youth, several beautiful girls at the factory ended up waiting too long. Some even ended up with troublemakers." "That's true. Those rogues have thick skin. Persistence wears down even the most virtuous." Aunt Fang chimed in. "Though some did marry well, quite a few of the prettiest girls in the factory ended up with officers. Officials. I even heard one married a high-ranking officer. Sometimes, someone working beside you in the morning would be called away by the superiors and never return to their post. I heard the most beautiful one from the factory office was even selected for." "Ah, why bring that up? Such things shouldn't be spoken of," Aunt Fang interrupted nervously, steering the conversation back. "That young man seems decent enough. Earlier, Xiaoyu glared at him at the door, and he just chuckled. No temper at all." Jiang Che and Tang Yu found a nearby bus stop. Just as they arrived, the bus pulled up. The bus made a turn shortly after departing. Passing by the bus stop where the 2 had first met, Tang Yu withdrew her gaze from the window and remarked, "It has almost been 3 months. Still no sign of Dezhao. Does he have no faith at all? Do you think he has lost all his money and is too embarrassed to tell me?" Tang Yu pondered, seemingly comforting herself. "Something must have gone awry, but he is not foolish. You promised that when he returns, you would introduce us, and you would guide him to improve. Don't worry, if he misbehaves, I will handle him." "Guide him, you say?" Jiang Che reflected, truthfully. The notion of guiding him isn't quite accurate. What does it mean to guide someone well? To advise him to behave himself? That hardly qualifies as guidance. He contemplated saying that confining a lion is inappropriate, but refrained, fearing it might lead Tang Yu to misconstrue his thoughts. "What then constitutes good?" Tang Yu inquired. After a moment's thought, Jiang Che replied, "Having a goal, understanding the methods, and being able to accomplish things without squandering one's potential." With the conversation flowing, the awkwardness dissipated, and they chatted amiably until they reached Yinan Road Station. In this moment, the only truly bustling and central area in Linzhou was indeed Yinan Road. They perused several shops, fortunate enough not to encounter any disdainful shop attendants. Otherwise, Jiang Che would have struggled to assert himself at the counter. Recently, his expenses had been considerable. Had his mother not seized the 40,000 yuan, he would have been entirely unaware of his own savings. Still, She continued to provide him with an increasingly generous allowance each month, leaving him fearing financial ruin. At last, in one shop, he found a dress that caught his eye for Tang Yu. When she went to try it on, he discreetly instructed the attendant not to reveal the price should she decide to purchase it. Moments later, Tang Yu emerged from the fitting room. At that instant, most men accompanying their wives or girlfriends while shopping momentarily lost their focus, only to be sharply jolted back to reality. She wore a light blue shirt underneath a delicate white sweater, its modest round neckline revealing the collar and the top button. Her lower half was adorned with a deep navy long skirt, subtly pleated, which in this era was a rarity of quality. Tang Yu admired her reflection in the mirror and turned to Jiang Che, asking, "What do you think?" Jiang Che nodded, softly muttering, "Indeed, she is a goddess." It was, in fact, the simplest of attire, elevated merely by the quality of the fabric. Yet, the more understated the look, the more it highlighted her inherent elegance. Though the term goddess felt excessive, it was nonetheless easily comprehensible in this context. Upon hearing him, Tang Yu shot Jiang Che an incredulous glance, then thoughtfully remarked, "I wonder what the weather will be like. If it's not too cold, and I'll be moving around a lot, perhaps simply wearing the white shirt with this skirt would be better. That way, the woven bracelet on my wrist would be more visible." Her words suggested careful consideration, revealing the thought she had put into her outfit. She likely meant that she already owned a white shirt or was contemplating swapping the two layers she currently wore for a white one. However, Jiang Che promptly called over the sales attendant and selected a soft, modern-cut white shirt for her to try on. As Tang Yu emerged once more, Jiang Che had already settled the payment. Only a pair of shoes remained to be procured. While shopping for the shoes, Tang Yu implored Jiang Che, expressing her inability to walk in high heels, stating that she would be incapable of moving gracefully, and surely he wouldn't want to witness her stumbling about. It was a display of endearing vulnerability. Reluctantly, Jiang Che acquiesced and purchased for her a pair of classic white sneakers, which had experienced a resurgence in popularity after being fashionable over 2 decades prior. Fortunately, Tang Yu's tall stature complemented the flat shoes, paired elegantly with a deep blue long skirt and a well-fitted white blouse, yielding an exquisite effect. During their return journey, Tang Yu appeared to be under considerable stress, repeatedly questioning whether the substantial expense incurred would indeed be worthwhile. Jiang Che reassured her time and again, promising that as long as they disseminated the news a day in advance, stating that someone could escort her, the young men would undoubtedly become enthusiastic, while the young women would likely make a concerted effort to adorn themselves, not wishing to fall behind. Given the unique accessories she possessed, such as the intricate chain and bracelet, it would be impossible for her to go unnoticed. Rest assured, he would manage the remaining arrangements. At that moment, if Tang Yu had expressed any self-doubt or insecurity, Jiang Che might have found her somewhat insincere. Fortunately, she refrained. Tang Yu was well known for her beauty, having been dubbed the flower of Factory 2 since her late teens. However, her fame was not solely due to her looks. Her name had gained traction through a reciprocal influence with her brother, Tang Lianzhao. The buzz surrounding her was palpable. Did you know? The sister of that Tang Lianzhao is none other than the renowned beauty of Textile Factory 2, Tang Yu. Such narratives were far more captivating and memorable than a mere mention of her being the factory's beautiful flower. Jiang Che reminisced fondly, recounting how, in their youth, groups of boys from various schools would sit on the low stone walls outside their playgrounds at dusk, eagerly awaiting the departure of the female workers from Textile Factory 2. Tang Yu nodded gently in acknowledgement. Although there were many beautiful women working at Factory 2, the anticipation of seeing her was always paramount. Even if she often hid within the crowd, likely shielded by her friends, Su Yun and Yu Fun. Is that so? I was one of those boys. Tang Yu suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, unable to articulate why, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che continued, mentioning that he had stopped going after he began dating. Tang Yu nodded in response. Chapter 53, Society and My Teacher Su. By the way, here's the 50 cents from yesterday for the takeout bowl, which I forgot to give you. Upon exiting the vehicle, Tang Yu returned the bowl money to Jiang Che. He accepted it with a nod, contemplating how the takeout business had yet to flourish significantly in recent times, and in a year or two, the lunchbox trade might provide a decent living for a number of hard-working individuals. Thus, they continued on in silence for several paces. Tang Yu abruptly halted and added, "Regarding that, if we make a profit this time, how much will I receive? Please deduct 1 share when you calculate. I intend to redeem my bracelet." Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Jiang Che nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt a surge of anger upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor. She herself could not articulate the cause. Were she a girl from the 2010s, she might have proclaimed, "I couldn't care less about you. I just feel inexplicably irked." So what? Yet, Tang Yu was far from pondering such thoughts. Upon arriving home, the occupants of the house appeared transfixed, yet, due to their unfamiliarity with the esteemed Jiang Che, they refrained from speaking freely. Only Qi Suyun pulled Tang Yu aside, exclaiming over the fabric, "This dress is exquisite, and the skirt complements it splendidly." Meanwhile, Xie Yufan gushed, "Wow, I originally thought you were already stunning, but you've surpassed even that." Indeed, the girl's linguistic flair seemed well suited for crafting fantastical tales. Jiang Che mused whether she might join him in writing a celestial saga. Seeing her friends brought Tang Yu's spirits back to life. She smiled and remarked, "I shall change first so I can get to work." "Wait a moment, little you," Jiang Che interjected. "While you're still dressed, try on each of the accessory chains and choose one for the occasion." "Oh." Tang Yu glanced at the 20 pieces before her, randomly selecting the initial design to try on. She turned to Jiang Che and inquired, "What do you think?" Clad in a white shirt, a navy blue long skirt, and pristine white shoes, she adorned herself with a chain of sandalwood and dark red hues, which harmonized beautifully. Its relatively simple design did not overshadow Tang Yu's inherent elegance. Jiang Che scrutinized her. The pendant of the chain rested perfectly against the pronounced curve of her chest. "How does it look?" he asked. "It's nearly perfect. Any larger would be unappealing." "Is that so?" "Oh, I meant the pendant. It is indeed lovely. This one will suffice." After removing the chain, Tang Yu maintained her composed demeanor as she turned to grasp the doorknob, only to hear Jiang Che addressing Qi Siyun. "Has little you finalized her choice? How many have we produced?" Qi Siyun consulted a record sheet. "Previously, we had over 90. Now it stands at approximately 120. The quantity you noted for this design is quite substantial. Apart from one group, both Rainfin and I are also working on it." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Che replied, "That will suffice. We shall cease production of this design." He turned to survey the table, retrieving 2 alternative designs and placing them before him. These 2 share similar materials. Since little you has settled on that piece, let us focus on producing these 2 instead. "Why? That design is not unattractive. Just a moment ago, little you looked splendid in it," Xie Yufan queried, pointing to the order sheet. "Moreover, you initially noted 300. Jiang Che smiled and clarified, "It was only upon seeing little you wear it that this decision came to mind. Consider this. When she wears that design, it appears remarkable. However, when others wear it and compare themselves, they may feel it pales in comparison, likely leading them to set it aside. If these were celebrities from television or advertisements, their absence would be understandable. However, Sister Xiaoya is right before our eyes. So many have witnessed her presence that anyone with a discerning mind would refrain from making comparisons. With these 120 pieces, we have more than enough. Very well, let us proceed as I have suggested. I cannot be of assistance in this matter, so I shall attend to other tasks. Do remember to order lunch at the restaurant later and deliberate on selecting a few delightful dishes. I appreciate everyone's hard work." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Che departed. The people in the room pondered for some time before one finally spoke. "Did you understand the young boss's implication?" "He meant that no one can compare to Sister Xiaoya." Xie Yufan tried on one of the pieces, gazed into the mirror, shook her head, and with a grimace, removed it to don another. The elderly Aunt Lu chuckled, shaking her head and exclaiming, "I have lived nearly a lifetime and have never encountered someone so adept at flattery." Tang Yu was uncertain how to respond if she turned around, so she simply turned her back and pretended not to hear, crinkling her nose in a huff. To her surprise, she found her anger dissipating. After leaving Tang Yu's home, Jiang Che made a visit to the shop, as there was a matter weighing on his mind. Since the deputy factory director, whose intentions were dubious, sought to create difficulties for Tang Yu, it was unlikely that he would refrain from interfering with the Jiang family's establishment. Upon arriving at the shop, Jiang Ma's demeanor was indeed not quite right. Jiang Che quickly inquired, "Has anyone from the government visited the shop today?" Jiang Ma nodded and recounted that not long ago, 2 officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had come in, stating what we were doing was incorrect and that we could not allow Xiaoya to handle alterations and repairs. And what happened next? Jiang Che knew that his mother, when determined, would not easily acquiesce. "If I refuse to comply, they will attempt to seize our business license. Your second aunt nearly resorted to violence. Jiang Ma's expression was one of indignation, her frustration mingling with sorrow as she lamented, "What kind of people are these? They seem intent on targeting a young girl who has no parents and leaving her without a means to make a living." As she spoke, Jiang Ma lowered her head to wipe her eyes. In these times, such underhanded tactics and direct actions seem alarmingly prevalent. Jiang Che thought, glancing up to find the business license still intact. Fortunately, a young woman browsing in the shop could not bear to watch and urged them to refrain from any actions. She stepped outside to make a phone call, and shortly after, a vehicle from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau arrived, accompanied by a deputy director who reprimanded the two officials. Jiang Ma continued her account, somewhat disorganized. That young woman even instructed them to properly clean the business license and hang it back up. She assisted them in organizing the garments, all the while asserting that the state provided them with these uniforms not for them to misuse their authority, but to honor their positions. She even referred to me as Auntie. Jiang Che could surmise the identity of the kind-hearted individual Jiang Ma spoke of. It was unlikely her benevolence would extend so far. Then she pulled those two aside and asked a few questions before dashing out with great ferocity. From the outside, she dragged out a man in his 40s or 50s, pointing and cursing at him, accusing him of being insidious. She proclaimed, "Do you truly believe you have the upper hand? A person truly in control would never stoop to such petty tricks." Initially, the man resisted, but my aunt and I, fearing for the girl's safety, were about to intervene when another person whispered something in his ear, causing him to silence himself in fear. At this point, Jiang Che felt he could ascertain the identity of the girl, Teacher Su from our society. "Just as I thought I might trouble you this time." After Jiang Ma described her appearance, it largely matched, yet one detail was inconsistent. Why was her hair short? "Jintu, you're finally back. Didn't you say you were helping at home? I've been wandering around here waiting for you." A voice called out. Turning around, Jiang Che saw Su Chu. Her hair slightly curled at the ends, playfully styled in a bob, standing at the shop's entrance alongside a girl he didn't recognize. "What do you think? Is my new hairstyle pretty?" Su Chu said with a beaming smile, adding, "Jintu, let me tell you, I am not one to do good deeds without recognition. You owe me a significant favor this time." Chapter 54. The Truth of Status. Jintu is my nickname at school. Jiang Che turned and smiled while explaining to his mother, "Mom, this is Teacher Su from our school." "Oh, Teacher Su, thank you. We are fortunate to have you here today." Jiang Ma and the second aunt quickly expressed their gratitude, feeling an added joy at having made a connection with the teacher. "My son, Che, is indeed flourishing." Su Chu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Auntie, no need for formality. I am friends with Jintu, both a teacher and a friend." In truth, when Jiang Che was absent earlier, although she had assisted, she hadn't spoken much to Jiang Ma. Out of habit, Su Chu was exceedingly wary that any conversation would lead to Auntie bursting into tears and rambling. Jiang Ma and the second aunt didn't grasp what both a teacher and a friend meant, but knowing that the other was part of their circle was sufficient for their happiness. From Jiang Che's perspective, since Teacher Su claimed he owed her a favor, it was only fitting to repay it. He turned to his mother and said, "Mom, you should hurry to the market now and prepare a few of your signature home-cooked dishes for lunch. Let us invite Teacher Su over to express our gratitude properly." "All right." Jiang Ma nodded, but then looked at the small table in their shop with a hint of concern, wondering if it might seem too shabby. "Don't worry. Teacher Su won't mind. Moreover, inviting her over for a meal at home is far more sincere when it comes to expressing gratitude." Jiang Che reassured her with a smile. Just as Jiang Ma left, Su Chu playfully kicked Jiang Che, remarking, "You're so serious about being frugal. It's quite a burden on you." The second aunt, unfamiliar with such a demeanor from teachers, felt a bit perplexed but refrained from intervening, choosing instead to focus on her shop. Recently, they had been struggling financially, but my mother's cooking was indeed exceptional. Su Chu's companion was her cousin, Su Han, though she provided no further details. Three individuals engaged in a game of do di zhu at the store, but Su Han lacked enthusiasm. No matter how favorable the cards, she refrained from claiming the landlord position, even remaining silent when a bomb was played. Su Chu found it challenging to maintain her excitement alone, leading to the game's premature conclusion. With an unwavering demeanor, Jiang Che turned to Su Chu and remarked, "We lack sufficient players at the moment. When we have a larger group next time, I shall introduce you to a fascinating game." "What game?" she inquired. "Werewolf," he replied. Su Chu's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she nodded. "By the way, Do you truly intend to thank me with just one meal? Jiang Che retorted. How about 2 meals then? Consequently, he received a playful kick. Aunt Air had already resolved to cease watching. She understood that it was customary for teachers to reprimand students. But this seemed an unusual form of discipline. Wasn't he banter the intended approach? After all, she was Che Air's instructor. Such a notion was rather unsettling. On a serious note, regarding Director He, I believe Jiang Che feels it is necessary to express his gratitude. If it's merely a matter of thanks, that's unnecessary. If it's about wanting to meet him, knowing me should suffice. Uncle He had previously served as my father's secretary for 2 years. This marked Su Chu's first instance of willingly disclosing her background. Seemingly unwilling to delve further into the topic, she deftly shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, what have you been busy with recently? You've been taking quite a few leaves. Jiang Che lowered his voice, responding, engaging in a small business venture. You'll find out in a couple of days. Su Chu chimed in, why not involve me? I frequently tell you how dull it is. Jiang Che replied, I want to bring you into this small business. I'll seek you out when I'm capable of pursuing something more substantial. I lack both the funds and the willingness to exert significant effort. The phrase great effort yields miraculous results flashed through Jiang Che's mind, prompting him to smile and say, all right. The unspoken understanding between intelligent individuals often remains subtle. Subsequently, it was Su-Han who seemingly nonchalantly inquired about some specifics regarding Jiang Che, particularly focusing on his family background, which she could easily discern. Jiang Che answered truthfully. On their return journey after lunch, Su-Han appeared somewhat troubled. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain herself and pulled Su Chu aside, asking, when did you start holding him in such high regard? Su Chu smiled, responding, don't you find it intriguing to have such a friend? I relish watching him display his cleverness in front of you, as if he is afraid you might not notice. Su-Han scoffed, friend. Do you not think that before he sought friendship with you, he had already surmised that your background was exceptional? It is advisable to maintain distance from rural men who seek to climb the social ladder by clinging to women. At that time, the term Phoenix Man did not yet exist. Otherwise, Su-Han would have branded Jiang Che with that label. I am not that naive, nor is he, she asserted. What does that imply? It implies that I am aware he knows I am aware. Yet is there an issue? Is it not a skill of his to transform this circumstance into a normal friendship, allowing for mutual assistance among friends without awkwardness or discomfort? Su-Han hesitated momentarily as a car passed, causing her to step back while covering her nose. Su Chu continued to smile, stating, in the assistance I provided today, did you observe any trace of apprehension in him? Did he exhibit any insincerity in his desire to meet the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Moreover, dear sister, do you recall the expressions you wore while playing cards earlier and the condescending inquiries that followed? Not to mention your disdain during our meal, when you refused to even touch the chopsticks. Did you notice any subtle shifts in his demeanor? To speak candidly, with such a youthfulness, you would scarcely find a few in the provincial committee courtyard who could rival his appearance. Surely, you aren't harboring feelings for him, are you? Su-Han, feeling a surge of irritation, primarily concerned for her cousin, retorted with a hint of sarcasm, you must consider carefully. For you will find yourself dining daily with a rural matron at a small table. Ah, but my aunt's cooking is exquisite, and she shares my interests. Believing that the most crucial aspect of life is beauty. Did you not hear her speak of ideals? Oh, wishes indeed. My wish is for my grandchildren to be admired as the most beautiful. Upon hearing Su Chu's words, Su-Han felt a pang of alarm, acutely aware of Su Chu's capricious nature. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that she had developed any genuine affection. Su Chu added, it's not that I am enamored. Rather, I simply wish to avoid entanglements that would harm both myself and others. With a slight droop of her head, Su Chu expressed her discontent, lamenting, if I were to find someone from a humble background, not only would it bring forth no significant outcomes, but as long as he possesses a modicum of dignity, we would merely end up in a cycle of mutual torment. Affection alone is insufficient to counter the weight of reality. Her rare seriousness reassured Su-Han, who nodded in agreement, affirming the notion of social compatibility. Stretching languidly, Su Chu mused, indeed. Whoever I seek must be capable of effortlessly purchasing a villa in the harbor city and shielding me from any trouble I may cause. Otherwise, he would be ill-equipped to withstand the loss of his modest assets. As the conversation progressed, Su-Han's mood lifted, and she jested, what about that, mister? You from Su Province? Surely he fits your criteria? You mean the fathead fish? What a foolish name. He was merely plump as a child, Su-Han chuckled, realizing she was the only one bold enough to call him that. Alas, Su-Chu sighed, it's simply one T-do. We are far too familiar. We played together as children, and I have always regarded him as a brother. Now, every time I hear your advice, I am compelled to think, brother, we cannot pursue this. It is simply wrong. She performed an exaggerated imitation of her thoughts as they walked. Su-Han watched, bemused. Chapter 55, The Small and the Great in Truth. Had Deputy Factory Director Jiang Che dealt with the shop's troubles himself, he would not have reacted so vehemently, at least, not at this moment, as he would have opted for a more tempered approach. In this era, a particular trend has emerged where factory leaders deliberately undermine state-owned enterprises, devaluing them, only to buy them at a fraction of their worth, transforming them into private assets. Subsequently, whether through division, liquidation, or continued operation, even merely occupying a piece of land, such actions can lead to immense wealth. Jiang Che could bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to confront him, reaping the rewards before applying pressure. However, the situation had already escalated, with Su-Chu asserting her dominance, publicly confronting him without restraint. She cannot help but be assertive, for it has become her habit. Her long-standing psychological perception is firmly rooted in this belief. Much like an elephant that does not consider the potential retaliation from a gecko. This has led to two outcomes. First, the deputy factory manager is now reluctant to act rashly. Second, he harbors an intense hatred towards the Jiang family, which may extend to Tang Yu as well. However, the reality is that the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Che, remains rather vulnerable. And the bond between him and Su-Chu is not sufficiently strong to instill a fear of repercussions. On the surface, it merely appears as a teacher defending a student. Consequently, Jiang Che now worries that the other party might resort to desperate measures, perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics. Society currently exists in a relatively chaotic state, where igniting a fire by finding a few individuals to act maliciously, followed by a lack of evidence, is a scenario that may very well unfold. Why is the cooldown for the major moves still not over? Prolonged absence diminishes one's deterrent power, my friend. Anxious about Tang Yu, Jiang Che finds himself nostalgically recalling the formidable presence of comrade Tang Lianzhao, although he is uncertain whether his return would involve a confrontation with him. Not long after lunch, Zhang's father and second uncle returned from outside, now burdened with an additional responsibility, having set up a stall at the wholesale market selling boxed meals, which yields a daily income surpassing that of the clothing store. Jiang Che avoided his mother and second aunt, sharing the events of the morning and his concerns with his father and second uncle. After a while, they returned from a smoke break, patting Jiang Che on the shoulder, reassuring him, avoid trouble when there is none, and when trouble arises, do not fear it. Rest assured, since it's not an official matter. If some unscrupulous tactics come into play, your second uncle and I can handle it. From now on, we'll sleep at the store at night, while your mother and second aunt can stay at the rental. Such a steady tone, imbued with a hint of authority, was an unfamiliar side of his father to Jiang Che. Just as he was perplexed, his second uncle, with a simple expression, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, saying, "These city kids think they play tough, oblivious to the ferocity we exhibited in our youth." Two villages fought over the mountains and forests, axes flying and dynamite exchanged. And your father and I, as brothers, could guard a single passage. Your father was the leader of our village at the age of 19. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, trying to process this revelation, comforting himself with the notion that perhaps many individuals have had extraordinary experiences, possessing another side to them. Merely suppressed by the weight of life. Given a different path, they would be entirely transformed. Moreover, his father and second uncle had recently ventured out, broadening their horizons. However, Jiang Che expressed, "Rest assured, we will exercise discretion." His father interrupted him. Unable to fully relax, Jiang Che sat at the entrance, contemplating for a moment, and then glanced up at the top floor of the two Su-style buildings, a vantage point suitable for mounting a machine gun. From there, one could see Tang Yu's home below and the storefront above. He resolved to seek out two individuals to stand guard for a while. These individuals should be trustworthy, preferably unfamiliar faces, as long as they could assist in keeping watch at night. If trouble arose, they must be brave enough to come forth and raise the alarm. Enlisting Zheng Xi and Feng, Jiang Che made his way once more to the train station, a hub bustling with unfamiliar faces, many still seeking employment, lingering in anticipation of potential employers. Entering the small square through a side entrance, he passed by the exit, where the crowd was dense. Jiang Che cast a casual glance and spotted a gaunt figure struggling against the tide of passengers, a bag slung over each shoulder. His unsteady gait betraying the weight he carried. This train had originated from Guangdong province, and like him, many others were laden with goods. Small-time vendors hauling their merchandise to sell. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Che felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming urge to rush over and embrace the man. Why are you still peddling odds and ends, brother? Come on, let us dive into e-commerce. Have you heard of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves? Oh, and I'll treat you to meals every single day. This was the year when Teacher Ma was still running a translation agency in Linzhou, barely scraping by. Forced to shuttle between Yiwu and Guangdong to buy and resell goods just to keep his business afloat. Same city, same dream. I've been meaning to find you all this time. Don't worry about money. If I don't have it now, I will in a month or so. At the station exit, Teacher Ma finally emerged, drenched in sweat. What's wrong? Zheng Xinfeng nudged Jiang Che from behind, noticing his dazed expression. Ran into someone familiar, someone you'd recognize too. Well, you will in the future, at least. Though he doesn't know us yet. Zheng perked up. Who? A girl? Let us go say hi. No, let us go quick. Jiang Che grabbed Zheng's arm and broke into a jog. What's the deal? If he is familiar, why run? I know him well, but he doesn't know me. Then how is that familiar? You're being weird, and why run? Why run? Because in that instant, Jiang Che feared his own butterfly effect might derail Ma's trajectory. It was only 1992. Personal computers hadn't even become mainstream yet. Alibaba wasn't just an initial idea. It was a series of choices, one after another, a slow accumulation of vision. If Jiang Che invested in him now, Ma might spend his whole life running that translation agency. Teaching him wouldn't help. He needed the experience himself. So the right move was to wait. Then step into the role of that certain someone's surnamed son when the time came. To do that, Jiang Che needed to strengthen himself first, leaving Teacher Ma behind. Near the ticket hall's railing, Jiang Che spotted a bustling stall selling small electronics, a business he'd once considered but never pursued. Lately, he'd been thinking of buying a new radio, so he nudged Zheng and approached. Picking up a radio, he asked, how much? 40. You're in a hurry. So I won't haggle. But tape players are the trend now. Get one of those instead. More impressive. The vendor, a young man in his early 20s, didn't even look up as he rearranged his wares. Jiang Che weighed the radio in his hand, then frowned. The heft felt off. Opening the battery compartment, he inspected the metal plates and wiring before smiling. Buddy, this doesn't seem quite right. The vendor scanned the surroundings, then shot Jiang Che a sidelong glance. You know your stuff? Then put it down. Don't make trouble. No trouble. Got the real deal? Jiang Che fished out one of Zheng's cigarettes and offered it. Selling the real thing here? Only fools do that. The vendor accepted the smoke, lit it, and his demeanor softened. Looking for business opportunities? Jiang Che nodded. Every trade has its own path. Sorry, can't point you the way. It matters not. There is no ground left to tread upon here. Jiang Che gestured slightly, expressing curiosity, asking whether one would not fear being sought after. As for that radio I just glimpsed, its lifespan would scarcely exceed half a month. The other party took a drag from his cigarette, chuckling lightly, and inquired, pointing towards the train station's grand entrance. Where is this? The train station, Jiang Che replied. Those who are too frugal to visit legitimate stores yet wish to showcase a few items upon their return home. Who might they be? Just a bunch of country bumpkins. Do you truly believe someone would make a special trip back to find me? The audacity of such unscrupulous business practices continues to proliferate, showcasing its own kind of brilliance. As Jiang Che contemplated this, Zheng Xinfeng interjected, but there is always a possibility, isn't there? Indeed, hence I also prepare for contingencies. He held the cigarette between his lips, freeing one hand to gesture behind him. I happen to have a dog to care for. You too. Hurry along to the warehouse for supplies. Are you blind? Two boys, around 17, stood up, their attires somewhat tattered, lacking in stature and strength. Zheng Xinfeng chuckled. Just them? Shall I give it a try? The stall owner, with a hint of derision, interrupted, provocatively stating, these boys have escaped from the perilous coal mines of Jin province, you know? Silent, yet capable of tearing your face apart with a single strike. Do you think it's easy to secure a position in this place? Without his need to elaborate, Jiang Che had already discerned this, particularly regarding the youth standing to his left, who scrutinized him with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly unaffected by the disparaging remark about the dog. In his eyes, Jiang Che perceived a glimpse of something he had only witnessed in the eyes of a select few in his former life, something far more formidable than mere ferocity. Suddenly, Jiang Che's mind echoed with the words of Chu Liani on that fateful New Year's Eve in Shanghai, who had proclaimed, "The times have changed, transformed into an era where reason no longer holds sway, where many shall metamorphose into dragons upon encountering the winds of fortune." The 1990s marked an era of heroes, where the potential for ordinary individuals to rise from the depths and become significant figures stood in stark contrast to the later era of entrenched wealth. The tales you have heard of beggars who, after scavenging for survival, suddenly returned home in splendor, dominating their domains, primarily unfolded between the latter half of the 1980s and the early to mid-1990s. Should heaven grant me an opportunity, why should I not extend one to others? With this thought, Jiang Che, feeling somewhat apologetic, wrapped an arm around the still defiant Jiang Xen phone and nodded subtly at the youth across from him. The stall owner assumed the words were directed at him and waved dismissively, saying, "It's of no concern. If trouble arises and you are willing to spend, feel free to seek me out." After acknowledging this, Jiang Che led Jiang Xen phone back, taking a detour. The two boys, poised to head to the warehouse, awaited at the corner. "What is your current salary?" 160 yuan a month. 300. Would you consider a different line of work? Not if it involves killing. Not killing. Chapter 56. An encounter with acquaintances. With a mere glance, the two boys understood that someone awaited them at the corner. Should anyone deem them foolish, Jiang Che would surely beg to differ. However, through certain characteristics and brief exchanges, it was evident they hailed from the coal mines of Jin province. No further information was exchanged. In this day and age, Jiang Che refrained from superficial connections, and it appeared the others would as well. Two youths, each costing 300, emerged from the shadows, one of whom, Jiang Che, had exchanged glances with the more noteworthy individual named Qin Hian, aged 18. The other, Chen Yushu, was also 18, having been born merely 2 months after Qin. If these names were genuine, Jiang Che found it hard to believe that they were mere children from obscurity, having been sent to the coal mines from a young age. The name Qin Heyuan was straightforward enough, but Chen Yushu, with its strokes and lines, implied, "There stands an upright figure." Could such a name possibly originate from families lost in ignorance? Leading them to the bus station, Jiang Che contemplated first acquiring them ordinary attire. Nothing conspicuous, the more unremarkable, the better. He mused about how Teacher Ma was still stealthily developing in the wild, and he, too, needed to hasten his own progress. Although the path of investment was uncertain, if that were to be his future, it would be prudent to establish and arrange a resource system early on, as many projects required more than mere wealth to invest in. Upon reaching the bus station, they found the 23 bus just arriving to board passengers. The bus was exceedingly crowded due to a recent influx of travelers from the train station. After a struggle, they managed to board, and as Jiang Che turned, he found himself standing next to Teacher Ma, who was guarding 2 large burlap sacks. "Hello. I apologize for the inconvenience my belongings may cause," Ma said. Jiang Che promptly replied, "Let us disembark and wait for the next one." It seemed there was no escaping him after all. Thus, the 4 of them hurriedly exited the bus, inadvertently pushing off 4 others, including a rather unfriendly-looking man in his 30s. The atmosphere turned somewhat hostile. Each side had 4 individuals, yet, judging by appearances alone, Jiang Che and his companions appeared significantly disadvantaged. "My apologies, we exited in haste. However, it was simply too cramped inside to breathe," Jiang Che calmly stated. Acknowledging that they had indeed forced the others off, the group that had been shoved aside muttered a few derisive remarks, but chose not to escalate the situation further. Conveniently, there was a labor market nearby where a throng of out-of-town girls gathered, all seeking positions as nannies. One of the boys remarked with a sly grin, while another inquired, "What is the plan?" The first lowered his voice, "Let us see if any are appealing. Hiring one could bring us some enjoyment. These girls from the mountains have seen little of the world and will only cry when faced with troubles. I know a guy who has had several such encounters." A wave of lascivious laughter ensued as the 4 of them whispered amongst themselves while crossing the street. The butterfly effect loomed in Jiang Che's mind. Had he not pushed those others off the bus, perhaps a girl traveling from afar to become a nanny would not become a victim. This weighed on his conscience. He knew he could not ignore this situation. Casting a glance at the other 3, whose uncertainty about Jiang Che's prior vulnerability lingered, he declared. "Let us go take a look." He led the way toward the labor market. It was worth noting that this labor market charged intermediary fees for job placements. Thus, the girls hoping to become nannies were not actually within its confines. Like other migrant workers awaiting employment, they squatted or stood at the periphery of the labor market, holding signs that read, "Seeking nanny." Some of them appeared relatively educated, while others had misshapen letters, perhaps copied from a model. And a few seemed to have had assistance in writing. Most of their gazes reflected simplicity, timidity, as well as dreams and anticipation. Some, bolder than the rest, dared to look at the passers-by and inquired, "Are you looking for a nanny?" Others, however, averted their eyes completely. The usually taciturn Chun raised a finger, and indeed, among the 4 individuals they had just lost sight of, 2 were standing at a corner ahead, in front of a young nanny. It seemed they understood that 4 men approaching together could be intimidating. Did they not realize that 2 men could also be daunting? As Jiang Che and his companions approached, it appeared the 2 had already reached an agreement. Unbeknownst to the unwary young nanny, who seemed oblivious to the unsavory demeanor of the 2 men, she cheerfully squatted down to lift a large blue backpack and grasped a smaller bundle, seemingly ready to follow them. As she stood up, her hair fell across her face, and when she tossed it back, it revealed a strikingly youthful girl, perhaps 17 or 18, exuding an essence as clear as mountain spring water. However, having recently grown accustomed to the beauty of factory girls, it was unlikely that another pretty face would elicit an exclamation from Jiang Che. "Boss lady." The girl before him was unmistakably a newcomer to the metropolis, preparing to work as a nanny. She was the first familiar face Jiang Che encountered since his rebirth, someone he had only recognized after returning from South Guan province. She had been the proprietress of an advertising firm where Jiang Che worked for 2 years before venturing out on his own. Her name was Lu Shaoqing, who had ascended to her position through daring audacity and strength, and she was often the subject of rumors and gossip. Nevertheless, she had cared for Jiang Che, even supporting him by introducing several clients when he decided to establish his own business. Later, she took the owner's money and the advertising company, selling it before departing abroad. In a previous life, Lu Shaoqing had humorously confided in Jiang Che, "I emerged from a poor mountain valley. I even worked as a nanny once." It turned out to be true. How she transformed from an innocent young nanny into a mistress, employing cunning and strategy to rise to power and seize wealth, was irrelevant now. What mattered was rescuing her. "Excuse me, I am also seeking a nanny. May I ask if you have agreed on a price?" Jiang Che stepped forward, placing himself between the young nanny and the 2 men. 120 a month, including food and lodging, just to care for 1 elderly person, Lu Shaoqing explained from behind. "Oh, but that price seems rather low, doesn't it?" Jiang Che remarked, continuing to obstruct their path. Meanwhile, Zheng Xinfeng produced his student ID and quietly informed Lu Shaoqing, "Those 2 are not good people. Look, we are vocational school students, and they were just discussing something over there." He recounted to her the conversation he overheard at the bus station. Lu Shaoqing, her face a mask of panic, concealed herself behind Zheng Xinfeng and the others, rising on her toes to exclaim, "I will not go with you." Having just exchanged glances, they were all too aware of each other's circumstances. The 2, filled with reluctance, cast a glance at Lu Shaoqing and then at the distant guard booth. Ultimately, surrendering their intentions, they turned their focus to Jiang Che, lowering their voices in a menacing tone, "You're courting death. Just wait. Don't come out." As they departed, Lu Shaoqing's eyes remained brimming with terror and tears as she gazed at Jiang Che, stammering her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Do you really need a nanny to take back?" Jiang Che hesitated for a mere moment before producing 200, then adding 300, totaling 500 yuan, which he pressed into her hands. "We are still students. No need for a nanny. This amount should suffice for your living expenses for a while, so do not rush. Remember, if you truly wish to become a nanny, seek the labor market. The employers should be couples or children accompanied by their mothers. A solitary individual, even if an elderly man, is not suitable. Your beauty is too striking, do you understand?" Overwhelmed by such a substantial sum and flattered by the compliment, Lu Shaoqing, who was encountering society for the first time, was utterly bewildered. All she could do was nod vigorously with tear-filled eyes, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Jiang Che advised her to seek companionship, lay low for a few days, and switch labor markets, urging her not to leave the guard booth easily and to report anything suspicious, stressing that safety must always come first. With tears streaming down her face, She nodded emphatically, whispering a silent farewell to her benefactor as Jiang Che and his companions departed. Along the way, Zheng Xinfeng could not contain his loud lamentations. I thought you had taken a liking to her. You're being too generous. 500. What's your situation? At a crossroads, four figures suddenly emerged. You've ruined my plans. You really dare to show yourselves. One shouted. Today, I will make you suffer. Jiang Che and Zheng Xinfeng began searching for bricks, while Qin Heiyuan and Chen Yushu took a step forward. It's fine. We can handle this, they stated. The two did not adopt any formal stance, merely bending slightly, their shoulders slumping, hands loosely clasped at their chests, silently awaiting the oncoming threat. The first assailant lunged at Qin Heiyuan. He stepped forward swiftly, almost crashing into the adversary's embrace, raising his left arm to block the opponent's right fist while simultaneously driving his knee into their abdomen. In a heartbeat, the assailant crumbled, convulsing and unable to rise. Jiang Che noted that as Qin Heiyuan raised his knee, his right elbow was initially aimed directly at the opponent's throat, but he ultimately restrained himself at the last moment. On the other side, Chen Yushu's approach was far more direct. As the opponent closed in, he surged forward even quicker. His left arm shot out, ensnaring the adversary's neck and forcefully slamming them to the ground. In the same fleeting second, Jiang Che observed that as the opponent fell backward, Chen Yushu's right knee was poised to kneel while his left knee remained upright beneath the adversary. He too had held back, otherwise, the opponent's spine would have collided with his knee. What a fortunate turn of events. The remaining two no longer posed a threat. As they journeyed onward, Zheng Xinfeng was filled with excitement, incessantly inquiring whether Qin Heiyuan and Chen Yushu possessed any martial arts skills, expressing a desire to become their apprentice. Qin Heiyuan patiently reiterated multiple times that he did not, having merely heard of it without ever witnessing it. Unconvinced, he turned to Chen Yushu for confirmation. Eventually, the seldom-speaking Chen Yushu could no longer contain himself and replied, I truly cannot. Zheng Xinfeng pressed on. Then how are you both so formidable? Chen Yushu explained. In our previous environment, even the mere act of securing a meal required one to speak with their fists. Moreover, we both aspired to survive. Chapter 57. The 2-8 Big Lever. Accompanied by Qin Heiyuan, Chen Yushu procured new garments and rented a room in the machine gun tower. They informed Zhang's shop and outlined the location of Tang Yu's home, arranging for the two of them to take shifts during the night. This arrangement was necessary not only for the upcoming days, but particularly for ensuring Jiang Che was safeguarded until Tang Lian returned. Such tasks posed no challenge whatsoever for Qin Heiyuan and Chen Yushu. After Jiang Che had spent a restless day and night by their side, he was reassured when Qin Heiyuan approached him with a smile, placing both his and Chen Yushu's identification cards before him, saying, You may rest easy. The following 2 days unfolded smoothly, with the progress of crafting the decorative chains and woven bracelets aligning perfectly with Jiang Che's plans. The shop remained peaceful, while occasionally, individuals from Tang Yu's vicinity would cast curious glances, likely intrigued by the gathering of laid-off female workers, rather than harboring any ill intentions. Additionally, Xie Yufan had been residing in Tang Yu's home, occupying Tang Lian's room. In contrast, Qi Suyun found it challenging to emulate this, as her relationship with her fiancé was still in its nascent stages, making it difficult for her to maintain her daily work schedule. One morning, as Jiang Che strolled into the courtyard, he noticed 4 freshly cleaned empty cans upside down on the windowsill, which had not been present the previous day. At this rate, I fear I may gain weight, he muttered to himself as he approached to confirm his observation. Stealthily, Tang Yu approached from behind, playfully tugging at Jiang Che's shirt with her thumb and index finger, akin to snapping a rubber band. Upon his turning around, she earnestly clarified, Who are you saying will gain weight? It wasn't just me eating, we shared last night's overtime meal with everyone. At that moment, he was not inclined to hear any explanations. He simply wished to retort playfully. No worries. I'll buy more later, he replied with a smile. Tang Yu hesitated before accepting his offer with a smile, nodding in agreement. Young women often display such tendencies, at 22 and yet untouched by romance. Any inadvertent dissatisfaction could elicit her little tempests, while a sudden act of kindness could return her demeanor to one of gentleness. Since their conversation on the bus, Jiang Che had experienced several emotional ups and downs over the past few days, leaving him perplexed, while Tang Yu too felt the weight of her own emotions, though she had yet to delve into specifics. Come, sit here. Tang Yu seemed prepared, as she had placed a small chair in the corner of the courtyard. Once seated, she called for Xie Yufan, adjusted her attire, and the two began to hum a rhythm, performing a dance before him. Incorporating the backbends and spins Jiang Che had previously requested, everything one could expect was present. What do you think? Standing still, Tang Yu asked with a hint of concern, and added, Yufei and I will only have time to practice once everyone disperses. In truth, there was no need for such strenuous efforts. Jiang Che intended to convey that the expectations were not particularly high. It wasn't a competition, after all, and one could afford to be more casual. However, Tang Yu and Xie Yufei interpreted it differently, both chiming in. So, that means it's not good, right? Very good, exceedingly good, Jiang Che responded with unwavering certainty. How could it not be good? Reflecting on the days spent among the crowds by the street, it was indeed gratifying to think that one day, the factory flower girl would exert herself to dance solely for his enjoyment. Even if you performed an amateur dance, it would still be delightful. A classic case of over-explaining. And he realized once again he had misspoken, needing to clarify for an extended period. Jiang Che harbored deep suspicions that the factory flower girl had been experiencing a surge of emotions during those few days each month. After finally clearing up the confusion, Xie Yufei returned to her work inside, while Tang Yu lingered and asked, Have you arranged everything? It's really not just me, right? I'm still a bit apprehensive. There's nothing to fear. It's merely something that others do weekly. You're not alone in this, Jiang Che reassured her with a smile. The only thing left is to find someone to borrow a car that won't be stopped by the traffic police. That should be manageable. A car? A sedan? Tang Yu's eyes reflected confusion, evidently seeking confirmation of her understanding, for the traffic police would certainly not stop a bicycle, but a sedan felt rather distant. At that time, the wealth and status represented by a car were incomparable to the era of household vehicle proliferation that followed. In other words, driving a Santana back then was as impressive as cruising in a Lamborghini in the 2010s. Jiang Che silently mused that this matter would likely trouble Sister Sue again, nodding. Yes, I'll be sure to pick you and Yufei up. Otherwise, you'll exhaust yourselves running back and forth. Tang Yu was taken aback. You can drive? Jiang Che muttered in response to her question, an experienced driver on the road. If I drive, I'll frighten you. Then don't drive, and don't borrow any. Tang Yu exclaimed in a bit of a panic. I don't want to be scared to death. I'd rather have Yufei take me. She rides her bike regularly. The factory flower girl pointed to a sturdy bicycle quietly resting against the wall under the eaves. Xie Yufei, petite in stature, exuded the vibe of a fiery little red pepper. It was amusing to think that such a small girl could manage such a large bike. Her toes barely reached the ground, and she too would find it quite exhausting. Jiang Che took the key, rode around for a bit, and returned, saying, How about this? I'll take you. I need to keep up anyway. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. But what about Yufei? I'll have my roommate take her. He has a car. Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. This year marked 4 years until the release of Sweet Honey, in which Li Ming rode a sturdy bicycle through the streets with Zhang Manyu. However, the eponymous song by Teresa Tung had already been a sensation on the mainland for quite some time, transitioning from a tune once scorned and secretly listened to one that could be played openly in the streets, remaining timelessly popular. On Saturday afternoon, Yi Qiongxin held the necklace that Jiang Che had casually gifted her earlier that day. Her emotions were somewhat tumultuous, although he seemed to present it nonchalantly, claiming it was merely a favor and suggesting she wear it to the weekend dance. She couldn't help but wonder if he harbored intentions of rekindling their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, she considered whether to persuade him to study abroad together. However, that notion felt unrealistic. The distance alone posed an insurmountable barrier. Even if Jiang Che could return to Linzhou in a year or two, the passage of time might erode their bond, leading to marriage and children, further entrenching her in a life she might not desire. In her haste, she had left without fully absorbing their conversation, merely accepting the gift and departing. Yi Qiongxin resolved to seek an opportunity to clarify her feelings with Jiang Che in the future. The dormitory door was ajar, and as she pushed it open, she spotted Su Chu adorned with several necklaces, one of which mirrored the one she concealed behind her back. Su Chu also sported a pair of couples woven bracelets, one on each wrist. Initially, Yi Qiongxin had intended to gift just one necklace, but Su Chu, with her assertive demeanor, had demanded more than that, leaving Jiang Che with little choice. Xiao Yi, which one do you think I should wear tonight? Su Chu inquired, her excitement palpable. I've heard that the elusive factory flower girl might make an appearance at the dance. I can't let this opportunity slip by without making an impression. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, along with Zheng Xinfeng and Old Wu, was traversing various schools, cultural centers, and dance venues, delivering accessories to the local belles. Old Wu had taken the initiative, eagerly engaging in conversation and distributing gifts. What had prompted his sudden enthusiasm? After nearly 3 years, had he developed an insatiable thirst for connection? Zheng Xinfeng muttered to Jiang Che in curiosity. Jiang Che nodded, acknowledging the almost redemptive nature of Old Wu's behavior. Fortunately, his presence alleviated Jiang Che from having to rely solely on his own charm. As night fell, the era's lack of entertainment was enlivened by the popular weekend dances. Contrary to the vivid depictions found in novels where all eyes were fixated on a single performer, the reality was far more mundane. However, when Tang Yu and Xie Yufan entered the open dance hall of a nearby school, the seemingly casual glances and hushed whispers of admiration were unrelenting. The attention from the boys was of little consequence. It was the innate perceptiveness of the girls towards adornment that Jiang Che sought to influence. Previously, he had witnessed Tang Yu in her factory uniform, but seeing her dressed so elegantly for the first time was a revelation. That dress and outfit are quite stunning. I've seen them at the store on Yan'an Road, one girl remarked. But have you seen the necklace she's wearing? It's absolutely exquisite. I've never seen one like it before. Where can one purchase such a piece? Do you know? Even if it can be found, it must be prohibitively expensive. Another responded, glancing at the necklace with admiration. Chapter 58. On the bicycle's rear seat at this juncture, dance halls were proliferating, with disco and other dance styles gaining momentum, the rhythms becoming increasingly rapid and intense. Yet, within schools, factories, and government departments, the gentler, more leisurely Western-style ballroom dances remained the dominant trend, enjoying enduring popularity. The sound of music wafted through the air, accompanied by the dim light filtering through the window. In the alley behind the cafeteria of a neighboring school, 2 bicycles leaned against the raised sections of a concrete wall, with Jiang Che and Zheng Xianfeng perched on the back seat, reluctant to disembark. The air was thick with the stench of stagnant water as Zheng Xianfeng lit a cigarette, offering one to Jiang Che, who accepted it and sparked it to life. Why don't you go inside? Zheng Xianfeng inquired. What for? To become the public enemy? To be the target of everyone's ire, hated by all? Jiang Che replied with a smile, secretly contemplating that this might actually benefit Tang Yu, as it could diminish the spread of rumors and focus the public's attention. I'll go in to stir up animosity. The men will resent me, and the women will despise her, he added shamelessly. Zheng Xianfeng scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. With your looks, you're hardly in the same league as our factory S-Belle, are you? That's something I've always kept hidden, Jiang Che coughed lightly. And Zheng Xianfeng, stifling a cough that brought tears to his eyes, chose to change the subject, his expression turning serious. Do you think anything might go awry in there? Aren't you worried? No need for concern. Qin Heyuan and Chen Yushu have already entered and found a corner to sit in. Moreover, Tang's influence still looms large in these schools, Jiang Che replied, gesturing with his fingers as he spoke. Besides, in a school dance, most of the younger boys are merely excited and bashful. What can they really do? It's not like those chaotic dance halls in society, where all sorts mix together. He had deliberately chosen a dance venue that was either a school, a factory, or a cultural palace, primarily for this reason. As Jiang Che elaborated, Zheng Xianfeng suddenly wore a lewd and mysterious grin, leaning closer to whisper, Hey, have you heard of the blacklight dance halls? They're also known as touchy-feely places. Jiang Che, clearly aware of them, responded in surprise. Have they actually opened up now? What do you mean by opened up? When do you think would be an appropriate time? Zheng Xianfeng flicked away the cigarette, but, lighting another as he said, I just heard about it. Apparently, there's one over by the bridge. By the way, I'm not planning to go there. Just mentioning it, he quickly clarified, waving his hands in dismissal. In any case, after their last collective outing to the cinema, where they witnessed the incident involving the voluptuous owner being assaulted, the minds of the kids in room 407 had taken a rather twisted turn, and their daily conversations had become somewhat warped. This was, in fact, a normal phenomenon. Before the advent of the internet era, most boys experienced a phase of awakening, transitioning from ignorance to an explosive realization. Jiang Che pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a thought, looking up to say, if you have a chance, casually bring up the topic of the blacklight dance halls with Old Wu. Why ask that? I think Old Wu has been acting a bit off lately. His fervor for pursuing girls has reached an excessive level, almost like a life and death battle. Jiang Che paused, lowering his voice to continue. Upon reflection, I suspect his recent behavior might stem from being startled. After all, he hadn't even touched a girl's hand for 19 years, and that day in the cinema was the first time he touched a boy. Perhaps he didn't realize the gravity of it at the time, but later, he might have panicked. So, he's in a rush to find a girl for good luck? Zheng Xin Feng mused. In other words, you mean to suggest he should seek some balance? The neutral tone was acceptable, and Jiang Che nodded heavily, acknowledging the unsettling nature of the situation. Both individuals shivered involuntarily, as Zheng Xinfeng exhaled a long plume of smoke. Remarking, "Indeed, let us see when we can accompany him." He then inquired, "By the way, do you think the police will come after this?" To which the reply was, "I cannot say." Dressed in a deep blue long skirt with a white shirt cinched at the waist, Tang Yu's already tall figure appeared even more elongated and slender, embodying the golden ratio, and this was without the aid of high heels. Her wrist adorned with a woven bracelet of red cord and beads, while a simple yet elegantly embellished necklace drew attention against her white shirt illuminated by the light. In a future where such accessories might seem commonplace, in an era marked by youthful fervor that had seen the likes of military caps, trench coats, and later, frog-eye glasses, sneakers, and denim jackets being pilfered, this piece was both rare and coveted. Her long hair was tied up, accentuating the necklace further. Although she initially styled it meticulously, Jiang Che suggested that a few strands cascading down would be more enchanting, and she acquiesced to his whims. Why was she so willing to be deceived by him? As she prepared herself with single-minded intent, it was only upon stepping into the dance hall that a wave of regret and anxiety washed over her. Gripping Xie Yufan tightly, she whispered, "You come here often, so why are you so nervous? Are you trembling?" "I do come often, but I've never had so many eyes on me," Xie Yufan complained with a grimace. "Dancing is a commonplace affair, yet with you here, it feels entirely different. That con man should have escorted you in himself." "Absolutely not. Let us talk of something else, or I'll panic." The dance floor was alive with a line dance, yet Tang Yu and Xie Yufan chose to sit down instead. "Let us discuss something else," Xie Yufan pondered. "When you were in the car, did you wrap your arms around him?" Tang Yu shook her head. "I did not." "Did you?" "I certainly did not. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. The car was swaying so much that I thought it might be better if I drove instead. I didn't dare to utter a word, let alone touch him. I feared it might lead to an accident. Who would have thought a vocational student could be so timid?" "Indeed, yet that con man seems utterly unfazed." "Exactly. Otherwise he wouldn't be such a grand deceiver. I've said it before, it's only a matter of time." "Ah, here we go again. Let us change the subject." I'm thinking. Xie Yufan tilted her head and then asked, "By the way, why did you sleep with Sister Su Yun that day, only to declare you'd never do so again? It's not as if you hadn't shared a bed before." Tang Yu hesitated and leaned closer to Xie Yufan, whispering, "She kept burrowing into my arms while asleep, and she almost kissed me." Xie Yufan erupted into laughter, reminiscent of a tractor starting up. "Hello, are you Tang Yu?" A voice called from behind, belonging to a girl who wore a friendly demeanor. Tang Yu turned around, smiling and nodding yes. "I've never seen you here before. I was too busy with work previously. By the way, where did you get that necklace? It looks quite expensive, doesn't it?" It appears that the swindler possesses a certain level of skill. Upon hearing the other party express interest in the decorative clothing chain, Tang Yu's heart leapt with joy. She hastily lifted the pendant from her chest and said, "It's not expensive. It's merely a crafted piece of imitation." At that moment, if she were to follow Jiang Che's advice, she would have posed a counter-question. "May I inquire if your hairpin and headband are genuine or not?" However, Tang Yu found herself unable to articulate such a response. Instead, she explained, "This isn't actually a necklace. It is called a decorative clothing chain. I've heard it has recently become popular in Guangdong province. It is meant to complement outfits, much like our hairpins and headbands. It is merely an accessory, devoid of any authenticity." Her smile radiated warmth and her explanation was gentle, easily resonating with the other party. After a moment of hesitation, they inquired, "Can it be purchased in Lenzhou? How much does it cost?" "Yes, I bought this one at a nearby stall for 10 yuan, she replied. "Only 10 yuan. Did you hear that? Just 10 yuan, akin to a hairpin, regardless of its authenticity." This expression of only 10 yuan was relative to their previous assumptions. At this point, her words were no longer directed solely at Tang Yu, but were excitedly shared with her circle of classmates and friends. As the music shifted, many couples began to leave the stage. Xie Yufan, with a serious expression, patted Tang Yu and said, "It's time to go." Tang Yu clenched her teeth, nodded, and followed along. Amidst the music, her hair and long dress gently swayed with each turn, capturing the attention of the young boys below, who nervously clenched their fists, urging themselves, should we take the risk of being mercilessly beaten by Tang De Zhao and attempt to invite her to dance? Meanwhile, the girls remained focused on Tang Yu's attire, with an increasing number noticing the decorative clothing chain that shimmered or swayed lightly in the motion, as well as the red bracelet adorning her wrist. Having something others do not brings pride, while lacking what others possess renders one outdated. This mentality has persisted through the ages, from the era of cap snatching to wearing sunglasses and denim jackets, and even 20 years later, when selling one's body or kidney to acquire the latest trends remains prevalent. The inquiries made by the earlier female student were now circulating, and two prominent figures from the school appeared, each sporting a different style of decorative clothing chain. Do any of our classmates have them? Familiar classmates immediately approached to inquire. The responses mirrored Tang Yu's earlier words, but they, being the original version as relayed by Jiang Che, were more assertive and provocative, revealing varied prices for different styles of decorative clothing chains. Where did you purchase yours? Just not far from the school gate. They even included a small gift with the decorative clothing chain. This was precisely the effect Jiang Che aimed for, a sort of low-key hype. Interest began to escalate. Hey, did she just wrap her arms around your waist? Two lonely boys in the alley continued their banter, with Zheng Xian Feng asking. Jiang Che shook his head. No? Did Xie Yufan hug you? No. I pretended to be nervous, shaking the handlebars vigorously, stopping abruptly now and then, and she didn't touch me at all. It's all a lie. They say that's how you encounter good luck, Zheng Xian Feng lamented with a glum expression. Why don't you try it out? Jiang Che contemplated, but ultimately decided against it. After all, he felt too old for such antics. Get lost. If you lack the courage, just admit it. Zheng Xinfeng disdainfully uttered a remark, tilting his head with a tone of reflection. You should feel content now. How delightful it is, a girl in a long dress, sitting sideways on the back of your bicycle, her long hair and the hem of her skirt gently billowing in the breeze. I had just been behind you, utterly captivated by what I beheld on your rear seat, none other than Tang Yu. He mused. Remember those days we spent lounging outside the playground? When Tang Yu arrived, the young boys, who had been eagerly awaiting their chance to muster courage, only managed to perform a single dance before she retreated alongside Xie Yufan. So, what do you think? Quite ordinary, right? Jiang Che chuckled, pedaling forward to block her path, only to receive a sharp pinch on his arm upon their first encounter. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, yet Tang Yu remained anxious. They mounted the bicycle and pedaled out through the side gate, not far away, under the glow of a street lamp. Qi Siyun and her fiancé, who had come to assist, had already set up a bustling stall. Jiang Che exhaled deeply. That evening, at least 7 such stalls would be operating, as he had rallied both employees and their families to participate. His roommates were also lending a hand. With fixed pricing and quantities, any sales would yield bonuses, while shortfalls would incur penalties, leaving little room for worry. Moreover, his parents and uncle and aunt had not been summoned, not out of fear that they would be preoccupied with the stall, but rather out of a reluctance to let them know, fearing his mother would insist on saving the proceeds. Which number is your school? A gentle breeze rustled Jiang Che's jacket as Tang Yu inquired from the back seat. It's quite far back, second to last, Jiang Che replied. Well, your school? You must enter it when the time comes, she added with a smile. It sounded as though there were a pitfall lurking. Chapter 59. The pitfall of Miss Tang. By the time they departed from the 4th weekend ball, Tang Yu's emotions had largely stabilized. The worries and speculations that had plagued her mind before had not materialized at all. Just as Jiang Che had indicated, aside from her identity as Tang Yu, everything else was indeed rather mundane. Each of the 4 events followed a similar pattern, with repetitive dialogues transpiring frequently. The warmth and radiant smile of the factory's belle significantly facilitated interactions, and most individuals were quite amiable. Although she inevitably encountered a few overly self-assured female students with condescending attitudes, her psychological transformation during her time off helped her accept and let go of such encounters with relative ease. This outcome was also related to the sequence Jiang Che had arranged, as those at the front were predominantly from their school. She was no longer anxious or fearful, yet fatigue had set in. Even Xie Yufan, who was known for her enthusiasm and was said to dance all night, exclaimed her exhaustion. as being under constant scrutiny demanded more energy than usual for every movement. I can't do it anymore. The male lead is truly beyond my capabilities. At my petite stature, I can barely lift my arms to dance the male part. Sitting on the back of the bicycle, she no longer held on with her hands but rested her head against Zheng Xinfeng's back, delivering a playful punch. You better ride steadily. I've already figured it out. That spot was on his kidney, causing Zheng Xinfeng to grimace in pain. Jiang Che, cycling alongside, cheerfully encouraged her, if you hold on tonight, I'll reward you with a tape recorder. Really? Not counting the shares? Xie Yufan perked up in excitement, causing Zheng Xinfeng to glare at Jiang Che in exasperation. Jiang Che nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current situation resembles a bustling marketplace, where one stall becomes crowded almost immediately after another one draws a crowd. He is already quite confident in the sales performance. As for me, do I not receive any rewards? Behind me, Tang Yu tugged at Jiang Che's shirt with her finger, stating, I am quite exhausted as well. Yet, she did not lean in closer. Be careful not to provoke me. I might just retaliate. Jiang Che had not yet responded when someone waved from the roadside. Xiao Yu Fun, over here. It was Qi Su Yun. Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng parked the car by the side of the road, filled with a sense of concern as they inquired, what is the matter? Look! Qi Su Yun exclaimed with excitement, hurriedly opening the small square bag hanging from her chest to show everyone. Although the money might amount to around 1,000 yuan, it appeared quite substantial due to the multitude of coins carelessly gathered, making the bag look full and bulging. She zipped it shut, holding it with both hands, and vigorously shook the bag up and down. The sound of coins clinking was weighty, producing an impressive effect. I have saved up the larger bills. Altogether, it exceeds 1,000. Qi Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never experienced such a lucrative venture before. Jiang Che, recalling the last time he felt the warmth of cash, was indeed curious but found it inappropriate to ask. The three girls were utterly thrilled, hopping around the small bag. Even Zheng Xian Feng looked envious. A sum of 1,000 yuan may not be significant for Jiang Che, yet for these girls, it was noteworthy. Especially considering just a few days prior, they were in a frenzy over a few hundred yuan. It had been less than 40 minutes since Tang Yu had left the first weekend dance event. Qi Su Yun announced that all the decorative chains and bracelets at her stall with her fiancé had sold out. I wish to go back for my things. That person is waiting over there. Many students are in line. Qi Su Yun turned her gaze to Jiang Che and inquired, is that all right? I will make a record of it. Tonight appeared to be quite busy. Having interacted with Qi Su Yun recently, Jiang Che had a sense of her integrity. And as a partner, he felt assured. All right, you may go back and retrieve them, but remember to keep a proper record. Also, after you deliver the items, please have your fiancé manage the stall alone. We will handle the wages. You should return to Xiao Yu's place to supervise. I suspect other stalls may run out as well. Understood. Without further ado, Qi Su Yun nodded eagerly and quickly hopped onto the Phoenix-branded bicycle her fiancé had purchased for her. It seemed I had underestimated the current consumer capacity and the pursuit of trends. I had been overly cautious and conservative. Jiang Che had originally allocated only around 100 to 120 decorative chains and woven bracelets for each stall, with an intended sales period of 5 days. He had mentally anticipated that selling out by tonight would be a commendable achievement, considering the price of 12 yuan at this point was not inexpensive. However, the reality proved him mistaken. Leaning against the car, Jiang Che pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, biting off the cap and began to jot down notes on the bicycle seat. It appeared that there was no need to rush to so many events. We would forego visiting those factories. He crossed out several planned dance venues from his agenda. Tang Yu cast a few glances from the side, extending her hand to take a pen and drawing a line beneath the words Linzhou Normal School, followed by an upward arrow, placing it in the 5th position. The first 4 had already been visited. Let us go, she said cheerfully as she settled into the car. On the way, she notified 2 stalls about their relocation. Upon arriving at the school, she parked her bicycle and locked it, while Jiang Che deliberately delayed, yet Tang Yu maintained her smile as she waited beside him. It seemed inevitable. Reluctantly, Jiang Che had to pull Zheng Xian Feng along, following Tang Yu and Xie Yufun into the weekend dance event at their school. Cheers erupted, marking the first instance of raucous excitement that evening. The previously shy and anxious boys, upon seeing Tang Yu and then noticing Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng trailing behind the bell, felt a wave of familiarity wash over them, leading to raucous cheers. Do you two know her? Yeah, Don't cling on like that. Miss Tang, do you know them? Tang Yu glanced at Jiang Che, remaining silent. Finally seated. Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng, well acquainted with many at school, were immediately approached by groups of acquaintances. So, you brought them along? What is the situation? Please don't break my heart. Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng found themselves at a loss for words. Not far away, Tang Yu and Xie Yufan also took their seats. Upon sitting, Xie Yufan immediately stretched, exclaiming, I'm so exhausted I can hardly move. I can't dance with you. Her voice was soft, yet under scrutiny, it sounded remarkably clear. The bell lacks a dance partner. Who will go first? I'll go. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. At worst, I'll receive a beating from Tang Lian, but it'll be worth it. With Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng's presence, the tension and unfamiliarity surrounding Tang Yu diminished significantly, granting the others newfound courage. Observing that Jiang Che and Zheng Xian Feng remained still, the young boys, clutching their timid hearts, ventured forth. Hello, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Once the first approached, the second quickly followed, and soon, dozens of eager hands stood before Tang Yu, all polite and ready. The scene she had long worried about finally materialized. They were fellow classmates, behaving courteously, surely. They wouldn't let Qin Heiyuan and Chen Yu stand in the way. From across the crowd, Jiang Che stood to scan the scene, finally catching Tang Yu's gaze. She was searching for him too, her eyes filled with a plea for help. With no other option, and sensing Tang Yu's shyness, Jiang Che rose and maneuvered through the throng, bending down to extend his hand. Hello, may I request a dance? As the one who seemingly brought Tang Yu. His words carried a newfound clarity. All eyes turned, each person awaiting Tang Yu's response, while internally, they felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed destined to be him, a notion Jiang Che himself shared, as it was only natural. However, Tang Yu merely glanced at him and shook her head. Haha, well done. That is what you get for acting so confident. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Unless you dance the Lady S part, you'll need to stretch your arms, bend at the waist, spin around, and all that. It became apparent that these were Jiang Che's words from not long ago, when he had threatened Tang Yu with money and a bracelet. Thus, this was the revenge of the factory flower girl. I wouldn't do that. No worries. I shall accompany you. Chapter 60. I do not harbor affections for you. Tang Yu removed the decorative chain from around her neck and draped it over Jiang Che's. To speak of advertisement awareness, she truly understood the opportune moment. In an instant, nearly everyone became aware of the chain's presence. Yet, observing her silently grinding her teeth, it seemed she had no intention of letting Jiang Che off the hook. As music began to play, the number of people in the dance floor gradually increased. With a graceful flourish, Tang Yu led Jiang Che towards the dance floor. She had mentioned before that she danced with the men's steps. Thus her movements were fluid and natural, imbued with a certain charm. It appeared to be a foregone conclusion. The heartbroken young men nearby could only channel their despair into energy, rallying in waves. Do not embrace our factory flower's waist. Remember to be alluring while spinning. Can you even bend down? I certainly will report Tang Lian's actions. Where are you, big brother? Your sister is in danger. Come quickly with your sword. Standing face to face, Jiang Che wore a pained expression and implored, Sister Xiaoyu, spare me. By the way, weren't you just speaking of a reward? How about an endless supply of canned goods? Indeed, the old adage holds true. One can learn virtue in 3 years, yet corruption in merely 3 days. He had not anticipated that Tang Yu would set a trap so swiftly. Reflecting upon the days spent amidst the crowds on the streets, it was an immense honor to hear that Tang Yu had never danced with a man before. In this day and age, it was quite normal for women to dance with women, yet men dancing with men? In an era that advocates a sunlit atmosphere, few would dare to engage in such activities. Therefore, even if a man were to dance with a woman using the feminine steps, he would undoubtedly face ridicule. Oh, so you are afraid to? You deceiver, came a retort tinged with playful frustration and a hint of threat. Tang Yu had undergone significant changes during this period, a realization Jiang Che grasped too late. In contrast, Tang herself, having received reminders from Xie Yufan and Qi Siyun, had already sensed the shift. She quite liked her current self, as if a gentle breeze had stirred the once still surface of a lake, introducing a lively ripple. Just before stepping forward, Tang Yu paused, switching her motion, and softly hummed, gazing into Jiang Che's eyes as she whispered, This is my first time dancing with a man. You must lead me well. Ultimately, she spared him from small revenge, allowing Jiang Che to save face. A wave of disappointment and complaints rippled through the crowd. Yet, Jiang Che was not in the mood to enjoy. After a spin, he pulled her back to him, maintaining his motion, and earnestly stated, "Sister Xiaoyu, don't you think this puts me in a perilous position when Big Brother returns?" Tang Yu pursed her lips, maintaining a smile, and nodded vigorously. "You will save me, right?" she asked, still smiling but shaking her head. This exchange might lead others to believe they were sharing laughter and camaraderie. It was not until the music concluded that Tang Yu finally inquired, "Who was your previous girlfriend?" Jiang Che instinctively glanced towards the corner, catching sight of Yi Xiongzhen among a group of teachers. Following his gaze, Tang Yu also took a look. In Tang Yu's perception, Yi Xiongzhen is the villain. For all her knowledge regarding the matter comes from what Jiang Ma has conveyed to her. On the day when the Industrial and Commercial Bureau came to stir trouble, Tang Yu sought out Jiang Ma upon hearing the news. During their conversation, when this issue was mentioned, Jiang Ma, in a moment of panic, initially denied it. But upon failing to maintain her denial, she naturally spoke in favor of her son. They wished to remain at school as a vocational teacher. And she disparagingly remarked that my family, Che must return to the countryside to teach. Furthermore, she claimed they would go abroad to enjoy foreign delicacies. Given our family's standing, it seemed they looked down upon Che, despite his many merits. From this account, Jiang Che instantly transformed into the tragic male protagonist of a Qiong Yao drama, while Yi Xiongzhen naturally became the avaricious woman who favored wealth and sought a brighter future. Tang Yu is not one to exhibit intense emotions. She did not intend to champion any cause, nor did she prepare to speak with Yi Xiongzhen. Instead, she contemplated. If possible, she wished for Jiang Che to appear dignified in the eyes of his classmates and friends, not deserving of pity. All of this is the fault of Qiong Yao. As the first dance concluded, she donned the decorative chain once more, her mind preoccupied. Tang Yu became somewhat distracted and returned to her seat at the edge of the gathering. The student playing music was astute and quickly played another piece. By the time Tang Yu regained her focus, she found herself surrounded by a crowd and a multitude of outstretched hands. Xie Yufan had already been escorted away by Zheng Xinfeng. After dancing all evening in the male role, she could finally indulge in her femininity for a moment. Tang Yu, feeling a bit flustered, turned to search for Jiang Che. A woman's voice chimed in her ear. "Hello, may I invite you to dance?" Turning back, she was met by a pretty girl with short hair, adorned with a decorative chain as well, indicating that she was indeed a partner arranged by Jiang Che. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yu nodded and stood up. "I'll lead in the male role." The two beauties spoke in unison, paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Ultimately, it was Tang Yu who conceded. Compared to earlier, the disappointment among the boys diminished significantly as they settled down to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, the girls began to discuss which of the two wore the decorative chain more beautifully. At that moment, it was time for the partner to make an appearance. The social dynamics were unpredictable. Yi Xiongzhen, in a bolder move, had not even donned the chain, leaving Jiang Che no choice but to mingle among the girls. Explaining that this was called a decorative chain, which he had seen for sale outside the school and was quite affordable. Business comes first. After a long detour, he finally leaned against a corner, ready to rest for a moment. "Jiang Che, I wish to speak with you." Yi Xiongzhen appeared before him, and without waiting for a response, she turned and walked toward the exit. Jiang Che, feeling helpless, followed her. "Here, take this back." Yi Xiongzhen handed over the crumpled decorative chain. Jiang Che accepted it, realizing this was the issue at hand. "I apologize. I initially intended to consult you, but you seemed too anxious at that moment. It was also because I asked Teacher Su to assist." Jiang Che managed a somewhat awkward smile and gestured with his eyes, indicating they should return. "I have something else to discuss, Jiang Che. I am puzzled. What is the situation with that Tang Yu?" Yi Xiongzhen inquired from behind him. "What situation?" Jiang Che replied. "Even after our separation, did you not heed a word I said on the day we parted?" Yi Xiongzhen's voice rose, her emotions becoming unstable. "Yes, she is indeed beautiful, but she is merely a laid-off worker. Has she even graduated from junior high? Or is it only elementary school? What prospects can you hope for by being with her? Or are you merely seeking a woman who can wash clothes, cook, and bear children? Destined to spend your life teaching in the countryside? Considering your modest business endeavors, perhaps you should simply cease working altogether, take her along, and operate a small shop with your parents, leading a life of trivial commerce? Hold on a moment." Jiang Che raised his hand to halt her words. "First and foremost, there is nothing between me and Sister Xiaoya. She is far more familiar with my mother than with me. Yes, she did not complete her middle school education. At the age of 15, due to an unfortunate accident involving her parents, she had to step into the workforce to support a family. Otherwise, she may have excelled beyond our capabilities, perhaps even surpassing us. Secondly, my parents running a small shop is nothing to be ashamed of. Lastly, regarding your opening statement, we have already separated. Now, we are merely classmates. Having been countered thrice, Yi Qiongzhen, filled with exasperation, remarked, I am only looking out for your best interests. I believe you are merely imposing your definition of good upon me. I have always appreciated, even admired, your rational and goal-oriented approach to life, and I sincerely wish you success. However, please do not impose your ideals upon others. Jiang Che, devoid of anger, simply spoke to Yi Qiongzhen in a tone of unprecedented seriousness, which caught her off guard. He continued, for instance, you may perceive America as a paradise, the ultimate dream of your life, but I am different. I have no desire to go there, even if offered the opportunity. Do you understand? Not everyone must aspire to lofty goals to lead a fulfilling life. Farewell, classmate Yi. With a lack of rapport, Jiang Che turned and walked a few steps into the light, only to unexpectedly find Tang Yu standing there. A moment of silence enveloped them. What about the two of them? Jiang Che initiated the conversation, seeking a topic. I couldn't find you earlier. They went to your house to pick up some goods, and we'll take them to the next location. Tang Yu smiled and replied, shall we head out as well? She may have overheard the earlier exchange, leaving Jiang Che uncertain on how to broach the subject or provide an explanation. As the vehicle descended a gentle slope, it moved forward under the dim glow of the streetlights, the night breeze brushing against them. Tang Yu tugged at the back of Jiang Che's shirt and said, Xiao Che, I do not have feelings for you. Chapter 61. Ignorance and intent. It was difficult to discern the meaning in her calm tone, and her choice of words felt somewhat peculiar. Such a statement was challenging to respond to. A poor reply could lead to a chaotic and increasingly convoluted situation, reminiscent of a melodramatic romance, which was neither Jiang Che's style nor his expectation. As for comfort and explanation, those two were quite challenging. For the sentiments he could express on behalf of Tang Yu were already articulated during his dialogue with Yi Qiongzhen, and she likely heard them. If that had proven ineffective, any further words would be equally futile. So, what should be done about this? Jiang Che remained silent, pondering for a moment. The car continued to advance in silence, traversing a stretch of road where the main street was considerably brighter, with a few vehicles and pedestrians passing by, accompanied by occasional honks. Sister Xiaoya, may I ask you a question? Sure, Tang Yu replied, a hint of nervousness in her gentle tone. Without turning around, Jiang Che continued. Where exactly is Sister Suyun hiding her substantial wealth? The last time she handed me those 200 yuan, it was still warm. Having expected him to pursue the previous topic, Tang Yu was taken aback by his unexpected shift in conversation. The atmosphere had shifted in a manner she had never encountered before, leaving her momentarily speechless. You rogue. The individual was abruptly extracted from her original context and atmosphere. She remarked, how did it come to this? Did she not just mention hiding a substantial amount of money? Curiosity compelled me to inquire further. The back seat fell into silence, seemingly fraught with struggle. After a considerable pause, Tang Yu raised her hand and playfully struck Jiang Che's back, exclaiming, rascal. Clearly, one cannot conceal money in one's back. The sensation of the tap resonated forward to his chest, and Jiang Che comprehended, almost forgetting that this was still an era when many men's undergarments possessed a pocket, while the ladies did not, presumably to avoid water damage. Hence they had to be positioned higher. The money of this time truly seemed blissful, akin to a cat lounging upon the bosom of a beauty. I yearned to ask, Sister Xiaoyu, where do you hide your substantial wealth? Or perhaps directly request a bill. However, upon reflection, I decided against courting danger. This was, after all, 1992. Qi Siyun approached on her bicycle, stopping to dismount, and Jiang Che found himself unable to correct his gaze, desperately wishing to ask her for 2 large bills. Qi Siyun appeared troubled. Tang Yu noticed and leaped from the back seat, anxiously inquiring, Sister Siyun, what's wrong? Is it our goods? No, the goods are fine. Selling exceptionally well. I must return home after our conversation. Qi Siyun hesitated before adding, is your next stop the Workers' Cultural Palace? Jiang Che and Tang Yu nodded in unison, for they could already see the Workers' Cultural Palace from a distance. Qi Siyun kicked up her bicycle stand, saying, let us not go there. Choose another location or simply take a break. Business is thriving. We'll sell over 1,000 tonight without any issues. Between longtime friends, a profound understanding exists. Upon hearing Qi Siyun's words, Tang Yu immediately sensed something amiss. Is there something going on over there? Sister Siyun, tell me the truth. Qi Siyun glanced at Jiang Che hesitantly, and he nodded in encouragement. Yufin and the others went ahead and mentioned that many from our factory have gathered there. Qi Siyun's eyes were clouded with resentment. You were wearing our decorative chain while dancing at several places tonight. Some of them saw you and have been gossiping. At this juncture, the conversation was sufficient. It was no wonder that Xie Yufin had not come to inform them. That fiery girl, likely indignant, was probably arguing with someone over there. Let us not go. I've brought back the items I intended to sell. Qi Siyun gestured to the securely fastened large package on her bicycle's rear, covered with waterproof cloth, containing decorative chains and woven bracelets. Then we shall not go for now. After all, Sister Xiaoyu is tired. You take her home, and I will check things out over there. Jiang Che understood that Tang Yu had matured. Yet he could surmise the situation at hand and chose not to let her confront these matters directly, avoiding any potential conflict. Clarifying and managing the situation would be relatively easy. He had already devised plans for the aftermath and was not in a rush. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu shook her head, resolutely unfastening the heavy package from Qi Siyun's bicycle, cradling it in her arms as she returned. Looking into Jiang Che's eyes, she stated, I will go. Not to dance, but to set up a stall. The determination in her gaze and tone left Jiang Che with no choice but to concede. He approached Qi Siyun and whispered a request to send someone to fetch Aunt Lu and Aunt Fong, instructing them to meet him over there. A crowd had gathered outside the Workers' Cultural Palace, a popular venue for employees from major state-owned enterprises in the city, and occasionally, workers from the second factory would join. However, today, the presence of second factory employees was notably overwhelming, with many either drawn by curiosity or deliberately making their way here. Among them were not only those still employed, but also a significant number of laid-off workers who regarded the factory as their home, even after leaving. They remained attuned to its happenings. The situation of the laid-off workers was twofold. Some, struggling to make ends meet, endeavored bravely to forge a new path, while others found themselves unable to cope with their circumstances, clinging to pride as they sought a livelihood, often resorting to quarrels at home or gossiping about the misfortunes of others to achieve a semblance of psychological balance. Rumors abounded, such as whispers of someone being laid off only to work as a prostitute in Guangdong province, and speculation regarding who remained employed due to dubious connections. Today's events revolved around the second factory's most renowned and beautiful figure, Tang Yu. Xie Yufin, though lively, was not particularly eloquent, especially when faced with such a crowd, many of whom were instigated to cause disruption, making it impossible to clarify misunderstandings. In the cacophony of voices, as long as the momentum was not subdued, even the most reasonable arguments could not be expressed. In life, there are countless moments when reason fails to find a voice. Frustrated, Xie Yufin clenched her fists and began to mutter expletives. As Tang Yu entered, clutching a large package, she remained silent, her demeanor serene. She had been beautiful for many years, but her current attire was unprecedented, rendering the young male workers who had long admired her in the factory momentarily spellbound. A beautiful woman naturally exudes an aura that captivates, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. In the future, they would hesitate to claim affiliation with the second factory, as the reputation of their establishment hung in the balance. After all these years, and with your parents being old heroes and models of our factory, how can we afford to lose face? Someone muttered sarcastically from the crowd, hidden within the throng. Suddenly, a voice emerged, questioning, Sister Xiaoyu, have you really become a mistress for a nouveau riche? A young male employee dressed in a deep blue uniform from the second factory rushed out of the crowd, his youthful appearance suggesting he was perhaps a year or two younger than Xie Yufin. After posing his question, he squatted down, cradling his head and weeping, pounding the ground in despair. Clearly, he did not harbor malice. Rather, in contemporary terms, he was a naive youth grappling with the overwhelming realization that his long-admired goddess had changed in a way he could not bear. He succumbed to the weight of rumors, unable to discern truth from falsehood, yet ignorance can inflict its own kind of harm. Chapter 62. Grant them a way out. It was 1992. In the years to come, such events would be unthinkable. Jiang Che stood a little distance away, awaiting someone, occasionally glancing towards Qi Siyun, whose efficiency was remarkable. Auntie Lu and Auntie Fong were approaching, prompting him to hurry forward. Airbao, have you lost your mind? Can't you comprehend human speech? Outside the cultural palace, before Tang Yu could utter a word, Xie Yufan rushed in, tugging at Tang Yu's clothing. On what grounds do you believe those individuals are interested solely because Sister Xiao Yu is adorned in a beautiful outfit? Is it merely due to this? She seized the decorative chain around Tang Yu's neck and exclaimed, "Look at this. How many wealthy patrons do you think I have attracted with this? I must have dozens of affluent clients vying for my attention." She lifted the decorative chain she wore, showcasing its opulence, far surpassing Tang Yu's in splendor. A young male employee glanced up, his curiosity piqued. Xie Yufan, in a fit of indignation, snapped off a glass crystal and hurled it to the ground. "Just moments ago, you were praising Sister Xiao Yu's diamond necklace. Have any of you ever laid eyes on a diamond necklace? I'll be damned if I don't have a golden forehead and an ivory dog-esque mouth." The fiery Xie Yufan unleashed a torrent of profanities, finally relishing the moment after being deliberately attacked by others before Tang Yu's arrival, where her voice had been drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. So what is she doing in this attire, adorned with such accessories? Is it merely to sell goods? Tang Yu finally spoke. Her voice soft and her tone calm. As she spoke, she lowered her head, brushing aside pebbles to clear a space, laying down her package, opening it, and beginning to organize the decorative chains and woven bracelets. A male employee, embodying the essence of a bygone era, stepped forward, wearing a pen in his pocket, and disdainfully remarked, "Selling goods? Is this how one sells? Is it not merely selling one's face?" Such words struck deeply, especially in the year 1992. A resounding slap echoed as Auntie Lu, her hair as white as snow, stumbled forward at just the right moment, delivering a blow before continuing her unsteady assault. The male employee, taken aback and hesitating, dared not retaliate with force, stepping back in frustration, exclaiming, "Teacher's wife, what are you doing?" Auntie Lu's situation was particularly dire. She was nearing retirement, yet had been forced out of her job, with no resolution in sight regarding her pension. Her husband had been a long-standing figure at the second factory, where many of his disciples were now in positions of authority. In years past, the bonds formed between mentors and apprentices were akin to family. Regrettably, her husband had passed away years ago, leaving her to navigate a harsh existence alone. In her pursuit of retirement benefits, she had sought help everywhere, weeping in vain, her heart extinguished. The male employee's initial desire to retaliate had morphed into a reluctant hesitation, driven by the knowledge that striking a vulnerable teacher's wife in public would condemn him socially. Teacher's wife? Which of you is my teacher's wife? When that old woman scavenges for vegetable scraps at the market, who among you remembers me as her student? Auntie Lu sobbed, pointing at the male employee, Ma Wenhuan. You have become a sycophant, rising through the ranks, indulging in lavish meals and receiving bribes. Yet have you ever spoken a word on behalf of this teacher's wife? I come to you in desperation, and you turn your back. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, and Ma Wenhuan's expression twisted in hesitation before he spoke with a faltering tone. That's national policy. Even if Director Niu wanted to help everyone, there's nothing he could do, let alone me, just a minor clerk. By mentioning Niu Bingley himself, he inadvertently exposed the man's influence. Among the gathered crowd, many feared or relied on Niu Bingley. But there were also those who harbored deep resentment toward him, though most dared not openly oppose him. Unconsciously, people began shifting their positions, the crowd slowly fracturing. Yes, well said. So, I won't beg anymore. I'll pick vegetable scraps, gather coal cinders. I'll rely on my own hands to survive a few more days. Aunt Lu's gaze swept across the crowd, her voice choked with emotion. Suddenly, she beat her chest and stamped her feet, crying out, "Then tell me, why? Little you and a few of us useless folks are just trying to earn a bite to eat. Why must you treat us like this?" Many of these words were no longer scripted by Jiang Che. This raw outpouring of emotion was entirely her own, especially you, Ma Wenhuan. In the name of heaven and conscience, dare you claim those inhuman words you just spouted weren't fed to you by someone behind the scenes? Aunt Lu scoffed. Who here doesn't know how spineless you are? Without someone egging you on, would you have dared step forward? Was that even human speech? What do you all want? To drive us to the point where even this meager livelihood is taken from us? The crowd fell silent. A few women murmuring words of comfort. Aunt Lu steadied her breathing, her tone softening as she continued. And to the rest of you, those still employed, we bear no grudge. You're all just laboring for a living. If you have food to eat, there's one less desperate soul on the streets. That's good. But the rest of you, those of us struggling through layoffs together, are you fools? We're already in this state, and yet you're still throwing stones at each other? Many lowered their heads in shame. You bastard. A young man named Bao suddenly sprang up from the ground, lunging at Ma Wenhuan and pummeling him with his fists. You dare slander my sister, you. You dare spread filth. Everyone, think about it. Weren't these rumors first spread by Ma Wenhuan and a few others? Prompted by his words, a few bolder voices rose from the crowd. That's right, it was him. I was fooled by that damned liar. Lackey. Who doesn't he know what Nyo's after? Old Tang never should be given him that pushback then. But these were only muttered from the safety of the crowd. On the surface, Bao was quickly restrained, while a few burly workers from factory number 2 helped Ma Wenhuan up, their cold stares instantly silencing the murmurs. These were Nyo Bingli's loyalists. As the standoff continued, Aunt Fong rushed to Tang Yu's side, seizing her hands and holding them up in supplication. Gentlemen, comrades, officials, please, give us a way to survive. She peeled away the adhesive tape wrapped around Tang Yu's hands, revealing blisters and raw, split fingers. Days and nights of frantic weaving and rope pulling had left her hands battered. For tonight's performance, she had covered the wounds with tape. From a distance, they were invisible. But now, with the tape removed, fresh blood welled in several places. With these hands laid bare, how absurd did those earlier accusations sound? Would a pampered mistress need to toil like this for survival? What kind of conscience allows one to utter the word social butterfly? Please grant us a way to survive. Xie Yufan took 2 steps back, standing alongside, extending her hands, each adorned with blisters and wounds. Please grant us a way to survive. Another laid-off female worker, initially assigned to oversee the cultural palace stall, also extended her hands. Please grant us a way to survive. Ma Wenshu, and you, your factory director, with such meager means, allow us to have a morsel to eat. Aunt Lu too extended her aged hands. Jiang Che stood amidst the onlookers, observing. In a fleeting moment, he felt he could become a director in the future, yet gazing at those outstretched hands, he found it impossible to feel at ease. Chapter 63. It seems like they are about to flee, sister. How much is that necklace you have? A female worker from another factory suddenly called out from the crowd, unafraid of the likes of Nyo Bingli, merely concerned about the price. Not expensive. Prices range from a few to several dozen yuan. Xie Yufan wiped her eyes and began her introduction. Really? I thought it would be quite pricey, the other responded. Relieved and excited, twisting her body to step out of the crowd and crouch down to select items. Gradually, more people began to buy, even among the onlookers. Some who didn't need one, thinking they could lend a hand. Others, without money, quietly asked those nearby to borrow some. Tang Yu stood up, slightly bowing, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you all, but actually, there's no need for sympathy or assistance. Only those who truly need it and can afford it should purchase. Someone once told me, business is business, that's the rule. In fact, we are doing quite well. The goods we prepared might not even be sufficient. I think that's the truth." A sister selecting items responded, tilting her head. "This business is clever. Everything here is so beautiful, right? Costume jewelry, and not expensive. Who wouldn't like it? From my perspective, this business is bound to thrive. I genuinely want it. I want every piece, but alas, my funds are insufficient." She concluded with a hearty laugh. "Thank you," Tang Yu replied before continuing. "In fact, the other stalls we have are nearly sold out at least once. I didn't even need to come here tonight. I came just to say one thing. Regardless of what you say behind our backs or how you perceive us, I don't feel ashamed." Her gaze was resolute and powerful, her voice firm. Earning a living through one's own hands is nothing to be ashamed of. The impact of her words was something Jiang Che could not fathom, nor could Zheng Xinfeng. Yet for those laid-off workers watching, her words struck a chord. Many among them hailed from various factories, with differing durations of unemployment, but shared a common struggle. They still could not lower themselves to set up a stall, feeling it beneath their dignity, nor could they bear to work for others, fearing the gossip. Honestly, everyone must let go, Tang Yu continued earnestly. We have been laid off, lost our means of livelihood. We cannot just sit and wait for hunger to come upon us. With our own hands, exerting effort, we should earn a meal for ourselves and our families. Throughout history, no one has deemed us shameful for that. The crowd transitioned from silence and reflection to gradually beginning to respond. At this moment, Xie Yufan interjected, particularly regarding the men, who, if they were to lose their jobs, would wallow in sorrow. unleashing their frustrations at home while witnessing their wives and children suffer from hunger. Now that would be truly humiliating. Most of us lack capital and possess limited education. After years spent in factories, our minds have become stagnant, leaving us at a loss. If you choose to shoulder heavy burdens, I admire your fortitude. We can learn gradually, can't we? Indeed, there is no shame in that, none whatsoever. Someone in the crowd, with an earnest expression, muttered to himself before suddenly looking up and declaring, "Thank you, sister. I will take on those heavy loads. I may be without money and skills, but I have strength, and I refuse to let my family go hungry." With a wave, he departed. In this era brimming with opportunities, carrying heavy burdens is undoubtedly a temporary phase. Dear, regarding your previous suggestion about setting up a stall to sell breakfast, I've given it some thought and believe it's a viable idea, another man remarked cheerfully to his wife. Your buns are so delicious. The business will surely thrive. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? The wife teased. The man chuckled awkwardly, asserting that earning a living through one's own labor is nothing to be ashamed of. Another couple expressed their sincere gratitude before leaving. Jiang Che, observing from the side, was taken aback by the unexpected strength of the factory's bell. She could easily transition into a motivational speaker or a career counselor for the unemployed. In this moment, Jiang Che felt assured that even without his assistance, Tang Yu would adapt, survive, and thrive. As the crowd began to disperse, a small group remained. Suddenly, someone from afar called out, "Tang Yu, what is your relationship with that guy in the denim jacket? I saw him biking you around." While the comment lacked malicious intent, its timing could lead to unfavorable consequences. Jiang Che glanced at his attire, realizing he indeed wore denim today. Denial was impossible. For the first time, he chose to step forward, striding a few paces ahead. His expression and tone brimming with indignation as he exclaimed, "What the hell? I haven't even started pursuing her yet, and I've already been rejected. Do you want to see me get cut down by Tangda?" Though the words were harsh, his demeanor and actions elicited laughter, a reaction born from schadenfreude, prompting many to chuckle uncontrollably. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Aside from a few loyalists of the factory manager, who remained serious, casting unfriendly glances as they gradually approached several women, the mood lightened. Did they dare to retaliate openly? Jiang Che pondered this and discreetly signaled Chen Yu and Qin Heyuan to move closer. No physical confrontation ensued. Instead, Ma Wenhuan lowered his voice to issue a warning. Be cautious when mentioning factory manager Niu in public from now on, or else a loud clang of metal striking a hard surface interrupted him. Jiang Che's first instinct was that Tang Lian was back. His second thought was whether he should flee. The clamor intensified, with the sounds of repeated strikes reverberating. Upon a closer look, he realized many young men, aged 17 or 18, stood tall, brandishing metal implements, striking the pillars with fervor. What? Are you bullying our sister Yu? After Big Move Brother left for a while. It seems everyone's grown tired of living, huh? The leader stepped forward as he spoke, his initial words laced with threat, but still relatively calm. Then he suddenly pointed at Ma Wenhuan and roared, "Say another word. I dare you." With that one shout, if eyes didn't deceive, Ma Wenhuan trembled, as did several beside him. It wasn't that they were inherently cowardly, but they knew these men would truly wield blades for Tang Lianzhao, and this sister of his was his Achilles heel. Grasp her, and you could control him, provoke her, and disaster would follow. Just as Jiang Che had earlier surmised, with Tang Lianzhao's prolonged absence, the aura of intimidation had waned, and some had unwittingly let their fear fade. Now, someone was reminding them to remember. Clearly, this group had just organized and rushed over upon hearing of the situation. Are they really going to start hacking people right here? And that remark I just made, they probably heard it. So does this involve me now? Jiang Che was already mapping escape routes in his mind. Ma Wenhuan and his dozen or so companions were silently retreating. 30-some men wordlessly closed in. Ma Wenhuan's expression was on the verge of tears. Tang Yu stood up, frowning slightly. Step aside. Let them go. All of you go home. What is with all this fighting? You're not kids anymore. Stop loitering around and go help your families live better lives. The maternal tone was unmistakable. The 30-odd men exchanged glances, resigned, and bowed their heads in unison. Yes, sister Yu. Had it been anyone else, the scene would reeked of a female crime boss. But evidently, Tang Yu despised her brother and his crew running wild like this, so much so that her life had been made unnecessarily difficult because of it. Seizing the moment, Ma Wenhuan and his gang bolted. Oddly, The 30-some men withdrew more slowly, some glancing back repeatedly. After several hesitations, one finally mustered the courage to ask, "Sister Yu, what about him?" Jiang Che maintained a composed facade while inwardly pleading, "This has nothing to do with me." Tang Yu turned to glance at Jiang Che, amusement flickering in her eyes, before replying, "Yes, somewhat decent." The men left, but Jiang Che couldn't help thinking, "Sister Yu, phrasing it like that at the end, it doesn't sit right. If Big Move hears this, he might come after me with a blade." Chapter 64. Count the money. Girl, after narrowly escaping peril, aside from heaving a sigh of relief, there's one other thing people do: boast. Under the glow of a lone street lamp in a deep alley, Ma Wenhuan and his crew leaned against a concrete wall, some clutching their chests, others their stomachs. They glanced back, no pursuers in sight. Honestly, it's not like we couldn't have taken them. If we just charged in one direction, going all out on whoever blocked us, they wouldn't have held. Damn right. If Tang Yu hadn't butted in, I'd already picked one to go all in on. Getting close, and even if they had knives, they'd be useless. Let us be real, when it comes to fights, I've never backed down from anyone. Exactly. It's just that it didn't escalate. Those brats probably think we were scared. All because that meddling woman Tang Yu had to interfere. The tone carried a hint of disdain, and after speaking, he stylishly tucked a cigarette into the corner of his mouth, igniting it with a flick of his lighter. The first "ah" was loud, while the latter two were subdued. However, there was no continuation of the phrase "the peony," the most vibrant among the flowers. As his cigarette was extinguished, the sound of a metal rod scraping against the wall echoed through the alley. At both ends of the narrow street, accompanied by the noise, figures emerged from around the corner, slowly pushing through like rats in a bellows, blocking both ends. The elder brother had taught us that when one truly needed to flee, one should never run into deserted alleys, but rather seek the bustling crowds. Furthermore, if one did find themselves in an alley, they must avoid standing in illuminated areas by the windows and refrain from lighting a cigarette. Ma Wenhui wiped away the involuntary tears streaming from his nose with his arm. The three he had just mentioned as absolutely dead were already retreating, and he felt compelled to step forward to speak. It was Tang Yu who suggested they leave. The person across nodded in agreement, recalling that the elder brother had also mentioned that when Sister Yu spoke, one must listen attentively, without interjecting, just to hear her out. Ma Wenhui swallowed hard. "So what do you all intend to do? This matter won't escalate to knives, will it?" "Well, considering so many have gathered today, not to fight seems rather wasteful of momentum." The person across chuckled, crouching down with arms wrapped around his head, avoiding any metal objects. "By the way, remember to tell Niu Bingli to wrap things up. In this day and age, people generally retire early. By 9 o'clock, all the stalls had closed." Zheng Xinfeng returned to his dormitory, while Jiang Che instructed Qin Heyuan and Qin Yushu to head back to the machine gun tower to keep watch. He himself first visited Tang Yu's home. All three young women were present, along with Qi Suyun's fiancé, and the table was piled high with cash. A large heap of various denominations of bills stood out, while larger notes were neatly stacked at the edge of the table. Coins were also categorized, arranged in tidy stacks, resembling chips on a gambling table. Setting down a bag of sweetened canned fruit on the floor, Jiang Che inquired, "What are you all doing?" "Counting money." Xie Yufan replied timidly, "It's so exhausting and frustrating. If we just finish counting, everything will be all right." The other two young women nodded vigorously in agreement, while Qi Suyun's fiancé smiled amiably, greeting Jiang Che with a nod. Jiang Che responded with a smile, saying, "Count away, prepare the change for tomorrow, and set aside the rest for now." They had counted a total of 12,264 yuan. As the figures were reported one by one, an atmosphere of repressed excitement filled the air, mingled with disbelief, as the three young women's gazes remained fixated on the money they had earned. It was as if a wealthy individual had placed a mountain of cash on the table, and they wondered, is it safe to leave this money with Sister Yu? Xie Yufan voiced her concern. Jiang Che teased, "Aren't you the one staying here?" "But my words are merely bluster. They're of little use. This is serious." Xie Yufan insisted. Suddenly her eyes brightened as she proposed, "How about you stay here too? You can sleep in the elder brother's room, while Sister Yu and I share a room." Qi Suyun nodded in agreement, stating, "That's a good idea." In truth, even if Jiang Che did not stay, with Qin Yushu and Qin Heyuan keeping watch at night, there should be no issues. However, the two young women would likely be so anxious that they wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. After some thought, Jiang Che nodded, affirming, "That sounds splendid." With a creak of the stool, Tang Yu stood up and said, "I'll make the bed for you." She rearranged the bedding, showed Jiang Che where the light was, hesitated for a moment, then added, "You must be tired too. Get some rest first." Between two people who had just admitted they didn't have feelings for each other, conversation seemed particularly difficult. More importantly, Tang Yu didn't sense any shift in Jiang Che's emotions. Had he said something, she might have responded, even if it was another rejection, at least with some explanation. But he remained silent. Jiang Che had much on his mind. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, he suddenly craved a cigarette. Feeling his pockets and finding none, he decided against it. The blanket was undoubtedly Tang Lianzhao's. But the pillowcase, pale pink with floral prints, carried a faint fragrance. It promised sweet dreams. Drowsily, he heard Qi Siyun and her fiancé bid farewell outside. The two girls counting their earnings once more, whispering and giggling softly. Everything was peaceful. After a night and a full day of sales, the initial stock of 800 clothing chains and bracelets, plus an additional 800 crafted in the following days, had completely sold out. The girls guarded the simple production process carefully, refusing to bring in new hands. With some diverted to manage stalls, productivity had dipped. Of the 600 pieces sold, most were priced low, a few higher, averaging around 6 yuan each. Under the dim lamplight at the small table, it had been barely 8 days since that morning when 3 unemployed friends sat together, lamenting their uncertain futures, only for someone to call out little sisters from the courtyard. As Xie Yufan placed the last coin atop a neat stack, the final tally emerged, 28,922 yuan exactly. The room fell silent. None of the 3 girls spoke, sipping water delicately as they waited. Jiang Che methodically tallied the records. Calculating on paper, it was time to divide the profits. First, we deduct the workers' wages. Jiang Che counted out 5 bundles of cash, each ranging from 170 to just over 200 yuan, wrapped them in newspaper, and labeled them with names, quantities, and amounts, clear at a glance. Nearly 900 yuan was set aside. By investment ratio, I hold 89, but I said your labor and management would be accounted for separately. So, adjusting for that, I'll take 80, rounded to 22,000. He placed a thick stack before himself. The girls looked on the verge of tears, yet fully aware that this man, who had once coldly insisted on strict business rules, had generously conceded a portion of his rightful share. The remaining 6,000 will be split among you 3 at a 2-1-1 ratio. Yufan, this is yours, 1,500. Siyun, same for you, 1,500. He slid 2 bundles toward them. Xiaoyu, this is yours, 3,000. With that done, he leaned back in his chair and said, "Count it." Ladies, the 3 girls meticulously counted the money, not out of distrust, but simply because they wanted to. Again and again. Had we known earlier, we would have invested 400 as well. After the excitement and exhilaration, Qi Siyun couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, a sentiment common to mankind. Indeed, it seems that being a capitalist is the most favorable path. Xie Yufan glanced at the substantial sum before Jiang Che, her eyes filled with a wistful longing. "You have articulated the greatest truth of the coming decades," Jiang Che replied with a smile, deliberately patting his money. Tang Yu held the money in her hands, glancing left and right. "Yet our investment has multiplied 7.5 times, while yours has only increased 3-fold, despite all the ideas and plans originating from you. Yet, it is I who profits more," Jiang Che chuckled, retrieving a small package containing Tang Yu's handkerchief from his backpack and placing it beside her. "Here you go, Sister Tang. Your bracelet." Tang Yu hesitated. "But you didn't deduct any money. The 3 of us had discussed wanting to use this money to partner in opening a tailor shop. So I think I will redeem it from you later. This is a reward. There's no need for deductions. Remember to rest well for a few days and nurse your hand back to health. Otherwise, I would feel terribly guilty," Jiang Che said, placing the bracelet on the table before her. He continued, "Now, we move on to the reward segment. I shall cover this portion of the money." That night, after witnessing those hands outside the Workers' Cultural Palace, he had conceived today's idea. Xie Yufan recalled her tape recorder. Jiang Che hadn't mentioned it before, and she had hesitated to bring it up, but now that he had, the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "In a couple of days, you can go to the store and choose a recorder yourself. Let me know once you have made your selection." "Okay," Xie Yufan nodded happily. Jiang Che then turned to Qi Siyun and said, "Sister Siyun, I want to be giving you a reward. Please invite me to your wedding banquet." Qi Siyun nodded repeatedly, her joy evident, for Jiang Che's words not only implied a generous gift, but also signified a bond of friendship. Next, Jiang Che counted out 3 $50 bills and 2 $100 bills, placing them on the table. These 5 portions. Please wrap them in red paper and distribute them to the workers who have assisted us during this period. Tell them it's a bonus. The 2 $100 bills are for Aunt Lu and Aunt Fong. Instruct them to keep it confidential. The 3 girls nodded in understanding, believing this was Jiang Che's way of honoring the elders, unaware that it was actually a form of payment. Looking at the bracelet before her, Tang Yu suddenly opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words, as the moment had come to a close. It seemed they were about to return to the starting point of Jiang Che being the son of Jiang Ma, and Tang Yu having a close relationship with her. She couldn't quite articulate why, but she felt an unexpected discomfort. Shall we open a can? Jiang Che suggested. The 4 of them shared a can, laughing, toasting, and dispersing. Are we really not going to continue? Though others outside had begun to make their moves, their materials were incomplete, and many were substituting with odd items that looked rather peculiar. We could still continue for a while, couldn't we? At the doorway, Tang Yu could no longer hold back and offered her suggestion from behind. They must be frantically searching for materials. You could continue and still make a profit. There will always be opportunities, but it will not be as lucrative as this time, Jiang Che replied, leaving with the money. Chapter 65. The vicissitudes of Old Yidian's life. Old Yidian was an out-of-towner. His small processing workshop on the outskirts of Linzhou operated as a family business. Himself, his 2 sons, 1 daughter, and his wife, who handled the cooking and laundry. 5 people in total. Truth be told, the scale wasn't insignificant, and the machinery was relatively new. In these times, most people trembled at the thought of opening even a modest shop, let alone venturing far from home to establish a factory. Old Yidian insisted on calling it a factory. Small, yes, but a factory nonetheless. He was the factory director. His 23-year-old eldest son the workshop supervisor, his wife managed logistics, and his youngest daughter served as the clerk. The entire family, constituting 80 of the leadership, oversaw one 16-year-old laborer, his youngest son. Yet his factory was currently struggling. There was no work. Having operated for too short a time and located in too remote a spot, tucked away in the winding outskirts of Linzhou, it was difficult for clients to find. Thus, after more than half a year, Old Yidian's dream of returning home in glory remained unfulfilled. His biggest client so far had sought him out on his own initiative about 10 days prior. Frankly, Old Yidian was impressed that anyone had managed to locate such an obscure place. It was a young man. His pretty 15-year-old daughter claimed it was love at first sight, but Old Yidian despised the boy. He was too shrewd, driving the price down ruthlessly. During negotiations, Old Yidian had nearly strangled him several times. After days of relentless labor by the entire family, with his daughter even serving tea and brushing shoulders with the client, Old Yidian had barely scraped together 300 yuan in profit. And then, no more work. Of course, he had no idea that at this very moment, at least 100 people across Linzhou were searching for him. If only they knew what kind of job he had recently completed. Alas, this was an era without the internet, an age of information scarcity. Old Yidian's business strategy was akin to waiting for a hare to dash itself against a tree stump. Early one morning, just as dawn broke, Old Yidian lay in bed, pinned beneath his wife's heavy leg, when a thunderous knocking jolted him awake. His wife, a deep sleeper, continued snoring. Grumbling, he threw on a coat and staggered to the door, muttering, "Which unlucky brat is it this time?" The door creaked open. Old Yidian gripped the frame and was met with a beaming smile. "You again." He gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue. "No deal. If it's the same price as last time, I'd rather let the whole factory sit idle than work for you. You're just taking advantage of our lack of business." "Father-in-law, such harsh words. We're practically family," Jiang Che said, slipping inside with a grin. "Is my dear Lian still asleep? No need to trouble yourself. I'll go up and find her. Stay right there." Old Yidian yanked him back. "It's too early. My daughter isn't even dressed yet. Who's your father-in-law? Listen, stop eyeing my girl. She's already betrothed back home, to a family worth at least 50,000 yuan. In truth, his own family had been worth at least 20,000. But he sunk it all into the factory." Fuming, Old Yidian plopped down and snapped, "What do you want? Spit it out." Jiang Che turned toward the 3 bewildered figures outside and said, "You 3, come in. Greet Director He. Director He. Director He. Director He. Zheng Xinfeng, Qin Heyuan, and Chen Yushu, along with Jiang Che, ventured forth, the weight of the previous night's distribution of over 20,000 yuan nestled within the backpack upon his back. "Brother Che, you've arrived," a voice echoed from above, as a small head and slender arms and legs peered from the upper floor. "Just a moment, let me get dressed." Liao Yin slammed his hand upon the table, rising in a fit of rage. "Stay up there. If you dare to come down, I shall break your legs." He then turned to Jiang Che, asking, "Do you have any business? If not, be on your way." "Indeed, I have business," Jiang Che replied with a smile. "I know that manager he felt quite constrained last time. This opportunity is ripe for you to seize." Liao Yin pondered for a moment, forcing a smile devoid of mirth, and resolutely declared, "I don't believe you." An hour later, the elderly couple, Liao Yin and his wife, accompanied by their reluctant daughter, Lianhua, embarked on their journey back home, their pockets filled with the 1,500 yuan rent just paid by Jiang Che. Yes, it was indeed rent. Jiang Che had recently leased the He family's factory for half a month. This amount excluded utilities, with the contract stipulating that all machinery and equipment must be returned intact after the term, guaranteed by the village chief, with an 8,000 yuan deposit held in trust. Furthermore, his two sons were left to assist, each earning an additional 200 yuan over the fortnight. Liao Yin believed he had finally struck a lucrative deal, realizing that the young man had initially underestimated the value of accounting. On the same morning, Qi Siyun followed the address Jiang Che had provided to procure raw materials, intending to create some items for sale herself. While Jiang Che might have deemed this venture insignificant, it held substantial allure for her and her companions. Throughout her journey, she sensed the unsettling feeling of being followed, as if many eyes were upon her. Upon arrival, she encountered 5 young men, but Jiang Che and Zheng Xinfeng were absent. Instead, Qin Hiyuan, whom Qi Siyun did not recognize, presided over the gathering, accompanied by Liao Yin's 2 sons and 2 short-term workers hired from elsewhere. Following Jiang Che's instructions, Qin Hiyuan provided Qi Siyun with a batch of raw materials at cost price, cautioning her to keep the pricing confidential. Less than 10 minutes after Qi Siyun's departure, the small factory was inundated with activity. Although this modest establishment was the only one capable of supplying an entire set of raw materials identical to the original, it had finally been discovered after much perseverance. In truth, had they not found it, within 2 to 3 days, these raw materials, lacking any technical complexity, could have been gathered. Some were already located, while the remainder would not have been difficult to fabricate. However, the fact remained that they had found everything they needed, so why expend further effort? At this juncture, every moment counted, for the market was already experiencing shortages. Almost every individual eager to capitalize on this burgeoning business, locals and a few from nearby Shanghai, Fujian, and even from Guangxi, arrived, delivering orders into Qin Hiyuan's hands. At its peak, the small factory employed 7 individuals. Within less than a week, other workshops began to undercut prices to secure orders, and 12 days later, merchants from Yiwu entered the fray, initiating mass supply. Thus, the rugged yet golden era of this business came to a close. With no further options available, regardless of the channel, experience, scale, production capacity, or marketing abilities, everything lagged far behind. Jiang Che fulfilled the materials order at hand and completed the handover with the He brothers, thus concluding his brief foray into the realm of industry. This likely serves as one of the reasons Jiang Che is exceedingly reluctant to consider venturing into the industrial sector again. In addition to his own lack of relevant memories and information, the chaotic nature of market competition and the near absence of intellectual property protection have deterred him. He is unfamiliar with advanced technologies, and in such circumstances, relying solely on innovative ideas that are ahead of their time proves futile, as all creativity would become commonplace within a mere 10 to 15 days. Of course, money remains a tangible concern. With 70,000 yuan, after recovering both principal and interest, and distributing 800 yuan bonuses each to the dedicated Qin Hiyuan and Qin Yushu, Jiang Che finds himself with a substantial sum of 70,000 yuan. Within 2.5 days since the launch of the clothing chain, he discovered the emergence of counterfeit products, inadequate materials, and the use of various unconventional substitutes. This realization prompted him to shift his thinking. Suddenly, he no longer needed to ask his parents for that 40,000 yuan. He could now patiently await the next opportunity to venture into the wealth of Shanghai. Reminiscent of solving a riddle, once the right idea is found and the correct choices are made, the path becomes remarkably straightforward, including the matter of subscription certificates. Jiang Che understood that upon his return to Shanghai, his journey toward wealth was truly about to commence. That evening, Yidian returned home with his wife and daughter. According to family tradition, both the eldest and youngest sons presented their earnings, laying 500 yuan bills each upon the table. "Is that a lot?" the youngest son inquired. 300 of that is a bonus," he replied. Yidian was momentarily taken aback, wondering why that rascal had suddenly become so generous. The eldest son let out a bitter laugh, saying, "You have no idea how much he earned this past half month." "How much?" "At least this amount." The eldest son gestured with one hand. 5,000. 5 households worth 1,000,000. Yidian was utterly bewildered. The eldest son recounted the entire situation, including his speculations, from start to finish, concluding, "However, we owe some gratitude to him. Our factory has gained recognition, and we likely won't have to worry about customers in the future. As for the material orders, there is still work to be done, but competition has intensified, and the profits are no longer substantial." After a moment of silence, Yidian suddenly exclaimed, "Bastard! That money was supposed to be mine. No wonder he kept you two around, tricking me into leaving. If I had been there, with my audacity, I would have definitely reconsidered and done it myself." Yidian lamented dramatically, and after a final sigh, he shook his head, saying, "He truly is a remarkable person. I misjudged him this time. Humph, my brother Che is indeed impressive. Father said he was foolish on the way here. But look who is foolish now." Yidian joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, did he leave a phone number? Did he ask about me?" The eldest son, understanding this was merely a jest, chuckled a few times but remained silent. The 16-year-old youngest son of the He family earnestly interjected, "Sister, it's all Dad's fault. He told brother Che that you are already engaged back home, ordering him not to seek you out. Before he left, he even told me privately that he wept for several days over this matter, saying, 'Fate has its limits, so I won't leave my number. Nor will we meet again.' He also said, 'I wish you happiness.'" "Oh," Yidian cried, blaming her father while tears streamed down her face. Yidian, hunched with age, was pinched several times by his wife, each pinch imbued with frustration. "You old fool, you've even become a father-in-law, yet you still don't realize the situation. Now it's all gone, hasn't he it? The scoundrel, with a mind as tiny as a needle's eye, even managed to swindle me on his way out." Yidian found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Yet, our factory has managed to survive. Thank you. Chapter 66. Changes afoot. Jiang Che invited Zheng Xian Feng, Qin He Yuan, and Chun Yushu for a modest repast, a gesture of appreciation, albeit at a humble street-side eatery. The table was adorned with several plates of stir-fried dishes, a pot of loach, and another of wild rabbit, accompanied by a modest supply of beer, merely 2 bottles per person. Having earned several thousand in just half a month, the conversation predominantly revolved around this recent success. Yidian was likely cursing me at this very moment. However, being a businessman, he would surely grasp that commerce is not an act of charity. My absence in this endeavor does not necessarily imply it is solely his. Moreover, my efforts have essentially resurrected his factory, so after his tirade, he would undoubtedly owe me thanks. After being thoroughly teased by Zheng Xian Feng, Jiang Che took the initiative to summarize their situation and added, "Thus, it is only fitting to let him take the blame for me and allow Sister Lian a few days of respite. You truly have no shame." "That poor girl must be in tears," Zheng Xian Feng remarked, deftly sliding a loach down his throat. "By the way, I just saw their family-s eels, large and lively. What do you say, shall we have a pot?" Upon hearing this description, Jiang Che decided against it and instead ordered a pot of beef offal. Zheng Xian Feng continued, "Hey, Lao Jiang, do you think there's any beef tripe in the offal?" Jiang Che raised his hand, "Boss, let us skip the offal and go straight for the beef." Throughout the meal, whether Jiang Che was jesting or engaging in serious discussions with Zheng Xian Feng, Qin He Yuan and Chun Yushu listened intently. These two were not devoid of intellect or ideas, yet their experience of the outside world was limited. Initially, they had chosen to remain in places like train stations, likely out of this very consideration. Jiang Che had long since formed his judgments about this, even harboring some admiration. His interactions with Qin He Yuan and Chun Yushu had left a favorable impression. However, he did not intend to take them along on his upcoming trip to Shanghai. Firstly, there had been a recent conflict between Tang Lian's recruits and Niu Bing Li's men, necessitating greater caution from both the restaurant and Tang Yu's side. Secondly, With their foundations still unclear and their bonds not yet solidified, it would be foolish to risk substantial sums of money and lives testing others' loyalty. Trust is cultivated gradually. In reality, aside from tales from the Three Kingdoms or Water Margin, true brothers are a rarity. From the moment Jiang Che accepted their identification cards to the point of returning them, and now being able to comfortably carry 20 or 70,000 with them, he recognized that his trust was indeed growing. After all, should either of them turn against him, even 10 Jiangchis would not suffice to contend with them. He was confident that Qin He Yuan and Qin Yushu were equally aware of and understood this. As time marched towards May, graduation loomed ever closer. During this period, Su Chu made a special visit to discuss matters regarding teaching assistants. Recently, the leader has been discussing the list of those going for educational support. She mentioned something you surely wouldn't expect. Yi Qiongzhen, typically so cautious and never one to voice her needs, even in difficult times, has been seeking out the leader these past few days to request your removal from the list. Jiang Che nodded, remaining silent, awaiting her continuation. How about it? Should I assist you in getting your name taken off? Su Chu hesitated momentarily, then added, or perhaps you might consider staying at the school. I won't be here after this semester. I find it rather uninspiring, and my family won't allow me to return your spot. Jiang Che pondered for a moment and replied, I think I should go after all. Please explain to Yi Qiongzhen that I have my reasons, and there is truly no resentment involved. Su Chu nodded, reflecting before asking, but 2 years? Aren't you concerned it might delay your progress? You seem quite capable of stirring things up. 2 years? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, knowing he couldn't divulge the real reason to anyone. I certainly won't stay for the full 2 years. I'm not even sure how long I will be there. But I must go at least once. All right then, Su Chu said, refraining from further inquiries, and remarked with a smile. Just don't end up marrying and having children over there. The mountain girls are quite fierce. That won't happen. Good to hear. Su Chu turned to walk a few steps, then hurriedly looked back, saying, by the way, do you know that Tang Yu and her 2 friends are about to open their tailor shop? She became acquainted with Tang Yu after dancing with her that day and occasionally kept in touch. Having such a friend is certainly beneficial for Tang Yu. Is it really opening so soon? There are still quite a few people who have maintained the habit of tailoring over the past 2 or 3 years. So there should be business, Jiang Che remarked, shaking his head. They haven't mentioned it to me. Su Chu regarded him with disdain and said, you're utterly careless. It's still me who cares for the factory flower girls. I even named their shop. It's called Sweet Sugar Tailor Shop. What do you think? Sounds nice, right? That name might be acceptable in 20 years, but by then, there will be few tailor shops left. Right now, it seems a bit odd, and besides, Su and Ting are rather clunky. Jiang Che replied helplessly. You have quite the audacity. It's clearly the Su from Qi Suyun, not mine. It's just a homophone, Su Chu retorted. Xie Yufan must despise you for that. Not long after, Tang Yu and her friend's tailor shop indeed opened. In addition to selling fabric and tailoring services, they dedicated a wall to showcase various decorative clothing chains and woven bracelets. A clever move, Jiang Che thought, as he visited and brought along some innovative design sketches as a gift for their opening. The little shop was thriving. The previous conflict outside the workers' cultural palace had been handled well, ultimately benefiting Tang Yu and her friends, as public opinion had shifted overwhelmingly in their favor. In business matters, people were more inclined to support these resilient unemployed women, particularly given their genuine craftsmanship. Much credit was due to Aunt Lu and Aunt Fong, those seasoned veterans. Regardless of whether the situation had escalated into violence or been suppressed, the rumors and discussions could not be entirely erased. However, through that moment, they not only clarified the facts but also gained recognition, which was the most favorable outcome. In contrast, it was Zheng Xinfeng who frequented the tailor shop more often. Xie Yufan had already purchased a tape recorder, which she kept in the shop. Zheng would often drop by with newly released cassettes, whiling away half a day there. Not long after, Qi Siyun's South wedding took place, attended by both Jiang Che and Zheng Xinfeng. Jiang presented a hefty red envelope containing 500 yuan, partly to settle a debt of gratitude, partly as a reward for the days her husband had spent helping out, watching the stall, and making deliveries. The wedding banquet was held in a village on the outskirts of town, with dozens of tables set up for the feast. After eating, Jiang Che made a point of toasting the newlyweds, offering them auspicious blessings before taking his leave. He also exchanged a few words with Qi Suyun's husband. I heard you're planning to start a shrimp farm? Yes. Brother Jiang, you're resourceful and full of ideas. Do you think it'll work? What kind of shrimp are you planning to raise? Just the common ones, crayfish. Someone nearby interjected. If you ask me, those things are everywhere in the fields. I told him not to bother, but he wouldn't listen. Chi Siyun's husband replied, I figure with more and more restaurants and late-night stalls opening up, the wild ones from the fields won't be enough. Besides, I've already made friends with a few restaurant owners who probably buy up my entire stock. As an avid crayfish enthusiast, Jiang Che couldn't agree more. The man struck him as the quintessential hard-working, sharp-witted go-getter from the countryside, bold, resourceful, and full of initiative. Chi Siyun's future looked bright. Jiang Che departed. The bride, Chi Siyun, clad in brilliant red, embraced Tang Yu, who had been lingering in the background. What exactly is on your mind? Keeping your distance like this will only create a rift. Look at Yufin. She knows that guy is about to graduate and leave. Yet she still treats him like a friend. As long as you're clear in your own heart, that's all that matters. I don't even know myself. Tang Yu confessed, slightly tipsy, to her closest friend, though she didn't mention the emotional barrier she couldn't overcome. May 28, 1992, 5 days before the second lottery draw for the subscription certificates. Jiang Che returned to Shanghai. The train carriage was packed, with several people intermittently shouting into their bulky mobile phones. Many were discussing stocks, casually throwing around figures in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. The entire compartment buzzed with the restless energy of money, a stark contrast to the previous trip. Just days earlier, on May 21, 1992, the Shanghai stock market had lifted all price restrictions. The Shanghai index had skyrocketed from 616 points to 265 in a single day. Qigong Energy surged 470 on its debut, while Jinfeng Investment rose by 328. 3 days later, the index peaked at 420 points, with stock prices soaring into the stratosphere. 5 new stocks saw their market values explode by 500 to 3,000 over face value. At the same time, official announcements confirmed that the Shanghai stock market would issue a massive wave of new shares, with the second round of subscription certificates boasting a staggering 50% success rate. The black market price of the 1992 fortune certificates entered its most frenzied phase. Chapter 67. The restless bund having once sewn 40,000 yuan into his clothes only to be caught, Jiang Che dared not repeat the method for this 70,000 yuan haul. Besides, with the weather warming and June approaching, wearing a heavy padded jacket to conceal the money would likely provoke even thieves to scoff. Kid, don't push your luck. He had stuffed over 10,000 yuan on his person, both inside and out, while the rest was tucked into his backpack, cleverly concealed within the hollowed-out cover of a hardbound dictionary, with a few additional books thrown in for good measure. Boarding the train, he casually tossed it onto the luggage rack opposite his seat. In his past life, during the phase when he needed to carry money like this, Jiang Che hadn't had this much to transport. By the time he had accumulated some wealth, remote deposits and withdrawals had already become convenient. Thus, this method wasn't his own invention. Figures like the Junyao brothers and the Hope Group's founders had all mentioned it in interviews. The key was to appear utterly nonchalant, considering that others had once carried hundreds of thousands, even millions, in burlap sacks and tossed them around just as casually. Jiang Che did his best to mimic that air of indifference. He leaned slightly against the window, tilting his body, and unfolded a copy of the Linzhou Evening News he'd bought at the station. Pretending to read, his gaze instead drifted above the newspaper. A man in a suit, clutching a brick-sized mobile phone, walked past and carelessly slung an old travel bag labeled Huangshan Tourism onto the rack. Another passenger, wearing a watch likely worth nearly 10,000, casually tossed up a tattered quilt. This was a train bound for Shanghai. Jiang Che wondered if somewhere in this carriage, a future tycoon, someone destined for the wealth rankings, was using the same method to transport money. The train attendant hawked Guangdong-made trinkets, demonstrating them on the spot, the atmosphere lively. Jiang Che resolutely avoided looking, keeping his eyes unfocused. Over time, they began to ache. Would his pupils get stuck like this, perpetually rolled back in a dazed stare? Lowering his head, he blinked to rest his eyes. When he looked up again, his gaze caught on a rectangular notice in the newspaper's gutter. Linzhou City to auction 37 former state-owned and collective shops in one go. Below was a list of specific addresses. A curse nearly escaped him. Several of these locations were places he knew well, future prime real estate. Especially 2 or 3 that would remain untouched by demolition because even the government couldn't afford to reclaim that land. It was practically diamonds per square inch. The auction date, June 12, 1992. There was still time. The only question was the price. At this thought, a fragment of memory surfaced. Around this same period, someone had spent 1.45 million yuan to acquire 6 state-owned and collective shops on Shanghai South Nanjing Road, famously dubbed China South First Street. That was Nanjing Road. Linzhou couldn't compare, could it? Especially since some of these shops were currently in less than ideal locations, only to flourish in a couple of years. Jiang Che's pulse quickened. It was 1992. If someone suggested he hoard residential properties, he wouldn't bite. The cycle was too long, and when weighed against inflation, the return on investment simply wasn't worth it. Unless he had so much capital it had nowhere else to go. He wouldn't make that choice, unless he could buy or build an entire property, land included. Like Tang Yu, her home might be small, but it was entirely hers. In the future, she'd almost certainly become an overnight millionaire from demolition compensation. But commercial properties were different. They appreciated while continuously generating income, like a golden goose that also grew into a diamond-encrusted hen. He couldn't miss this. It didn't matter what business he'd run there. Even if he just rented them out for a couple of years first, he had to secure at least 2 shops. A lifetime's security hinged on those 300 subscription certificates. His bag. Looking up, he was relieved to find his bag still there. Exiting the train station, Jiang Che carried his backpack with confidence. Its zipper sewn shut ensured that even if slashed open, books would tumble out first. Nearly 3 months had passed since his last visit to Shanghai, a city where he'd slept in stations, taught qigong, swindled money. Gone half a month without washing his hair or bathing, and spent New Year's Eve in a dingy motel boiling a lonely bowl of noodles. Boss, need a place to stay? Boss, we've got pretty girls. Care to take a look? Prefer someone older? We've got that too. Standing outside the station, Jiang Che paused at the cautious advances of several women. 3 months ago, this phenomenon had been nearly non-existent. At least, he hadn't encountered it. Glancing behind him, he noticed the influx of migrant workers seeking livelihoods in Shanghai had visibly increased. Correspondingly, the streets teemed with more well-dressed figures, and the storefronts and neon signs lining the roads had multiplied, glowing brighter than before. Shanghai was transforming at breakneck speed. Consider this. If every 2 stock subscription certificates created one 10,000 yuan household, and with total sales hitting 2.08 million, subtracting the big investors and out-of-towners, just how many newly minted affluent locals had emerged in Shanghai? The answer, everywhere. Money could alter a person, and it could reshape the soul of a city. Once the Paris of the East in its Republican-era heyday, Shanghai's air now hummed again with restless energy along its historic bund. Dodging the Andes' persistence, Jiang Che splurged on a taxi, heading straight for the Royal Palace Hotel without detours, not even stopping by the plaza where Master Han Li had famously summoned lightning to cement his legend. After checking in, securing his belongings, and locking his money in the safe, he descended to the hotel salon. Behind the counter stood Chu Liani, as poised as ever, her makeup immaculate, her smile warm. Only her dress had changed. Everything seemed perfect, yet Jiang Che suddenly felt as though she were chained there. Sister Chu, Xiao Che, I knew you'd come soon, she replied, turning with a radiant smile. Settled in? The unspoken implication. You must have brought a lot of money this time. Best be cautious where you stay. Naturally, she wouldn't voice this openly with people coming and going. Yeah. 6th floor, Jiang Che answered. Good. Chu Liani relaxed. Most guests here carry money. Security is reliable. As 2 unfamiliar faces passed by, exchanging greetings with her, Jiang Che waited until they left before placing a wooden box on the counter. Sister Chu, I brought you a little gift. It wasn't uncommon for regulars, especially out-of-towners, to bring Chu Liani local specialties upon returning, not for favors, but for familiarity, the comfort of belonging. Oh, with subtle delight, she opened the box. Its symmetrical interior was lined with yellow velvet, each side fitted with carved wooden pegs. From each peg dangled a delicate accessory chain or braided bracelet. 21 designs in total, one of each. Among them was a piece Jiang Che had sketched. Tang Yu's shop had just produced it. Seeing Chu Liani momentarily stunned, Jiang Che quickly followed up with an explanation. I recently started a small business in Linzhou. This is it. They're just artificial crafts, nothing valuable. But a token of my gratitude for your constant care, Sister Chu. Chu Liani's expression was uncharacteristically bewildered. She pointed at the box, then at Jiang Che, her eyes wide with astonishment. This, you made these? Do you know these have just started trending in Shanghai? I adore them, but haven't had the chance to buy any yet. Perfect timing then, Jiang Che said with a smile, nodding. Because right now, Sister Chu, you must have the most complete collection in all of Shanghai. He pointed to one particular design. This one just rolled out. Shanghai definitely doesn't have it yet. Chu Lianyi beamed, her gaze still alight with amazement. So it really is you? Do you know what people are saying? That this little thing could generate hundreds of millions in total output value, maybe even billions. In the future, it'll be far more than that. Just think of the Yiwu commodity market in a few years. Jiang Che gave a wry smile. Yes, but no one can monopolize it. There's no intellectual property here. Sensing his frustration, Chu Lianyi chuckled. Still, you're incredibly impressive. Thank you for the praise, Sister Chu. After this brief exchange, Chu Lianyi had already missed several greetings from others. Jiang Che tactfully excused himself with a wave and found a seat in the salon, intending to first observe the situation. A private room door swung open. From the far corner, Yang Lichang spotted Jiang Che and raised a hand in acknowledgement. Chapter 68. This is trouble. Jiang Che merely returned the gesture, but didn't step into Yang Lichang's cigar smoke-filled room, packed with people. After exchanging greetings, he lingered in the salon a while longer, overhearing several offers exceeding 200,000 yuan per set, though none actually closed. Truthfully, Jiang Che wasn't particularly interested in the current trading prices of subscription certificates. He was just listening for amusement, as selling wasn't on his mind yet. Similarly, the hottest topic in the salon was no longer subscription certificates. While undeniably alluring, the market had stabilized, with little liquidity. The real buzz was about stocks. The recent surge in the stock market had been ferocious, and nearly every speculator present was raking in staggering profits. Even the tea-serving staff occasionally received tips of 20, 50, or even 100 yuan. Sitting there, Jiang Che felt an uncanny resemblance to a gambling den, specifically, a table on an unstoppable winning streak, where money, earned too effortlessly, was being flung around recklessly. Honestly, anyone in such an environment would struggle not to feel stirred, not to be seduced by the intoxicating illusion of wealth within arm's reach. This is madness. Something will go wrong, it has to. Otherwise, there's just no justice left. Without precise memories to rely on, Jiang Che could only remind himself repeatedly. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed to the impulse, perhaps investing some money in the secondary market after the second lottery draw. Leaving the salon, he found a place for dinner, returned to his room, showered, and lay on the bed, cooling his thoughts. Then he got up and made a call. Hello. May I speak to Zheng Xinfeng in room 407? Could you please fetch him for me? I am indeed the person you seek, Zheng Xinfeng, said the irritated voice on the other end. Jiang Che, I've been waiting for your call. It's been over 2 hours since you were supposed to arrive, and you only just now decided to reach out. What's the matter that's so urgent? Jiang Che inquired with a smile. This call was something Zheng Xinfeng had insisted upon before Jiang Che left his dormitory. Yet the tone he adopted now suggested that his concerns extended beyond merely ensuring Jiang Che's safe arrival with his money. The voice on the line suddenly lowered in volume and emotion as Zheng Xinfeng confessed, it's a serious matter, a very significant one. I wouldn't dare speak of it in person, fearing you'd lash out at me. Hence, I chose to call. Then do tell, Jiang Che urged, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As Zheng Xinfeng rarely displayed such hesitance, particularly with him. He was never shy about asking for money. Well, came the hesitant reply, now spoken in a hushed tone and rapid pace. I slept with Xie Yufan. Zheng Xinfeng had been closely involved with Xie Yufan lately, a topic Jiang Che had broached with him several times, cautioning him to maintain boundaries, especially as graduation loomed near. Each time, Zheng Xinfeng had promised to cherish their friendship and create lasting memories. Yet, here they were. He had sown the seeds of a potential consequence. Though it may not necessarily sprout into something significant, the act itself had been committed. This was 1992, and while Xie Yufan was spirited, she was not yet fully experienced in such matters. What was to be done now? Hello, are you listening? Zheng Xinfeng probed tentatively. Yes, what do you intend to do? Jiang Che's voice was icy. I haven't finished yet. Zheng Xinfeng hesitated again, then continued rapidly. Not only did we sleep together, but her mother caught us in the act, right in the apartment I rented next to her shop. Her mother had a key and walked in on us under the covers. Jiang Che let out a curse into the phone. Suddenly, it struck him. Was this all a setup? What to do now? Zheng Xinfeng, unaffected by the scolding, asked, so what now? Ask yourself, Jiang Che snapped back. How would I know what to do? Perhaps I should stay and help you with your business? Zheng Xinfeng weakly suggested. If it comes to marriage, I wouldn't want to take her back to our small town. I have no desire to return there myself. Jiang Che fell silent, feeling a surge of frustration, wanting to scream. Do you realize you could be a county chief at just 37? A county chief, and then a party secretary. With your father-in-law already established as a member of the municipal committee with significant power and connections. Who would have thought you'd be the one struggling to rise while your lineage supports you? This was indeed an unforeseen twist for Zheng Xinfeng, a carefree individual who, after returning to teach for less than a year, had somehow charmed his way into a position as a secretary due to his eloquence and resourcefulness. He had mingled with a deputy county chief, and in a context where talent was scarce, he had been directly promoted. During his tenure, he had attended various youth cadre gatherings, and soon enough, he had attracted the attention of the daughter of a soon-to-be prominent official who had pursued him actively. In summary, it is quite bizarre. This individual is destined for success, rapidly ascending the ranks to become the county magistrate at the age of 37, and subsequently the county party secretary. With a bright future ahead, why has Jiang Che recently refrained from directly involving Zheng Xinfeng in his business dealings? On the rare occasions when Zheng insists on assisting, Jiang offers no remuneration. This is because Jiang seeks to downplay these matters, fearing that the financial assistance he provides may lead Zheng to become reluctant to return, as he has already shown signs of this inclination. Following the incident of the revoked punishment, discussions about the political arena, the importance of reputation, and the power of a name to command respect hinted at underlying implications. However, things took a sudden turn for the worse. The shift began on the day they visited the recording studio. In his previous life, such an event never occurred. At that time, Jiang Che was mired in heartbreak and despair. This time, however, many small details have diverged. Jiang remained silent, his heavy breathing audible over the phone, causing Zheng Xinfeng to feel a twinge of anxiety. Cautiously, he asked, "Is it not all right? What did Xie Yufan and her mother say?" Jiang responded irritably. What did her mother say? She threatened to bring the family to kill me, while Xie Yufan knelt and pleaded with her to beat her instead, crying as she was persuaded to leave. Zheng Xinfeng's voice became choked with emotion as he continued. Then she told me not to waste my time and asked me not to seek her out again, saying she could handle her family matters herself. If I were to pursue her again without marrying her, she would threaten to take her own life, and in a desperate situation, she would resort to mutual destruction. It was evident he had been ensnared in a trap, and upon hearing this, Jiang Che felt 90% certain. He never expected this from her. Little Pepper, you actually have such tricks? It can't be your mother's idea, can it? In his previous life, during those 7 years in Chaluo village, Zheng Xinfeng was the only classmate who came to visit Jiang Che, doing so 7 times, each time shouldering burdens of supplies for him. He would stay for at least 2 days, bringing his own liquor to reminisce with Jiang Che about the past. Later on, when Jiang Che ventured into business, not wanting to burden him, Zheng still lent considerable assistance. At that time, he was already a savvy player in the political arena, but to Jiang Che, he remained the brother who slept in the lower bunk. Jiang Che had initially planned to return to his former path, expecting that by then he would have accrued enough wealth to invest and help Zheng achieve substantial political accomplishments, propelling him to greater heights within the city and province. Now, what should he do? In his previous life, he did not even know Xie Yufan. It seemed the flutter of a butterfly's wings had already altered his friend's trajectory. Chapter 69. I am not a stock god in this new life. Faced with various challenges, Jiang Che rarely found himself in a state of confusion. Up to this point, even in urgent situations like the night when Tang Yu was besieged, he managed to maintain composure, deftly resolving issues through unconventional means. However, this matter left him somewhat disoriented. Jiang Che wholeheartedly believed that Xie Yufan was not a bad woman. She merely embodied a different kind of woman, one who lived without reservations. For instance, during their last collaboration, Qi Siyun would feel frustrated about her smaller investment, while Tang Yu would feel guilty that Jiang earned less than his fair share. In contrast, Xie Yufan would fixate on the pile of money before Jiang Che, lamenting how fortunate capitalists are. The reward segment was similarly unremarkable. Qi Siyun chose to remain silent, allowing Jiang Che to make his own decision. Tang Yu felt a pang of guilt as she accepted her prize, while Xie Yufan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mere mention of Jiang Che. When it came time to select a tape recorder, she unabashedly opted for the more expensive one, unreserved in expressing her desires and seizing opportunities with a refreshing candor. Engaging with such individuals is, in fact, quite effortless. There is no need for pretense, particularly since she shares a unique thought process akin to Jiang Xinfeng's, characterized by an extroverted personality that may yield unexpected benefits. Moreover, Jiang Xinfeng, who had previously navigated a prosperous career, confided in Jiang Che that his domestic life was, in truth, chaotic, with a marital relationship that was but a facade. He felt compelled to endure the pressure from his father-in-law, suppressing his grievances. Contemplating this, it appeared that aside from his youth, everything else was quite favorable. Yet, he was a county magistrate at the age of 37. Jiang Xinfeng had predicted that he would only ascend to the position of an ordinary municipal party secretary at most, with connections that could reach no further. However, in this lifetime, with Jiang Che's support, the opportunity to attain a position on the provincial committee was indeed plausible given his age. Was it wise to relinquish such prospects? Had Jiang Xinfeng meandered through life in his past existence, Jiang Che would not be entangled in such dilemmas. Additionally, he believed Xie Yufen's recent actions were, in any case, somewhat inappropriate. At a certain moment, a voice within Jiang Che questioned him. Have I gone too far in my righteousness? Am I living too rationally in this life? Old Jiang, do say something. I'm utterly at a loss, he thought. Jiang Che remained silent, while Jiang Xinfeng's voice across from him began to carry hints of sobbing, punctuated by occasional sniffles. Do you genuinely wish to marry her? Yes, I do. What a naive thought. You're only 19. What assurance do you possess? Do you grasp the intricacies of marriage? Do you understand the challenges of cohabitation and the level of compatibility required? Jiang Xinfeng paused, dismissing Jiang Che's concerns with a scoff, as if you know any better. With aspirations of becoming a county magistrate or party secretary, Jiang Che found himself struggling to keep pace with Jiang Xinfeng's thinking. Is this the reason you haven't pursued Tangyu? He retorted, incredulously surprised that Jiang Xinfeng still had the bandwidth to worry about him. I mean you, Jiang Che admitted, feeling momentarily devoid of any plan. Let's take a few days to let things cool off. Before I return, you are to remain either in the classroom or the dormitory, not a step outside. And certainly do not seek out Xie Yufen. What if she truly faces danger at home? She won't, and she actually needs some time to reflect. All right, I trust your judgment. Besides, I've noticed that since you were dumped by Yi Qiongxin, you've seemingly become more grounded, quite impressive indeed. Enough. Jiang Che could no longer tolerate his thought process, muttering a reprimand before striving to regain his composure. However, I suspect you might seek her out. Why would you think that? Because when men first encounter certain situations, they can sometimes be entirely driven by their baser instincts. As if you have any insight, Jiang Xinfeng retorted, his tone laced with a hint of pride as he sniffled, adding disdainfully, it's clear you've never been with Yi Qiongxin. Was this a case of discrimination from someone who had been through it? After reiterating the importance of cooling off until both parties had clarity, Jiang Che ended the call. This life truly was still a virgin experience. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Jiang Che opened the door to find two strikingly beautiful women in their 20s standing at the threshold, their attire slightly provocative for the era, adorned with makeup and earrings. They gazed at him with coquettish delight, exchanging furtive glances that betrayed their pleasant surprise. Could this be some hidden perk of my rebirth, a silent system granting my subconscious desires? Who are you? Jiang Che inquired. One of the women bit her lip coyly before answering with a tinkling laugh, Mr. Who sent us. The other extended a handwritten note with both hands. Jiang Che hesitated before accepting it. Apologies, but who is Mr. Who? I don't believe we've met. Mr. Who says it doesn't matter if you don't know him, the first woman explained, her voice dripping with honeyed charm. But he is good friends with Mr. Yang Lichong. He saw you earlier and wanted to befriend you. We're a gift for your first meeting, to keep you company these next few days. As she spoke, she cast him a demure glance before lowering her eyes, offering the note again. The handwriting was elegant, but the message crude. Brother, let us be friends. Have some fun. Write me 2 surefire stocks, and we're brothers for life. Piecing together the clues, Jiang Che swiftly deduced the situation. This Mr. Who was likely a smuggler connected to Yang Lichong, envious of Yang's windfall from subscription certificates. With that market now stagnant, he had turned his attention to stocks. Earlier, when Yang had waved Jiang Che into the private room, who must have been present? Yang's vague praise, I owe my luck to him, had sparked Hu's interest. Now, this uncultured but ruthless smuggler, perhaps a ship captain, had sent women as a gesture of goodwill, demanding stock tips in return. Jiang Che handed the note back. Which of you wrote this? One of the women nodded. Me. Mr. Who said you were an educated man. I graduated high school. May we come in? I could use the distraction, but absolutely not. Their heavy air of worldliness suggested they had recently been in Hu's bed. Moreover, Jiang Che had no insider knowledge of the current stock frenzy. If anything, he suspected a crash was imminent. Accepting them, indulging, and then providing faulty advice could very well earn him a knife in the back on the streets of Shanghai. My apologies, but I'm no stock prodigy, frankly. I know nothing about the market. Better to refuse outright and risk minor offense than entangle himself in danger. With firm resolve, he shut the door. The women lingered briefly, their expressions wounded, before their footsteps receded down the hall. Jiang Che exhaled in relief, and immediately felt the need for a cold shower. Knock, knock. Again. He ignored it. Knock. Knock, knock. The visitor was persistent, yet the timid rhythm betrayed hesitation, even fear. Jiang Che, disturbed by the incessant noise, reluctantly opened the door once more. This time, a woman in her 30s, nearing 40, stood before him, a matronly figure, ample in form and somewhat timid in demeanor. The aunt once again handed him a slip of paper, bearing the same handwriting as before. It seems my brother does not favor that type. How about this one? Please be gracious, stock god brother. Jiang Che pondered whether, at this rate, he might soon be confronted by a 60-year-old. Helpless, he took the note, inscribed a message upon it, and closed the door. The words on the paper read, Mr. Hu, you may be mistaken. I am truly no stock god. Regarding Mr. Yang's affairs, it was merely a stroke of luck. I have no understanding of stocks and currently possess not a single share. I wrote this for you. Expect a plunge tomorrow. The following day, on May 27, 1992, the Shanghai market opened with an abnormal drop, the index plummeting continuously. Frenzied investors, like glowing embers doused with a bucket of cold water, began to exhibit a palpable sense of panic. Meanwhile, with the second lottery for subscription certificates approaching on June 3rd, many turned their hopes and expectations toward the impending new stock issuance. A frenzied sell-off ensued, painting the market in shades of despair. Chapter 70. A moment of vindication. Jiang Che's intent had never been to predict market trends. Rather, he sought to convey a singular message. I'm sorry, but this task is beyond my capability, and pursuing it would lead to trouble. Since his rebirth, apart from subscription certificates, he had not purchased a single stock. The few renowned shares he remembered had yet to emerge. However, Hu Biaoding held a different perspective. He had heard snippets about the wealth Yang Lichang amassed from subscription certificates and the stock market, with some speculating it could reach 2 to 3 million. How brief a time it had been. It was often said that smugglers earn the most, yet this was still far removed from the realm of stocks. Yang Lichang had not previously dabbled in this. It was common knowledge amongst their circle, despite the Yang family being the foremost in their locality. And Yang Lichang was indeed quite capable. After their initial exchanges, once the door was shut, Yang Lichang quietly remarked to his uncle, I must admit, this time my honesty is largely thanks to that young man outside. His voice was so soft that no one else heard, nor did they take notice. Hu Biaoding, although unaware of the words, perceived the actions. Having honed a skill in his youth, he could read lips through the tumultuous winds at sea. The term stock god had recently reached him in a salon where legends abounded. At that moment, he thought to himself, the one who guided Yang Lichang to earn millions must indeed be the true stock god. Cunningly concealing his intentions, Yang Lichang was clearly keeping this matter under wraps. Only a fool would boast. Hu Biaoding feigned a trip to the restroom and, at a cost, procured Jiang Che's room number from a server. He sincerely offered 2 women, neither of whom were accepted. Hu Biaoding felt a flicker of irritation. He believed that when a man had ample wealth, such matters should be trivial. What more could a woman be but tender or seasoned, alone or in pairs? Did he expect to ride a grand stallion? If so, why not specify his preferences? Nonetheless, at least the little stock god had finally responded on the second attempt. At present, I find myself without a single share in hand. Having written this for you, tomorrow, the market may plummet. The young woman who graduated from high school feels a sudden understanding upon reading this. Words are not to be taken lightly. Seasoned individuals, particularly those of scholarly disposition, tend to be verbose, Hu Biaoding mused. His recent time spent at salons and exchanges was not in vain. Having no shares indicates a liquidation, a precursor to impending downfall. It is no wonder he has opted to divest. Just as Zheng Xinfeng appears unfit for officialdom, Hu Biaoding too does not seem destined for wealth. Yet, in recent years, many have ascended into positions of power under the guise of educators. Similarly, the uncultured and unrefined have also amassed fortunes in abundance. Hu Biaoding hails from a lineage of coastal dwellers, relying on the sea for sustenance. In their local dialect, they refer to it as tide fishing, a life fraught with hardship, often marked by the sudden and tragic disappearance of fishing boats. As a child of fishermen, Hu Biaoding possessed his own modest vessel, sustained by his skill, courage, and strength, which allowed him to provide for his family. Thus, years passed in a routine of toil and simplicity until one day, an opportunity arose, a lucrative offer to transport goods from a large ship anchored in the deep sea, the payment exceeding what he would earn from fishing in an entire month. In the early years of his labor, Hu Biaoding saved lives and narrowly escaped death himself. When his employer sought to dismiss him, 13 vessels chose to stand by his side. With assistance from those at the dock, he entered the trade. Years later, he acquired his own large ship and established connections. With a fortune in the millions, Hu Biaoding began to embrace a lifestyle befitting a magnate, smoking cigars, gambling, and indulging in the company of women who would have previously disregarded him, including both fair and dark-skinned beauties, the latter proving to be more enticing than the former. Throughout this journey, the most formidable challenge he faced was learning to write his own name, a complex and arduous task. He contemplated adopting a different name, but was advised by an elder, well-versed in letters, that Ding signifies anchor, representing his maritime heritage and the foundations of his success. Thus, Hu Biaoding persevered in mastering the art of inscribing his name, though he soon lost the desire to continue learning. This time, he arrived in Shanghai with 2,200,000, joined by a significant number of individuals from his circle, all embarking on this venture for the first time due to Yang Lichang. Unable to secure subscription certificates, he resorted to purchasing stocks. Had Hu Biaoding settled earlier, he might have profited, but he faced severe pressure, for here, it was not merely a matter of having more ships or being more ruthless. It was a contest of intellect, and he could not even recognize the names of the stocks. Inquiring too much led others to find him bothersome, and discussions regarding stock purchases excluded him, leaving him to suppress his frustrations at the sidelines. That evening, a scoundrel audaciously mocked him, suggesting that given Hu Biaoding's intellect, he ought to transfer all his stocks to the mocker and return to fishing. In this assembly, the capabilities of everyone were relatively equal, yet there were those in power preventing chaos. Consequently, fighting was out of the question, and Hu Biaoding was on the verge of losing his composure. Thus, for Hu Biaoding, the act of buying stocks had transcended mere financial implications. Why did he persistently insist on Jiang Che recommending him the 2 stocks with the steepest rise? Simply to vent his indignation and salvage his pride. Hu Biaoding wanted to prove that he, himself, had chosen the most soaring stocks. Yet the stock god told him, "I've liquidated my positions. Tomorrow the market will plummet to its doom." Under such frenzied circumstances, if it were anyone else, perhaps even Jiang Che himself, they likely wouldn't have believed it, or at least not wholeheartedly. But Hu Biaoding was different. From the moment he arrived in Shanghai, every stock he bought or sold was based on overheard whispers, a name mentioned in passing, a number tossed out casually, which he then relayed to the red-vested traders in the exchange to execute. In those days, there were many like him: Granny Lu from the wet market, Old Wang the ragpicker, Carpenter Zhang the second uncle, or Sugar Pancake Ma the auntie, all trading stocks purely on hearsay. Inside tips swirled like autumn leaves, and after a couple of lucky strikes, even baseless boasts could earn a man a companion for the night. Similarly, self-proclaimed stock gods and market manipulators who swayed trends with mere words were rampant, no different from the so-called financial pundits that later flooded television screens. Pump and dump, their words carrying the weight of millions. A gambler by nature, Hu Biaoding gritted his teeth and took the plunge. On the 27th, Jiang Che, having endured a restless night, slept until nearly noon. Hungry from skipping breakfast, he hurriedly washed up, changed, and opened his door. "Stock god, you're finally awake." A sun-weathered, square-jawed man with cropped hair, his posture stiff yet forcibly bent in an awkward bow, greeted him from across the hallway, his face alight with fervor, gratitude, and even a hint of reverence. Hu Biaoding had booked this room specifically, not for himself, fearing exposure, but because its previous occupant, ruined by the market, could no longer afford it and had vacated earlier that day. "Who are you?" "My name is Hu Biaoding," the very one who followed last night. Upon hearing Hu Biaoting's account, Jiang Che was taken aback. Little did he know that while he had slept through the morning, such significant events had transpired. With great enthusiasm, Hu Biaoting continued, taking your guidance to heart. I set out at the crack of dawn to sell everything at a price slightly lower than my competitors. That scoundrel, the dog thief, mocked me, calling me foolish. Yet, by the end of the morning, I was the only one in our section of the exchange whistling joyfully. Throughout the entire morning, I did nothing but whistle as I circled around them. Several of them were sweating profusely, their brows glistening with perspiration. I even made a special trip to buy them several handkerchiefs, urging them to return to their boats, for with their intellect, they are ill-suited for this line of work.